São Luís Railway was an exact repeat of what had previously occurred in Minas Gerais. Their pig iron production had destroyed almost two-thirds of the forests in the state. The method the smelters used to obtain cheap fuel for their furnaces appeared to violate the terms of a World Bank loan granted to the CVRD for its Carajás project, which stipulated the observation of measures to protect the environment. But CVRD officials took the position that the loan clause applied only to property actually owned by the CVRD and not to the virgin forests that were being destroyed to provide charcoal for the smelters. By washing its hands of responsibility for the deforestation, the CVRD was not only ignoring the plain language of the clause, which clearly applied to more than company land, it was also hiding behind the cynical indifference and indolent fatalism that an authoritarian social tradition had imposed on Brazilian culture. Central to the grand design of industrializing the eastern Amazon basin was the construction of a series of hydroelectric installations that would provide cheap sources of energy for new factories to be located in the region. The Tucuruvi Dam on the Tocantins River would be the first of these projects, the world's fourth largest hydroelectric complex and the largest ever built in a tropical forest. The first stage of the installation cost in the vicinity of $5 billion and provided 3,900 megawatts of electricity. When completed, it would generate 8,000 megawatts. While the dam was under construction, film director John Boorman used the site as a setting for his film The Emerald Forest, because he wanted to capture visual images of the devastation modern society was visiting on the Amazon basin. According to critics, much worse was yet to come. The Tucuruvi project called for the flooding of nearly 1,000 square miles of virgin woodlands. A contract for the removal of commercially valuable trees from this area was given to a company with no experience in clearing trees. The company, whose main business up to this point had been the management of a military pension fund, succeeded in going bankrupt, after receiving the Amazon basin 303 large sums of money from the government and recovering very little wood. At the same time, another scandal brewed as a result of allegations that harmful herbicides were being used by work crews clearing strips of jungle for the installation of power lines in the vicinity of Tucuruvi. Press reports claimed that the deaths of 40 settlers were associated with these chemicals, but the manufacturer, Dow Chemical, denied any connection between the chemicals and the fatalities. Attorneys filed suits to enjoin the flooding that was scheduled to begin on October 1, 1984. The president of Eletronorte, the state utility running the dam, first hid from process servers and then ordered that the floodgates be opened on September 6. Although he was subsequently fired by the Minister of Energy and Mines, the president of the utility succeeded in making it impossible for the courts to delay the project. Treetops rise eerily from the placid waters of the lake at Tucuruvi, a tacit testament to the novel form of deforestation employed there as well as to the loss of millions of dollars worth of wood because of incompetence and corruption. Some scientists have predicted that the decomposition of trees and of secondary growth will not only turn the lake into a dead body of water but will also corrode and render useless the turbines of the hydroelectric plant within a relatively short period of time. Even with its shortcomings, the Tucuruvi project is a roaring success when compared to the dam and hydroelectric plant at Balbina, on a tributary of the Amazon 90 miles north of Manaus. Conceived under the military regime and inaugurated in 1989 despite the warnings of ecologists and others, Balbina demonstrates the validity of a conclusion drawn from bitter experience by Paulo Nogueira Neto, once the head of Brazil's Federal Environmental Protection Agency, to the effect that ill-advised pharaonic undertakings must be stopped in the planning stage. Once work begins, there is not much we can do. What made the Balbina project highly questionable was that the flatness of the region necessitated that a great deal of water be amassed in order to run the generators. The Balbina Dam has flooded 900 square miles of jungle, yet it provides only the Brazilians 1/15 the amount of electricity created at Tucuruvi, at a cost of $750 million. The Balbina Dam and plant have displaced tribal Indians and badly damaged the ecosystem of the region. Its reputation as a major ecological disaster even convinced President José Sarney to absent himself from its inauguration ceremonies. If hydroelectric projects have brought high technology to Amazonia, the search for gold has lured northward hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, most of them poor northeasterners. They have been using brute force and willpower in efforts to wrest the precious metal from the jungle by hand or with relatively simple implements. Just as modern applied science has taken its toll on the region, so too has the unbridled foraging of the garimpeiros, or gold prospectors. At the same time, their blood, sweat, and grit has made Brazil the world's fifth largest producer of gold. Although garimpeiros had long been scouring the length and breadth of Amazonia, one dramatic find riveted the world's attention during the 1980s. In January of 1980 a storm felled a tree on the Serra Pelada, or Bald Mountain, near the Carajás complex. Among its roots were found several large gold nuggets. This is a generally accepted version of the beginning of an extraordinary find that eventually yielded 42 tons of gold by 1987. The discovery also produced a matchless spectacle that at its zenith involved perhaps as many as 80,000 garimpeiros, aptly nicknamed ants, playing in what could have been a silent movie extravaganza worthy of Cecil B. DeMille. Reporter Norman Gall has termed it a scene that calls to mind Dante's Inferno. In the words of Brian Kelly and Mark London, in their book Amazon, it was as if Hieronymus Bosch's chaotic, multidimensional painting of the Garden of Earthly Delights had been brought to life. They also dub it an amphitheater for Gullivers but populated by perpetually moving Lilliputians. To journalist Marl Simons it was a staggering scene, seeming to belong in a time in which slaves built monumental works for pharaohs and kings. The garimpeiros themselves referred to the mine as Babylon. What was once a mountain soon became a gaping 600-foot crater, perhaps the largest hole ever dug by human. The Amazon Basin. 305. Hands alone, as countless individual prospectors working tiny plots excavated uneven shafts straight down into the earth. An army of mud-caked ants carried sacks of dirt and rock from each claim up wooden ladders leaning precariously against the shelved walls of the mine. They brought their sacks to the owners, who sifted the contents for gold. The ants earned a daily wage, or were paid by the bag, or received a share of the find from their employers. It was a perilous occupation. Ladders slipped, mud slid, and violence could erupt at any moment over claim jumping, as well as more mundane matters such as conflicts over women. Within months things grew so chaotic at the mine site that the government, fearing that the garimpeiros might smuggle gold out of Serra Pelada, had a pretext to intervene. Agents of the Bank of Brazil arrived and paid Brazilian currency for gold extracted from the mine. The price was set at slightly above the world dollar price for gold. Moreover, the whole operation was placed under the control of the National Intelligence Service, which seems an odd choice until one recalls that the agency had been active in the counterinsurgency campaign against leftist guerrillas in the region during the 1970s, and that several veterans of the campaign were available for the new assignment. One of them, Major Sebastião Rodrigues Moura, took charge of the site and quickly imposed order. Known to the garimpeiros as Major Curio, Major Blackbird, a nickname supposedly derived from his way of making his prisoners sing like birds, he ruled with an iron hand, banning firearms, liquor, and women from Serra Pelada, settling disputes, limiting claims to about 1,000 owners, and taking steps to prevent the mine laborers from being exploited. The garimpeiros, fearing that the government might take over the mine at any moment and expel them, looked on the charismatic major as a hero and protector. In his honor they gave the name Curionópolis to the settlement they built for themselves just outside Serra Pelada. A horrible place, a ghost town to be, was the way a gold mining expert described the settlement in 1986, full of whorehouses, where the miners catch diseases, and pharmacies, where they buy what they hope will cure them. Loud, garish, and beset by constant violence. The Brazilians' bodies would turn up on its dusty streets every morning. Curionópolis at its peak was home to some 60,000 residents. In 1982 Major Curio ran for the Chamber of Deputies, at the behest of President João Figueiredo, who recognized the value of the major's popularity and recruited him into the government's political party. The Garimpeiros voted him into office, and he left for Brasilia, where he soon found himself at odds with the president. He did not run for re-election in 1986, nor did he return to Serra Pelada. Meanwhile, things were deteriorating at the mine. Most of the gold that could be extracted by hand had already been removed. Moreover, the primitive methods used by the Garimpeiros made the site vulnerable to flooding and cave-ins, so working in the pit was becoming increasingly dangerous. Operations had to be suspended on several occasions, and in 1987 the mine was closed for repairs for almost a year. The Garimpeiros desperately sought government help to restore the mine to a workable state, and they clashed frequently with the authorities. In December 1987 a contingent from Serra Pelada seized the railroad bridge over the Tocantins River in the municipality of Marabá. The governor of the state sent military police to reopen the bridge. In carrying out their mission the authorities may have killed as many as 10 protesters. As of June 1988, according to an Amnesty International report, about 50 of the demonstrators still remained unaccounted for, and the state government was dragging its feet instead of responding to demands that the matter be fully investigated. The crackdown on the protesters at the Tocantins River broke the back of the miners' political movement. Some miners made fortunes from Serra Pelada, but the great majority of the tens of thousands who toiled in Babylon left as impoverished as they had been when they arrived. According to Alain Lestre, a French geologist living in Belém and serving as a consultant to gold mining enterprises, people who came to the Amazon from the northeast in search of gold tended to be from the lower class and had the unfortunate compulsion to spend heavily on drink and women whenever they made a find. They had to show others that they had money, and would squander the Amazon basin. 307. Everything in one day. The Garimpeiro who transcended this could become rich. The ecological damage from the Serra Pelada strike did not spread beyond the mountain itself and the surrounding areas where the Garimpeiros lived. But the swarms of prospectors searching for gold in the streams and riverbeds throughout the Amazon basin may have inflicted enormous long-term harm by using large amounts of mercury to separate gold from fluvial sediments and then dumping the mix into waterways. The highly toxic metal, for a time freely available in stores selling supplies for dentists, has turned up in fish, which are an essential part of the diet of the people of Amazonia. Gold miners and others who live in mining areas have already been treated for mercury poisoning, and many cases may go unrecognized because the symptoms are easily confused with those of malaria. Between 1979 and 1987, it is estimated that 300 tons of mercury contaminated the Madeira River along a 200-mile stretch in Rondônia where some 25,000 Garimpeiros labored. Moreover, as many as 3,000 tons may have been thrown into the Amazon since the 1950s. This is about 3 times the amount of the toxic substance that was discarded into Minamata Bay on the southern coast of Japan. Thus in the long run the equivalent to the Japanese disaster may occur not in Cubatao, but rather in Amazonia. The struggle to exploit the natural resources of the Amazon basin had a certain logic to it, in terms of Brazil's aspirations for long-term development. But efforts to populate the green hell never made much sense. This was especially true with respect to the massive effort to attract substantial numbers of settlers to southwestern Amazonia. The enterprise was marked by greed, stupidity, and short-sightedness, as well as a dollop of romanticism, as dramatized by the final scene in the film by Brazil, when the hero, having failed to find his fortune in eastern Amazonia, sets off on a new odyssey with the cry Rondônia. Rondônia first caught the public eye in the period between 1872 and 1912, when it was still an outlying territory of the Empire, and then the Republic. Waterfalls and rapids along the Mar, the Brazilians, Moor and Madeira rivers, which flow into the Amazon, made it impossible to ship rubber from northwestern Brazil and neighboring Bolivia to the Atlantic Ocean. One solution was to build a railroad line that would skirt the unnavigable portions of these waterways, From the town of Guajaramirim on the Bolivian border to Porto Velho, a riverbank settlement that would eventually become the capital of the territory, now the state, of Rondônia. Jungle diseases, hostile Indians, and the maddeningly difficult terrain defeated the efforts of an American contractor and his British subcontractor to build the railroad line during the last decades of the 19th century. In 1907, to fulfill their part of a treaty that permitted them to annex the territory of Acre from Bolivia, the Brazilians engaged another American contractor to build the Madeira-Marmor Railroad. He managed to complete the project by 1912. The railroad line stretched for 220 miles, cost over $30 million, and over the years claimed the lives of thousands of workers. Known variously as the Devil's Railway, the Railroad to Nowhere, and the Mad Maria, the latter serving as the title of Marcio Souza's riveting fictional account of the undertaking, the railroad line opened just as the rubber boom collapsed. It became a sort of phantom railroad, operating sporadically until 1972, when the government finally shut it down. Today tourists can ride wagons drawn by a wood-burning steam locomotive from the Railroad Museum in Porto Velho along a 5-mile section of track to the nearby town of Santo Antonio. This train ride is all that remains of one of Brazil's earliest pharaonic enterprises. When the rubber boom came to an end, the territory of Rondônia became once again a forgotten corner of Brazil's vast frontier. Its northern section, covered by dense rainforest, had access to rivers that provided a link with Manaus and Belém, but the trip to these far-off places took weeks to complete. Southern Rondônia had some fertile soil that might potentially be converted into farmland, but it was totally isolated from the rest of the country. In 1970 Rondônia had a population of only 116,620. But it would soon become a magnet for increasingly large numbers of settlers. Although the government's highway construction and colonization programs focused on eastern Amazonia, the same. The Amazon Basin. 309. Pressures that forced migrants up the Belém-Brasília Highway and along newly opened portions of the Trans-Amazon Highway encouraged the development of Rondônia. BR-364, a dirt road linking Cuiabá, the capital of Mato Grosso, with Porto Velho had been completed in the mid-1960s. It was impassable during the rainy season, but nonetheless it provided a route for the dispossessed rural workers of southern Brazil who had been forced to migrate when the large agricultural enterprises that employed them switched to soybean production, which is capital intensive. By 1975 Rondônia's population had grown by 250%. But the colonization of the territory foundered against the same obstacles that hindered the settlement of eastern Amazonia: violent land conflicts between squatters and those claiming legal ownership, and the failure of the government to provide funds for necessary technical assistance. By decade's end, a concatenation of factors converted the flow of migrants into a flood. Conditions in rural Brazil, especially in the south, were growing even worse, and landless peasants saw in southwestern Amazonia their last best hope to acquire a piece of farmland of their own. Governors and mayors in southern Brazil saw a chance to export their social problems by encouraging emigration northward. Ambitious politicians in Rondônia saw a chance to increase their territory's population and thereby win statehood, which would give them greater access to federal funds. Highway construction firms and bus companies saw chances to make big money. And the military regime saw yet another chance to stabilize the country by colonizing Brazil's frontier. What emerged was a new development plan called Plano Oeste, the Northwest Pole, the cornerstone of which was the paving of BR-364. With the help of loans from abroad, the road was modernized and access to Rondônia became possible throughout the year. What followed, in the words of journalist Tyler Bridges, was perhaps the greatest land rush since the settling of the American West. Every month thousands of migrants were arriving, not only from the south but also from eastern Amazonia. Over a 6-month period in 1981, 37,000 residents of the state of Pará, in eastern Amazonia, made the 1,200-mile trek westward to Rondônia in the Brazilians' search of land. It was the equivalent of a trip from Spain to central Poland. Local officials were confidently predicting that Rondonia's population would reach 1.6 million by the year 2000. The World Bank and other international financial institutions that helped underwrite Polo Noroeste included in their loans certain stipulations for safeguarding the natural environment as well as the Indians whose lands abutted BR 364. The Brazilians solemnly promised to observe these conditions, and the banks solemnly accepted the assurances they were given. Yet it is difficult to believe that either side was serious about protecting the tropical forest and its human inhabitants. The international banks had money they needed to lend but no institutional mechanisms that could accurately assess compliance with environmental stipulations. On the basis of Brazil's past performance in matters involving both Indians and the ecology of Amazonia, the bankers should not have placed much stock in the promises of the Brazilian government. Moreover, Brazilians were unlikely to treat loan conditions with any more seriousness than they observed in respect to their own laws that provided for the protection of the rainforest and the Indians. They viewed formal legal restrictions as either goals to which they aspired, but only in the abstract, or inconveniences that could easily be surmounted by the rich and powerful. In any contest between Brazil's long-standing national policy for the development of Amazonia and measures stipulated to assure the survival of trees and Indians, it should have been obvious which would prevail. BR 364, once paved, became a highway to the promised land for Brazil's poor. In 1986 the number of migrants pouring annually into Rondônia, which was now a full-fledged state, the first ever to be named after a person, Candido Rondon, reached 165,899. By 1988 the state's population exceeded 1 million. There was little that either the federal or the state government could have done to avoid environmental damage. Burning was the most efficient way to clear away tropical forest, and the government would not have been able to increase the scope of its law enforcement activities enough to stop the fires. Even the best of intentions went astray. The National Land Reform Program, designed to facilitate the distribution of property not being put to pro. The Amazon Basin. 311. Ductive use, encouraged landowners of forested tracts to burn them and convert them into cattle pasture, so as to avoid expropriation. Moreover, it was impossible to stop the incursions of settlers onto Indian land, especially when new roads skirted or crossed territory that the government had supposedly set aside for native Brazilians. The Indians occasionally resisted, killing colonists and destroying their homes, but it was a futile effort, since modern technology and sheer numbers favored the intruders. The mass migration to Rondônia may have eased social pressures elsewhere in Brazil, but those problems didn't disappear, they were only transplanted into a particularly inhospitable setting. The governor of Rondônia, in a memorable speech captured in Adrian Cowell's powerful documentary film Decade of Destruction, had issued an invitation for Brazilians from all over Brazil to bring your dreams, hopes and illusions, and he had declared that his state offers work, solidarity, and respect. Those who took him at his word found a different reality. The region's new rural workers had no special farming skills and had to confront a tropical environment totally foreign to them. The Federal Land Reform Agency, following a policy that amounted to a cruel joke, settled them on infertile land where they could not possibly make a go of it. The settlers burned down trees and planted annual crops, such as beans, manioc, and rice. But once the protective cover of the forest had been removed, the relentless rays of the equatorial sun converted the thin soil into clay, which was not hospitable to plant growth. Settlers' efforts yielded returns so paltry that within 2 or 3 years many had to abandon their farms. They would seek land elsewhere and repeat the cycle of burning and sowing, with the same results, or hire out as workers or sharecroppers on someone else's farmland, thus returning to the social status they had fled northward to escape or seek work in Porto Velho or one of the other burgeoning cities of the region. All the while the settlers endured the hardships of tropical illnesses such as malaria, which ravaged the new farming colonies, the absence of health care and other basic services that the Gov. According to one study, many settlers actually believed that something in the air or the water caused malaria, an indication of the backwardness of most of the migrants. The Brazilians. Ernment had promised but failed to provide made life on Brazil's new frontier a grim struggle for survival. Yet most of the newcomers insisted that they would not return to where they came from, a bleak indicator of conditions elsewhere in the country. The settlement of Rondônia was a massive experiment in social Darwinism. Those few who possessed intelligence and technical skills as well as grit had some hope of success. Perennial crops such as cacao and coffee could be cultivated profitably and did not require deforestation, although before they could harvest these crops farmers had to wait several years after planting. The promises that lured settlers into Rondônia have proved hollow. Only about 9% of the state has turned out to be capable of supporting agricultural production, and as a result people have been abandoning their farmland. As a government official told a New York Times reporter in a 1991 interview, in 1980, Rondônia was 70% rural. Today, it is 60% urban. Brush is now reclaiming land that had once been cleared. The explosive growth of Rondônia and the senseless destruction of its tropical forests became emblematic of the folly of much of the traditional Brazilian thinking on how to develop the Amazon basin, and environmentalists overseas began to denounce what was happening there and level harsh criticism at the World Bank for its complicity. But it was not until the tragedy of Rondônia threatened to repeat itself in the adjacent state of Acre that meaningful pressure was brought to bear against the Brazilian government and the international lending institutions. During the boom years, Acre was a rich source of natural rubber. Then nominally a part of Bolivia, the region faced constant pressure from Brazilians determined to extend their country's frontiers and exploit the tropical forests of this remote corner of the Amazon basin. In 1903 a treaty between Brazil and Bolivia gave Brazil the territory of Acre, which in a short time became a state. In return Bolivia was granted access to the Madeira River and thence to the Atlantic Ocean. What distinguished Acre from neighboring Rondônia was the presence of large numbers of Seringueiros, who had remained there after the rubber boom came to an end. They made a modest living off the tropical forest, which they exploited without destroying. But the Amazon basin. 313. They could not insulate themselves against the same forces that were laying waste to large portions of Rondônia. Powerful landowners cast covetous eyes on the forests of Acre and saw opportunities for cattle ranching. And population pressures in Rondônia inevitably would send migrants into the relatively empty lands of Acre. When plans were announced to pave BR-364 from Porto Velho to Rio Branco, the capital of Acre, and advertisements hailing Acre as the filet mignon of Amazonia began to appear in magazines, the handwriting was on the wall. Yet fate intervened and brought the attention of the entire world to this remote edge of the Amazon basin. On December 22, 1988, a 44-year-old Acre rubber tapper named Francisco Alves Mendes de Almeida fell victim to a cold-blooded ambush at the back door of his modest home in the small town of Xapuri. In one sense, there was nothing remarkable about the assassination of Chico Mendes, the name by which the Acrean Seringueiro was known. Beginning in 1964, conflicts over land and labor disputes in Amazonia and throughout rural Brazil had resulted in an estimated 1,600 killings. But this case turned out to be different. Chico Mendes was no ordinary tapper. A man of uncommon intelligence and charisma, he had risen from the ranks to become not only a leader of Acre's Seringueiros, but also an effective advocate abroad for his people's interests. There is a good deal of drama in the life story of Chico Mendes. His grandfather, a northeasterner, migrated to Acre and became a freelance tapper, roaming the tropical forest, draining latex from wild rubber trees, and joining the descendants of other northeasterners who had been lured to the region during the rubber boom, ruthlessly exploited, and then left to their own devices when Brazil's rubber monopoly ended. Chico mastered the ways of the tropical forest at an early age, and then he learned to read and write from a mysterious stranger, who was in fact a footloose fugitive who had participated in the communist uprising in Brazil in the mid-1930s*. The political edu. This could have been an instance of life imitating art, since Jorge Amato's 1940 novel Os Subterráneos de Libertad depicted the adventures of a communist agent who went into the jungle to radicalize exploited peasants. The Brazilians. Catian, his tutor, gave him shaped his early participation in collective efforts by the Seringueiros to better their lives. When landowners began to convert tropical forest groves into pasture for raising cattle, Chico played a key role in devising a strategy by which the rubber tappers could engage in nonviolent resistance. Realizing that his people needed broader bases of support in their struggles, he became an early supporter of the Workers' Party in Acre. But politics in Acre, as is true in most rural areas of Brazil, was controlled by wealthy landowners who could purchase votes, and a humble rubber tapper had little hope of gaining a following. Then Chico and Brazil's nascent environmental movement discovered each other. Chico quickly recognized the tactical advantage of raising the banner of ecology as a means of defending the way of life of tropical forest dwellers. The environmentalists, stung in the past by charges that they were elitists who cared only about flora and fauna, realized the value of incorporating into their struggle real-life working people who lived off the tropical forest. For them, Chico and the Seringueiros were a godsend. Before long, Chico was traveling to the United States to lobby senators and officials of the World Bank. His was a fresh face, and the message he brought was simple and straightforward. Not only would the unbridled exploitation of Acre destroy vegetation and animal life, it would also have a devastating impact on human beings who had learned to live in harmony with nature. Filmmaker Adrian Cowell was the first outsider to stumble on the gentle, moon-faced Chico. The footage Cowell compiled while following the exploits of the Acrean rubber tappers provides a vivid portrait of the man and his movement. It contains glimpses of Chico trekking through the tropical forest, Chico campaigning, unsuccessfully, for state deputy, as little boys try to sell him the votes of their families, Chico discussing tactics with fellow tappers, Chico playing with his children, one of whom was named Sandino, after the Nicaraguan hero, Chico meeting with World Bank officials, and finally, Chico being buried during a heavy rain. The uproar over Chico's assassination forced the government to undertake an investigation that eventually resulted in the filing of charges against a local landowner, Darly Alves da Silva, and his. The Amazon Basin. 315. Son Darcy. The son was indicted for carrying out the foul deed, the father for having instigated and planned it. The trial attracted international attention. Darly turned out to be a larger-than-life character with an insatiable sexual appetite and a past tainted by suspicions of involvement in various prior killings both in Acre and elsewhere. 2 years after the murder of Chico Mendes, both father and son were found guilty by a jury and received prison sentences. Many both inside and outside Brazil rejoiced at the convictions. The shield of impunity, at least in this one instance, had been breached, and justice had been done. But celebration was premature. First, an appellate court in Acre set aside the jury verdict against Darly on the ground that the evidence convicting him was insufficient. He remained in jail, however, awaiting trial for a murder charge that had been brought against him in the southern state of Parana. But on February 15, 1993, both Darly and Darcy escaped through a hole they had made by sawing through the bars of their cell window, and they disappeared, probably into nearby Bolivia. It was difficult to believe that this could have happened without the connivance of local authorities. The prison, as subsequent investigations revealed, was woefully lacking in security measures, and the convicted killers had received all kinds of special privileges, ranging from the use of a color television and a freezer to overnight visits from women. The flight of Darly and Darcy was but one of several blows to the memory of Chico Mendes. In the aftermath of his death, an unseemly spat broke out among his surviving relatives, friends, and associates over the sale of motion picture rights to his life story. And 2 months after the conviction of his killers, hired assassins shot down the leader of a rural union in a town in the south of the state of Para in Amazonia. The full range and depth of the social and environmental problems plaguing Amazonia have lent themselves to pessimistic forecasts for the future. Yet the vastness of the region has made it difficult to get an accurate fix on the true dimensions of these problems. The true extent of deforestation is but one example. Original forecasts based on 1978 satellite images calculated that an average of 15. The Brazilians. 1,000 square miles of rainforest were being lost each year. A recent study has found that the average is more like 5,800 square miles. The exaggeration occasionally employed by advocates hoping to dramatize the plight of the rainforest and its inhabitants, and thereby bring pressure to bear on the Brazilian government and international institutions, serves only to provide ammunition to those who do not accept the proposition that the resources of the Amazon basin should be rationally exploited. Examples of overstatement include predictions that the artificial lake at Tucuraf would not support life because the decomposition of the trees submerged there is using up the available oxygen. In fact, fish are now thriving in the dammed waters of the Tocantins River. Moreover, lumber that was said to have been lost forever as a result of the flooding is being successfully recovered by an entrepreneur who has mastered the art of underwater logging. In the wake of the Chico Mendes murder and the international outcry over the destruction of the Amazon rainforest, President José Sarney raised the well-worn banner of nationalism to decry foreign intervention in Brazil's domestic affairs and to hint that beneath the criticism being leveled against Brazil's environmental policies lurked a hidden agenda, the desire of wealthy nations to exploit Amazonia for their own benefit. But he also launched the Our Nature program, designed to slow down deforestation and control, but not ban, the use of mercury by gold miners. The March 1990 inauguration of Fernando Collor de Mello as president brought about an apparent shift in official attitudes toward conservation. Evidencing a new sensitivity to criticism from abroad, and evidently with an eye on the UN Earth Summit to be held in Rio in 1992, Collor surprised everyone by naming José Lutzenberger as his Secretary of the Environment. The enforcement of laws regulating deforestation and the decision to dynamite airstrips used by gold miners who were encroaching on Indian tribal preserves were other indications that Collor took the environment issue seriously. The idiosyncratic Lutzenberger turned out to be a loose cannon, blessed with neither tact nor administrative skills. He was later dismissed. The Amazon Basin. 317. Yet at the same time, as a reminder of the strength of opponents of conservationism, the voters of Amazonas in late 1990 chose as their governor Gilberto Mestrinho, whose campaign rhetoric included promises to give every peasant a chainsaw and to legalize the hunting of endangered species. His mastery of the soundbite was evident in aphorisms such as 10 million people can't be condemned to die of hunger so the animals and trees can grow, and the environmentalists want to keep the Amazon like a circus, with us as the monkeys. He also stressed a point that struck a chord with his compatriots: atmospheric pollutants from automobiles in the First World, and especially the United States, far exceeded those discharged by fires in Amazonia. The rate of deforestation decreased noticeably during the Collor presidency. Stricter law enforcement, the discontinuation of government subsidies for cattle ranching in Amazonia, heavier than usual rains, and the economic recession all contributed to the turnaround. This improvement in turn took much of the heat off the Brazilian government, which had been apprehensive about the possibility of a public relations disaster at the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio. The event proved to be a success, from the Brazilian point of view. When 30,000 delegates from all over the world were gathered in Rio de Janeiro, the government opened a lovely new highway that sped visitors from the airport to the conference centers, ordered the street kids and the homeless off the streets, occupied strategic neighborhoods with troops and tanks, and otherwise cleaned up the city. It was a classic example of para inglês ver. Of much more import is the extent to which the para inglês ver syndrome applies more generally to Brazilian efforts to rationalize the exploitation of the Amazon basin. A decision to send the army into parts of northern Amazonia to facilitate oil exploration in the region may encourage further road construction, with results that are all too predictable. There has always been a gap between rhetoric and reality in Brazil, and lofty pronouncements about conservation and sustainable development do not necessarily reflect what is actually happening on the front lines. The Brazilians. Events unfolding elsewhere in Brazil will also affect the future of Amazonia. If the economic recovery of late 1994 leads to an end to the recession and an increase in industrial growth in the south, the creation of new jobs will stem migration northward. If the administration of President Fernando Henrique Cardoso adopts a strong, sensible policy toward the Amazon basin and does not abandon stewardship of the region to those who would extract from the rainforest as much profit as possible as quickly as possible, there is hope that Amazonia can be preserved as an invaluable natural resource for both Brazil and the rest of the planet. art or Spiritual Brazil. Chapter 13. Roman Catholicism. The Roman Catholic hierarchy got off to an inauspicious start in Brazil. The first bishop assigned to the colony, Dom Pero Fernandes Sardinha, got tangled up in a bitter controversy with the governor-general, which was sparked by the bishop's outspoken disapproval of the sinful lifestyle of the governor-general's son. In 1556 the King of Portugal persuaded the bishop to return to Europe in order to allow tempers to cool. The vessel carrying Dom Pero went down off the coast of northeastern Brazil. The bishop managed to make his way to shore, where he was seized and eaten by Indians. During the 5 centuries it has been a part of Brazil, the Catholic Church has traveled great distances both literally and figuratively. The institution has produced not only the ill-starred Dom Pero but also the bishop who was kidnapped, tortured, and sprayed with red paint by right-wing paramilitary vigilantes in Nova Iguaçu in 1976, not only the priests who accompanied the first Portuguese expeditions in order to spread the one true faith throughout the New World, but also the Brazilian theologians who have contributed heavily to the shaping, popularizing, and concretizing of what has come to be known as liberation theology. Not only the curates who faithfully served the interests of rural landowners during the colonial era but also the priests and nuns now exercising a preferential option for the poor by working in Brazil's urban slums and rural settlements. Today, like many other components of Brazilian society, the Church is in crisis, facing challenges from within and from with. The Brazilians. Out. Progressive bishops are under pressure from their conservative colleagues, and the Vatican, to return the bark of Peter to its traditional soul-saving course, while evangelical Protestant denominations continue to gain converts from Catholic ranks. The history of the Catholic Church in Brazil is more than the trajectory of an institution. It also reflects the unique religiosity of the Brazilian people, and the interaction of this element of Brazilianness with Roman Catholicism. The mysticism brought to Brazil by Portuguese settlers took on a life of its own, especially as it shaped religious beliefs in the backlands of the Northeast. Strong traces of this unsophisticated spirituality survive to the present day and complicate the ongoing struggles within the Catholic community. The Catholic Church in colonial Brazil differed markedly from the branches of Catholicism in Hispanic America. The Portuguese enjoyed a special status in the eyes of the Holy See because they defeated the Moors in North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula on a number of occasions. When the Portuguese committed themselves to spreading the faith as they explored Africa and Asia and established commercial footholds wherever they went, they reinforced the prestige they already enjoyed in Rome. Indeed, there were those who believed that the destiny of the Lusitanians was to enable the Catholic Church to offset losses inflicted by the Protestant Reformation. When the Holy See encouraged Spain and Portugal to sign the Treaty of Tordesillas and divide the globe between them, the granting of the land mass of Brazil to the Portuguese seemed a fitting reward for their faithful service. As a further reward, Rome granted to the Portuguese crown broad authority over the Church in Brazil. The king could name bishops and other members of the high clergy, administer the financial affairs of the Church, distribute all benefices, approve ecclesiastical documents, control the influx of priests into the colony, and even settle appeals on decisions rendered by ecclesiastical courts. What resulted was a de facto merger between church and state, a condition that made it difficult for the Church in Brazil to develop a separate identity of its own. This did not prevent the Church in Brazil from assuming certain characteristics that reflected its Portuguese roots as well as the Roman Catholicism. 323. New environment. The malleability and tolerance that were peculiarly Lusitanian and produced a soft Catholicism contrasted sharply with the quasi-fanaticism of the Spaniards that gave a hard edge to the Catholicism implanted by the Spaniards elsewhere in Latin America. The isolation imposed by the vast size of Brazil, the temptations of the flesh intensified by the tropical setting, and the fact that raising a family was the only way a local priest could provide for his own care in sickness and old age combined to turn a number of local clerics from their obligation of chastity, and it was common for them to keep concubines and father illegitimate offspring. Since colonial Brazil was primarily a rural society, the focal point of religious life for most settlers was the plantation rather than the parish. This was another point of difference with Spanish America, which could boast of a number of important towns with large Catholic churches. On the great sugar estates of the Northeast, the priest became the patriarch's adjunct. Indeed, he was occasionally the patriarch's son. He was paid by the landowner, celebrated Mass in the chapel customarily located near the big house, and otherwise ministered to the spiritual needs of the owner's family and slaves. If there was one group that had a broader vision of the role Catholicism should play in the New World, it was the Jesuits, whom the Pope charged with spreading Catholicism in Brazil. When the first Governor-General of the colony arrived in Salvador in 1349, 6 black-robed members of the Society of Jesus accompanied him. Over the next half-century, 122 more would follow. Although other religious communities, such as the Franciscan and the Carmelite orders, sent missionaries to Brazil, it was the Jesuits who made the most significant impact. With remarkable energy and zeal, they undertook to instill religious values in the colonists and European civilization in the colony by setting up and maintaining the colony's educational system. The Jesuits also sought to carry out the Pope's mandate to convert the Indians to Roman Catholicism. As has been described in Chapter 3, they built villages where they gathered natives and taught them religion as well as agricultural methods and various arts and crafts. In so doing, the Jesuits were pursuing long-term designs that looked to the future of Brazil. Their approach differed drastically from the extractive mindset of most of the colonists, so the Brazilians. It was inevitable that the members of the Society of Jesus would come into conflict with the landowners who wanted to enslave the Indians and put them to work on plantations. The Jesuits resisted, but in the end, as depicted vividly in the film The Mission, their theocratic outposts succumbed to armed attacks by the settlers. Although the Jesuits and other members of the clergy opposed the enslavement of the Indians, they generally accepted the African slave trade and the establishment of involuntary servitude on a massive scale in Brazil. Perhaps it was because slavery had been a fact of life in Portugal and the missionaries brought their acceptance of it with them to the New World. They baptized manacled Africans arriving in the colony, and in some instances missionaries even procured slaves for their own use. Although there were priests who later spoke out forcefully against the excesses of slavery, the attitude of the Church remained pragmatic, enthralled to the economic necessities of the ruling class in Brazil. Catholicism's relationship to the crown in colonial Brazil enabled it to serve as both a formalizing and a unifying element in the society that was evolving, yet this role benefited the temporal authorities much more than it did the Church. In rural areas parish priests took their place alongside the landowners and local government officials and were accorded a certain degree of respect, but they exercised little real influence, except with the wives, daughters, and spinsters who attended church regularly. The men in the community were married in the church but were otherwise disposed to ignore Catholic rituals and look on the priestly presence with benign toleration. Catholicism in Portugal's prize colony tended to be nearly a continent wide and an inch deep. As Thomas C. Bruno points out in his monograph The Church in Brazil, the king was Catholic, therefore, so were all his subjects. With adherence to the religion guaranteed, not to say imposed, there was no need for the faithful to develop a personal sense of commitment or belief. This meant that the institutional church became especially vulnerable to shifts in the political wind, and that religious conviction became similarly susceptible to the tug of unorthodoxy. Thus when the Jesuits were expelled from Brazil in 1759, the colony lost its most dedicated and independent-minded curates, the Roman Catholicism. 325. Jesuit seminaries, and the educational institutions that they had administered. Later, under the Empire, the government suppressed all religious orders, and the number of priests and nuns in Brazil dwindled. Young men entering religious life were not well prepared. They often attached themselves to a local pastor, picked up a smattering of Latin, and were thereafter ordained. Pedro II, a lukewarm Catholic at best, assumed that the powers the Portuguese crown had traditionally exercised over the Brazilian church were his to exercise as well, and Rome acquiesced. He deplored the state of moral decay into which the Brazilian clergy had plunged, so he sent candidates for the priesthood to study in Europe. At the same time, he kept his distance from the Vatican. When Rome proposed to install a cardinal in Brazil, which would have been a first for Latin America, the emperor declined the offer. Dom Pedro's decision to permit aspiring priests to be trained in Europe improved the intellectual and moral qualities of the clergy in Brazil, but it also had an unintended effect. The new clerics became inculcated with the notion that national churches should submit to the authority of the papacy, a doctrine that the Holy See was actively promoting at the time. The disagreement over papal authority produced a serious church-state conflict in Brazil when the Vatican condemned Masonry in 1864. The anti-clericalism of these secret societies in Europe had not infected the Brazilian lodges, and hence Dom Pedro saw no reason to permit a papal encyclical critical of Freemasonry to be published in Brazil. But several bishops who subscribed to the principle of papal supremacy defied the emperor's wishes and took disciplinary action against Catholic organizations accepting Masons as members. Dom Pedro bridled at this challenge to his authority, and in 1874 two bishops ended up in prison as a result of the dispute. These tensions ultimately led to the separation of church and state in Brazil. When a republican form of government replaced the monarchy, a new constitution promulgated in 1891 abolished the special status enjoyed by Roman Catholicism. Freedom of religion was guaranteed, only civil marriages could receive legal recognition, and religious education was barred from the public. The Brazilians' schools. The church was left to fend for itself, a turn of events that proved to be a blessing in disguise. The formal, superficial Catholicism prevalent in Brazil during the colonial period not only prevented the church from developing apart from the state, and thereby from attaining a degree of institutional strength that would enable it to resist the dictates of the temporal rulers of the country, but the weakness of the church also created a favorable climate for the spread of a variety of unconventional religious beliefs and practices on or beyond the fringes of the one true faith. This was especially true as settlers pushed into the vast interior of the colony. The isolated backlands of the Northeast, for example, produced a unique brand of religiosity that combined superstition, mysticism, and elements of Portuguese, Indian, and African folk culture. Given that life in the hostile environment of the Sertão was a constant struggle, it is not difficult to understand how aberrant forms of Catholicism could flourish. What emerged was a mixture of very traditional, primitive Lusitanian Catholicism that had gone to seed and elements of both Indian and African spiritual beliefs. The shortage of priests in Brazil meant that for many of the backlanders, contact with the institutional church was an annual or semi-annual event. Moreover, those clerics who did occasionally minister to the spiritual needs of the sertanejos often attributed the harshness of life in the backlands, and especially the periodic droughts, to God's wrath, deeming it punishment for the sins of mankind. This, in turn, generated beliefs that not only prayer but also a variety of unorthodox religious practices would ameliorate life's tribulations. Of the latter, one of the most common was the promessa, or promise to perform some sacrificial act, like carrying a large wooden cross for many miles, in return for the fulfillment of a supplicant's petition *. The appearances of individuals thought to possess saintly properties were not uncommon in the Sertão. At times these holy men. This custom was the theme of the gripping film Zero Pagador de Promessas. The title in English was The Given Word, which won a prize at the 1962 Cannes Film Festival. Roman Catholicism. 327. or women did nothing more than care for churches, shrines, and cemeteries that had fallen into a state of disrepair. At other times, they caused major disruptions. Wild-eyed prophets, often bearded and wrapped in tattered robes, periodically played on the frustrations and superstitions of backlanders, and plunged them into various forms of fanaticism. Deeply rooted elements of popular culture, such as the Messianic movement that held that the lost Portuguese monarch, Sebastian, would one day return and reward those who believed in him, provided the catalyst for some of these outbursts. For example, in 1836, a psychotic prophet gathered together a group of followers who erected a pair of pillars in a remote part of the interior of the state of Pernambuco. From the top of one of the pillars he led religious services and preached that King Sebastian would return to reward those who believed in him, but only if the foot of one of the columns were washed in blood. For 3 days the faithful indulged in a sacrificial orgy, during which mothers threw their offspring from the adjacent column, and, as the frenzy spread, adults jumped or were pushed. In the end 30 children, 12 men, 11 women, and 14 dogs lost their lives. The most famous of the religion-related disturbances in the Northeast had nothing to do with Sebastianism. The movement led by Antonio Conselheiro did not await the return of a missing Portuguese king, but instead called on the faithful to reject all worldly goods and purify themselves in preparation for the second coming of Christ. Antonio Vicente Mendes Maciel was a small businessman from the interior of the state of Bahia. His mother died when he was 6, and his childhood was an unhappy one, owing to his father's heavy drinking. Antonio attended both primary and secondary school and helped out in his father's store. His father had a poor head for business and sank heavily into debt. When his father died, Antonio inherited the debts. In an attempt to shake off the financial burden thrust on him, Antonio did some tutoring as well as odd jobs. Having married his 15-year-old cousin and siring 2 children, he now had a family to support. In 1860 his young wife ran off with a soldier. As Robert E. Levine points out in his excellent study Vale of Tears, the Backland. The Brazilians' code of honor gave him little choice in this unhappy situation. He could either avenge himself by killing his wife and her lover, or he could do nothing and suffer endless humiliation. In the end, flight proved a third option. Maciel spent 15 years wandering through the backlands, and eventually became a penitent. He prayed and fasted and inflicted all kinds of physical hardship on himself. Soon he acquired a reputation as a holy man, and people began to follow him. He and his growing entourage repaired chapels and burial grounds, and during the drought of 1877 they built wells and water tanks. Because he preached sermons and dispensed advice for those who sought it, he earned a new name, Antonio Conselheiro, Antonio the Counselor. The traditional explanation for the activities of Antonio Conselheiro rests on the contention that he was a psychopath. Euclides da Cunha, in his classic Rebellion in the Backlands, embraces this interpretation and stresses the counselor's mental aberrations, absurd conceptions, and mad ravings. This conclusion rests on dubious scientific evidence. A study of the size of the counselor's brain, which was taken to the medical school in Salvador after he was killed and decapitated during the final battle at Canudos. The head disappeared after a fire in 1904. More recently, intellectuals on the left have sought to rehabilitate Antonio Conselheiro by portraying him as a proto-Marxist revolutionary leader of the regions dispossessed. But this characterization overlooks the fact that he never attacked the inequitable concentration of land ownership in the Northeast, and that capitalism and private property existed in Canudos, the town his followers occupied and fortified. Antonio Conselheiro was in fact a devout, if excessive, Catholic in the tradition of beatos, pious men, who roamed the interior of the Northeast. He helped parish priests and attained the status of a counselor, which meant, among other things, that he could conduct public prayer on his own, without specific clerical authorization. The advice he gave was not inconsistent with Catholic doctrine. What pushed him and his followers into rebellion was his refusal to accept the separation of church and state decreed by the Roman Catholicism. 329. New Brazilian Republic. This stance put him in conflict not only with local authorities but also with the church itself, which was willing to adapt to the new political climate and instructed the faithful to respect the new national government. In addition, landowners who were losing workers to Antonio Conselheiro's movement feared the economic consequences of a serious reduction in the region's labor force, and they demanded that the federal authorities take military action against Canudos. The result was the bloody annihilation of the settlement in 1897. The disturbances caused by Antonio Conselheiro and his motley band of disciples were not the only manifestations of religious extremism in the Northeast at the end of the 19th century. North of Canudos, in a fertile valley located in the midst of arid backlands where the states of Ceará, Paraíba and Pernambuco converge, a tiny priest named Cicero Romão Batista was developing a mystique that would attract a devoted following and also translate into political power. His influence is still evident today. The institutional church, in the process of becoming Romanized and seeking to assert centralized authority over its far-flung flock, looked with disapproval on the activities of Father Cicero and took direct action against him. That their official sanctions failed demonstrates once again the vitality of grassroots religious movements that were emerging from the unique spirituality of the Brazilian people. Father Cicero studied for the priesthood at the diocesan seminary in Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará, and took the sacrament of holy orders in 1870. He planned to teach at the seminary, but in 1872, during a visit to the hamlet of Juazeiro, today called Juazeiro do Norte, he had a dream in which Christ ordered him to minister to the impoverished peasants of the region. Resolving to obey, the little curate became the town's parish priest, and in the ensuing years he earned a reputation as a hard-working, selfless person, who lived with the poverty endemic to the area. One of the religious activities he initiated was the assembling of a group of pious women for instruction and devotion. Some of them came to live in the modest house he shared with his mother and sisters. It was one of these beatas, a 28-year-old Lawn. The Brazilians' dress, who would play a key role in the events that propelled Father Cicero into regional prominence. On March 1, 1889, while she was taking communion from him at the chapel in Juazeiro, the white host she had received into her mouth became stained with blood, a phenomenon that repeated itself over the next 2 months. Not only Father Cicero but also other priests from nearby cities and towns proclaimed imaginatively that what was appearing on the communion wafers in the laundress's mouth was in fact the blood of Christ. The miracle at Juazeiro fired the imagination of the people of the Northeast. Poor people from all over the region began to make pilgrimages to the hamlet. Prominent citizens from neighboring municipalities declared their belief in the miracle. The economic stimulation occasioned by the pilgrimages may have influenced their professions of faith. Believers began to venerate unconsumed communion wafers and pieces of cloth bearing visible stains of what was alleged to be the blood of Christ. At the center of it all was Father Cicero, whose reputation for holiness lent credibility to the claim that supernatural events were occurring. The Bishop of Fortaleza, firmly convinced of the need for ecclesiastical discipline, was greatly displeased that Father Cicero and the other priests who had legitimated the miracle had not gone through the proper channels within the church to verify such phenomena, and he took steps to curb what he saw as an affront to his authority. In his view, the implications of the supposed miracle violated Catholic doctrine. In 1894 he suspended Father Cicero from exercising many of his priestly functions. The diminutive priest followed church procedures in efforts to clear himself, to the point of traveling to Rome in 1898. The Sacred Congregation of the Holy Office did not absolve him, but neither was he forced to make any formal recantations, as his bishop had demanded, nor was he ordered to leave Juazeiro. He also had a brief audience with Pope Leo XIII. When he returned home, his followers had not lost any of their enthusiasm. Indeed, the fact that he had been to Rome and had met the Pope raised their estimation of him. They continued to regard him as a saint and venerated him as such. By now the faithful believed that Juazeiro was the New Jerusalem, a holy place chosen to be the location for the second Roman Catholicism. 331. Coming of Jesus Christ. Even though Father Cicero remained under ecclesiastical sanctions that limited the religious functions he could exercise, multitudes emerging from the backlands of the northeast streamed into the town he had made famous, in the hope that through his intercession they would find some relief from the harshness of a drought or from the many social injustices routinely visited on the region's have-nots. In the second decade of the new century, the growth of Joasiro helped elevate it to the status of a municipality, and Father Cicero soon found himself abandoning the strict neutrality he had carefully followed in political matters. Although his primary concern remained focused on his ongoing struggle with the hierarchy over the suspension of some of his priestly duties, he became the first mayor of Joasiro in 1911 and, shortly thereafter, third vice president of Ceará. At the time the state was in political turmoil, so when government forces attacked Joasiro in 1913 under the pretext of rooting out bandits who had taken refuge there, Father Cicero urged his followers to defend the New Jerusalem. Convinced that their spiritual leader would afford them divine protection in battle, a motley assortment of defenders turned back the aggressors and then, shifting from resistance to a revolutionary mode, they marched to Fortaleza and overthrew the state government. Father Cicero was now the most powerful figure in the state, if not the region, and his new status made him a force to be reckoned with on the national scene as well. Though politically naive, he relied heavily on a close advisor, whom some accused of manipulating him. Moreover, during the 1920s he became, in the words of his biographer Ralph Della Cava, the Tabor Czar of the entire Northeast, as he mobilized manpower for public works projects and cotton harvests and encouraged workers to work hard, say their prayers, and respect authority. By this time he was an old man, and his advanced age took its toll on him. During the last decade of his life he lived in virtual isolation, still hoping to obtain full reconciliation with his church, and still venerated by his followers and by pilgrims from all over the Northeast. He died in 1934 at the age of 90. Joasiro remains to the present day the destination of miracle seekers and pious folk who believe that Father Cicero will one day. The Brazilians. Return to Earth. A 52-foot, 500-ton statue of him, one of the tallest monuments in Brazil, stands as a testament to the permanence of his appeal to the have-nots of the Northeast. A diminutive Italian Capuchin missionary, Friar Damião, is widely believed to be a reincarnation of Father Cicero. He, too, has been subject to disciplinary action by the Church, but these efforts have not in the least diminished the reverence paid him by backlanders. During the 1989 presidential campaign, Fernando Collor made several highly publicized visits to Friar Damião, just as politicians from Ceará had routinely made calls on Father Cicero. How many votes Collor received as a result of his invocation of the memory of the miracle worker from Joasiro cannot be determined, but the young candidate from Alagoas did very well in the interior of the Northeast. The religiosity of the Brazilian people has inspired a number of devotions that have challenged the Church. The Church's response to one of them, the widespread veneration of the image of the Virgin Mary in Aparecida, demonstrates its success in adapting and channeling the intense religiosity of the Brazilian people, while at the same time strengthening and imposing unity and discipline on an institution that had been severely weakened by a long history of subservience to the state. In 1717 3 fishermen retrieved the two broken parts of a black terracotta statue of the Virgin Mary from the waters of the Paraíba River in the northern part of the state of São Paulo. Immediately thereafter, they began to catch so many fish that they had to stop or risk sinking their boat. One of the fishermen kept the image in a sanctuary in his home, and people from the neighborhood began to pray before it. Over the years, miracles were attributed to the statue, and eventually an increasing number of people began to make pilgrimages to Aparecida, the name given to the place where the figure had been placed on display in a modest chapel. It was Dom Pedro I who promised to make Our Lady of Aparecida the patron saint of Brazil. The tremendous popularity of the image, aided by the location of the chapel midway between the population centers of São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, no doubt helped to persuade the Catholic hierarchy to look with favor on Roman Catholicism. 333. the veneration it inspired. In 1929 the Brazilian Church petitioned the Vatican to have Our Lady of Aparecida declared the principal patron saint of Brazil before God. Pope Pius XI granted the request, and the Black Virgin of Aparecida became for the nation of Brazil what Our Lady of Fatima was to Portugal, and Our Lady of Lourdes was to France. Today pilgrims continue to flock to Aparecida. Many of them come to fulfill promises they have made to the Virgin in return for some spiritual or temporal benefit. For those unable to make the trip, the statue of the Blessed Virgin is occasionally transported to and exhibited in other parts of the country. Unlike the cult of Father Cicero, which had, and continues to have, a life of its own, devotion to Our Lady of Aparecida has been under firm ecclesiastical control ever since the process of Romanization began to gather momentum in the late 19th century. After the separation of church and state in 1891, the church hierarchy accepted its new status but at the same time sought to insert Catholic symbols into the national fabric. Our Lady of Aparecida was one way to achieve this end. A continuing shortage of priests often made it difficult for the Church to deal with widespread popular beliefs and practices rooted in superstition and ignorance. For that reason, the hierarchy put greater emphasis on reviving and deepening the faith of middle-class Brazilians. Priests and nuns streaming into Brazil from the Old World spread a contemporary European brand of Catholicism. They also established secondary schools, mostly for the middle class, and prepared the way for a better educated laity. At the same time, church officials went about establishing a relationship with the state that enabled them to influence Brazilian society on matters they felt were of vital concern. In 1987 church dignitaries brought the image of Our Lady of Fatima from Portugal for exhibition in about 40 Brazilian cities, and during the visit had it pay what might be deemed a courtesy call on the statue in the shrine at Aparecida. The erection of the huge statue of Christ on the Corcovado mountain in Rio de Janeiro in 1922 was another, as the Redeemer with his outstretched arms became one of the city's symbols. The Brazilians. Thus, beginning in the 1920s and continuing for 3 decades, the Church promoted a more muscular Catholicism to counter the secularist tendencies that had been gaining a strong foothold in the country. With this renewed faith, the Church succeeded in influencing the principal institutions of Brazilian society. Catholic intellectuals rose to prominence, while lay Catholic organizations mobilized the middle class, students, women, and workers and affirmed within the social fabric the presence of the Church and its teachings. The hierarchy, moreover, was able to maintain a firm control over the lay groups. The newly activated Catholic laity permitted the Church to pursue political goals. As Scott Mainwaring has pointed out in his excellent study The Catholic Church and Politics in Brazil 1916 to 1985, the Church wanted the state to reinstitute informally the favored relationship that disestablishment had legally ended. The state, realizing it had much to gain through an alliance with the Church, grasped the opportunity to trade some privileges for religious sanction. In the political arena, the Church looked out for matters it considered to be within its sphere of interest, such as issues affecting education and the family. Although an encyclical issued by Pope Leo XIII in 1891 called for a more equitable relationship between labor and capital and inspired a new social consciousness within the Church, the hierarchy remained fundamentally conservative. In response to the revolutionary currents emanating from the Russian Revolution, the Church declared that communism was intrinsically evil. In Brazil this led the Church to cultivate close ties to the anti-communist and anti-liberal regime of Getulio Vargas, and to turn a blind eye to Vargas's human rights abuses. The Church's political strategy bore fruit in the new Constitution of 1934, which provided for state subsidies to the Church and to Catholic schools, and for a prohibition of divorce. With the fall of the Vargas dictatorship and the reinstitution of democratic rule after World War II, Catholicism in Brazil faced new challenges. Its long-standing resistance to secularism ran counter to the pressures for modernization and development sweeping the country. With the Communist Party's rise to political prominence, the Church realized it would pay a big price if it. Roman Catholicism. 335. kept ignoring the just demands of workers and peasants. But the broadening of the democratic process in Brazil made it somewhat awkward for an authoritarian, hierarchical institution to exert political influence. The Church responded in a number of ways. Institutionally, it established the Conferência Nacional dos Bispos do Brasil, CNBB, or the National Conference of Brazilian Bishops, which became a forum for the hierarchy to discuss both ecclesiastical and non-ecclesiastical issues and a vehicle for the Church to take positions on such matters. The Church became increasingly concerned with the lack of social justice in Brazil. The CNBB spoke out in favor of land reform, and church-sponsored social programs began to address the temporal problems of slum dwellers. The late 1950s and early 1960s saw the emergence of an embryonic, heterogeneous movement known as the Catholic Left. It was composed mainly of Catholic students and intellectuals who pushed Catholic social doctrine in new directions and advocated radical changes within Brazilian society. They worked at the grassroots level, especially among young people in universities, factories, urban slums, and the countryside. They organized workers and peasants and set up literacy programs for the poor. These lay Catholic activists either embraced Marxism or found much in it that was congenial to their analysis of the structural inequities they saw around them. Conflicts arose between the Catholic left and the church hierarchy, which disassociated itself from the new breed of Catholic radicals and in some instances disowned them. The turbulence that destabilized the Goulart administration in the early 1960s and the apparent political influence the Communist Party and other elements of the extreme left had managed to gain among a number of Brazilians created deep apprehension within the church, which remained a conservative force despite the activities of a number of its clerics and lay people who were working on behalf of Brazil's have-nots. Right-wing Catholics, supported by several bishops, formed a group called Tradition, Family, and Property, which organized demonstrations against the government. Shortly after the military overthrew Goulart in 1964, the CNBB released a statement cautiously praising the armed forces. The Brazilians. For preventing the implementation of a Bolshevik regime in our country. In the early months of the military regime, the army and the police moved quickly, ruthlessly, and efficiently to annihilate the various youth components of the Catholic left. This brought only indirect murmurs of protest from the church hierarchy. But as the authoritarian rule became increasingly repressive in the late 1960s, the church gradually tempered its support for the government and began to denounce the human rights abuses that were becoming prevalent. The enlightened spirit of the Second Vatican Council, which began a process of renewal within Roman Catholicism, contributed to the shift of the church in Brazil. In addition, as the dictatorship stifled all outlets for political dissent, the church found itself to be the only institutional voice that could speak out effectively on behalf of individual rights in Brazil. Prominent among the church officials taking action on behalf of human rights were two prelates who did not hesitate to put themselves at personal risk to do what they believed was right. Dom Helder Pessoa Camara and Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns may have come from opposite ends of Brazil and from dissimilar backgrounds, and they may have had entirely different personalities, but the Archbishop of Olinda and Recife and the Cardinal of São Paulo shared a basic commitment to a distinctly Christian vision of social and economic justice. Helder Camara was born in 1909 in the state of Ceará, which meant that he grew up during the heyday of Father Cicero. Indeed, while studying for the priesthood in Fortaleza, he had the opportunity to meet the legendary cleric, who made a vivid impression on the young seminarian. 5 years after his ordination in 1931, Father Helder was transferred to Rio de Janeiro, where he quickly ascended the hierarchical ladder, from priest to Monsignor to auxiliary bishop to auxiliary archbishop. He was charismatic, articulate, and dramatic. Scholar Ralph Della Cava once noted that he hardly has to lift an eyebrow to draw a sigh from the crowd. Although he stood no taller than most altar boys, his size, like Father Cicero's, worked to his advantage. He became tremendously popular not only because of his personal Roman Catholicism 337 magnetism but also because of the social projects he organized for Rio's poor, and he gained great respect as a result of his contribution to the founding of the CNBB*. The political odyssey of Helder Camaro began on the far right during the 1930s, when he flirted with integralism, the Brazilian version of fascism. During the Rio phase of his career, Dom Helder's social consciousness surfaced, and he involved himself in efforts to better the lives of the favelados. However, his efforts focused on the symptoms rather than the causes of poverty. Although he was called the Bishop of Development and the Bishop of the Poor, Dom Helder remained committed to a basically conservative outlook. For a while he was close to Carlos Lacerda, the mercurial right-wing editor, and during the 1960 presidential campaign, Dom Helder published a letter declaring that Catholics could not in conscience vote for one of the candidates because of that candidate's permissive stance on divorce and communism. It was not until after Dom Helder's appointment as Archbishop of Recife, which coincided with the military coup of 1964, that the little priest's concern for the poor turned to outspoken criticism of what he saw as economic, social, and political injustice not only in the Northeast but in the whole of Brazilian society as well. He organized the bishops of the region and persuaded them to issue statements and reports condemning the exploitation of peasants and rural workers, and the inequitable distribution of land in the Northeast. He made no secret of his own preference for democratic socialism, and for dialogue with Marxists. He also denounced torture and other forms of repression the military regime was using against those it suspected of subversion, whether they opposed the government or worked at the grassroots in an effort to improve the lot of the impoverished. Dom Helder's outspokenness at a time when Brazil's men in uniform had silenced political dissent made him a target, and over the years there were a number of attempts to intimidate him. The Holy See approved the founding of the CNBB because of Dom Helder's success in selling the idea to an official in the Vatican Secretariat of State, Giovanni Battista Montini. The latter remained Dom Helder's friend, and later, upon assuming the throne of Peter as Pope Paul VI, became his most powerful protector. The Brazilians received telephone threats, and armed men in passing cars sprayed archdiocesan buildings with bullets. In 1969, unknown assailants brutally murdered a young priest who worked with Dom Helder. David Nasser, a renowned attack dog journalist, wrote of the archbishop, "He has dressed the Rabbi of Galilee in the tunic of Mao, putting on him the ideological beard of Fidel." Sociologist Gilberto Freire, an enthusiastic supporter of the military regime and an abashed apologist for its excesses, engaged in a scurrilous, non-stop campaign to discredit Dom Helder, and he even managed to accuse the archbishop of being a Brazilian Dr. Goebbels and a Brazilian Kerensky in the same newspaper article. Dom Helder seemed to thrive on adversity. In his 60s, he retained an air of impishness and projected the charm of a precocious child, qualities that made him a poor target for those who sought to vilify him. He moved out of the archbishop's palace and into a sparsely furnished room at the rear of a church in a residential neighborhood not far from downtown Recife, where assassins might easily have reached him. Yet he survived, in part because he had become famous outside Brazil and had remained close to Pope Paul VI. Moreover, inflicting physical harm on an archbishop would surely have had untold negative consequences for the military rulers of the country. So instead they turned him into a non-person. The censored press stopped writing about him or even mentioning his name. Many people in the south of Brazil thought he had died. Friendly critics of Dom Helder maintained that he was more show than go, an intellectual butterfly who fluttered from one idea to another and looked good in the process but lacked the patience to organize for the long haul. There is perhaps some truth in this, but the fact remains that he did follow up on an idea that he had embraced while he was an auxiliary bishop in Rio, the encouraging of a greater degree of lay involvement in church matters, an idea that foreshadowed and facilitated the subsequent spread of the ecclesiastical base communities. Dom Helder was but the most visible of a growing number of bishops, priests, and nuns who were not only advocating social and economic justice, but also putting their lives on the line to achieve it. Roman Catholicism. 339. During the 1960s and 1970s. For example, the Bishop of Nova Iguaçu, Dom Adriano Ippolito, was smeared with red paint and beaten by unknown kidnappers because of his protests against human rights abuses in the Baixada Fluminense outside Rio de Janeiro. When the regime's policy of developing Amazonia resulted in a growing number of violent conflicts over land ownership in the region, the church came out squarely on the side of the peasants. The police and private gunmen hired by the landowners threatened and occasionally tortured religious workers. The government expelled foreign priests considered to be agitators. What was emerging as a full-scale church-state conflict provoked the hierarchy to close ranks. Even right-wing prelates joined in denunciations of the government repression. The CNBB, which had been taken over by conservatives in 1964, remained mute, but regional subdivisions of the conference spoke out boldly in defense of the poor. When the CNBB came under the control of progressive bishops in 1968, it too began to raise its voice against the repressive and regressive policies of the military regime. Yet it was not until Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns took over the Archdiocese of São Paulo in 1970 that the church gained its most influential and substantive spokesman for its opposition to the excesses of the dictatorship. He was as self-effacing as Dom Helder was flashy. But because Pope Paul VI put him in charge of the world's largest Catholic diocese and then made him a cardinal in 1973, he found himself inexorably drawn into a fight that was not of his making but from which he did not shrink. Paulo Arns was born in 1922, the fourth of 13 children, in a modest German colony where most of the population was bilingual. He was descended from German immigrants who had settled 3 generations ago in the southern state of Santa Catarina. He entered a Franciscan seminary and was ordained a priest shortly after the end of World War II. His order sent him to France, where he studied at the Sorbonne, and upon his return to Brazil he spent some 13 years teaching in high schools in the state of São Paulo and at the Franciscan seminary in Petrópolis, near Rio de Janeiro. His next post took him to the city of São Paulo, where he became an auxiliary bishop, and 4 years later he succeeded the conservative Dom Agnello Rossi at the head of the archdiocese. The Brazilians. Up to this point Dom Paulo had not been involved in any activities that would suggest that he held radical ideas about the church or its role in society. He had shown himself to be cautious, relatively moderate, and traditional, and like most of his colleagues he had supported the 1964 military coup. But his outlook would soon change. It was exposure to the tragedy of Brazil's disappearance that changed Dom Paulo. The families and friends of the victims of the military regime kept coming to him for help, and he could not refuse them. His efforts to obtain information brought him into direct contact with prisoners who had been tortured. He set up the Archdiocesan Peace and Justice Commission to deal with the hundreds of requests he was receiving. He also made certain that Pope Paul VI became aware of what was happening, and the pontiff himself spoke out against human rights abuses in Brazil. Dom Paulo's crowning achievement, in his crusade against torture, was the 1985 publication of Brazil, Nunca Mais, Brazil, Never Again, published in English as Torture in Brazil, an analysis of military court proceedings that documented in horrific detail the work of the repressive apparatus of the regime. The book was the product of an extraordinary 5-year project undertaken in secret by the cardinal and a group of trusted associates. It sought to place in the historical record a dark corner of the recent past, and to convince Brazilians of the need to abolish the official use of torture. The physical abuse inflicted on prisoners was not the only injustice that concerned Dom Paulo during this period. He was astute enough to perceive what the Brazilian miracle was doing to the workers of São Paulo and its environs, and to the masses of poor people everywhere, and he felt the need to address these problems from a structural rather than a palliative approach. Thus, he permitted archdiocesan churches to serve as assembly halls for workers at a time when the regime sought to keep a tight lid on all forms of self-expression by labor, and he supported impoverished squatters who invaded unused land, a phenomenon that was occurring with growing frequency on the periphery of São Paulo. Even more significant were his steadfast support of a grassroots movement that encouraged lay Catholics to organize themselves. Roman Catholicism. 341. Into so-called ecclesiastical base communities, or CEBs, the Portuguese acronym, and his espousal of liberation theology, a new way of relating Catholicism to the earthly concerns of the poor. The CEBs brought small groups of lay people together, originally to hold Sunday religious services in localities only occasionally visited by a priest. Many of the CEBs encouraged participants to discuss the Bible and its relevance to their everyday lives. The CEBs became instruments for greater lay participation in church activities and parish governance, as well as launching pads for poor people becoming involved in collective efforts to improve living conditions in local communities. The CEB movement originated in Brazil and then spread to the rest of Latin America. Liberation theology posited that Christ became flesh not just to point the way to eternal salvation but also to free mankind from hunger, misery, ignorance, and oppression. This branch of theology sought to deduce a liberating message from the Christian tradition, and to link faith with practice by recognizing the political essence of faith. There was a symbiotic relationship between the CEBs and the new theological movement, with the CEBs inspiring the theology as well as serving as the operational base for carrying out liberation theology. Both challenged the ecclesiastical status quo and aroused the opposition of some traditionalists within the church, the CEBs because they fostered a spirit of self-awareness that made it difficult for the hierarchy to control them, and liberation theology because it used Marxist analysis to look at social and economic problems. The CEBs were in part a response to the continuing shortage of priests in rural areas, in part an effort to offset gains being made by evangelical Protestant sects, and in part a reflection of Catholic anxiety over the threat of communist penetration of the Brazilian countryside, especially in the immediate aftermath of the Cuban Revolution. Yet at the same time the CEBs were authentic expressions of grassroots Catholicism. What would later be called CEBs began to appear in 1963 in remote parts of Brazil. They were organized by priests, nuns, or lay pastoral workers who had secured the approval of the local bishop and were operating under his aegis. The usual practice was the Brazilians. For pastoral agents to visit the CEBs on a regular, periodic basis. The degree of autonomy enjoyed by the communities depended on the outlook of the bishops. Conservative prelates tended to keep the CEBs on a short leash, whereas progressives permitted them to function freely on their own. The progressives outnumbered the conservatives in the vast countryside of Brazil. It was not until 1965 that the CNBB took note of the existence of the ecclesiastical base communities, and 3 years later the Latin American Bishops' Conference at Medellin, Colombia, deemed the CEBs one of the most promising new developments to emerge from the Church in Latin America. In their formative years, the Brazilian ecclesiastical base communities came to serve as vehicles for consciousness raising among the poor, as participants began to realize the nexus between their lowly status in society and their passivity. They understood that they had been conditioned to view themselves as objects to which things happened, rather than as human beings who could make things happen and thereby affect their own destiny. Thus it should come as no surprise that many of the CEBs soon turned from purely religious activity to spirited involvement in the larger communities around them. This increased activity occurred at a time when the military regime was stifling most forms of dissent. The ecclesiastical base communities, because of their church cover, were able to survive relatively intact even when the authorities looked askance at what they were doing. By the early 1970s CEBs were sprouting in many of Brazil's urban slums. Eventually, as the dictatorship committed itself to a gradual return to democratic, civilian rule and began to ease up on many of the restrictions it had placed on civil rights and civil liberties, the CEBs provided a great deal of the leadership as well as the rank and file for new political groups that were forming. The ecclesiastical base communities themselves often became involved in politics. In this regard, they borrowed from the literacy method developed by Paulo Freire, a lay Catholic Northeasterner who devised a system of motivating illiterates to learn to read and write by making them see the connection between their ignorance and the living conditions to which society had condemned them. Roman Catholicism. 343. to the extent that they discussed issues and mobilized members to support candidates. Many of the priests and nuns working with the ecclesiastical base communities had no problem with the direction the CEBs were taking. They were experiencing firsthand the harsh realities of life among Brazil's have-nots, and were radicalized by it. They also communicated these realities to their bishops, who in turn supported what they were doing. Indeed, one of the staunchest supporters of the CEB movement was Cardinal Arns, and CEBs flourished in the slums on the periphery of São Paulo. This church involvement in political activities had implications that went unnoticed at the time. It was one thing to denounce human rights abuses and the heavy hand of military dictatorship, even though it put a serious strain on church relations with the regime and compromised the church's ability to resist becoming involved in legislative measures of interest to it, such as the legalization of divorce. But to make the leap into advocacy of radical social and economic change meant fashioning alternatives to the status quo. And later, when full political rights were revived in Brazil, it meant risking the possibility that candidates supported by the church would win elections and have to produce positive results. The politicization of some of the CEBs became a cause for concern among some conservative members of the church hierarchy. Yet it was a natural outgrowth of the process of consciousness raising that was going on within the movement. It was also a natural consequence of the new theology that was both taking sustenance from and nourishing the ecclesiastical base communities. What came to be known as liberation theology evolved from the liberalizing currents emanating from the 1962-65 Vatican Council, which stressed the social mission of the Church and advocated a greater role for the laity, and from the 1968 Latin American Bishops' Conference in Medellin, Colombia, during which the hierarchy came out firmly on the side of social and economic justice and structural change that would improve the lot of the region's have-nots. At that conference in Medellin, the Latin American Church committed itself to a preferential option for the poor, and liberation theology received an indispensable boost. The Brazilians. Although its origins predated the 1968 conference, the new theology gained legitimacy when the Latin bishops requested that Catholics involve themselves in the struggle to transform the earthly society in which they lived. This directive raised the question of how church officials and the laity could relate Catholic teaching to Latin American reality, and some of the region's theologians warmed to the task. Contributors to the evolution of liberation theology came from all over Latin America, but it was in Brazil, where the ecclesiastical base communities were rapidly multiplying, that this innovative way of thinking about and reformulating the Christian message made the greatest impact. The leading Brazilian contributor to the movement was Friar Leonardo Boff, a bearded, charismatic Franciscan who taught at the seminary in Petrópolis. Boff was a protégé of Cardinal Arns, who had taught him at the seminary and arranged for him to be sent to Munich for doctoral studies. Later, when the Vatican took measures to silence the friar, the cardinal would become his principal protector. Liberation theology as espoused by Friar Leonardo adapted the religious message of Catholicism to the realities of social and economic injustice that were oppressing Brazil's have-nots and condemning them to a lifetime of suffering. The goal of liberation theology was to enable the oppressed to free themselves by using faith as an instrument for transforming the very structure of society. The new theological movement was explicitly critical of capitalism, which was seen as enabling one social class to exploit another, and was explicitly sympathetic to socialism. It used Marxist analysis and accepted the notion of class struggle, yet it rejected Marxist materialism, along with the totalitarian tendencies of Leninism and Stalinism. At the same time, liberation theology embraced the idea of a more democratic, less centralized people's church, as it came to be called, with an increased role for the laity. On this point it both drew inspiration from and gave an intellectual framework to Brazil's ecclesiastical base communities. Boff believed that faith is not only also political, but is above all else political. Thus it was natural for those who accepted his teachings to involve themselves in political struggles against Roman Catholicism. 345. Pres Zion. Because of the widespread study of liberation theology in Brazil's seminaries, an increasing number of priests began to play active roles, At the grassroots level, in the process of redemocratization the country was experiencing in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Conservative elements within the Brazilian church found this trend toward political involvement alarming. Led by the authoritarian Cardinal of Rio de Janeiro, Dom Eugenio Sales, they criticized what they saw as the left-wing politics of many of Brazil's bishops, priests, nuns, and pastoral workers, and they communicated their concerns to like-minded officials within the Vatican. Because of the Brazilian distaste for confrontation and controversy, bishops on both sides of the issue maintained a spirit of collegiality within the CNBB and in public utterances, but they could not hide the gravity of the disagreements among them. The winds of ecclesiastical change loosed by the Second Vatican Council had by this time begun to provoke the beginnings of a backlash, first in Europe and then in the New World. Traditionalists gained control of the Latin American Bishops' Conference and attempted to shape the outcome of a meeting of the region's bishops, who were scheduled to convene in Puebla, Mexico, in January of 1979 and continue the work begun in Medellin. They argued that the proper business of the church was not politics, but rather saving souls, and that the leftward drift of many clergy and lay people in Latin America seriously threatened institutional unity. Shortly before the meeting in Puebla was scheduled to open, the newly elected Pope John Paul I suddenly died, and a Polish cardinal was chosen to succeed him. Although neither John Paul I nor his predecessor, Paul VI, had planned to attend the conference, John Paul II opted to cross the Atlantic and open the proceedings. The Puebla conference ended in a stalemate, since the Pope made statements that both sides could claim as supporting their positions. The conservatives failed in their effort to shape the final document issued by the bishops, because Brazilian prelates and theologians played a critical role in persuading the assembly to hold fast to the church's preferential option for the poor. The traditionalists, however, kept control of the bishops' conference. The Brazilians. John Paul II turned out to be hostile to key elements of liberation theology. Having experienced the fruits of Marxism firsthand in his native Poland, he was decidedly unsympathetic to any suggestion that the church view the world through a Marxist lens. Although he often displayed great compassion for the wretched of the earth and voiced harsh criticisms of exploitative capitalism, the pontiff made it abundantly clear that he did not want the church to become involved in political activity, which at this time meant left-wing politics. Thus in the mid-1980s, on his 17,500-mile, 13-city tour of Brazil, the abject poverty he witnessed firsthand visibly moved him, and he spoke out firmly in favor of the preferential option for the poor, the right of workers to a decent wage, the right of peasants to have access to land, and the right of Indians to survive. But at the same time he cautioned Catholic activists against class violence and the use of Marxist, rather than Christian concepts. While the progressive and conservative wings of the Brazilian church argued over the meaning of the Pope's words, both sides seemed to overlook an important aspect of the papal visit. The large crowds attracted by John Paul II did not really pay much heed to the substance of what he was saying. It was his image, and the magic surrounding it, that brought them beyond the brink of euphoria. The outpouring of emotion he inspired some Brazilians even began to refer to him as our king was reminiscent of that evoked by Antonio Conselheiro and Father Cicero. In the years following the visit, the Vatican left no doubt about the Pope's position on the controversy dividing the Brazilian Church. A series of measures launched by the Holy See set the progressives back on their heels and severely challenged the concept of the People's Church. The most highly publicized of these initiatives were disciplinary actions taken against Friar Leonardo Boff. In 1984 the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith decided to interrogate Boff and summoned him to Rome. The immediate provocation was his publication of a book questioning the hierarchical structure of the Church, but it was widely recognized that liberation theology itself was on trial. Despite the presence of Dom Paulo and one of Roman Catholicism. 347. His fellow Brazilian cardinals at Boff's side, the Vatican eventually imposed a harsh penalty on the theologian. He was forbidden to write, teach, or speak in public for an indefinite period of time, a ban that lasted for about 11 months. In the years that followed, Boff had to endure other restrictions on his work. On another level, the Vatican did its best to undercut the progressive wing of the Brazilian Church by nominating conservatives to positions in the hierarchy. The most dramatic of these appointments came in 1985, when Dom Helder Camara reached the age of retirement, and Dom José Cardoso Sobrinho was named to replace him at the head of the Archdiocese of Olinda and Recife. A northeasterner by birth, Dom José was a member of the Carmelite order and had spent 26 years in Rome, where he taught canon law. As archbishop, he went about dismantling many of the lay organizations Dom Helder had created. He also closed down 2 seminaries where liberation theology was an important part of the curriculum, and he ordered the priests of the archdiocese to stay out of politics. In 1988 the Pope installed conservative cardinals in Salvador and Brasilia. What to do about Dom Paulo Arnes remained a problem for the Vatican. His relationship with John Paul II was correct but tepid. On the wall of the Cardinals' receiving room in São Paulo hangs an enlarged photograph of Dom Paulo and the Pope embracing, a distant expression on their faces. The bureaucrats in Rome came up with an imaginative ploy. In 1988 the Vatican decreed the division of Dom Paulo's archdiocese. With the creation of 4 new dioceses, covering many of the impoverished regions of Greater São Paulo, the archdiocese that had once contained 14.5 million faithful, it had been the largest diocese in the world, was reduced to 7 million. The Vatican's efforts to bring to heel the People's Church in Brazil forced progressive Catholics to consider the option of breaking off on their own. However, there was never any serious talk of schism. If, as liberation theology taught, there was no difference between faith and politics, leaving the institutional church might decimate the political influence of the progressives. The powerful hold Catholic symbols exercised over the hearts and minds of the Brazilian people led the progressives to remain with the church, the Brazilians, and continue the fight for control over those symbols. As Friar Boff put it when he submitted to the first of the restrictions placed on him by the Vatican, "I prefer to walk with the Church rather than walk alone with my theology." Yet within the institutional church progressives faced much more than a simple power struggle with conservatives, both lay and religious, who clung to a pre-1960 European style of Catholicism. They also had to contend with at least 2 other types of Catholicism in Brazil, the old-fashioned popular Catholicism, the roots of which trace back to the colonial era, and a Catholicism containing strong elements drawn from Afro-Brazilian religions, a matter to be explored in Chapter 14. Each of the 4 strands of Catholicism had its own saints, its own theology, and its own ecclesiology. It was not uncommon for all forms to coexist within individual parishes, a legacy of the tradition of accommodation the Portuguese brought to Brazil. Folk Catholicism and what might be termed Afro-Catholicism were deeply ingrained in the consciousness of lower-class Brazilians and resonated with their unique sense of religiosity. Both strands of Catholicism tended to reinforce passivity and hinder the development of political awareness. For example, the practice of the promessas signified acceptance of one's dependence on supernatural forces for relief from earthly travails. In an effort to modify this mindset, some priests abolished religious processions and other traditional devotions in their parishes, but they often encountered resistance when they did this. At the same time, liberation theology offered little to replace some of the customary practices of which it disapproved. Nancy Shepherd Hughes points out in Death Without Weeping, her excellent study of infant mortality and its consequences in northeast Brazil, that disciples of the liberation theologians discouraged the religious ceremonies that traditionally followed the passing of babies and that reinforced the notion that infant death was a blessing. These representatives of the church told mothers that God wanted their babies to live, but they did not offer the women any concrete way to limit the number of children their husbands, companions, or lovers forced them to conceive. Since progressive priests and nuns continued to accept Catholic teaching about female sexuality and Roman Catholicism. 349. Reproduction, they left poor women in what Shepherd Hughes calls a state of moral and theological confusion. On the purely political front, liberation theology advocates were so hostile to capitalism and so enamored of socialism that they turned a blind eye to the human rights violations that routinely occurred in communist countries. Left-wing Catholics from Brazil were unswerving in their continued support for Cuba. Indeed, in late 1988 Cardinal Arns sent a laudatory letter to Fidel Castro in celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Communist Party newspaper published it, and Dom Paulo came under criticism not only from Brazilians but also from two Cuban bishops. Even more controversial were Friar Boff's ingenuous declarations, on his return from a visit to the Soviet Union in 1987, that socialist countries were highly ethical and physically as well as morally clean, and that he had not noticed any restrictions on freedom of expression during his trip to the USSR. The electoral defeat of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua and the fall of communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe must certainly have shaken the liberation theologians. Catholic progressives had become identified with the left-wing Workers' Party, PT, since its inception, and the PT platform was uncompromisingly socialist. With the apparent collapse of socialism as a viable mode of government outside Brazil and the defeat of the PT candidate in the 1989 presidential elections, the religious as well as the secular left had to confront the necessity of rethinking their principles and priorities. Finally, the rapid growth of Pentecostalism and other forms of evangelical Protestantism among the Brazilian lower classes over the past decade, to be discussed in Chapter 15, is posing a direct challenge to the hegemony the Catholic Church has always enjoyed in Brazil. Some critics have pointed the finger of blame at liberation theology and argued that the Brazilian masses prefer that their religion be spiritually rather than politically centered. Once again, the Catholic progressives in Brazil have been put on the defensive. Although the 1992 meeting of the Latin American Bishops' Conference in Santo Domingo, the capital of the Dominican Republic, did not produce a disavowal of liberation theology, as many the Brazilians of its advocates had feared, doubt continues to cloud the question of what degree of freedom the Brazilian Church will be granted for continuing to exercise its preferential option for the poor. The appointment of conservative prelates is bound to take a toll in the near future. In 1990, for the first time in a number of years, the theme of the annual meeting of the CNBB was religious rather than political. In its 1994 fraternity campaign, the CNBB proclaimed its unswerving opposition to the use of artificial contraceptives, an inevitably fatal proscription in a country with a rampant AIDS epidemic. Given Brazil's social problems, it seems most unlikely that the bishops will turn back the clock. Yet the shift in the balance of power toward the conservatives within the hierarchy will force some progressive members of the church to seriously rethink the role the church should play in ministering to Brazil's have-nots. Meanwhile, in mid-1992 a weary Leonardo Boff announced that he was leaving both his order and the priesthood. Having been subjected to discipline by the Vatican 5 times since being summoned to Rome in 1984, he stated that he would remain a theologian and would resume the name Genesio Darcy, which he had abandoned when he first entered a Franciscan monastery. Even the otherwise progressive Cardinal Arns adhered to this traditional Catholic position. Moreover, his sister was appointed to a key post in the Ministry of Health, the division in charge of family planning, where she was expected to put into practice the Jurassic teachings of the Church on birth control. Chapter 14. The Orizás. Technically, it was not her first appearance on television. Casildada Assis had once taken part in a musical program on a Rio de Janeiro channel. But on this occasion, an August evening in 1971, as the 48-year-old faith healer stepped before the camera, she was not quite herself. Wrapped in a black and red cape bearing the design of a lyre, a cane at her side, a cigar dangling from her lips, a bottle of cachaça, Brazilian rum, within reach, she was but a corporeal form through which an exu, pronounced Eixu, called Seu Set de Lira reached out to the mass audience. Most Brazilians know what exus are. A heritage of the nation's African descendants, the original exu was a divinity who served as a guardian of temples, homes, and individuals, as well as an intermediary between the other orizás, or deities, and mankind. Cunning, vain, and virile, he represented energy or life force. As Afro-Brazilian religious beliefs evolved over the centuries, Exu assumed multiple forms and came to embody mischievousness, trickery, and evil, which brought his persona close to that of the devil of the Christian tradition. Exu Sete de Lira undoubtedly had a good deal of mischief in him this particular night, when he took possession of Quislada Assis as she appeared on popular, back-to-back, live programs in front of a large studio audience and an untold number of viewers. The body of the 48-year-old woman began to shake, as Exu Sete made her strut about the stage. The host of the TV program began to cry like a baby. A collective hysteria gripped the specta. The Brazilians. Tours gathered in the studio of TV in Uria, once the site of a casino where Carmen Miranda performed, and spread to homes throughout the city. Soon hundreds of delirious, shouting people had gathered outside the studio and were besieging the auditorium, while a delighted Exu Sete de Lira sang carnival songs. These scenes might have leapt off the pages of a Jorge Amado novel, but they actually happened and had real-life consequences. Two viewers engaged in a violent argument over whether Exu Sete was male or female, and one ended up killing the other. Another viewer shot himself in the head with a pistol. Catholic officials protested that allowing Exu Sete to appear on television threatened the psychological well-being of the public and damaged Brazil's reputation abroad. Two state deputies who belonged to an Afro-Brazilian religion criticized the church's criticism of Exu Sete. The military regime responded by taking steps to tighten its censorship of TV. African religions have left a deep and permanent mark on Brazil's culture and consciousness. References to the Orizás abound in literature, art, film, music, and the telenovela. Floats in carnival processions in Rio de Janeiro and other cities routinely include allusions to cult beliefs and practices. In her study of judicial records of the government repression of Afro-Brazilian religions during the 1930s, anthropologist Yvonne Maggi found that the judges were very familiar with the terminology associated with the cults, because they never had to ask what the words meant when they were used during legal proceedings. Religious beliefs originating in Africa have penetrated every corner of Brazilian society. They have even attracted the descendants of non-Portuguese immigrants. In the Deep South, some cults primarily draw members of German or Italian ancestry. In São Paulo there are cult groups composed almost exclusively of Brazilians of Japanese descent. Afro-Brazilian religions have even spread to Uruguay and Argentina ***. Indeed, José López Rega, the notorious warlock who was the power behind the government of Argentine President Isabel Perón in the mid-1970s, participated actively in one of the Afro-Brazilian sects. 353. People from all social classes belong to Afro-Brazilian cults. Businessmen follow cult rituals before making important deals. The poor find comfort and hope in places of cult worship. Engineers, lawyers, and other professionals often take part in cult ceremonies. Many government officials are quite candid about their ties to cults. Politicians in search of votes regularly court cult leaders. Celebrities such as Jorge Amado and singer Caetano Veloso are devoted cult members. Every New Year's Eve millions dressed in white stream to the beaches of Copacabana and elsewhere along Brazil's long coast to leave offerings for Iemanjá, the goddess of the sea. In 1986, when the 92-year-old Mother Meninha died in Salvador, two cabinet ministers, the state governor, and the mayor appeared at the wake to pay their respects to Afro-Brazil's most famous and revered high priestess. Shops catering to worshippers are ubiquitous. In a book about the cults, Fran O'Gorman describes an informal survey she took in Rio de Janeiro. Walking from Copacabana to Botafogo, I once started counting the stores that sell Afro-Brazilian religious articles. I ended up with an average of one store per block. The signs of Afro-Brazilian worship are also ubiquitous. Offerings of food, drink, cigars, and makeup are left at crossroads, often in such profusion as to create trash removal problems for city authorities. Ablational candles cast flickering shadows against certain walls, curbstones, and tree trunks. In a country where 90% of the people list themselves as Roman Catholic, as many as 1 in 3 may participate actively at one time or another in some form of Afro-Brazilian worship. It is perhaps safe to say that all but a small percentage of Brazilians have at least a tolerant attitude toward the cults. Indeed, recent attacks by fundamentalist Protestants on cult members in Rio de Janeiro seem profoundly un-Brazilian. The dynamic process by which African religious traditions have taken root and prospered in Brazil is a remarkable if exceedingly complex story. The Orixás have survived the cultural genocide implicit in slavery as well as official campaigns to suppress them. They have found a congenial environment amidst the peculiar religios. The Brazilians. Ity of the Roman Catholicism brought to the New World by the Portuguese and amidst the animist beliefs of the Brazilian Indians. The Orixás are central figures in Candomblé, the cult that has remained closest to its African origins, in Umbanda, wherein the deities blend with elements of primitive Catholicism and French Spiritism to form what some call the first uniquely Brazilian religion, and in a bewildering welter of variations. Indeed, the African deities contribute heavily to, and in turn draw heavily on, an essential element of Brazilianness, a proclivity toward magic and mysticism. This trait has nourished such diverse contemporary unorthodoxies as the postmodernist cult of Santo Daime, whose members drink a trance, and vomit, inducing substance derived from a jungle plant, the properties of which were first discovered by Indians, and the colorfully costumed spiritualist sect that seeks cosmic energy in the Vale do Amanhecer, Don Valley, just outside the city of Brasilia. The Africa from which Brazil's slaves were uprooted was far from uniform in its levels of social, economic, and political development from tribe to tribe and from region to region. Likewise, religious beliefs and practices varied. The 3 main civilizations to which the slaves belonged were the Sudanese, whose territory extended from the southern part of the Sahara down the east coast of Africa, with concentrations in what is now Liberia, Nigeria, Dahomey, and the Gold Coast; the Bantu, which permeated the southern and south-central regions, mainly what is now Angola, Mozambique, and Zaire; and the Islamic, which had spread from the Niger Valley. The Sudanese group, within which the Yorubans, the Dahomans, and the Fanti Ashantis exercised predominant influence, practiced various forms of polytheistic religions in which the Orixás assumed critical roles. Some of these divinities had been in life remarkable individuals, kings, warriors, wizards, and like all humankind they possessed certain powers, virtues, and foibles. When their first worshippers endowed them with supernatural powers, the deities assumed the capability to relieve mankind's feelings of panic and despondency. These gods and goddesses inspired awe, reverence, confidence, affection, and fear. Their mysterious forces could work on nature to cure infertility, improve harvests, defeat the enemy, and solve 355 baffling crises. The deities were summoned when the irrational, the unbearable, or the unknown seemed to call for celestial intervention, and also when the cycles of life demanded it. The priests and their followers would pray, dance, and perform all the required rituals, and the ceremony would culminate with the chosen medium entering into a mystic trance. In this way a god would answer the worshippers' calls and possess one of the faithful as a way of addressing the congregation. The Orixá would comfort the faithful, give advice, and predict what the future held in store. The Bantu, a peaceful people, worshipped their ancestors and nature spirits. Their beliefs and rituals were closely bound to their immediate surroundings. Thus geographic dislocation severely weakened the foundations on which their religion rested. The African Muslims were animists who had converted to Islam without completely abandoning their prior beliefs. They adhered strictly to the precepts of Islam, including circumcision, fasting, abstinence from alcoholic beverages, and the reading of the Quran, but they also used amulets and talismans possessing magical properties. The blacks brought to Brazil came from each of these civilizations, because the slave merchants first raided coastal tribes and later ventured into the heart of the continent in search of their human quarry. Both on the slave ships and after their arrival in the New World, Africans were thrown together indiscriminately, a practice that generated friction, rivalries, and even bloody conflicts. Indeed, it is a wonder that the various religious groups did not self-destruct in the process. What happened instead was that the peculiar features of slavery in Brazil facilitated not only the survival but also the evolution of African religious beliefs. The process has been remarkably dynamic. For the past 400 years the African religions interacted with the Roman Catholicism of the Portuguese and the animist beliefs of the native Indians. They eventually assumed different forms in different regions of Brazil, and they have become a rich mosaic of ritual and creed. Although the Yoruban cult originating with slaves from the Sudan may have left the deepest mark on Afro-Brazilian religion, the influences of other sects from other regions, except for that of Islam, have remained vigorous. The Brazilians. One of the factors that helped African religions to survive was the sheer magnitude of the institution of slavery in Brazil. On the large sugar plantations of northeast Brazil, Africans were so numerous that they could regroup, select their own kings, fight or befriend slaves from other regions of Africa, and practice their own cults. The white masters were generally indifferent to anything other than the way their field slaves worked and reproduced themselves. Their attitudes toward the Africans ranged from racist condescension to thinly disguised fear, the latter a consequence of the numerical advantage the slaves had over the white population and the awe in which the Portuguese held the black magic associated with the slave quarters. The slave owners actually encouraged certain African religious celebrations because they believed that their slaves worked better when they were permitted to play their drums and amuse themselves in their own peculiar ways. In addition, the slaves' dances appeared to provoke sexual arousal, which in turn would lead to the procreation of new generations of slaves. The slave trade, for as long as it continued, also served to help perpetuate African cultural traditions. The traders often unwittingly included in their shipments of new slaves African priests and nobles whose presence in Brazil rejuvenated the religious and political hierarchies of the groups of slaves struggling to keep their identities alive in hostile, alien surroundings. Plantation life revolved around the owner's family, which lived in virtual sequestration in the mansion or big house, as it was called. The social structure was firmly and unabashedly patriarchal. The master exercised total control over every member of the household, as well as over the slaves and other laborers who worked in his fields. The spiritual glue holding this vast conglomerate together was the Catholic religion. Every big house had its own chapel, and many had their own resident chaplains. The slaves, who were forced to undergo the Roman Catholic rite of baptism both when they were loaded into vessels in African ports and again on their disembarkation in Brazil, were never really instructed in the particulars of the faith. They were required to participate in Catholic rituals, although they remained outside the walls of the chapel and 357 merely watched. For them the magic of the white man's God had to be much more powerful than theirs, because the whites were absolute rulers in Brazil. Therefore, the slaves prayed to the God of the whites for deliverance, and they did so using their African ways and languages. In the process the slaves juxtaposed Catholic and African religious symbols and adapted both religions to their own necessities. On African altars, likenesses of the Orizás disappeared behind the statues of the Catholic saints. Divinities, saints, and guardian angels could be worshipped together because they had certain similarities. Africans could easily adopt patron saints and accept the notion of a guardian angel who looked over them, because they related to their Orizás in much the same way that Portuguese Catholics related to their favorite saints and guardian angels in a personal, heavily superstitious way. There were parallels in the ways that Catholic saints acted as mediators between humans and God Almighty and the ways in which the Orizás acted as the links between men and Olorum, the highest divinity in the African pantheon. There were also specific correspondences, some rather tenuous, others more obvious, between the functions or characteristics of certain saints and those of some of the Orizás. For example, Ogum, the god of iron and war, could easily be identified with Saint George. Imanja, the goddess of the sea and of fertility, was associated with the Virgin Mary. This process of syncretization turned out to be exceedingly complex because of the decentralized evolution of Afro-Brazilian religions. Thus, Various cults matched different saints with different orisas. Syncretization worked both ways. The Africans tinted Portuguese Catholicism black, just as whites incorporated African religious elements into their own religious beliefs and practices. The slaves copied from Portuguese Catholicism the tradition of petitioning the saints for favors in exchange for promises, but they attributed fulfillment of their appeals to the supernatural powers exercised by their own orisas. The colonists, meanwhile, absorbed some of the African traditions they learned from their storytelling nannies, and they often used magic potions or charms obtained from a local sorcerer. The Brazilians. Because masters had little interest in saving the souls of their slaves and there were not enough Catholic priests in the colony to enforce religious orthodoxy, the Africans remained free to view Catholic teaching through the lens of their own customary beliefs. The syncretization of African religion and Roman Catholicism was not the only spiritual merger taking place in Brazil. Those blacks who ended up in the backlands of northeast Brazil and in the Amazon region, mostly Bantus, encountered rituals practiced by people of mixed Portuguese and Indian blood, caboclos. The latter had combined elements of Catholicism with traditional Indian beliefs. The cults that evolved from that mix tended to be messianic and permeated with the resentment the oppressed felt toward their oppressors. They used an initiation rite similar to baptism, carried crosses, and staged processions, but they also included Indian elements such as the practice of polygamy, the performing of songs and dances, the smoking of tobacco and the ingestion of sacred herbs, animist beliefs, mystic trances, and the consumption of a mind-altering drink. The blacks who came into contact with these cults soon added their own ingredients to the religious observances. They brought with them their own spirits, who tended to be more playful than the proud, wild spirits of the Indians, a knowledge of narcotics. The Africans brought marijuana to Brazil, and the gift of divination. In urban areas several factors enhanced the survival of Afro-Brazilian cults. Free blacks were able to live together in communities and combine their resources to help purchase freedom for their enslaved brothers and sisters. As the number of ex-slaves grew, it became easier for African religious beliefs to permeate the new enclaves. Some free blacks saw in the religion of the whites a road to success in the mixed-race society that was developing in the cities. The Catholic Church welcomed them, but it imposed a type of de facto segregation on its flock. Special brotherhoods were created for blacks and mulattoes. They had their own chapels and their own rites, and they provided separate burial services for members. By sponsoring these brotherhoods, the Catholic Church inadvertently nourished the continued growth of Afro-Brazilian religion. Blacks were permitted to speak their ancestral languages. 359. Dance, play their own music, and worship dark virgins and saints. The same people who attended brotherhood meetings by day participated in cult rituals late at night. The cults deriving from each of the three major African civilizations represented among Brazil's black population had to overcome serious obstacles in the New World. The sophisticated polytheism of the Sudanese was based on lineage. Each believer had a private orixa, who was passed down through his or her father. In the sexual anarchy of the slave quarters, where women might have several partners in a single night, it was often difficult for mothers to know whose child she had borne. If the father was unknown, the child's orixa could not be identified. Therefore, other ways had to be devised for determining which individuals belonged to which divinities. In time it was decided that each person had one major and several minor orisas. The head of a cult was believed to possess the power to detect the particular orisas who protected a believer. In Africa each major orixa had exclusive priests and exclusive temples. In Brazil this proved impossible because of the lack of resources. Hence a single temple had to do the tasks of many temples and provide the means for worshipping many orisas. Moreover, a process of weeding out orisas had to take place. In Africa certain divinities protected crops. In Brazil there was no reason to pray to them, since abundant harvests enriched only the white masters. A shift in emphasis was inevitable, and greater attention was paid to orisas who might safeguard the faithful from the horrors of slavery. The Bantus had problems transplanting their traditional cult of the dead. The breakup of family groups and the dispersal of family members to far-flung parts of the huge colony made it difficult to maintain a style of worship intimately associated with domestic life and the family. Some Bantus opted to believe that after death souls returned to their old nation, where they either were reincarnated as free human beings or became divine ancestors, a conviction that encouraged suicide. The animism and ancestor worship of the Bantus did not transfer well to a foreign environment, except in the northeast and north, where the Bantus found kindred souls among the Caboclos, the Brazilians. But their sensual dances did find a prominent place in the Afro-Brazilian culture. The Islam some slaves brought with them from Africa eventually disappeared, leaving nary a trace. Proud and puritanical, Brazil's black Muslim slaves resisted the encroachments of Christianity, remained apart from their African brothers and sisters, and refused even to proselytize them. They steadfastly resisted slavery, and many were either slaughtered or deported to Africa after an unsuccessful revolt in 1813. Over time, a variety of Afro-Brazilian religions gradually and ultimately took shape. In Bahia, where slaves of Sudanese origin predominated, blacks practiced what came to be known as candomblé. A version of candomblé that rooted itself in Recife was called Zango. Cults that emerged from a marriage of African religions with Caboclo religions were given names such as Candomblés do Caboclo. Macumba, which combined candomblé with elements of black magic and Indian animism, became popular in Rio de Janeiro. This is but a rough and highly oversimplified sketch of a number of religious developments, the complexity of which has absorbed scores of anthropologists and scholars from other disciplines for nearly a century. It would take several volumes to describe and analyze all of them in depth. To, however, merit a closer look, candomblé, the popular Afro-Brazilian religion that has remained close to its African origins, and Umbanda, a more recent phenomenon that qualifies as the most Brazilian of the cults. Kept alive in the collective hearts and minds of peoples unwilling to abandon their cultural heritage and values, what came to be known as candomblé survived and adapted despite having been torn from its life-giving sources, having to exist in a social environment that forced it into clandestinity, and having to compete with other creeds. A critical stage in its development was the founding of the first known place of formal candomblé worship in downtown Salvador in 1830. The location was a small house behind the Church of the Baraquinha. Members of a black brotherhood associated with the church administered the cult. It operated in daylight as well as at night, followed a calendar of specific ceremonies, worshipped in AC 361 accordance with a prescribed liturgy, and was controlled by a defined hierarchy. The abolition of slavery in 1888 stimulated the proliferation of overt candomblé temples. They became centers of solidarity for blacks struggling to overcome social and economic barriers and the sense of atomization they felt as they had to make their way in society at large. Freedom meant losing the structured life slaves were used to, as well as the slave master who served as a father figure. Candomblé provided a refuge, a source of mutual assistance, and a substitute protector, in the form of the cult leader. Over the years, candomblé has continued to serve as a vital support in the lives of black Brazilians, even as increasing numbers of non-blacks have joined terreiros, candomblé temples. Indeed, the sight of middle and upper-class whites prostrating themselves before a black cult leader has served to enhance the self-image of Afro-Brazilians. Although terreiros may be found in the crowded residential districts of Salvador and other cities, the cult has spread to both the north and south of Brazil. Some of the older temple complexes closely replicate African villages in form as well as in spirit, and for this reason they tend to be situated in wooded areas on the outskirts of town. The design is simple and functional: a large main hall where the principal ceremonies take place, lodgings for the high priest or priestess and others who live on the premises, various shrines dedicated to the Orizás, a small house with a padlocked red door belongs to Exu, the house of Oxum, the Queen of Rivers, must be near a fountain, if possible. The shrines of Imanja and Oxala, two of the most important of the Orizás, by tradition are installed in the main building. The initial phase of most ceremonies requires the actual sacrifice of animals, principally goats, chickens, and pigeons, a ritual to which, for obvious reasons, only initiates are admitted. Both the blood and some of the cooked meat of the victims are offered to the Orisas. The rest of the meat is consumed in a communal meal. The beating of drums then heralds the beginning of the main service, at which visitors are welcome. The congregation gathers on benches around an open area. On one side are the drummers and a throne for the high priest or the Brazilians. Priestess, called the Pai or Mãe do Santo, father or mother of the saint. There are special chairs for the Ogas, special friends and protectors of the Candomblé, often prestigious whites, whose presence in ceremonies dates back to the period when Candomblé was persecuted by the authorities and needed protection. Against one wall is an altar with likenesses of Catholic saints. The opening ritual involves placating, and getting rid of, the troublesome exu. A glass of water and an offering of food placed in the center of the floor accomplishes this end. Then the initiates, known as filhos or filhas do santo, sons or daughters of the saint, enter in procession and perform certain prescribed rituals, which include dancing and chanting in Yoruban or a related African tongue. They dress in costumes, some evoking the colonial period, whose colors and accessories match the divinity to whom the filha or filho is dedicated. The focal event is the appearance of Orisas who take possession of participants. At the essence of Candomblé is the very personal relationship between the initiate and his or her Orixa. During ceremonies, the Orisas will mount various filhos or filhas do santo, who thereupon become the Orixa's horse and enter into a trance. These are dramatic episodes. The person possessed will shake convulsively, scream, gyrate wildly about the room, and flop to the floor like a rag doll. The voice and movements of the medium will become those of the Orixa. The subsequent departure of the divinity also follows certain ritualized steps. The trance, according to some observers, has always provided a way for worshippers to resolve the tensions besetting the slave, and later the free Afro-Brazilian. It permits believers to identify with their gods and thereby shed, at least for the moment, the sense of inferiority imposed by slavery and racism. The trance also represents an affirmation of faith in the power of the Orisas, and in ancient traditions passed down from generation to generation. For whites, Candomblé creates a similar sense of relief from tension, a welcome state not only for those struggling with poverty but also for middle-class Brazilians beset by financial difficulties and other strains of urban life. In addition, the absence of notions of sin and guilt within the Afro-Brazilian religious context has appealed to many. An affinity for the supernatural has such deep roots in Brazilianness that Brazilians have been able to easily reconcile. 363. The contradiction between rationality and spiritism. Jorge Amado, for example, had no problem belonging to both the Communist Party and a Candomblé temple. He ultimately left the party. To become a filho or filha do santo and to qualify to receive an Orixa takes months of training. Aspirants must live at the terreiro for a fixed period of time and learn the various chants, dances, myths, and taboos. This religious training will prepare them to behave in accordance with the personality of the Orisas who will one day take possession of them. They must also find some way, either on their own or with the help of friends, neighbors, or ad hoc godparents, to defray the cost of the prescribed costumes and animals to be sacrificed during their final initiation rites. The filhos or filhas do santo occupy the bottom rungs of a complex hierarchy. The high priest or priestess of each terreiro is the Pai or Mãe do Santo, who serves as a kind of ambassador to the land of the Orisas and a keeper of ancient secrets. The Pais or Mas do Santo exercise total control over their domains. The faithful consult them about everything. The high priests foresee the future and dispense all kinds of advice. Officials in charge of particular ceremonies occupy intermediate positions within the terreiro. The early efforts of the Catholic Church to encourage those elements of Afro-Brazilian religion conceivably consistent with Catholic doctrine and to purge the irreconcilable elements were not particularly successful. Over the course of time, Candomblé has taken advantage of Catholicism more than Catholicism has used Candomblé. Members of the cult are encouraged to belong to the Church. Indeed, Mãe Menininha insisted throughout her lifetime that she was a Catholic in good standing. One of Candomblé's major feast days brings a huge multitude every January to the front of the Church of Nosso Senhor do Bom Fim, Our Lord of the Good End, in Salvador. A group of white-clad Filhos do Santo perform a ritualized washing of the steps, in homage to Oxala, the Orixa identified with the Lord of the Good End. Periodically Catholic Church officials have announced that they would no longer tolerate what they viewed as a sacrilegious. There is a vivid description of the event in Jorge Amado's recent novel, Zero Sumigo de Santa, published in English under the title The War of the Saints. The Brazilians' use of church property. Each time they have found it prudent to back off from their threats. Cut off from their source, the African religions transplanted in Brazil evolved quite differently from those that remained on the other side of the Atlantic. They incorporated elements of Catholicism and Indian animism, yet at the same time they maintained traditions deeply embedded in the collective memory of Brazilians of African descent. According to Pierre Verger, a white-haired Frenchman who has lived for 3 decades in a humble neighborhood of Salvador and has closely followed Afro-Brazilian religion, the rituals are better kept in Brazil than in Africa. Indeed, he insists that Brazil is now the Mecca. Yet there are signs of a movement to re-Africanize the Brazilian cults. Travel between Brazil and Africa is on the increase, and individual Brazilians are making the trip and bringing back with them a wide range of religious articles. Moreover, some of the toureiros have become wealthy because they have acquired a middle-class congregation willing and able to pay for certain religious, and magical, rituals. Sopes and Mas do Santo have been able to afford to cross the Atlantic. In addition, there is a burgeoning interest in learning contemporary African languages. The Yoruban used in candomblé rituals has become archaic, like the English spoken in certain remote parts of Appalachia. The most significant aspect of the re-Africanization trend is the movement to extirpate from candomblé all traces of Catholicism. But the decentralization long characteristic of candomblé, whereby the head of each terreiro has wide discretion in all matters except for hierarchical structure, ritual, and language, provides a buffer against these efforts, which would change the very essence of the religion by eliminating its Brazilian elements. Umbanda, in contrast, glories in its Brazilianness. This 20th century sect was born in Brazil and incorporates quintessentially Brazilian myths and symbols. Yet it also draws sufficiently on the country's African religious traditions to qualify as an Afro-Brazilian religion. Umbanda has traveled a tortuous path. Its immediate roots date back to the 1830s, when a Frenchman who claimed to have been 365 possessed by a druid spirit adopted the name Allan Kardec and wrote a number of books that launched a new spiritist cult. Kardechism was the highly rationalized belief in the existence of incorporeal beings in interplanetary space, and in the possibility of communicating with them. Because of its emphasis on Christian virtues such as charity and universal brotherhood, followers were required to engage in philanthropic enterprises. The cult also imposed strict moral standards on believers. The gospel according to Kardec attracted intellectuals inclined toward parapsychology as well as individuals eager to make contact with departed relatives. Kardecism found fertile ground in Brazil, where it gained numerous converts during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Kardecists kept their distance from the Afro-Brazilian religions, which they considered a low form of spiritism. The white middle-class Brazilians who joined the cult, however, gave it a new wrinkle. They shifted its focus to curing, so that spirits were summoned to alleviate members' physical as well as spiritual ills. In the 1920s, novel offshoots of Kardecism came into being in Rio de Janeiro, Niterói, and São Paulo. Scholars dispute which of these cities may rightfully claim credit for having been the birthplace of what amounted to a new cult, but this seems of little real import. What matters is that Kardecist mediums began to claim that they were summoning different kinds of spirits representing deeply rooted elements of Brazilian culture. From this trend emerged Umbanda, an intriguing projection of both Brazilianness and the nationalism that was gripping the country in the 1930s. Although Umbanda disavowed any link to the Afro-Brazilian religious tradition, In fact, it was greatly influenced by Macumba, the variant of Candomblé that had achieved considerable popularity in Rio de Janeiro. Macumba emerged among the increasing concentration of blacks in and around Brazil's capital. It was less faithful to its African roots and more susceptible to syncretization with folk Catholicism, Indian animism, and even Kardecism itself. The spirits of long-dead Africans and Indians as well as Orixás made appearances in Macumba ceremonies. Umbanda applied the rationality of Kardecism to elements of Macumba. The animal sacrifices and wildly ecstatic trances of the Brazilians Macumba were eliminated. The Orixás were recognized and venerated, most spectacularly in the December 31st rituals honoring Iemanjá. But African gods did not put in appearances at cult sessions. Instead, mythical figures from Brazilian culture occupied Umbanda's pantheon. The most important of these came by way of Macumba. These mythical figures are known generically as caboclos. In this context, the word means Indians, and pretos velhos, old blacks. Within each category may be found a number of individual spirits, each with a particular name and history. Caboclos represent both a romanticized notion of nature and the myth of the Brazilian Indian as a noble savage. The caboclo is proud and hyperactive, always on his feet, always puffing on a cigar. He likes to shout and beat his chest and gesture as though he is shooting an arrow. In the words of Umbanda scholar Patricia Berman, he is a veritable lord of the jungle. Often he wears a headdress that has nothing to do with Brazilian Indians, but instead comes right out of Hollywood westerns, a curious contemporary spin on syncretization. The caboclo's name will generally relate to the place from which he comes, or his tribe. The preto velho depicts another Brazilian stereotype. He smokes a pipe, walks slowly with a cane, often wears a straw hat, and speaks bad Portuguese. Bent with age, he is a fatherly or grandfatherly figure, kind, humble, generous, and submissive. He represents the ex-slave who loyally ministered to his master and his master's family in the big house. There are female versions, too, embodying black women who became surrogate mothers, aunts, or grandmothers for the whites they served. If the preto velho embodies notions of home, civilization, and the good Negro, on the reverse side of the coin one finds perhaps the most intriguing of the Umbanda spirits, the Exu. In the African religious tradition, Exu was an Orixa representing life force. Candomblé turned him into a trickster who sows disorder, more demigod than divinity. Umbanda viewed Exu in the Christian context, and he became a type, rather than an individual deity, identified with the devil or the fallen angel. His image became unabashedly Mephistophelian, complete with black cloak, horns, turned-up mustache, and satanic grin. 367. As Umbanda spread to the lower classes, the Exu figure underwent yet another reinterpretation, and it came to represent the quintessentially Brazilian antihero called the malandro. This figure originated in the slum-covered hills of Rio de Janeiro. A hustler who invents his own rules, the malandro often dresses in a white suit with a striped shirt and spats or white shoes. He is ambiguous, in the sense that he operates on society's margin, somewhere between living by his wits and outright criminality. Some of the Exus in Umbanda cults frequented by the poor appear as malandros. They wear the typical malandro garb and help people escape from difficult situations. They will listen to all kinds of appeals, even requests to have negative things happen to the petitioner's enemies. From time to time, efforts have been made to rid Umbanda of the Exu malandro character, but without avail. As Liana Trindade, a scholar who has written on the subject, has observed, people say, "How can I throw him out? He's a part of me." The popularity of Seu Set de Lira attests to the staying power of the Exus. Not wanting to neglect the distaff side of society's fringe, Umbanda features a female Exu, called the Pombagira. She represents sensuality and rebelliousness and takes the form of another familiar figure from Brazilian culture, the prostitute. The Pombagira wears red and black. In some of her incarnations she likes to make obscene gestures and use dirty words. but there is also a Pombagira called Maria Padilla, a 17th century Spanish courtesan of noble birth. People ask the female Ixias for advice relating to love. Umbanda has continued to demonstrate its flexibility by incorporating other spirits drawn from folklore. One can find gypsies, sailors, cattle drivers from the south, and backlanders from the northeast in some of the lower class cult centers. There seems to be room for everyone. Each temple has a high priest or priestess, also known as the Pai or Medu Santo, who exercises the same kind of absolute authority as the counterpart figure in Candomblé does. However, it is easier to attain this leadership status in Umbanda than in Candomblé, where it usually takes about 7 years. As Lysias Nogueiro Negro, another student of the cults, has observed, regarding Umbanda, when people believe in you, you become a Pai do Santo. The Brazilians Umbanda sects also have their equivalent of the Filho and Filha do Santo. They dress normally in white costumes with turbans and beaded necklaces, and they serve as mediums, along with the Pai or Medu Santo, receiving the various spirits that possess them during ceremonies. Umbanda temples are known as centros espirituais, spirit centers, or tendas, tents, as well as terreiros. The interior layout of the main hall is longitudinal, more like a Catholic church than a place of Candomblé worship. At one end is a main altar, decorated by statues, paintings, flowers, palm leaves, candles, and other religious objects. In front of the altar is a space where the ceremonies are conducted. A barrier separates the ceremonial space from the rows of benches for spectators, who are often segregated by sex. The rituals of Umbanda vary depending on the tendency of the particular branch of the cult. They may be closer to what is practiced in Kardechism, or to Macumba, or somewhere between the two. The services open with rites designed to protect the temple from evil. The burning of aromatic herbs purifies the premises. The Pai or Medu Santo may pray or preach. The mediums sing songs to the spirits associated with the group. If the temple is located in a highly populated area, the beating of drums may be forbidden, and the rhythm may have to be kept by the clapping of hands. The main part of each session unfolds when the various spirits descend. The Pai or Medu Santo is the first to be possessed, and the other mediums then receive their saints. The possession of the medium is not nearly so dramatic in Umbanda as in Candomblé ceremonies. The worshipper in a trance will do some spinning and adopt the characteristics of the saint. Thus, when a caboclo is received, the medium, whether male or female, will generally light up a cigar asterisk. At this point, members of the congregation go forward and consult with one of the mediums. They generally seek very practical advice about problems relating to work, marriage, health, or any other type of personal matter. The spirit will suggest offerings to be made and courses of action. The responses are down to earth. 70% of Brazil's internal market for domestically produced cigars goes to Umbanda centers. 369. Rather than moralistic. Some spirit centers will charge non-members for consultations. Although the Umbanda sects insisted that they were a national rather than an Afro-Brazilian religion, they suffered persecution during the 1930s when the government decided to repress manifestations of black culture. The sects survived, and when the situation eased, they sought a rapprochement with the authorities. Since cult leaders were perceived as controlling the votes of their followers, politicians began to woo them once democracy was restored in 1946. After the 1964 military coup, when the Catholic Church became the main source of opposition to the military dictatorship, Umbanda's brand of nationalism and Brazilianness found favor with those in power. Some Pais do Santo received decorations from the regime. State governments included Umbanda feast days on their calendars and invited Umbanda representatives to official functions. Suddenly the cult had gained legitimacy. Although Umbanda believers have traditionally defined themselves as Roman Catholic, they now have a growing tendency to see their sect as a bona fide religion in its own right, on a par with the other established creeds in Brazil. One manifestation of this trend is the performance of marriage ceremonies in Umbanda temples, a relatively recent occurrence. Afro-Brazilian religions share as common traits diversity, decentralization, and a lack of clearly defined dogma. In these respects Umbanda is no different from the rest. There may be as many as 10 Umbanda federations in the state of Rio de Janeiro alone, and not all of the estimated 40,000 spirit centers in the state belong to a federation. This diversification has facilitated the emergence of phenomena such as Quisilda de Assis, who in her heyday operated an enormous spiritist tent in the Fluminense lowlands, where tens of thousands of believers would gather to welcome SCU Set, as he entered Quisilda and sang popular songs, sprinkled cachaça on the faithful, and cured the sick and the disabled. How much money? Even Assis Chateaubriand, after suffering a severe stroke, visited Quisilda's tent and had SCU Set blow cigar smoke on him, in an effort to achieve a cure. The Brazilians. Quisilda herself made from all this is uncertain, but weekend sessions generated a tremendous demand for food and drink, which were sold on the premises, and someone had the savvy to produce cachaça and glasses bearing the mark of SCU Set. The Umbanda establishment eventually frowned on Quisilda, and SCU Set eventually lost his appeal, but the extent to which official disapproval contributed to his decline is uncertain. The dividing line between Candomblé and Umbanda can be difficult to draw. As Patricia Berman noted in a 1992 interview, "I have been to rituals I would have sworn were Candomblé, and the people there said it was Umbanda." Obviously there appears to be a certain amount of leeway for improvisation at the intersection of the two cults. Yet at the same time the two sects seem to be on the verge of heading in opposite directions. Candomblé is evidencing a trend toward returning to its African origins and removing all traces of Roman Catholicism and Indian animism. Umbanda continues to display remarkable flexibility and pragmatism in its ability to incorporate the concerns and aspirations of Brazilians. In so doing, it has become a projection of Brazil's urban society. Beginning in the post-war era, Umbanda made substantial gains at the expense of Candomblé. But with the emergence of black consciousness in the late 1970s, the tide shifted in favor of Candomblé, and a number of Pais and Mas do Santo from Spiritist centers switched to Candomblé and took their flocks with them. More recently a new dynamic is underway, as Candomblé and Umbanda worshippers from the lower classes have been abandoning their Afro-Brazilian faith to join Christian evangelical churches. Alma Guillermo Preto, in a perceptive New Yorker piece, has pointed out that the appeal of Afro-Brazilian religion has been to imagine an alternative reality better than the present dreary one, but that to a large extent the evangelical sect's genius is to have helped their followers change reality. How this has come to pass merits a closer look. Chapter 15. Evangelicals on the Move. Tihi Gates to Maracana opened at 5 a.m., and in a matter of hours nearly 160,000 people had filled both the ground-level seats and the upper-deck benches, as well as the sunken standing room area surrounding the grassy surface where Brazil's elite soccer players normally cavort. On one side of the playing field a precariously anchored cross towered over a stage that covered nearly 100 square yards. A 60,000-watt sound system amplified religious hymns, some of which borrowed melodies from popular favorites such as Bridge Over Troubled Waters. The multitude, which had come on foot and by public transportation from Rio de Janeiro's poorer neighborhoods, and on chartered buses from other regions of the country, sang with unabashed enthusiasm. Many were in wheelchairs or on crutches or displayed other physical infirmities. They belonged to the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, and had assembled to hear their soi-disant bishop, Eder Macedo, who mounted the platform shortly after 10 a.m. to proclaim the living Christ and to ask those of his flock beset by health problems to stand up and place their hands on the afflicted parts of their bodies. In the name of the Lord, he intoned, let the evil forces that possess a husband, a wife, or a child, that bring AIDS or cancer, let them leave now. The spectators began to chant out, out. And soon people on all sides were emitting loud cries, or convulsing, or fainting. As a follow-up, the bishop called on persons with eyeglasses to pass them up to the stage, and scores of believers immediately. The Brazilians complied. Macedo and several of his assistants arranged them in a pile. "God will make you see," the bishop declared, whereupon he joined his aides in stomping on the glasses and reducing them to fragments. In the final portion of the service, neatly dressed church workers passed among the multitude with sacks that soon bulged with cash contributions, as Bishop Macedo instructed his flock, "The more you give, the more you'll receive." The Universal Church of the Kingdom of God is but one of a number of Pentecostal sects that are in the forefront in the vertiginous growth of evangelical Protestantism in Brazil, a development that threatens to rob the country of its status as the largest Roman Catholic nation in the world, and to bring about dramatic, far-reaching changes in the texture of Brazilian society. A confidential study undertaken by Brazil's Roman Catholic bishops and sent to the Vatican on the eve of Pope John Paul II's 1991 trip to Brazil estimated that the Brazilian Catholic Church was losing 600,000 members a year to Protestant denominations and other religious groups, and that the number of Brazilian Catholics who actually practiced their faith did not match the number of practicing Protestants. Moreover, it is evident that the most rapidly expanding Protestant congregations are those of the new Pentecostals, who not only claim direct inspiration from the Holy Spirit and speak in tongues but also perform cures and exorcisms and preach here and now self-improvement through individual initiative. These fundamentalist sects operate independently of one another. The larger churches make extensive use of radio and television. The smaller ones operate out of renovated storefronts in slum neighborhoods. They all stress personal responsibility and sacrifice, qualities that mesh nicely with notions of free enterprise and decentralized authority. Hence, it is not surprising that these churches tend to support a conservative political agenda. In addition, the new Pentecostals are specifically targeting the Afro-Brazilian cults, whose orazas are considered rivals of the Holy Spirit. The Pentecostals have not only aggressively, and successfully, attracted converts from the ranks of the cults, they have even, upon occasion, launched physical attacks on cult members. Evangelicals on the move. 373. The followers of Bishop Macedo and the numerous other Pentecostal pastors are a distinctly new breed of Brazilian Protestant, a far cry from the non-Catholics who began to settle in Brazil during the 19th century. In point of fact, the first Protestants to attempt to gain a foothold in Brazil were the Huguenots who took part in the unsuccessful 1555 French invasion of Rio de Janeiro. Neither they nor the Dutch Protestants who occupied northeast Brazil in the 17th century made any lasting mark on the religious landscape of the country. It was not until German immigrants began to arrive in the early 19th century that Protestantism gained a permanent foothold in Brazil. But as they arrived in greater numbers, the German settlers made no attempts to attract converts, choosing to keep their Lutheran faith to themselves. A Scotsman named Robert Cauchy is credited with launching the first Protestant missionary effort in Brazil. In 1855 he and his wife founded a congregational church in Rio de Janeiro. Presbyterian missionaries from the United States arrived in 1859. In addition to proselytizing, they founded private educational institutions, such as the American School, now Mackenzie University, in São Paulo. American Methodists, Baptists, and Episcopalians also opened churches and sought Brazilian converts. These historical or classical Protestants from the United States came to Brazil with social and political ideas that were quite different from those of the people they hoped to attract. Their goal was not only to implant new religious beliefs in Brazil, but also to introduce a new culture. They brought with them American patterns of behavior and reproduced, both physically and institutionally, the American churches they had left behind them. In their view, Brazilian music, dancing, and feast day celebrations such as Carnival were sinful. When Brazilians adopted one of the new Protestant religions, they rejected much of their native culture. They became more rational and less spontaneous and emotional. As David Martin points out in his book Tongues of Fire, Brazil's early Protestants were a peculiar people marked by their dislike of alcohol, promiscuity, and the Brazilians' dancing, and by their attachment to work and social mobility. They even dressed differently, by wearing ties. Curiously, the word used to designate them was not Protestants, but rather crente, or believers. The Protestant churches enjoyed modest success in attracting converts from the Brazilian middle class. The only denomination to make any headway within the lower classes was the Baptist, perhaps because of the drama and emotion associated with baptism by immersion. The crente might have remained an insignificant minority within a predominantly Roman Catholic country had it not been for the arrival of a new type of Protestant in the second decade of the 20th century. The first Pentecostals to found churches in Brazil came from the United States and belonged to a unique, charismatic religious movement that had recently broken away from historic Protestantism. The faith they brought with them resonated in Brazil, especially among the poor. Pentecostalism called on its believers to seek a religious experience that matched the appearance of the Holy Ghost before the apostles of Christ. This baptism with the Holy Spirit brought with it the ability to speak in tongues, as well as to cure the sick and make prophecies. Pentecostalism taught a literal interpretation of the Bible, and it urged on its followers a strict moral code. Services were highly emotional and spontaneous, in stark contrast to the formalized worship to be found in classical Protestant churches. One of the key features of Pentecostalism was its emphasis on autonomy and individualism. For Pentecostals, bureaucracy and hierarchy were anathema. They never united into a single church but instead remained a heterogeneous lot, although several large denominations did eventually emerge within the movement. The first Brazilian Pentecostals materialized in the state of São Paulo in 1910 and in Belém in 1911. The latter belonged to a sect called the Assembly of God, whereas the former named themselves the Christian Congregation of Brazil. For several decades these sects remained very much on the fringes of the religious scene, as they disdained not only Roman Catholicism but also the established evangelicals on the move. 375. Protestant denominations, which, in turn, looked with scorn on their fundamentalist rivals. It was not until the 1950s and 1960s that Pentecostalism began to enjoy rapid growth, a phenomenon that has continued to the present day. What sparked their success in gaining converts was Brazil's Industrial Revolution, which increased the size of the working class and fostered a sense of alienation and bewilderment among the urban poor. In search of community and certainty, many of them turned to Pentecostalism. An important factor in the upsurge of popularity of this fundamentalist religion was that the Pentecostals did not openly seek to transplant a new culture to Brazil, as the mainstream Protestants had done. Indeed, their freewheeling style of worship was well suited to the Brazilian temperament. Believers could sing, shout, and applaud in an improvised fashion and bring Brazilian musical instruments into their churches. Moreover, Pentecostalism addressed the day-to-day concerns of its members. It taught that miracles can happen at any moment and can transform people's lives. In 1931 in 10 Protestants belonged to a Pentecostal sect. By 1964 that proportion had grown to 7 out of 8, if one discounts the German Brazilian Lutherans. The most aggressive of the first wave of Pentecostals belonged to the Assembly of God. From their humble beginnings in northern Brazil they eventually spread to every state and territory in the Union. They were especially effective at gaining converts in rural areas. In 1930 this denomination accounted for 31% of all Pentecostals in Brazil. By 1970 its presence had increased to 53%. Over time, as the Assembly of God has matured, it has grown more institutionalized than most other Brazilian Pentecostal denominations. The Assembly established a seminary, a national headquarters, and a publishing house. These institutions, in turn, have provided a solid base and a continuity that have made the denomination an important social force. With the appearance of the new Pentecostals, however, the Assembly of God found itself relegated to the category of historical Pentecostalism. In recent decades a more autonomous, unruly style, the Brazilians, of Pentecostalism has burst on the scene and shaken up the religious establishments of Brazil. These new Pentecostals brought with them old-style Pentecostalism and a willingness to use the modern mass media to promote it. In addition, they engaged in assertive fundraising among their flocks, and some churches have amassed substantial fortunes. They categorically rejected any form of ecumenicalism and were openly hostile to Roman Catholicism, the Afro-Brazilian religions, and the traditional Protestant churches, although they have formed political alliances with non-Pentecostal evangelicals, Protestants who believe the Bible should be read literally. A survey conducted several years ago by the Institute for the Study of Religion in Rio de Janeiro gives a strong sense of the growth of the evangelical movement. It found that over a specified period of time in Greater Rio, an area with a population of 10 million, a new evangelical church opened its doors about once a day. 9 out of 10 new churches belonged to a Pentecostal denomination. Over the same time span and within the same geographical limits, 214 new Spiritist centers and 1 new Catholic parish were inaugurated. The study calculated that about 20% of the residents of the heavily populated Fluminense lowlands are Protestant. As might be expected, Brazilians dismayed by this trend, including members of the Roman Catholic hierarchy, have blamed it on nefarious foreign influences, or more specifically, the Central Intelligence Agency, working on its own and with the help of American missionaries and multinational corporations. This theory posits that the CIA saw fundamentalist Protestants first as a bulwark against the spread of communism in Brazil, and then as an antidote to liberation theology, which the agency viewed as a threat to American economic hegemony in Brazil. The conviction that Brazilians on their own could not possibly produce the vast amount of growth in the Pentecostal churches without outside help provides yet another example of the Brazilian inferiority complex. This view not only lacks factual support, it also conveniently sidesteps the possibility that a connection might exist between the rise of Pentecostalism and popular dissatisfaction with liberation theology and its emphasis on community, and evangelicals on the move. 377. Political action. Moreover, this view also betrays a fundamental misperception of the social forces that are propelling Pentecostalism and evangelical Protestantism in Brazil. Some observers make the argument that liberation theology has drained much of the emotional content from Roman Catholicism. According to them, the lower classes in Brazil have always responded to the spiritual, mystical, at times magical elements of Catholicism, but when these elements are deemphasized, the poor seek them elsewhere. Moreover, the poor have run out of patience when it comes to waiting for social and political change to have an impact on their lives. Although through the mechanism of the ecclesiastical base communities, liberation theology advocates the need for community action to achieve social and political change, the Pentecostals offer personal salvation through personal transformation. Individual metamorphosis is within the control of the individual, and it is more likely to produce tangible, positive results. Fundamentalist Protestantism has obviously connected in a very basic way with Brazil's have-nots, and has been much more successful in doing so than progressive Catholicism. As a Brazilian minister noted in a New York Times interview, the irony is that the Catholics opted for the poor, and the poor opted for the evangelicals. The responsibility liberation theology may bear for the spread of the Pentecostal movement in Brazil is a highly debatable point. Defenders of progressive Roman Catholicism contend that the Pentecostals are for the most part converting people who are Catholic in name only, and that the Church would be suffering even greater defections were it not for the renewal associated with liberation theology and the ecclesiastical base communities. Whatever the contribution of liberation theology, it is clear beyond cavil that the economic situation in the country in the 1980s and early 1990s has played a major role in expanding the ranks of the Pentecostals. The crisis has caused a recession with devastating. As a counter-response, the Catholic Church has begun to develop its own charismatic movement. The Brazilians. Consequences for millions of Brazilians. Daily life for them has become a constant struggle for survival. In addition, the peasants and rural workers who have migrated to city slums find themselves adrift in a strange, at times hostile environment. The new Pentecostals have responded to the slum dwellers' needs by providing them with a community to which they can belong, and a conviction that they can improve their lot in life. 3 pillars form the basis for the new Pentecostalism. The first is a view of illness as a manifestation of the devil's presence. The historical Pentecostals did not make cures a central element of their religious practice but instead relegated them to a peripheral status. The new Pentecostal pastors stress therapy through the exorcism of Satan. In a country where health care for the poor is woefully inadequate, where the hardships of daily life produce not only disease and injury but also a multitude of neuroses, and where society in general disregards the suffering of the have-nots, it is not difficult to understand the appeal of a religion that speaks of healing. It is also conceivable that the emotional experience provided by the new Pentecostalism may have an ameliorating effect on people suffering from psychosomatic ailments, which are not uncommon among the lower and lower middle classes. Closely related to the stress on healing is the use of exorcism to drive out the diabolic forces that corrupt an individual's character and behavior. Urban life uproots traditional values, and this upheaval, in turn, can foster a deep sense of insecurity. The culture of poverty in city slums destroys family relationships and turns young men toward lives of crime and young women toward the abyss of prostitution. The new Pentecostalism sees the set of circumstances as the work of Satan and offers exorcism as a remedy. Finally, the new Pentecostals preach the virtues of self-improvement, individual initiative, and hard work. Believers are urged to seek better jobs. Making money, they are told, is an indication of God's blessing. Support networks within the churches relay information about employment openings. Moreover, Pentecostals' reputation as honest, diligent workers has led employers to give Pentecostals preference when they are hiring or making promotion decisions. Since the churches require their members. Evangelicals on the move. 379. To abstain from alcoholic beverages and leisure activities such as dancing, many Pentecostals have begun to accumulate savings. The attitude of the new Pentecostals toward money has generated charges of abuses within the movement. Critics claim that Pentecostal pastors play on the misery and gullibility of lower-class Brazilians to persuade them to part with cash they can ill afford to do without. The total autonomy that characterizes Pentecostal denominations does create opportunities for charismatic entrepreneurs to become pastors and use their churches to raise funds of which no account is kept. Moreover, the financial muscle developed by highly successful new Pentecostals, such as Bishop Eder Macedo and his Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, has raised concerns about where all this money is being spent. Eder Macedo is undoubtedly the most prosperous of the new Pentecostals. He was born in 1945 in Rio das Flores, a small town in the state of Rio de Janeiro near the Minas Gerais border. His father had migrated from the northeast and was a merchant of modest means. The family moved several times before settling down in São Cristóvão, a neighborhood in the north zone of the city of Rio de Janeiro. By his own account, Macedo took courses at a university but never obtained a degree. He claims to have worked at the State Secretariat of Finances for 16 years. Press reports aver that his job was selling tickets for the state lottery. Macedo's ambition, however, ran to higher levels, and he soon discovered he had a religious calling. A Roman Catholic by birth, Macedo had dabbled in Umbanda before becoming a pastor in one of Brazil's numerous Pentecostal sects. How much actual preparation he underwent before assuming this position is unknown, but it was probably minimal, since the new Pentecostals generally did not require seminary training for their ministers to be. In 1977 he struck out on his own and founded the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, which held its first services in a rented house that had once served as a funeral parlor. Over the next decade and a half, Eder Macedo established himself as Brazil's most successful religious entrepreneur. Perhaps his The Brazilians' greatest triumph occurred in October 1991, when he attracted 400,000 to simultaneous prayer meetings in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, and Salvador on the same day that Pope John Paul II was drawing only 100,000 to a Mass in Brasilia. While reliable statistics are non-existent, it is estimated that the Universal Church has between 500,000 and 2 million members frequenting some 850 houses of worship in Brazil. Moreover, Macedo claims to have affiliated churches in Argentina, Uruguay, Portugal, Spain, and the United States. As befitting his newly attained status, he has declared himself a bishop, much to the consternation of not only the Roman Catholic Church but also the Protestant churches. The charismatic preaching style of Eder Macedo has had much to do with the rapid expansion of the Universal Church. Whether appearing before tens of thousands in soccer stadiums, or reaching untold millions through radio broadcasts and telecasts, Bishop Macedo has won over a large and loyal following with his promises to heal the physically and spiritually afflicted by freeing them from the grip of Satan. At the same time, he has convinced his flock that miracles depend on faith, and that the size of one's financial contribution to the church is a dependable measure of the strength of one's faith. The fact that the Universal Church does not require that its members give up smoking, drinking, and dancing differentiates this denomination from other Pentecostal churches and makes it even more attractive to many Brazilians. Bishop Macedo created a highly successful spiritual enterprise, and he also put together a business empire that includes a publishing house, a company that builds churches, and a chain of radio stations. But it was not until he purchased Brazil's fifth largest television network for $45 million in 1989 that public criticism of him reached a crescendo. Brazilian journalists swarmed over Macedo and his Universal Church. The press investigated the sale of the network and uncovered a number of alleged irregularities. Macedo, who personally controls all the funds of the Universal Church, was also accused of tax evasion, illegally sending money abroad. He owns property just outside New York City, where he established a residence in 1986. Evangelicals on the Move. 381. And, more mundanely, breaking the law by promising cures in return for cash contributions. The charges against Bishop Macedo will undoubtedly strike some American observers as drab, especially when placed alongside the colorful scandals involving the TV evangelists in the United States. Macedo's followers claim that their leader is being unjustly persecuted by people who disapprove of the growth in membership enjoyed by the flagship church of the New Pentecostalism. There may be elements of truth in this suspicion. The bishop may also be paying a price for the open, aggressive hostility the Universal Church has demonstrated toward the Afro-Brazilian religions, and for the right-wing politics that he and his flock, as well as other new Pentecostals and evangelical Protestants, have embraced. The relationship between Brazilian Pentecostalism and Afro-Brazilian religious beliefs is closer than one would imagine. Both share the same concept of the supernatural, except that for the Afro-Brazilians the Orizás are deities, but for the Pentecostals they are satanic spirits. The Pentecostals preach that the Holy Spirit is stronger than the Orizás, and they advocate the use of exorcism for freeing believers in Candomblé or Umbanda from the spiritual entities that possess them. Thus the rites performed by Pentecostal pastors more often than not specifically target the Afro-Brazilian Orizás. Some Pentecostals, including members of Bishop Macedo's Universal Church, have not been satisfied with the high number of conversions they have achieved among members of Afro-Brazilian religions. Responding to the violent rhetoric of their pastors, they have launched physical attacks on both terreiros and people they suspect of frequenting them. Devotees of Umbanda dress in white for their ceremonies, and Pentecostals have occasionally assaulted white-clad individuals, who at times have been Umbandistas and at other times healthcare workers. These outbreaks of violence constitute dramatic departures from the Brazilian tradition of religious tolerance and, in the eyes of many, put Pentecostals in a negative light. The ultra-conservative politics of the Pentecostals and other evangelical Protestants has been more open and more aggressive in the Brazilians' recent years. However, it is worth noting that not all politically active Pentecostals have located themselves on the conservative side of the spectrum. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, many of the rural workers who joined peasant leagues in the Northeast belonged to the Assembly of God. And Benedita da Silva, one of the rising stars of the left-wing Workers' Party and a successful candidate for the Senate from the state of Rio de Janeiro in 1994, is an active member of a Pentecostal church. But over the past decade, it has been the right-wing Pentecostals and evangelicals who have thrust themselves into political prominence. Although they have not launched any religiously oriented party to serve as a specific vehicle for their agenda, they have elected a number of federal and state deputies. The Congress that served during the late 1980s included 34 evangelical deputies, of whom 18 were Pentecostals. They formed a bloc that helped keep an amendment legalizing abortion out of the Constitution. They also acted in concert to promote other conservative causes. Bishop Macedo was only one of a large number of leading Pentecostals and evangelicals who endorsed Fernando Collor for the presidency in 1989 and claim credit for providing him with more than 10 million votes. While this may be an exaggeration, most of Brazil's political parties now pay close attention to the Protestant vote. The rapid growth of Pentecostalism and evangelical Protestantism may eventually impose significant changes on Brazilian culture. The traditional Protestants originally tried to influence Brazilian culture but failed, because they did not connect with the local ethos. The new fundamentalists have adapted themselves to certain elements of Brazilianness, and use these links to attract converts. But at the same time they induce their membership to undergo behavioral changes, such as abstention from dancing and drinking and dedication to the work ethic and the accumulation of wealth. Some see these changes in behavior as essential preconditions to the modernization of Brazil. Thus an article in Forbes magazine concludes that the growth of Protestantism in Brazil and through evangelicals on the move. 383. Out Latin America offers solid clues to the future, a capitalist, bourgeois future, not a Marxist or traditional future. Yet this future will depend on the sort of economic development that will reach Brazil's poor, who fill the ranks of the new Pentecostals, and will transform them into members of the middle class. Such a change will require more than faith healing and exorcism. IV. In search of what makes Brazilians Brazilian. Chapter 16. Soccer Madness. In July 16, 1950, as the world's largest stadium embraced the largest crowd ever to witness a soccer game, a palpable sense of unease blanketed the more than 200,000 Brazilians who thought they had gathered to celebrate the consecration of their national team as the best on the planet. A mere tie would enable the host squad to drink champagne from the coveted World Cup, since this was the final contest in a round-robin championship series and Brazil had entered with a slight lead in the standings. But when the Uruguayans knotted the score at 1-1 early in the second half, the anxiety emanating from the huge throng began to weigh heavily on the Brazilian players, and the team's overconfidence quickly gave way to hesitation and excessive caution. Then, with 11 minutes remaining in regulation time, there came a moment that remains emblazoned in the collective consciousness of a nation otherwise noted for its lack of historical memory. Alcides Gija, a slender Uruguayan winger nicknamed Perito, Puppy, worked a perfect give-and-go pass with a teammate and darted past his defender, Bigode. Deep on the right side, he pushed the ball into the penalty area. Juvenal, another Brazilian defender, retreated in a desperate but tardy effort to mark his opponent but left a Uruguayan attacker free in front of the net. The Brazilian goalkeeper, Barbosa, anticipated a centering pass, but Gija opted to shoot from a very difficult angle, and he put the ball past the goalie on the short side and into the twine. When the English referee blew his whistle to end the game, the assembled multitude as well as a radio audience composed of the Brazilians. The rest of the country wept tears of blood. In the words of a local reporter, the Brazilian team left the field like sleepwalkers. Dazed spectators exited in slow motion, a battalion of living dead, as one author described them. It was a catastrophe the extent of which is difficult for outsiders to grasp. A number of Brazilians reportedly took their own lives. Many could never again bring themselves to set foot in Maracanã Stadium. Athletes expecting enshrinement in the national pantheon found themselves plunging into a lifelong nightmare. The secret police summoned Barbosa to headquarters to ask him whether he was a communist. Bigode had been voted the most popular player in Rio, but after the game the company sponsoring the poll refused to pay him the prize money that was due him. Juvenal could not bring himself to set foot outside his home for weeks. The team's top goal scorer suffered a temporary loss of memory. More than 4 decades after their bitter loss, the players still talk about it, point fingers of blame at one another and their coach, and provide grist for books and newspaper articles. Barbosa continues to claim that Gija meant to pass the ball, but somehow the misdirected spheroid found its way into the goal. His assertion is an understandable yet vain attempt to erase the indelible stain of the phrase Barbosa's chicken, chicken being Brazilian soccer slang for an easy shot that somehow eludes the goalkeeper, which will follow him to the grave. On that fateful afternoon, Brazil took second place in the World Cup competition, a result that would have produced some degree of satisfaction in most other countries. But Brazilians felt only frustration, betrayal, anguish, and despair. For them soccer was not just a game, it was the embodiment of their Brazilianness, a sport they had elevated to an art form, and a game they had taken to new heights. All they lacked was the stamp of official recognition a World Cup championship would bring. Their loss was all the more painful because it occurred at home where they were heavily favored, at a time when the traditional European soccer powers had still not fully recovered from the effects of World War II, and in a showdown match against a team from a tiny neighboring country. This tragic loss also brought to the surface not only the self-doubt Brazilians have always harbored, but also the racism that soccer madness 389 lurked beneath their inferiority complex. Both Barbosa and, by God, the principal scapegoats, were dark-skinned, and many Brazilians were willing to believe that their country would never win the World Cup with a racially mixed team. The soccer madness that has never relaxed its hold on Brazil began at the turn of the century, caused the entire nation to plunge into depression in 1950, later lifted it to peaks of euphoria between 1958 and 1970, contributed to the malaise caused by the political, social, and economic difficulties afflicting the country in the 1980s, and in 1994 gave Brazil's collective self-esteem a badly needed boost. The oft-used expression soccer country defines Brazil as accurately as the descriptive carnival country. Indeed, the game has managed to captivate Brazilians in every corner of the land, from Amazonia to the Deep South, with an equal measure of devotion. In fact, it has sustained a degree of popularity that even Carnival has never been able to match. The sport has played a major role in unifying both nation and community. Everyone follows the national team and takes great pride in its successes. Newcomers, whether from abroad or from another part of the country, are able to integrate themselves into the social life of a city or town by becoming fans of a local team or by participating in the game themselves. Sailors from Great Britain, where the game of soccer originated, were the first to play soccer on Brazilian soil, but it was a teenager named Charles Miller who receives credit for introducing the sport to Brazilians. In 1894 this native-born son of British parents brought back with him from a trip to England 2 soccer balls and a rule book. He had played soccer during his trip abroad, and upon returning helped organize several teams in São Paulo. At first soccer players were mostly British employees of British-owned firms. Then Mackenzie University organized a squad composed primarily of Brazilians, the first such soccer club. Enthusiasm for the game spread among young Brazilians from the upper class, many of whom had been exposed to soccer during visits to Europe, and they began to organize teams of their own. The formation of a league in São Paulo inspired sportsmen in Rio de Janeiro to follow suit. The Brazilians. Many of the early soccer teams in São Paulo and Rio were sponsored by societies that catered to the wealthy, and games were played on fields provided by exclusive clubs. This atmosphere made it respectable as well as fashionable for young women of good breeding to don their Parisian finery and attend matches. In the second decade of the 20th century, soccer received a further boost with the influx of European immigrants who began to form teams of their own. Many of the employers for whom the newcomers worked encouraged them to play the game, since it diverted them from involvement in trade union militancy, which was beginning to disrupt labor relations in Brazil. At the same time, the sport was spreading rapidly throughout the country. Leagues in Pernambuco, Bahia, Minas Gerais, Paraná, and Rio Grande do Sul were established, and soccer clubs were organized even in faraway Amazonia. For a long time soccer in Brazil remained very British. Beginning with the name of the game, football, later evolving into the Portuguese word futebol, the terminology generally used was English. Players who committed fouls that injured an opponent customarily apologized by saying, "I'm sorry." Teams exchanged the hip, hooray salute after a match. Lower-class Brazilians soon developed their own fascination with soccer. For the poor it was an ideal sport, requiring only a ball and some empty space. They would stand on walls surrounding playing areas or on the fringes of unfenced fields to watch games in progress. Before long they too were practicing the sport. However, with very few exceptions, non-whites found themselves excluded from high-level competition. Those who were permitted to play were either fair-skinned or used rice powder to lighten their complexions. The color line was not really breached until 1923, when Vasco da Gama, a club founded by Portuguese immigrants, fielded a squad composed primarily of black and mulatto workers, and the team won the Rio Championship. Initially there was much resistance to integration on the soccer fields, but by the 1930s it receded. By this time the face of soccer in Brazil had changed dramatically. It was no longer a pastime for aristocrats. The elegant young ladies who once graced the sidelines withdrew to more genteel Sir. Soccer madness. 391. Roundings. Ordinary people took the game to their hearts and shaped it accordingly. Soccer swept Brazil in large part because there was no other sport to compete with it. In the United States, baseball was already the national pastime, so immigrants and their children found it prudent to embrace the sport as a means of asserting their Americanness. Brazil, on the other hand, had lacked a sport to call its own. Soccer filled that void. Indeed, it became as much a monoculture as the production of sugar or coffee. These explanations alone, of course, do not adequately explain why soccer ignited the passions of Brazilians throughout the country. The game proved ideally suited to the Brazilian temperament and became a consummate mechanism for both individual and collective self-expression. It seemed as though soccer had been invented just for Brazilians. They adopted it as their own, identified with it, and went about transforming it. What Brazilians imprinted on the game was their strong reliance on individuality and improvisation, a faith in magic, exemplified by the conviction that in the relationship between the human body and the soccer ball, anything was possible, the slyness of Pedro Malas Artes, a legendary folk hero who survived by outwitting his social superiors, and, above all, the sense of overwhelming joy shared by players and spectators alike. Betty Milan has aptly described the improvisational style of Brazilian soccer as deriving from the Brazilian way of overcoming poverty. The Brazilian player invents in every possible way, for he has been schooled in invention. If we have no money, then we'll make a tambourine out of an old tin can. We haven't got a hat for a fancy dress. An old cheese box will serve the purpose. Soccer seemed to merge sport and samba. During games fans often beat drums from start to finish, and in so doing they reinforced the rhythms of the players, who converted dribbling into a form of dance. Their moves always exuded spontaneity, one of the characteristics of the samba. Anthropologist Roberto da Mata and others have advanced another explanation for soccer's popularity. They regard the existence of fixed, universally respected rules as the key to the sport's hold over the Brazilian masses. In a society where laws that in the Brazilians convenience the rich and powerful are either ignored or easily changed, soccer stands apart as an enterprise governed by norms with which everyone is familiar, and which guarantee that talent, rather than money or personal ties, will prevail. The sport thus demonstrates to the common people of Brazil that the social justice they do not see in their everyday lives is possible, and their love for the game represents their embrace of that possibility. Sociologist Gilberto Freire hit upon yet another aspect of soccer's appeal to Brazilians when he observed, in the course of a television documentary, that when ordinary people took soccer away from the elite and adopted it as their national pastime, it ceased to be a sport for a polis, and became a sport of the Dionysia. Indeed, over the years soccer became carnivalized. Thus crowds attending major matches are not mere onlookers, they are participants in an ecstatic rite that begins when the teams take the field. Waving banners, setting off firecrackers, tossing talcum powder, and chanting cheers, the fans enter into a symbiotic relationship with the players, who feed off the energy that comes from the stands. The mass frenzy reaches the point of orgasm with the scoring of a goal. It was only natural that Brazilian soccer, with its emphasis on individual genius, should develop idols. One of the earliest was Arthur Friedenreich, who could trace his green eyes and steely determination to a father of German descent, and his dark skin and irreverence to a mulatto mother. The first non-white to gain recognition as a top-flight player in Brazil, the Tiger scored 1,329 goals during his career, a record not even Pelé would match. Another hero was Leonidas da Silva, the legendary Black Diamond, who has been credited with inventing the bicycle kick, an acrobatic maneuver he performed by doing a half somersault backward and at the same time kicking the ball in the direction opposite to that which he had been facing. He was the top goal scorer in the 1938 World Cup tournament in France. The chance to play in international soccer matches permitted Brazilians to test their skills against the rest of the world. A necessary prerequisite was the organization of a national body that would supervise the scheduling of these contests and the formation of national teams. In 1914 the Brazilian Sports Federation, Soccer Madness 393, came into being, and soon a Brazilian squad was competing sporadically against other South American teams. But Brazilian soccer was not up to the level of play in Argentina and Uruguay, where the sport had been introduced several decades before its arrival in Brazil and had been immediately taken up by working-class youths. Brazil did not send a soccer team to participate in the 1924 Olympic Games in Paris, nor in the 1928 Amsterdam Games. Teams from Uruguay won gold medals in soccer at both events, and in so doing astonished the Europeans with their style of play, fast and tricky. It was during this period that soccer became a professional sport in a number of European countries. This meant that many of the world's best players would be ineligible to compete in the Olympic Games. As a consequence, FIFA, the International Federation of Football Associations, an organization founded in 1904 to encourage and standardize international soccer competition, decided to sponsor a new tournament, called the World Cup, that would be open to professionals. As a result of their Olympic triumphs, the Uruguayans were selected by FIFA in 1930 to host the first of what would become a quadrennial event. They agreed and proceeded to win the cup. For the first several tournaments, participation was by invitation rather than through qualification in preliminary matches. FIFA asked Brazil to play in the 1930 World Cup. In 1934 and 1938 Brazil also took part in the event, to replace other South American countries that were not able to send teams to Italy and France, where the matches were held. By this time soccer in Brazil had also become professionalized. There had been some opposition to the change, but when Argentine play-for-pay teams began to lure away Brazilians in the early 1930s, Brazil had no option but to permit the teams in its various leagues to compensate their players. The Brazilian national teams showed great progress and promise during their performances in the 3 World Cup tournaments in the 1930s. Their lack of experience and organization cost them dearly, and they were ousted in the first round in Uruguay, although a 4-0 victory over Bolivia served notice to the world that the Brazilians could score goals. In 1934 the team did not survive. The Brazilians. A single elimination preliminary round, but in 1938 it at last came into its own. Leonidas put on a spectacular offensive show, and Brazil made it to the semifinals, where the team self-destructed and lost, 2-0, to the eventual World Cup winner, Italy. By now Brazilians were convinced that they were the best in the world at soccer, but because of World War II they had to wait 12 years for another chance to prove it. When FIFA decided to resume the competition in 1950, it accepted Brazil's offer to host the event, and a nation of soccer-crazed fans reached new peaks of frenzy. To provide an appropriate backdrop for the games, the Brazilians embarked on a prototypically pharaonic project, the construction of a stadium the likes of which had never been seen anywhere on Earth. On the site of a racetrack not far from Rio de Janeiro's downtown, work began in 1948 on what would become soccer's most grandiose temple, its most splendid cathedral, its most magnificent theater. Nearly 2 years and 500,000 sacks of cement later, Brazilians could look with pride on what came to be known as Maracanã Stadium, an area capable of seating 178,000, and of crowding, cheek by jowl, 42,000 standees in a sunken area surrounding the playing field. A moat 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep separates the field from the fans and makes it impossible for them to reach the players and the officials, who enter through tunnels. Maracanã represented Brazilian architecture at its most imaginative. It was a facility expressly designed for the future, although locating it in a densely populated area that provided no separate space for parking has turned out in the long run to be a serious shortcoming. Because of its size, Maracanã does not offer the average spectator a close-up view of the action on the field. But the arena does serve as a perfect setting for soccer madness. Brazilians go to matches not just to watch but to participate, and the antics of the crowds are often as diverting as the plays on the field. Maracanã merely increased the scale of the spectacle. Brazilians rejoiced in the construction of Maracanã because they believed that it would be on its grass that their beloved All-Stars would win their first World Cup. Few doubted this. After all, soccer madness. 395. The home advantage had been decisive in 2 of the first 3 World Cup tournaments. Germany, Hungary, and Argentina, perennial favorites to win the cup, were not sending squads to Brazil, and the Italian team had been decimated by the loss of 10 players in a 1948 airplane crash. The bottom line was that the Brazilians would field a team with talent far superior to that of the competition. In its first appearance in the stadium, the Brazilian team trounced Mexico 4-0 to open cup play, and the home team went on to compile a near-perfect record, blemished only by a tie with Switzerland, in the preliminaries. Brazil, Sweden, Spain, and Uruguay qualified for the championship series, which would be round-robin rather than single elimination. Constant modification of its format has been a feature of the World Cup. The Brazilians overwhelmed the Swedes, 7-1, and the Spaniards, 6-1. The latter contest was one big party, as a throng of 200,000 waved handkerchiefs, released yellow and blue balloons, and sang Touradas de Madrid, Bullfights in Madrid, a popular Brazilian song that seemed appropriate for the occasion. Now only Uruguay remained. The Uruguayans had struggled to beat Sweden and had tied their game with Spain. Hence, a draw would give Brazil the coveted cup. At this point the optimism of the locals was out of control. An unwise decision was made to move the team's training camp closer to Maracanã. In the several days before the final game, publicity-seeking politicians, 1950 was an election year, endorsement-seeking merchants and well-wishers in general were so relentless in imposing themselves on the team that the players had no respite from their attentions. The press assured readers that Brazil would not only win but would run up a lopsided score. On that fateful Sunday afternoon the unreserved sections of the stadium were packed solid by noontime. When the Brazilians took the field, pandemonium erupted. The mayor of Rio, in a pre-game speech, hailed the team as world champions. The Uruguayans had nothing to lose. Before the match their captain led them in a ceremonial mass urination on a stack of copies of a Rio newspaper heralding Brazil's impending triumph. He then led them to the most stunning upset in World Cup history. The Brazilians. One interpretation of Brazil's loss likens it to a Greek tragedy, a classic case of punishment visited by the gods on a people whose fatal flaw was hubris. But perhaps immaturity is a more suitable explanation. The Brazilians were behaving like adolescents, flaunting an overconfidence that gave them a sense of invincibility. This overestimation of their skills put too much pressure on the players, who turned out to be human after all. So the Brazilian people would have to wait a while, until the lessons of 1950 had been fully absorbed, and until a new crop of superheroes arrived on the scene. Among the millions who sat by their radios and wept on that Sunday afternoon in 1950 was a skinny little 9-year-old black boy in the city of Bauru in the interior of the state of São Paulo. His given name was Edson Arantes do Nascimento, but his friends called him Pelé, the meaning and origin of which remain unknown even to the present day. His father played soccer professionally but never made it to the top leagues. Pelé would more than make up for this by becoming the greatest soccer star the planet has ever seen. Pelé was shining shoes at the age of 7 and had only 4 years of formal education. But his uncommon skill with the soccer ball brought him to the attention of talent hunters, and he soon left home to play for the Santos team, in the port of the same name not far from the city of São Paulo. Although it was expected that he would remain for a while with the Santos youth squad, within a short time he found himself promoted to the main team, which competed with the major clubs from São Paulo. On September 7, 1956, the 5'8", 130-pound, 15-year-old phenomenon scored his first goal in an official game against top-flight competition. The youthful Pelé converted a strong Santos team into what one author has called an astonishing goal-scoring machine. His offensive abilities were prodigious. He had it all: speed, mobility, a sense of oneness with the ball, uncanny vision, a fearsome shot off either foot, and, the crowning touch, an audacious, instinctive creativity. On July 7, 1957, Pelé made his debut on the national team in Maracana. Entering a South American Championship game against Argentina in the second half, he scored Brazil's only goal. Soccer madness. 397. In a 2-1 loss. A year later, despite his tender years, he was called to join the squad that would travel to Sweden for the World Cup tournament. Brazil had still not recovered from its calamitous 1950 defeat at the hands of the Uruguayans. In 1954, under a new system of regional qualifying matches, Brazil beat Chile and Paraguay to earn a chance to compete for the cup in Switzerland. But in a bloody, brawl-marred quarter-final match against a Hungarian team that had not lost in 4 years, the Brazilians bowed out, 4-2. But in 1958 things were different. The team benefited from better organization and coaching. The new crop of stars was truly exceptional, clearly the best group that the Brazilians had ever assembled. There were no weaknesses at any position. The attacking front line displayed awesome talent. The squad that would travel to Sweden for the 1958 World Cup featured not only Pelé, but Maine Garrincha, a 24-year-old mulatto forward who brought to the game an exuberant artistry that endeared him to spectators on both sides of the Atlantic. Garrincha did not look much like a soccer player. But his hunched body and crooked legs, the results of malnutrition, enabled him to perform now you see it now you don't feats of legerdemain once he gained control of the ball. When he embarked on one of his patented dribbling sorties, he would more often than not leave in his wake a trail of frustrated defenders. Garrincha came from Pau Grande, 31 miles from Rio at the foot of the steep climb to Petropolis. The descendants of slaves seeking work at a nearby textile factory were the first settlers of Pau Grande, and to this day it remains an impoverished backwater. Garrincha was born Manuel dos Santos, but as a boy he received the nickname Garrincha, after a small bird indigenous to the region. The additional sobriquet Maine would come later. As a teenager, Garrincha liked to drink, chase girls, and play soccer, pursuits at which he excelled. Because of his threadbare clothes and unathletic physique, he had difficulty obtaining a tryout with the professional teams of Rio. One coach, upon seeing his twisted legs, remarked, "They're bringing everyone here now, even cripples." But Garrincha eventually secured a chance to show off his talents to the officials and fans of one of the elite Rio teams, the Brazilians. He played in a preliminary game for the junior team of Botafogo and scored 3 goals. It was a quick trip from there to full-fledged stardom, and in 1958 he earned a berth on the national squad that would play in Sweden. Brazil entered the World Cup tournament with a reputation for choking in critical games. In an attempt to turn this around, the coach installed a new formation better suited to the freewheeling talents of his players. He also followed the advice of the team psychologist, one of the additions to the Brazilian contingent, whose tests told him that Pelé was too immature and Garrincha too undisciplined to be effective in World Cup play. Some say that the two players were also too dark, since Brazilian officials seemed to want to field as white a team as possible. The two sat on the bench as Brazil beat Austria and tied England in its first two matches. The next game, against a strong squad from the Soviet Union, would decide who got a berth in the quarter-finals. On the night before, some of the players urged the coach to turn loose Pelé and Garrincha, and he gave in to their entreaties. From the opening whistle, Garrincha drove the Soviets to distraction with his dribbling. Pelé, though nervous at first, flashed the brilliance that suggested of his capacity to transcend mere stardom. Although neither player scored, they were instrumental in Brazil's 2-0 triumph. Victories over Wales, France, and host team, Sweden, brought the cup to Brazil at long last. Pelé, Garrincha, and the rest of the team put on a display of crowd-pleasing soccer that left spectators breathless. The Brazilian style of play had clearly established itself as transcendent. Moreover, several ghosts had finally been put to rest. The Brazilians had demonstrated that they could win when the chips were down, and that they could do so with a racially mixed team. All Brazil exploded in celebration. In 1962, Brazil captured its second World Cup championship in Chile. Most of those who had played on the Brazilian squad in Sweden returned. The extent of the Brazilian players' talent became obvious when Pelé suffered a serious groin pull in the second game and was lost to the team for the rest of the tournament, yet the irrepressible Garrincha and his teammates did not miss a beat. Soccer madness. 399. A third championship would have allowed Brazil to retire the cup permanently, but the 1966 event in England turned out badly for them. This time the squad as a whole was less talented. Moreover, World Cup officials had apparently decided that European teams would have a better chance against Brazil and the other South American teams if the referees allowed a more manly, that is, rough, brand of play. Against Bulgaria, Pelé was fouled incessantly, and in a subsequent game a defender on the team from Portugal finally put him out of action with a brutal, blatant foul. An angry Pelé swore he would never play in World Cup competition again. Brazil did not survive the first round. By 1970 Pelé had changed his mind, and the regenerative faculty of Brazilian soccer had given the national team another crop of gifted athletes to compete for the cup, this time in Mexico. Though perhaps not quite at the overall level of the 1958 squad, the goalkeeper, for example, was a bit unsteady. The team featured a mature Pelé at his prime and other splendid offensive players whose talents more than compensated for defensive lapses. Gerardinho, for example, scored a spectacular goal off a pass from Pelé to beat England 1-0 in a critical first-round match. In the semi-finals, the Brazilians downed Uruguay, 3-1, and satisfied themselves with a large measure of revenge for 1950. Then, with an impressive 4-1 victory over Italy in the championship match, Brazil became the first country ever to capture 3 world titles. In the course of 2 decades, Brazilian soccer had gone from pit to pinnacle. This trajectory mirrored certain trends in Brazilian society as a whole during this same period. Indeed, there was a complex interrelationship between the course of the national soccer team and larger events that were transforming the country. This was especially true in 1950, 1958, and 1970. Mid-century found Brazil still searching for an identity, still uncertain of its destiny, still seeking to realize its aspirations. The nation's self-image continued to reflect serious reservations about its racially mixed heritage and doubts about whether an underdeveloped tropical nation could ever compete successfully with the countries of Europe and North America, countries where the Brazilians felt they were regarded as savages. What happened on the grass at Maracana in 1950 intensified their worst fears. By 1958 Brazilians had reason to believe that they were at last on the verge of finding themselves. The Kubitschek era had begun, and the country at last was moving forward toward a realization of its potential. The victory in Sweden was a tremendous confidence booster. Moreover, winning had not required slavish imitation of foreign models. The Brazilians could win in their own way, and the rest of the world admired not only their triumph but also the Brazilianness they stamped on it. In the late 1960s, the military regime in Brazil decreed a new economic policy designed to encourage rapid growth, and the Brazilian miracle dawned. In order to divert the millions of Brazilians left out of the miracle and to defuse any discontent they might harbor, the government took full advantage of the opiate qualities of soccer. Thus, for the first time, teams from all over the country, not just the powerhouses of Rio and Sao Paulo, were permitted to compete in a tournament for the national championship. As an important component of the regime's ambitious program of pharaonic public works, a number of large stadiums mushroomed in population centers throughout the country. A national lottery based on results of major soccer games was instituted. The TV networks improved their technical capacity to transmit games involving the national team from anywhere in the world. Clearly, as far as the military was concerned, as an instrument for promoting national integration, soccer was on a par with building highways to the Amazon, and its promotion even became a matter of national security. To the surprise of no one, Brazil's rulers gave top priority to the winning of World Cups, and they spared no expense in the effort. General Emilio Medici, who took over as president in 1969, was a passionate devotee of the game, and his public relations people made the most of the leader's love for the game. Indeed, most of the popularity he achieved during his presidency came from his image as Brazil's #1 soccer fan. He boldly predicted that Brazil would bring home the cup from Mexico in 1970, and he even tried to influence the selection of the squad. More. Soccer madness. 401. Over. Many suspect that the president engineered the ouster of the team's coach, who had once belonged to the Communist Party and had ties to opposition politicians, 5 days before its departure for the tournament in order to monopolize the political dividends he would reap from a Brazilian victory. When Brazil won its third championship, Medici seemed to assume personal credit for it. He flew the team directly to Brasilia, where he presented cash bonuses to the players and posed with them for photographers. The government organized a reception in Rio, where a carnival-like celebration reached such a pitch of uncontrolled frenzy that 44 people lost their lives. The success of the Brazilian style of play delighted soccer connoisseurs. One analyst described it as soccer with a smile, fluid, entertaining, immensely skilled and acrobatic. The Europeans traditionally relied on technical factors such as hard-nosed tackling, as practiced by the English, brute strength and physical conditioning, German characteristics, tactical discipline, a Soviet specialty, and cautious defensive play, the contribution of the Italians. All this added up to dull soccer when compared to the way the Brazilians performed. After the 1970 victory, the glory soon faded. The pressures of international competition grew more intense, yet at the same time the Brazilian people came to expect nothing less than championships. Other countries improved their level of play. The Europeans further refined their defensive tactics and physical approach to the game. It became increasingly evident that although Brazilian soccer entertained spectators, it no longer guaranteed favorable numbers on the scoreboard. Indeed, the very Brazilianness at the heart and soul of Brazilian soccer now seemed to be a drawback. Improvisation, creativity, and slyness might once have bewildered opponents, but the element of surprise had worn off, and the lack of discipline inherent in the Brazilian approach to the game made adjustments to opposing counter-tactics difficult. Moreover, Brazilian soccer put great reliance on individual effort, which meant that success in international competition depended on the genius of superstars. Brazilians cherished the conviction that because they were inherently superior at the game, the Brazilians, there was no need for them to train, and that their genes could consistently produce soccer prodigies who would maintain Brazil's position at the top of the soccer world. This was yet another version of the extractive mentality that has long plagued the country. This mindset led the Brazilians to believe that they could dispense with thoughtful preparation and hard work, because all that was required was the harvesting of a crop of plentiful talent that grew naturally in the country's soccer-rich environment. The government did everything it could to field a squad that would win again in 1974, and it spent an estimated $6 million in preparations for the event, which was to be hosted by the West Germans. But the military advisors with no special soccer expertise who received appointments to Brazil's burgeoning soccer bureaucracy interfered clumsily with the management of the team. Moreover, Pelé and a number of other stars from the 1970 squad decided not to play, and their replacements were less talented. The Brazilians had to struggle to reach the semifinals, where an excellent Dutch team trounced them. At this point Brazilian soccer found itself at a crossroads. One option was to maintain the status quo and hold fast to the notion that the country would continue to produce uncommonly talented players who could win World Cups if they were allowed free rein on the field. The other choice was to Europeanize. In the wake of the 1974 defeat, the military men who controlled the Brazilian soccer program chose the second option, deciding to mimic the transatlantic strategies of defensive play and teamwork. An army officer who specialized in physical education became the coach of the national team and tried to convert his players into Europeans by exalting tactics and physical conditioning over raw talent. At the 1978 World Cup in Argentina, the Brazilians were neither themselves nor a passable imitation of European players. Although they did not lose a game, they nonetheless suffered the sting of elimination in the second round. This disappointing outcome settled nothing about the direction Brazilian soccer should take. A debate continued to rage, with some urging a return to the freewheeling days, and others insisting that Brazil had to adapt its game to the European style. Yet at the same time it was obvious that certain aspects of the European style, such soccer madness, 403, as long passes and constant running, were ill-suited to a tropical climate. Those in the status quo camp could point to the difficulty some Brazilians with rare natural talent had when forced to play within a structured system. They argued that an overly disciplined approach to soccer could kill off the type of idiosyncratic genius that had been the foundation of Brazil's extraordinary successes in international competition. On the other hand, those who endorsed the Europeanization of Brazilian soccer could point to the national team's failures in 1982 and 1986, when aggregations of extremely talented Brazilian players delighted World Cup spectators with their dazzling performances, only to suffer heartbreaking defeats in critical matches against European opponents. It was not until 1994 that a Brazilian national team successfully melded the soccer styles of both Brazil and Europe. The squad that won the World Cup in Pasadena, California, featured a skilled, disciplined, well-conceived defense playing behind a pair of uncommonly gifted goal scorers. Although the championship team displayed less flair than prior Brazilian teams, much to the dismay of critics back home, it proved that greatness was still within Brazil's grasp. The plight of Brazilians in international play between 1974 and 1994 mirrored the deterioration of the game within Brazil. This latter aspect of the soccer crisis, in turn, reflected trends and developments within Brazilian society at large during this same period of time. The game suffered from the economic problems that beset the country after the collapse of the Miracle. The overcrowding of cities by migrants from the countryside drove up property values and caused the utilization of empty spaces that had previously served as soccer fields. Urban children thus had fewer opportunities to play the game. Depressed wages made it difficult for fans to afford tickets to matches, and attendance slipped, imposing financial hardships on the various local teams. European soccer clubs found it easy to purchase Brazilian players from their cash-starved teams. The players preferred to go abroad, where they could earn more. Before long, a number of the Brazilians, Zillion Crocs, crack, or star, players, were performing in Europe. In 1991 there were 13 of them in the top Italian league alone. Their departures lowered the quality of the professional game in Brazil. It became difficult to put together a cohesive national squad every 4 years, since those invited to participate had a limited time to practice as a team. For those Brazilians not playing overseas, the Quadrennial World Cup became a showcase for them to market their individual talents and secure lucrative contracts with European teams. So the players did not have the kind of team spirit needed to bring the championship back to Brazil. The Brazilian public became resentful of what it perceived as the mercenary motives of its quantum heroes. In 1990, after an indifferent performance by the team in the World Cup tournament in Italy, disenchanted fans met returning players at the airport in Rio and pelted them with coins. The structure of organized soccer in Brazil has also contributed to the slump the game has experienced. Although soccer has long been a professional sport, the people who run it are amateurs in the worst sense of the term and have coped clumsily with changing conditions in the country. Unlike North American pro teams, many of which are the private property, and often playthings, of millionaires or the subsidiaries of corporate conglomerates, soccer teams in Brazil have always remained under the sponsorship and control of non-profit clubs that serve a particular local community. These entities make available to members a wide range of social and recreational activities. This organizational structure dates back to the turn of the century, when clubs catering to the upper classes or organized by immigrants to serve their leisure time needs put together soccer squads composed of their own members. The subsequent professionalization of the sport did not change its club-based structure. The clubs simply went out and hired players, who became employees. In time the clubs not only stocked Brazil's top-flight soccer leagues but also created teams for younger players in various age groups as a means of discovering and developing new talent. Clubs are organized in democratic fashion, so that members in good standing elect the directors and officers. The administrators. Soccer Madness. 405. Serve 2-year terms and manage social and recreational activities as well as the soccer team. They are not professionals and hence receive no direct payment for their efforts. Many directors are self-made men devoted to their clubs and prone to acting emotionally rather than rationally. As one Rio soccer expert put it, they do in the clubs all kinds of stupid things they would never think of doing in their businesses. Since their terms in office are limited, they have been known to make short-sighted decisions, such as taking out heavy loans to sign a star player, that in the long run have devastating financial consequences. Service as an officer or director may have its rewards. A position in the leadership of a major urban club can function as a springboard for entering politics, or it can facilitate the cultivation of important business contacts. Directors and officers also gain a substantial amount of community prestige, which helps explain why bankers of Rio's illegal lottery have become involved with the administration of certain clubs. The financial straits into which Brazilian soccer has fallen have, of course, had a negative impact on the players. Like the rest of the country's workers, they have been hit hard by the economic downturn and have been powerless to do anything about it. Exploitation has always defined the relationship between employers and employees in Brazil, and the boys and men who play professional soccer are no exception. The physical demands on them are brutal, to say the least. The schedule may cover as many as 49 weeks of the year. Occasionally, the elite teams play exhibition games in other parts of the country or abroad in the middle of state or national competitions, and keeping to that kind of schedule requires exhausting travel. In addition, playing in tropical heat can subject players to the sort of wear and tear that can shorten careers. The majority of Brazil's professional soccer players receive meager wages. Their contracts tie them to a team for long periods of time, and they are usually at the mercy of their employers during salary negotiations. They have no agents and no unions to represent their interests. Until recently, professional soccer has been in large part the sphere of boys from impoverished backgrounds, who look on it as the Brazilians, a vehicle for social advancement. Dreaming of fame and fortune, they devote their early years to the game, and more often than not acquire very little formal education along the way. This pattern has produced the stereotype of the ignorant soccer player, best illustrated by the anecdote about the member of the national team who, while participating in the 1966 World Cup in Munich, refused to buy a Telefunken radio because it spoke only German. Ill-prepared for life after soccer, many of these men eventually slide back into the poverty from which they thought they had escaped. There is some evidence that this pattern is beginning to change. A 1991 survey of soccer teams in the state of São Paulo found that players were predominantly white, middle class, and reasonably well educated. 1/4 had attended university classes. More than 50% identified as the main factor motivating them to become professional athletes the pleasure they derived from playing the game. The Brazil of the 1990s differs significantly from the nation that produced World Cup champions in 1958, 1962, and 1970. Soccer has found itself competing with other sports, such as basketball and volleyball, with the latter gaining a tremendous boost when the men's team won an Olympic gold medal in 1992. Images of the youthful, yuppie-ish President Collor practicing karate and windsurfing set a tone that was difficult to ignore. Attendance at soccer matches has suffered because of an increase in the savage behavior of fans and the security problems confronting spectators who leave large urban stadiums like Maracanã in Rio. The toll of such violence has not yet reached the level of casualties experienced at soccer stadiums elsewhere in the world, but it should come as no surprise that the violence afflicting Brazilian society at large has spread to soccer stadiums. Despite its problems, soccer continues to reign supreme as the country's most popular sport. Brazil has more stadiums, 5, with a capacity in excess of 100,000 than any other country. The terminology of the game remains embedded in everyday conversation. The favorite fantasy of boys and grown men alike is to imagine themselves playing on the grass at Maracanã in front of a huge crowd. That Brazil is the only country in the world to have participated in every single World Cup tournament since the Cups. Soccer Madness 407. Inception and that it is the first country to win the Cup 4 times remain matters of enormous national pride. Moreover, soccer has produced Brazil's only enduring, undisputed national hero, the peerless Pelé, as well as perhaps a more beloved idol, Garrincha, both of whom have best earned the hearts and minds of their compatriots in ways that illuminate key aspects of Brazilianness. While he played soccer both for Santos and for the national squad, Pelé enjoyed the veneration of his fellow Brazilians for the contributions he made to 3 World Cup triumphs and for the consistent brilliance he displayed while reigning for 2 decades as the sport's undisputed king. Garrincha, likewise admired for his performances in international competition, endeared himself to Brazilian fans with his unique style of play, earning from them the epithet Alegria do Povo, joy of the common people. The successes Pelé achieved promoting soccer in the United States, where he played several years for the New York Cosmos, and in business ventures before as well as after his retirement from the game, have actually tended to diminish his stature in certain quarters of Brazil. Garrincha, who made a tragic mess of his post-soccer life and eventually drank himself to a premature death, has become an even greater folk hero than he was during his playing career. Although both men's lives followed poor boys make good trajectories, Pelé rose far above his background. He went about educating himself and took full social and financial advantage of the fame and fortune that came his way. Garrincha never tried to become anything other than what he was, an uncomplicated, ingenuous Brazilian from the bottom of the societal pyramid. One important key to understanding how they differed lies in the way they approached the game of soccer. Pelé manifested Brazilian qualities such as inventiveness and spontaneity, but he melded them into an offensive style of play that reached a level of classic perfection recognized by soccer aficionados throughout the world. Garrincha, on the other hand, was pure malandro on as well as off the soccer field, and therein lay the secret of the adoration he attracted from his fellow Brazilians. The Brazilians. The malandro is a heroic figure with roots in Brazilian folklore. Struggling to escape the poverty into which he was born, the malandro lives by his wits, converting his weaknesses into strengths and standing reality on its head, to the utter consternation of his betters. He refuses to accept the injustice inherent in a society without social mobility, and in doing something to rectify the situation, he acts on behalf of all the have-nots. He is not a criminal, but he lives on the thin line between legality and illegality. Neither conventions nor laws hold him back because of his expertise in bending them or finding ways around them. He is an individualist and a survivor, yet there is an unmistakable joie de vivre about him. Although malandragem, the art of being a malandro, had always been a characteristic of Brazilian soccer, Garrincha brought it to a new level, and a level that it has never again attained. He turned his deformed legs, a physical defect, into formidable weapons. His skill at dribbling a soccer ball left opponents lunging at thin air or sprawling on the turf. He cared not a whit who they were, referring to all of them as João, John, and his fans often roared with laughter at his tricky moves. Indeed, at times he seemed to convert the grass of the soccer field into the sawdust of the circus ring. The childishness he often projected was merely one of his malandro guises. Pelé, meanwhile, accomplished the signal feat of becoming the first Afro-Brazilian to earn recognition as a truly national hero. To a much greater extent than Garrincha, he drew fans across social lines because of the prodigiousness of his goal scoring and the acclaim he won in every corner of the globe. All Brazilians identified with him. In 1960 the Brazilian Congress enacted a law declaring him a national treasure and forbidding Santos from selling his contract to a foreign team. There was a subtle irony here. The adulation Pelé received was often cited as evidence that there was no racial prejudice in Brazil, yet the government was willing to impose a sort of slavery on him by limiting his right to work where he pleased. Nigeria and Biafra once declared a 24-hour ceasefire in the war between them in order to permit Pelé to play in an exhibition match. Soccer madness. 409. After his retirement, the restriction no longer applied, and the lure of a multimillion-dollar contract brought the superstar to New York, where he performed for 3 years with the Cosmos of the North American Soccer League and undertook to do public relations work for Warner Communications, the owner of the team, and for other American companies. It was at this point that some of his compatriots, especially intellectuals of the left, began to criticize him for being a mercenary. They apparently would have preferred that he refrain from displaying entrepreneurial initiative. Pelé himself made matters worse by issuing statements that could be construed as supportive of the military regime, and by not only ignoring, but also denying, the existence of racial prejudice in Brazil. He also did not conceal his enjoyment of the good life, and after divorcing his wife of 12 years, he often appeared in the company of young, beautiful women. A multimillionaire as a result of his continuing association with Warner, as well as product promotions, movie roles, and real estate investments, Pelé remains an international celebrity of the first magnitude. In 1994, a World Cup year, his endorsements and other business deals may have topped basketball legend Michael Jordan's off-court income of $30 million. A non-smoker and non-drinker, Pelé looks as fit as he was during his playing days. Whereas Pelé prospered after he hung up his cleats for good, Garrincha could not adjust to the loss of his soccer skills. Botafogo, the team to which he was under contract, exploited him as much as it could, forcing him to play on an injured knee rather than allowing him to undergo treatment that would have kept him out of the lineup for a while, and would have reduced the club's gate receipts, since he was their principal attraction. The knee injury, along with his inability to give up drinking and carousing, reduced him to a shadow of his former self. After Botafogo finally released him, he bounced from team to team, in Brazil and abroad, before finally retiring in 1973, at the age of 40. Garrincha's personal life was grist for the tabloids. At 19 he married a local girl, who bore him 9 daughters. In the early 1960s he abandoned her for Elza Soares, a popular singer who introduced him to the nightlife of Rio. Elza stood by him support. The Brazilians. Ively during all the hard years, even after his drunk driving caused an auto accident that claimed the life of her mother, but in 1977, after he gave her a severe beating during one of his bouts with the bottle, she finally left him. After being hospitalized repeatedly for his alcoholism, he eventually succumbed to the effects of the disease in 1983. The soccer stadium in Brasilia, as well as the field where Botafogo plays, bears the name of Main Garrincha. Brazilians continue to cherish his memory for a number of reasons, several of which are contradictory. A key figure on two of the World Cup championship teams, he raised the Brazilian style of soccer to new heights and at the same time entertained spectators with his happy-go-lucky brilliance. A consummate malandro, he was admired as such, yet in the end he did not triumph over adversity in the tradition of the mythical hustler. The story of Garrincha is one of triumph and tragedy. For Brazilians to celebrate their hero's success is only natural, a matter of national, or class, pride. For them to be moved by the sad turn his life took reflects the intense sentimentality that is an integral part of their Brazilianness. The idolization of Pelé derives from his contributions to Brazil's World Cup triumphs and from his worldwide deification as the king of soccer. Recognition abroad is a highly prized commodity in an underdeveloped country like Brazil, even though Brazilians at times have a tendency to depreciate compatriots who have prospered in foreign lands, as occurred in the case of Carmen Miranda. The tendency of some intellectuals to glorify Garrincha, and at the same time to snub Pelé, points to a rejection of material success and a celebration of the virtues of being poor and uneducated. Yet this proclivity also risks fortifying the sense of inferiority, and of defeat, that Brazilian society has traditionally drummed into its have-nots. Brazilian intellectuals have not always discounted Pelé. Once upon a time, a group of them accompanied Jean-Paul Sartre on a lecture tour to Araraquara, in the interior of the state of São Paulo. They surrounded him as he made his way on foot to the place where he was scheduled to speak. Suddenly and unexpectedly, in the opposite direction came Pelé, encircled by a group of children. Soccer madness. 411. On his way to the soccer stadium, where Santos was scheduled to play a local team, the two groups converged on a street corner. When they separated, all the intellectuals were following Pelé and the children, and Sartre was walking alone, until his erstwhile companions remembered what they were doing in Araraquara and dashed back to the Frenchman. To this day many residents refer to the spot as the Pelé-Sartre Corner. Chapter 17. The Lesser Gods. Brazil's Heroes. The stories of Pelé and Garrincha demonstrate, the idols a nation worships as its lesser gods embody the common dreams, aspirations, and values of an entire population or broad segments of it. But the venerated ones are neither supernatural beings nor humans who have achieved sainthood by serving as intermediaries of divine forces, rather they are flesh and blood creatures whose earthly feats have earned more than mere admiration. The conferral of hero or idol status signifies that the recipient has come to symbolize something people want and need to say about themselves. Some have questioned whether Brazil has any genuine national heroes. Apart from Pelé*, throughout its history there have been no military commanders who led their compatriots to truly epic victories over foreign foes on the field of battle, nor have there been towering political figures who guided the country through difficult times and into a brighter tomorrow. Moreover, most Brazilians lack historical memory, which means that they Ayrton Senna, a race car driver who won 3 Formula One championships, might have approached Pelé's level as a national hero had it not been for his untimely death in a 1994 crash. Indeed, Brazil's most notable victories over foreign rivals occurred in the diplomatic arena, the handiwork of José Maria da Silva Paranos Jr., the Baron of Rio Branco, who used quiet, effective negotiation to gain favorable settlements in many of Brazil's outstanding border disputes with neighboring countries at the end of the 19th century. Many Brazilians would rank him as a national hero. Some Brazilians might place the controversial Getulio Vargas in this category. The Lesser Gods. 413. Don't profit from remembering heroic figures from the past such as Tiradentes, who led an early uprising against Portuguese rule, and Maria Quiteria, an extraordinary woman who fought bravely and well in the War for Independence*. This does not mean, however, that heroes or idols are in short supply in Brazil. Since Brazilian society is fragmented along lines of class, race, sex, region, religion, education, and profession, there are many who are heroes to some but not all sectors of the social mosaic. Zumbi, the rebel slave, for example, is idolized by many Afro-Brazilians. Padre Cicero remains a hero to many poor Northeasterners. Oswaldo Cruz, the physician responsible for eradicating yellow fever from Rio de Janeiro at the turn of the century, deserves the admiration he receives from public health professionals. Heitor Villa-Lobos thrilled classical music lovers when he gained worldwide recognition as a composer who wove Brazilian musical themes into his works. More recently, Herbert de Souza, a hemophiliac sociologist infected with the AIDS virus as a result of a blood transfusion, has won the undying adulation of public-spirited Brazilians for his inspirational leadership of a national campaign against hunger. Even though these figures may appeal to citizens in only one or several of the subgroups that make up Brazilian society, they share some common characteristics that shed light on the concept of Brazilianness. It would, of course, be impossible to discuss more than a handful of them. The following selection represents a limited cross-section designed to illustrate who gains admission to Brazil's gallery of lesser gods, and what this process tells us about the country's national character. Those discussed include aviation pioneer Alberto Santos Dumont, Vinicius de Moraes, diplomat, poet, performer, and bohemian par excellence, an intellectual who turned to popular music. Maria Quiteria, a young woman who grew up in the interior of Bahia, where she learned to hunt with firearms, disguised herself as a man and joined the new army Dom Pedro I was raising to expel the Portuguese. Assigned to the infantry, she assaulted enemy trenches, took prisoners, and later organized a battalion of women soldiers, whom she led in battle. A street in Rio de Janeiro's Ipanema neighborhood bears her name. The Brazilians. And became famous, in spite of himself, among young people not only in Brazil but throughout Latin America. Luis Carlos Prestes, a quasi-mythical figure who held the unique distinction of being esteemed, albeit begrudgingly, by the military and worshipped by the political left. Maria de Gracia Meneghel, better known as Suxa, a creation of television and the idol of Brazilian children, and Ivo Pitangui, the plastic surgeon whose sure-handed efforts to keep patients looking young and beautiful has made him an icon among well-off Brazilians. In the resort town of Petropolis, where the Brazilian royal family once repaired to avoid the tropical diseases that ravaged Rio de Janeiro during the summer, a peculiar structure resembling an oversized birdhouse in the style of a Swiss chalet perches unobtrusively on the side of a hill. The steps from the street are so narrow that a visitor must turn sideways to climb them. The tiny abode, painted white with green trim and topped by a rust-red roof, houses curiosities such as a dining table twice the height of standard furniture, with chairs to match, and what a placard celebrates as the first hot and cold water shower in Brazil, a contraption dating back to 1918. There is a strong scent of eccentricity in every corner of what has come to be known as the Enchanted House. And rightly so, for the house was designed and inhabited by one of Brazil's most original and lovable eccentrics, Alberto Santos Dumont. In his native land he is hailed as the father of Brazilian aviation. The French, among whom he lived for many years, bestowed on him the affectionate nickname Petit Santos, Little Santos. Marcio Souza called him O Brasileiro Voador, the Flying Brazilian, and used the phrase as the title of his fictionalized biography of the fearless birdman whose daring-do was the talk of Paris during the Belle Époque. Santos Dumont is an unusual denizen of the Brazilian pantheon of national heroes because he performed his epic feats abroad. Yet the accomplishments of this fascinating aviation PIO. The Lesser Gods. 415. Ne'er were so extraordinary and his style so Brazilian that his fellow citizens took, and continue to take, great pride in him. Alberto Santos Dumont, the last of 8 children, was born in 1873 in the sugar-growing region of southern Minas Gerais, near what is now the main highway between Rio de Janeiro and Belo Horizonte. His father acquired a coffee plantation in the state of São Paulo in 1879. Using modern technology to increase its production, he soon became a wealthy man. The young Alberto was a wiry wisp of a lad with dark hair and eyes and large ears. The machinery he encountered on the farm intrigued him, and he set about learning how everything worked. Shy and full of dreams, he immersed himself in the novels of Jules Verne and fantasized about air travel. In 1891 a fall from a horse left Alberto's father partially paralyzed. He took Alberto with him on a trip to Lisbon and Paris, where he consulted with specialists about his condition. The boy fell under the spell of the City of Lights. Realizing that he did not have long to live, Alberto's father decided to let his youngest son go his own way, so he allowed Alberto to return to Paris to continue his education. "We'll see whether you'll make a man of yourself," he wrote in a letter to the 19-year-old boy, whom he advised to study physics and chemistry. "Don't forget," he wrote, "that the future of the world lies in mechanics." Alberto followed his father's counsel. On his own in Paris, he took private classes in the applied sciences and also attended lectures at the University of Bristol in England. The turn of the century was an exciting time for anyone interested in technology, which was bursting beyond its frontiers, and the young Brazilian became fascinated with the infant science of ballooning. Making use of the financial resources his father had put at his disposal, Alberto set up a workshop on the outskirts of Paris and turned his attention with remarkable single-mindedness to lighter-than-air flight. Within a short time Santos Dumont was a leading figure within a small group of intrepid adventurers who designed and produced their own spherical balloons and flew them with the aid of air currents. After becoming an accomplished free flyer, Alberto the Brazilians signed and constructed a cylindrical airship powered by an engine mounted in a basket suspended from an elongated balloon. It was the first in a series of dirigibles he would fly. When the Aero Club of France offered a prize for the first person who could pilot a dirigible along a prescribed route around the Eiffel Tower in 30 minutes, Santos Dumont rose to the challenge. He made several attempts, one of which almost ended in tragedy when his airship crashed onto the roof of the Trocadero Hotel and he had to be rescued by firemen. But on September 19, 1901, he successfully completed the course and became the toast of Paris. Santos Dumont's popularity derived from not only what he did but also how he did it. The Brazilian had a way about him that captivated Parisians. A shade under 5 feet in height and weighing less than 110 pounds, he was a curious amalgam of cockiness and reticence, courage and primness. He was also somewhat of a man about town, dining regularly at Maxim's, the famous restaurant. Then there was the matter of his appearance. To offset his lack of size, he wore elevated heels, striped suits, a high starched collar, a red scarf, and a broad-brimmed Panama hat. He became the delight of the French press, which publicized his adventures in words and photographs, a novelty at the time. He also became the favorite subject of one of his friends, the caricaturist Georges Goursat. Before long, people began to imitate his style of dress. He bought a house on the Champs-Élysées, not far from the Arch of Triumph, and set up in the dining room a table and chair that hung by wires from the high ceiling, 6 feet from the floor. Mounting the chair with the use of stilts, he would sway back and forth as he ate his meals, in order to acclimate himself to dining in a balloon. Always impeccably dressed, he would electrify Parisians by engaging in unannounced descents from the sky. He would even steer his airship along the streets of the city. Once he tied up at his apartment building, went inside for a cup of coffee, and then resumed his flight. On another occasion he landed in front of a café on the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne and sauntered in for an apéritif. He took the young son of a United States diplomat with him on one. The Lesser Gods. 417. Ascent, and on another he let a dazzlingly attractive Cuban woman solo in one of his dirigibles, both firsts. He was totally unflappable, even during the mishaps that inevitably occurred. One explanation for Santos Dumont's eccentric behavior, which has been put forward by one of his biographers, Enrique Lins de Barros, was that he wanted to be accepted by the French aristocracy. He disdained the pursuit of profit, considered a bourgeois notion, and looked on what he was doing as a gentleman's pastime. Thus, when he won a contest for being the first person to fly a dirigible around the Eiffel Tower, he gave away the prize money. He would not patent any of his numerous inventions, and he allowed them to enter the public domain, for anyone to copy and use freely. Although he would have preferred to continue experimenting with dirigibles, a growing worldwide interest in the possibilities of flight in heavier-than-air machines soon captured his attention. Reports that the Wright brothers had flown an airplane in 1903 in the United States were greeted with skepticism in Europe, and the Aero Club of France offered a prize for the first aviator to make a flight of 630 feet. The diminutive Brazilian decided to enter the competition. By late 1906 he was ready to give it a try. He constructed an odd-shaped biplane that resembled a series of box kites, with a horizontal stabilizer in front, rather than in the back as a tail. He called his invention the 14 bis, an accurate translation into English would be the 14A, since it was a variation on his 14th airship. On November 12, before an enthusiastic crowd on a field in the outskirts of Paris, after several inconclusive attempts, he and the 14 bis managed to traverse more than the required distance at an altitude that exceeded 20 feet. The publicity generated by Santos Dumont's feat gave a tremendous boost to the work of others. He was prominent among the handful of individuals who made Europe air-conscious during this period. Moreover, his total openness contributed to the rapid progress in aviation that was to follow, since anyone was free to copy and improve upon what he had done. Petit Santos clung stubbornly to his belief that aviation should be an avocation for the rich, and he shuddered at the thought that the Brazilians' airplanes might be mass-produced in factories. He built a new craft, which he christened the Demoiselle, or Dragonfly, an elegant little monoplane that his British biographer, Peter Wickham, described as beautifully made and finished. The last and perhaps the most satisfying realization of his genius. Santos Dumont once landed it on the lawn of the chateau of a French count, who invited him in for tea, an exploit that gave him the distinction of making the first social call in an airplane. The Demoiselle was soon copied by others. In November of 1909 Santos Dumont made his last flight. Several months later, the news broke that he had suffered what was described as a nervous breakdown. Wickham hypothesizes that French doctors had in fact discovered that the aviator had multiple sclerosis, and he preferred to keep his condition a secret. With the passing of the Belle Époque and the coming of World War I, Santos Dumont's world came to a sudden end. Although in 1913 the French Aero Club built a monument in Saint Cloud, just outside Paris, to commemorate his 1901 dirigible trip around the Eiffel Tower and the flight of the 14 bis in 1906, he was increasingly marginalized. When he amused himself with a telescope in a seaside town he was visiting in 1914 and the overzealous police chief arrested him on suspicion of being a German spy, he decided to leave the country, despite the prompt apologies of the French government. He then returned to Brazil. By this time Santos Dumont was beginning to show signs of premature aging, the effects of multiple sclerosis. The use of airplanes during the war profoundly depressed him, and he sought refuge in the little house he built for himself in Petropolis. As soon as hostilities in Europe ended, he sailed back to the continent for medical treatment. He could not seem to adjust to the changed times. On another return to Brazil in December 1928, his compatriots planned a gala reception as his steamship entered Guanabara Bay. A seaplane, named the Santos Dumont and carrying a number of notable Brazilian scientists, was to take off, fly over the vessel, and drop a packet containing a message of homage to the great Brazilian who by achieving the conquest of air honored the country's name abroad. As the plane glided toward the ship, a wingtip caught a wave and the plane crashed. There were no survivors. The lesser gods. 419. By now a very sick man, Santos Dumont bounced back and forth between Brazil and European sanitariums. In 1930 the French government awarded him its coveted Legion of Honor decoration. In late 1931, as the depression he suffered grew worse, he went home to Brazil for the last time. The 1930 revolution that had brought Getulio Vargas to power provoked an armed revolt in Sao Paulo in 1932, and the regime used aerial bombardments to suppress it. Santos Dumont, who had gone to live at the seashore resort of Guarujá not far from Sao Paulo, could watch military planes from his hotel room as they deployed to attack a rebel fortress near the coast. When his nephew, who was caring for him, went off to buy some cigarettes and left Santos Dumont alone for a few minutes, the old man headed straight for the bathroom and hanged himself. Santos Dumont today lies at rest beneath a statue of Icarus, a copy of the St. Cloud Monument, in the São João Batista Cemetery in Rio de Janeiro. Alberto Santos Dumont exemplifies the mix of sweetness and greatness that marks the most seductive aspect of Brazilianness. Because of the recognition he achieved abroad for Brazil, his fellow citizens idolized him, although some grumbled at his refusal to make flights in his native land. The town where he was born and the downtown airport in Rio de Janeiro bear his name, and the Brazilian Air Force has made him their hero, despite his well-known opposition to military aviation. He was the only early flyer who had significant successes in both lighter-than-air and heavier-than-air flight. He may have been the first to build a hangar for dirigibles. He made the first flight in a powered aircraft in public before an official commission. His dirigibles and his demoiselle were clear contributions to the state-of-the-art in aviation development. And when he told a friend, Louis Cartier, that he could not manipulate the controls of his airships and at the same time consult his pocket timepiece, the two of them came up with the design for the first wristwatch for men. But this is just part of the story. Santos Dumont was truly unique, a complex, dapper daredevil, a comet who blazed briefly but brightly, both a shaper of his era and a mirror for his contemporaries, a legend in his own time, and ultimately a tortured soul to whom fate dealt a cruel hand. The Brazilians. The star-crossed quality of his life, perhaps a fate that leads Brazilians to see him as flawed, and therefore to doubt his greatness, and by extension, their own, seems to have remained with him after death. A major international film project to be based on Marcio Souza's O Brasileiro Voador and likely to secure for Santos Dumont the recognition that he richly deserves has been shelved indefinitely because of a lack of financing. In the winter of 1962, several blocks from one of Rio's better beaches, at an intersection throbbing with vehicular and pedestrian traffic, two men sat drinking beer in the Veloso bar and studied the forms of human life that swirled by them. It was an almost daily ritual, one of the more popular pastimes of cariocas who inhabit the south zone of the wonderful city. The high point of their routine occurred when a stunning, green-eyed 15-year-old made her way past them on the street, or entered the bar to buy cigarettes for her mother. These regular appearances at first rendered them speechless and later inspired a running dialogue about her abundant charms. She was, in the words of one of them, a golden girl, part flower, part siren, full of light and grace. Eventually they decided to write a song about her. The younger of the pair, a painfully shy pianist named Antonio Carlos Jobim, composed the music. His companion, a ruddy-faced poet and diplomat named Vinicius de Moraes, wrote the lyrics. The piece, which they called A Garota de Ipanema, The Girl from Ipanema, became not just a hit but a classic, not just in Brazil but everywhere. Both Marcos Vinicius Cruz de Melo Moraes and Antonio Carlos Jobim qualify as authentic Brazilian heroes. The choice to focus on Vinicius in no way signifies a lack of appreciation of the musical genius known to his friends simply as Tom, it merely reflects a preference for the powerful element of Brazilianness that shaped and colored the unique career of Vinicius. As the American writer Waldo Frank once pointed out succinctly, there is in him so much of Brazil. He exuded many of the idiosyncrasies of his native land. He was captivating, easygoing, sensual, musical, and totally anarchic. The Lesser Gods. 421. Within him one could detect strong traces of Macunefma, the roguish, prototypically Brazilian hero immortalized in Mario de Andrade's classic novel of the same name. Life is a big rat trap, he used to say, and you have to eat the cheese. Vinicius himself never hesitated to pounce on the cheese, and he never let the trap bother him. He was born in 1913 in the pleasant neighborhood of Gavia, a stone's throw from Rio de Janeiro's botanical gardens. His family was comfortably upper middle class, with bloodlines that were mainly Portuguese, though he could identify ancestors who were German, Italian, Hungarian, and Argentine. The young Vinicius grew up in a home environment that placed value on the intellect and an appreciation of the arts. His father had no real profession and pursued various money-making schemes that came to naught, when he was not writing poetry or strumming the guitar. Following in his father's footsteps, Vinicius penned his first verses at the age of 8. He found music particularly appealing. Vinicius sang in the choir of the Jesuit high school he attended in Botafogo and taught himself to play the guitar by ear, so that he could perform in a musical trio at parties. At 15 he composed his first song lyrics. After 3 years at the university, where he obtained a law degree without sacrificing his consuming interests in literature, philosophy, dance, music, cinema, and the pursuit of women, he published his first book of verse, which won critical acclaim. 2 years later a second collection of poems won him a prize. He began to live the life of an intellectual, which did not prevent him from taking a job as the film censor for the Federal Ministry of Education. He never censored a single film. In 1938 Vinicius' poetry won him a fellowship at Oxford. When he left his native land, Vinicius was a dashing, romantic figure. His past followed him to England, and in 1939 he interrupted his studies to wed a beautiful, strong-willed young woman he had met just prior to his departure from Brazil. Beatriz Azevedo de Mello, nicknamed Tati, came from an old São Paulo family that was displeased by her decision to link her destiny with that of a poet. She defied them, married Vinicius by proxy in Rio, sold some of her jewelry, and set out across the Atlantic. The Brazilians. The outbreak of hostilities on the continent forced Vinicius and Tati to return home later that same year. Soon he was scrambling to support her and the 2 children she bore him, the profession of poet being not even minimally remunerative. Journalism provided him with his only steady income. He took a position as literary supplement editor and film critic for a Rio daily. The film critic position enabled him to promote his somewhat eccentric ideas about cinema and fight a rearguard action against talking pictures, which he despised. He was such a purist in this regard that he even deplored the practice of piano accompaniment with silent films. Being the head of a family did not check the bohemian tendencies that he had indulged during his bachelor days, and he resumed active participation in the intellectual and artistic life of Rio de Janeiro. When Orson Welles arrived in early 1942 to shoot a documentary film about Brazil, Vinicius the film buff was irresistibly drawn to the boy genius who had stunned the cinema world with Citizen Kane. Unchecked by Vinicius, who became his friend and companion, Welles quickly gave himself over to the carnal delights of the city. Another American visitor in 1942 brought out the serious side of Vinicius and helped transform him politically. Up to that time he had manifested decidedly pro-fascist sympathies. But this alignment changed when Waldo Frank, a well-known novelist and critic with an interest in Latin America, came to Brazil as part of a continental speaking and writing tour intended to promote support for the Allies and the ideals for which they were fighting. Vinicius served as his companion and secretary during an excursion Frank made to Amazonia, the northeast, and the heart of the state of Mato Grosso in central Brazil. Today most Brazilians from the south know relatively little about the rest of their country, a fortiori. In the 1940s, when travel was extremely difficult, this ignorance was much more pervasive. For Vinicius, the consummate carioca, the trip revealed a Brazil he had scarcely imagined existed. It put him in touch with the most backward and poverty-stricken areas of the country and radicalized him. At one point he even contemplated signing up with the Communist Party, but its leader, Luiz Carlos Prestes, advised him. The lesser gods. 423. Not to join, since he could be more useful to the party from the outside. By 1943 family responsibilities weighed so heavily on Vinicius that he joined Brazil's foreign service. For several years his new profession did not noticeably interfere with his lifestyle in Rio. In 1946 he was offered posts in Moscow or Southern California. Hedonism triumphed over ideology, and Vinicius chose the assignment in the Brazilian consulate in Los Angeles, a post that would enable him to sample Dionysian living on a major league scale. Motion pictures were still the preeminent form of popular entertainment in the United States, and the studio system still had firm control of Hollywood. The film industry was booming in the immediate post-war period, and Vinicius had a front-row seat. He studied movie making with Orson Welles. Carmen Miranda was a big star, and she and Vinicius, as well as Tati, became close friends. He met, and fell under the spell of, the young Ava Gardner and hobnobbed with other celebrities. He also wrote about cinema and jazz for Brazilian newspapers. Like all of his assignments throughout his long diplomatic career, the job of vice-consul seemed to occupy only a small portion of his time and attention. He returned to Brazil in 1950. Shortly afterward, his marriage came apart. At this time that his bohemian tendencies were gaining irresistible momentum. He moved in with another woman, the first of 8 successors to Tati *. He began to gain weight. Because the Foreign Service poorly compensated its officials serving within the country, he returned to the field of journalism and began writing film criticism as well as an advice to the Lovelorn column, under a pseudonym, for a Rio daily. It was during the 50s that Vinicius took the step that was to earn him fame and fortune. He devoted serious attention to the writing of popular songs. He did not, however, completely abandon his intellectual bent. Indeed, his major opus of the decade was *. When he broke up with a companion, he would take with him only a toothbrush. "This is the 5th Encyclopedia Britannica I bought," he once told his daughter Susanna as he established yet another new household. The Brazilians. A musical play written in verse and based on the Greek myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. Perhaps inspired by the success of the American musical play Cabin in the Sky, it retold the ancient fable as a tragedy befalling blacks in a Rio favela during Carnival. To provide the music, Vinicius engaged a young and vastly talented composer who would become his partner for a number of years, Antonio Carlos Tom Jobim. It was an association that would leave an indelible mark on Brazilian music. Some of his literary friends looked with disapproval on Vinicius's incursion into the pop field. They insisted that what he was doing was inconsistent with the career of a serious poet. Vinicius reacted in a way that became a trademark. He made it clear that he could not care less what others thought of him, and that he would march to his own drummer. The beat would evolve toward the end of the decade, as Vinicius joined the small nucleus of creative young Brazilians who followed the lead of a quirky musical genius named João Gilberto and gave the world a synthesis of samba and cool jazz known as bossa nova. This new musical form was a classic example of Brazilian anthropophagy. Gilberto began with the Afro-Brazilian beat of the samba, as refined by his fellow Bahian Dorival Caymmi, who superimposed on it rhythms produced by the fishermen and street vendors of the city of Salvador. Along with this style he digested American jazz, and what emerged was something fresh, beguiling, and distinctively Brazilian. Up to that point popular music in Brazil had been under the controlling influence of instinctive musicians from the lower classes. Now people with university degrees began to bring sophistication to the pop music scene. Bossa Nova reflected a different aesthetic, rooted not in the favelas but in the comfortable apartments of the south zone of Rio. The new beat became a worldwide craze in large measure owing to the popularity of the motion picture adaptation of Vinicius' play Orfeu com Cjo. The French producers of the film, entitled Orfeu Negro, Black Orpheus, decided not to use the songs performed in the stage version. Instead they asked Vinicius and Tom Jobim, along with Luiz Bonfa, to compose new musical numbers. These songs were driven by the bossa nova beat that was catching fire in The Lesser Gods. 425. Rio and Sao Paulo. Moviegoers everywhere found them irresistible. Vinicius was on a creative roll in the early 1960s. His songs were being performed by some of Brazil's best singers. He was working in collaboration with some of Brazil's best composers. Besides Tom Jobim, among others there were Pixinguinha, a legendary figure in Brazilian popular music, and Ari Barroso, another idol best known for his classic song Aquarela do Brasil, Brazil. In 1962 Vinicius took another quantitative leap and began to perform in person before nightclub audiences. The fact that he was an active duty official of the Foreign Service gave him a certain cachet and even more popular appeal. Throughout the many years he appeared on stages in Brazil and abroad, he sang and played his guitar with some notably talented partners. In making the transition from serious poet to pop artist, Vinicius influenced a generation of university-educated musicians who saw that music designed for mass audiences could incorporate a considerable degree of sophistication. Caetano Veloso and Chico Buarque were in the forefront of the new movement. Meanwhile, Vinicius became an avatar of the mood of liberation that reached Brazil in the 1960s. Letting his hair grow long, he preached, and practiced, sexual freedom. During his performances on stage, he drank heavily and openly from a bottle of scotch. His political views remained progressive, so he was what might be termed a left-wing hedonist. During the military dictatorship he did and said whatever he pleased, confident that his international fame would protect him. Finally, in 1969, he was expelled from the Foreign Service. On that occasion the President of Brazil, General Artur Costa e Silva, is said to have remarked, "Let that bum go to work." Like Garrincha and Santos Dumont, Vinicius did not worry about material things. He was completely carefree and insisted on doing things his own way, which meant in whatever way his mood. Ironically, Vinicius hated the film. According to his daughter Susana, he stormed out of the premiere at the Laranjeiras Presidential Palace in Rio in the middle of the screening, went home, and got roaringly drunk. He thought the movie presented a fake version of both Brazil and his play. The Brazilians. At the moment dictated, no matter what his friends advised him, to the point of that he sold for practically nothing the rights to his intellectual labors. In 1980, at the age of 66, Vinicius died of natural causes in his bathtub, where he customarily drank whiskey, did his writing, and received visitors. He left behind a legacy of creative work that lives on, and an approach to life so direct and uncompromising, so charming, and at the same time so exasperating that it is impossible to imagine him as anything other than Brazilian. If Vinicius de Moraes was quintessentially Brazilian, Luiz Carlos Prestes embodied traits that were in certain respects antithetical to Brazilianness. Cerebral, organized, uncompromising, unemotional, impersonal, and puritanical, on paper he appears to be an implausible prospect for inclusion in the nation's gallery of immortals. Yet he achieved heroic status as the symbol of hope for Brazil's have-nots, an exalted position he maintained for 6 decades. Contradictions among his devotees abounded, not the least of which was that the Brazilian nationalists who deified him saw no problem with his long years of loyal service to the Soviet Union. The Brazilian military, anti-communist to the core, could never completely cure itself of admiration for him. The Brazilian Communist Party, which ostensibly placed principle above the cult of personality, accepted the fact that without Prestes' popularity it would have limited appeal, and the party played a critical role in making a mythical figure out of him. And when Prestes died in 1990, no less a pillar of the establishment than Roberto Marinho wrote an editorial calling him a brave revolutionary leader, and had these words read to the nation on the Globo Network's evening news. The man who one day would be known as the Cavalier of Hope was born in 1898 in Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, into a middle-class family of modest means. His father, an army officer, was transferred to Rio de Janeiro and brought his fam. His chaotic distribution of the rights to the songs in Black Orpheus has blocked a contemporary production of a musical play based on the film. The Lesser Gods. 427. I lay there with him. Several years later he died from illness, a tragedy that qualified his only son for admission to a military preparatory school. The boy was an excellent student and easily gained acceptance into the military academy in Rio de Janeiro. Short and slender, Luiz Carlos did not have the physique of a soldier, but he was extremely bright and serious, and his willingness to help classmates with their studies made him popular with them. He graduated at the top of his class in 1920 and then received a commission in the Army Engineers. 2 years later, having been assigned to a railroad construction battalion, he became involved for the first time in a plot against the government. Although the armed forces had been instrumental in the overthrow of the monarchy in 1889, after the first turbulent years of the old republic they had generally maintained a hands-off policy toward the civilian government that ruled Brazil. But now discontent with the way government officials were treating the armed forces began to intensify. In addition, younger officers imbued with the positivist vision of progress and a sense of their own responsibility for the fate of the nation displayed impatience with what they saw as the corruption and incompetence of politicians and bureaucrats. The public came to know them as the tenentes, lieutenants. In 1922 the tenentes sparked an easily suppressed rebellion in Rio de Janeiro. Lieutenant Luiz Carlos Prestes participated in the planning, but when the moment of truth arrived, an attack of typhoid fever kept him from the actual insurgency. As a result, his superiors never identified him as one of the conspirators. In 1924 he received an assignment with a railroad battalion in the interior of his home state, Rio Grande do Sul. He was at this post when a tenente rebellion broke out in São Paulo. This time the insurgents had more success and managed to hold São Paulo for about 3 weeks. Meanwhile, revolts erupted in other parts of the country. Prestes, now a captain, led a column of troops northward, to the interior of the state of São Paulo, where one exception was a curious uprising in 1904, when cadets from the academy joined civilians in a revolt against a law making smallpox vaccinations compulsory. It was a vivid example of the influence wielded by the French positivist Auguste Comte, who vigorously opposed the newly developed smallpox vaccine. The Brazilians. They linked up with rebel forces that had been driven from the capital. At this point the revolutionaries numbered about 1,500. Captain Prestes took command, and his troops set out on a march into both history and mythology, the 2.5-year, 15,000-mile, 13-state odyssey of what would soon become known as the Prestes Column. It was an incredible journey by any standard. The column crisscrossed much of the vast interior of the country, from the edge of the Pantanal swamp in Mato Grosso to the tablelands of Goiás, into the bowels of the northeast, across the Chapada Diamantina, Diamond Plateau, of central Bahia, and finally to the border of Bolivia. And it was the wiry, diminutive Captain Prestes, now sporting a bushy black beard, who held things together with the force of his personality, his intelligence, and his capacity to inspire fierce loyalty from the officers and men in his charge. Prestes' goal was to inspire others to rise up against the government. But there were very few along the way who were sufficiently moved by the column's exploits to follow suit. Moreover, when his troops reached the northeast, the mass of impoverished backlanders who should have in theory flocked to his side generally kept their distance. They were not at all ready for revolutionary change, being easily persuaded by the local landowners to regard the rebels as their enemies. The fact that members of the column occasionally treated them with cruelty fueled their hostility. Many of the outlaws in the region enlisted in the effort to repel the invaders, and there were occasional bloody clashes. The Prestes column eventually had to withdraw from the northeast because of the armed resistance of the backlanders. Prestes' forces returned through Goiás and Mato Grosso and traversed the marshlands of the Pantanal. On February 26, 1927, the main body of men, now numbering 620, crossed into Bolivia and laid down their arms. About a month later, the remnants of the rebel force, 66 men, crossed into Paraguay. Throughout its long march, the goals of the column remained vague. Prestes and his fellow tenentes issued various proclamations calling for honest elections, social legislation, and an end to corruption in government, excessive taxes, and political persecution, but this was hardly a coherent blueprint for renovation, and the lesser gods. 429. It is not surprising that the tenants failed to attract broad segments of the population to their cause. But they did succeed in electrifying the nation, once word of their courage and dedication spread. As Neil Macaulay, author of an excellent book on Prest's Long March put it, in 1927 Brazil wanted heroes and not a revolution. Once the revolt had ended, the press glorified the Prest's column and its leader. Reporters for Assis Chateaubriand's newspaper, Zero Jornal, interviewed Prest's in Bolivia. Their stories helped feed a public demand for news about him. A leftist newspaper called him the Cavalier of Hope, and the epithet stuck. The tenents became a strong political force in Brazil. Popular dissatisfaction with the government was cresting, and those seeking to force a change in direction found it expedient to court the survivors of the Long March. Of course, the big prize would be Prest's, and it was the Brazilian Communist Party that took the most decisive and immediate steps to recruit him. A communist leader traveled to Bolivia and brought Prest's books by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. In them the captain found a theoretical framework that was in accord with his revolutionary impulses, and he continued to study these revolutionary theorists after he moved on to Buenos Aires. Meanwhile, the communist press in Brazil glorified him, to the point of commemorating his birthday each year. The tenents who had marched with Prest's returned to Brazil, and many of them joined the movement that eventually produced the revolution of 1930. Prest's remained aloof. In the end he proclaimed his opposition to the 1930 coup and formally applied for membership in the Communist Party. In 1931 Prest's, his mother, and his siblings went to Moscow. The Cavalier of Hope worked as an engineer there for several years, and while there he also rubbed elbows with revolutionaries from the four corners of the planet. He became a member of the executive committee of the Comintern, the international organization of communist parties under Soviet control, and thereby joined with such luminaries as Mao Zedong, Italy's Palmiro Togliatti, and Spain's Dolores, La Pasionaria, Ibarruri. During his sojourn, leaders of the Brazilian Communist Party sent to Moscow reports that were increasingly optimistic about the Brazilians' possibilities of armed revolution in Brazil. Soviet officials accepted their assessment at face value. This was a period during which the Comintern was debating the wisdom of adopting a policy of forming popular fronts with non-communists who opposed the growth of fascism. The Comintern decided to encourage popular fronts in some Latin American countries, such as Chile, but to go ahead with armed revolution in Brazil. Luiz Carlos Prestes was ordered to return to his native land and take charge of efforts designed to pave the way for a dictatorship of the proletariat. The Soviets assigned an experienced agent to accompany Prestes. She was a German Jewess by birth, young, attractive, a committed communist, fluent in 4 languages, but not Portuguese, an excellent shot, a pilot, and a parachutist. Her name was Olga Benario. She and Prestes were to travel as a married couple, even though she was already married to a Soviet official. On the ocean voyage from Brest to New York, the two fell in love. Later they began to live together in an actual conjugal relationship. Prestes was 37. According to Olga's biographer, Fernando Moret, this was his first sexual experience with a woman. Brazil's 1935 revolution, which recently released documents from communist archives reveal was planned, financed, and directed from Moscow, turned out to be a colossal blunder. Loyalist troops easily crushed communist-directed military revolts in Natal and Recife. Undaunted, Prestes ordered an uprising in Rio. It suffered the same fate. The fact that the rebels killed several army officers in the process of the uprising would have long-term implications, as it provided the basis for an implacable hatred of communism within Brazil's armed forces. Unlike those who planned the coup, the regime had excellent intelligence. Government security forces knew in advance virtually every move the rebels intended to make. When order was restored, Vargas unleashed a wave of repression. The Cavalier of Hope escaped detection for a while, but in the end the police tracked him down and surrounded the house in Rio where he and Olga were hiding. On March 5, 1936, both were arrested. At the time Olga was pregnant. When the two were separated at police headquarters, it was the last time they saw each other. The Vargas regime deported Olga. The Lesser Gods. 431. To Germany, where she delivered her child. She was eventually taken to a concentration camp and perished in a Nazi gas chamber in 1942. Prestes was condemned to 47 years imprisonment. The international communist movement agitated ceaselessly for his release, and Jorge Amado wrote an adoring biography of him *, but it was not until World War II was drawing to a close in Europe that Vargas released Prestes from prison. Broad segments of the population now regarded Prestes as a hero. They remembered the exploits of the Prestes column, sympathized with him over the tragic death of Olga, and identified him with the wartime bravery of the Soviet people, on whose side Brazil had fought. Moreover, the communists' intransigent opposition to the Vargas dictatorship had won the admiration of many of Brazil's intellectuals and students, and Prestes still embodied his party. It came as a shock to many when the Cavalier of Hope spoke out in support of Getulio while the rest of the opposition mobilized to force the leader's resignation. The communists felt they were better off with Vargas remaining in power and committing himself to free elections than they would be under the rule of the military, which remained firmly anti-communist and would exert significant influence on any successor regime. Prestes even appeared on the same platform with the man who had delivered Olga over to the Nazis. F for the sentimental, personalizing Brazilians, this was a breathtaking display of discipline and commitment to a political cause, and they have never ceased to marvel at it. In 1979, with the reissuance of the biography, Amado stated in a new preface, "I feel proud to be the author of this book." Besides glorifying Prestes, it contained the following description of the USSR. Friend, fatherland of the workers of the world, fatherland of science, of art, of culture, of beauty, and of liberty. Fatherland of human justice. Elected federal deputy on the communist ticket in 1945, Amado broke with the party in the wake of Nikita Khrushchev's revelations about the horrors of Stalinism. After that, Amado's novels became much less political, and he soon gained recognition as Brazil's most beloved and famous writer. Prestes had earlier appeared on a balcony of the American embassy with U.S. Ambassador Adolph Burley in a tribute to Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had recently died. The Brazilians. Prestes and the communists could not stop the military ouster of Vargas, but in the general elections on December 2, 1945, they were permitted to participate, and they succeeded as never before, and never since, in attracting voters. Their presidential candidate garnered 10% of the total, and Luiz Carlos Prestes won not only a seat in the Senate, but also, because of a peculiarity in Brazilian election law, seats in the Chamber of Deputies from 4 different states. The onset of the Cold War doomed communist participation in Brazil's democratic process. The party was declared illegal, and its elected representatives were expelled from office. A major pretext was Prestes' statement that the communists would oppose Brazilian participation in a hypothetical war between the United States and the USSR. The Cavalier of Hope went underground in 1948 and lived clandestinely in Brazil for 10 years. The government of Juscelino Kubitschek eased the restrictions on the Communist Party, and Prestes resurfaced. In the 1960s he openly supported João Goulart and became a bête noire for Goulart's political opponents, who charged that the president's administration was being infiltrated by communists. As they had done in 1935, Prestes and his party miscalculated their ability to influence events. When the military overthrew Goulart in 1964, the communists once again paid dearly for their optimism. Prestes escaped capture. Despite the fact that his name topped the first list of persons the dictatorship deprived of their rights as citizens, the armed forces did not make his arrest a priority. He repaired to Sao Paulo, where he lived clandestinely for 7 years. Since neither he nor the Communist Party supported armed insurrection at this time, The security forces left them alone and pursued those who were organizing urban and rural guerrilla warfare in Brazil, a strategy Prestes firmly opposed. In 1971, when the military tightened its grip, Prestes once again slipped out of Brazil and made his way to Moscow. By this time he had a new wife, with whom he would eventually produce 8 children, and he took his family with him. He returned to Brazil when the regime declared a general amnesty in 1979. For 5 decades Luiz Carlos Prestes had faithfully followed the Communist Party line, as dictated from Moscow. He was a devoted the lesser gods. 433. Stalinist under Stalin, adjusted to the anti-Stalinism of Nikita Khrushchev, and supported the Soviet repression of uprisings in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. By the 1980s he had become an anachronism. Shortly after his arrival in Brazil he lost his position as Secretary General of the Brazilian Communist Party, which he had held since the 1930s, and in 1984 he was expelled from the party. In the last years of his life he criticized his former comrades but never spoke ill of the Soviet Union or the international communist movement. He continued to make known his views on Brazilian politics, but his influence was minimal. Because he was by this time virtually penniless, architect Oscar Niemeyer, a longtime party member, provided him with financial support. Prestes died of a heart attack on March 7, 1990. Although the Brazilian Communist Party and its sympathizers, as well as the Soviet Union itself, labored diligently to expand and preserve the legendary aura of Luiz Carlos Prestes, it would be a mistake to regard his renown as an artificial construct. His courage, endurance, and persistence during the Long March were qualities that understandably earned for him the undying admiration of his compatriots. The army, sorely in need of heroic figures, could not help but respect his remarkable feat. Civilians yearning for someone to lead the country out of the doldrums into which it had sunk during the 1920s were quick to accept him as the Cavalier of Hope. Yet for nearly 6 decades Prestes dedicated his life unquestioningly to a totalitarian ideology that had little relevance to Brazil, Brazilians, and Brazilianness, and that ultimately collapsed of rot in its country of origin. Moreover, he committed serious strategic and tactical errors during his long tenure at the helm of the Brazilian Communist Party. In many ways Prestes embodied the opposite of Brazilianness, yet many Brazilians elevated him to the status of a lesser god. This might reflect a tendency to undervalue their own national character and to admire traits found in other peoples. The prestige Prestes enjoyed abroad and his lionization by the international communist movement no doubt greatly impressed many of his compatriots. That there were no limits to his willingness to suffer for the Brazilians' principles, that he was perpetually becoming involved in lost causes, and that he suffered a horrible personal tragedy with the loss of Olga. All these details appealed to Brazilian sentimentality. A proposed memorial to Prestes has set off a controversy among not only his political friends and enemies but also among his children. Projected to cost about $300,000, designed by Oscar Niemeyer, and planned for Rio's Barra de Tijuca, a chic neighborhood far removed from any working-class district, it has a ground plan that faintly resembles a hammer and sickle asterisk. That Luiz Carlos Prestes and Suxa, the TV star worshipped by millions of Brazilian children, would have anything in common might seem far-fetched, but both share not only a birthplace in Rio Grande do Sul but also fathers who as career army officers brought their families to Rio de Janeiro as a result of military assignments. At that point the similarities come to an abrupt halt. Maria de Gra Meneghel, known professionally as Suxa, pronounced Xuxa, is a mega-celebrity in the eyes of the preteen set, not only in Brazil but throughout Latin America. In addition to starring on her own morning TV program 5 times a week, the tall, pigtailed blonde is a mini-industry, churning out records, making films, doing live shows, and licensing her name for use on dolls, stuffed animals, games, articles of clothing, yogurt, cosmetics, and posters. What makes her success remarkable is that the spell she casts over Brazil's children has an unmistakably erotic tinge to it. The Cu de Suxa, Suxa Show, is a chaotic blend of songs, dances, games, cartoons, and general frenzy, presided over by a young hostess who connects with her live audience, and the millions watching her all over Brazil, by behaving as a child and exuding a carefree innocence that almost, but not quite, camouflages the sexiness that once made her a successful model and the starlet in a soft porn. Niemeyer likes épater la bourgeoisie, to shock the middle class, as the French would say. The design of his memorial to Juscelino Kubitschek in Brasilia also conjures up a suggestion of the communist symbol. Moreover, according to some Brazilians, the arch the architect conceived for the Apotheosis Plaza at the end of the Sambadrome in Rio, where the annual carnival parade ends, recalls the shape of a woman's buttocks. The Lesser Gods. 435. Film. Clad in boots, hot pants that flatter her shapely rump, and a jacket often sequined and shortened to reveal her midriff, she prances and wiggles, shouts with glee, and bestows generous kisses that leave the mark of her bright red lipstick on the Baksenhaus, or shorties, as she calls the youngsters who crowd the stage behind her, fill the auditorium in front of her, and gaze lovingly at her image on the TV screen. Little girls imitate her way of dressing, little boys send her adoring fan mail, fathers watch her whenever they can, and critics fulminate that she is prematurely stimulating the sexual drives of Brazilian children. One unflattering commentary in the Jornal do Brasil compared Suxa and her fans with Snow White and the latter's 7 shorties, both women, according to the authors, project a masturbatory, infantilized fantasy. Asterisk. The story of Suxa began in 1963 in the little town of Santa Rosa. Her mother, who liked to give her children unusual names, had been planning to christen her next child Ivanhoe Jandrii, if a boy, or Morgana Sayonara, if a girl, but because the birth was a difficult one, she chose a more traditional, religious appellation, Maria de Graça, Mary full of grace. Maria's 2 older brothers bestowed upon their new sister the nickname Suxa, and it stuck. It was after the close-knit family's move to Rio de Janeiro that its youngest member grew into a stunning teenager. Her flaxen hair and blue-green eyes, the legacy of German and Polish ancestors, caused heads to turn, and one day a man began to follow her. Terrified, Suxa hurried home. The doorbell rang. It was her pursuer, a photographer from Manchete magazine. The rest, as they say, is history. In 1979, at the age of 16, Suxa launched a modeling career that would put her face on the covers of 59 magazines 2 years later. She also posed in the nude, a common practice in the profession. Her fresh-faced looks and innocence intensified the sexuality she projected. Her looks proved irresistible to Pelé when the two appeared together on a magazine cover, and soon the mists. Suxa has been the target of much overheated, convoluted criticism, mostly from intellectuals who blame her for such misdeeds as reinforcing racism, sexism, and mindless consumerism in Brazil. The Brazilians of romance enveloped the former king of soccer and the future queen of the shorties. In 1982 Suxa made her motion picture debut in Amor e Estranho Amor, Love Strange Love, in which she played a young prostitute whom a prepubescent boy secretly observes nude and making love to a customer. Several years later Suxa was presented with another opportunity to perform before prepubescents when the young Manchete TV network, whose owner also published magazines that often featured Suxa, decided to make her the hostess of a children's program. At first she was awkward, uncomfortable, and even rude to the children, but Manchete stuck with her and she soon developed an unusual rapport with her young viewers. Instead of talking down to them, as many performers on Brazilian children's TV shows did, Suxa managed to become one of them. She learned to enter their world, connect with their interests, and speak their language. The rise in her ratings did not go unnoticed, and soon the powerful Globo network hired her away from their upstart competitor. Roberto Marinho's communications empire gave her much greater national exposure, and children from the four corners of Brazil soon developed a ravenous craving for the indefatigable Suxa and her trademark mantra, Beijinho, Beijinho, Kissy, Kissy. Her program played 5 mornings a week for more than 4 hours. Astute business advice from her manager, Marlene Matos, enabled Suxa to keep control of her persona and her career. Anyone using her name without her permission could expect a lawsuit. Marlene created Suxa Promotions Incorporated, and several other companies to handle Suxa's various spin-off enterprises, and later set up Suxa's own charitable foundation. Suxa's records sold in the millions, and permission to use her name on a product or service guaranteed booming sales. At a time when the motion picture industry in Brazil had all but disappeared because the federal government had stopped subsidizing it, Suxa made movies that attracted the shorties in droves and turned profits. The films were generally simple-minded fare, but one of them had some subtle cinematic touches betraying the hand of its director, Teisuke Yamasaki. The Lesser Gods. 437. Suxa soon became a multinational enterprise. She began to make television shows and recordings in Spanish and to target youth audiences in the rest of Latin America. The Spanish-language programs attracted a vast new audience and even penetrated the market in the United States. In 1991 she placed 37th on Forbes magazine's list of show business top earners, just behind Sylvester Stallone, Arsenio Hall, and author Tom Clancy, and just ahead of Mel Gibson and Matt Groening, creator of The Simpsons. 2 years later, she had vaulted to 28th place, leaving in her wake such luminaries as Harrison Ford, Clint Eastwood, and Andrew Lloyd Webber. In 1992 People magazine listed her among the world's 50 most beautiful people. Throughout her meteoric rise, Suxa remained a simple, rather lonely soul, eschewing cigarettes and alcoholic beverages, and always wearing her heart on her sleeve. Her relationship with Pelé came to an end, and she then took up for a while with auto racer Ayrton Senna. She lived in a Rio mansion with only her 15 dogs for steady company. This phase of her life ended abruptly in August of 1991, when Rio's ubiquitous violence touched her directly. Only 30 yards from a studio where she was in the process of taping her TV show, 2 men parked an automobile stocked with weapons and tear gas bombs. Police discovered them, and in an exchange of gunfire, one of the suspected kidnappers was killed and the other critically wounded. A distraught Suxa immediately abandoned Brazil for Buenos Aires. She returned regularly to record her program but established her residence in the Argentine capital. Hoping to hit the jackpot in the land of Uncle Sam, Suxa launched a syndicated television program for children in the United States in 1993. But her failure to master English created an awkwardness that reduced the show's appeal to young people, and since the puritanical predisposition of North American society forced her to turn off much of her sex appeal, she was unable to capitalize on what helped make her a megastar in Brazil. The sensual vibrations Suxa projects and their impact on Brazilian children are part and parcel of Brazilian sexuality, which has somehow managed to reconcile the carefree attitude inherent in the popular saying there is no sin south of the equator with the Brazilians' repressive, patriarchal social structure that exalts both virility and virginity. The manifestations of eroticism emerging from such sources as the mass displays of flesh to be seen during carnival, the popularity of a bathing suit known as the FIO dental, or dental floss, an indication of how much female flesh it covers, television commercials for undergarments, and the Suxa show reflect a peculiarly Brazilian attitude toward sex that is much less permissive than it appears. One possible explanation for this contradiction posits that Brazilians are exhibitionists about sex and sexuality. A European-born resident of Rio de Janeiro described how a delegation of her neighbors came to her to ask that her 7-year-old daughter stop going around naked to the waist. The woman added, but if she put a flower on her ear and danced, everyone would watch and be delighted. Thus the costumes and cavortings of both Suxa and her youthful imitators may amount to the sort of exhibitionism that one sees on beaches throughout the year and on streets during carnival, and this exhibitionism may be acceptable because it serves as a means of escaping from pressures imposed by traditional values. Suxa herself has shrugged off complaints. At one point she poked fun at her critics by creating the character of a sex education teacher on her program. but she dropped the bit when she undertook an explanation of how babies came out of their mother's body, and a little boy asked her how they got in. On another occasion, when queried by a reporter about the sexiness of the youngsters appearing on her show, she replied, "If they're sensual, it's because they were born that way." An American who lived for several years in Rio disputes that notion and attributes to the influence of the success show the behavior of her 3-year-old daughter, who once sidled up to a mirror in a department store, tucked up her shorts, and asked, "Mommy, do you think I've got a pretty bum?" Brazilian slang for buttocks. The city of Niterói faces Rio de Janeiro across the waters of Guanabara Bay, a distant backdrop that gives the impression of being an afterthought in the overall design of things. On December 17, 1961, it provided the setting for one of those mass disasters that occur in The Lesser Gods. 439. Brazil. From time to time, when a circus tent caught fire during a performance and collapsed on 2,500 trapped spectators, most of them children. A surgeon from a Rio hospital rushed to the scene by boat and helped treat the hundreds of burn victims. He worked day and night without rest, doing what he could to save lives. 323 were lost, and then later to repair horribly disfiguring injuries. In his autobiography, Ivo Pitangui describes this experience as altering the course of his destiny. He was already a plastic surgeon at the time, but he claimed that working with the survivors of the circus fire brought home to him that physical appearance could be as important as life itself, an insight that dawned on him when some of his patients expressed a wish to die when they saw how deformed they had become. He concluded that cosmetic surgery was as important as reconstructive surgery, rather than a poor relation meriting the neglect and even disdain of his profession. The Niterói calamity and the sudden conversion it supposedly triggered furnished drama befitting the curriculum vitae of a man Time magazine once described as theatrically handsome, a personality who has fused professional skill and panache to create an aura that has placed him close to Pelé at the top of any list of Brazilian celebrities. Indeed, a quasi-divine dispenser of beauty and youthful looks. Yet if the story of Pitangui's reaction to the circus fire is true, it contains a certain irony, since it means that the suffering of badly scarred slum children served as the catalyst for his rise to worldwide fame as a cutaneous cutter to the international jet set. Harold Robbins has mentioned Ivo Pitangui in one of his novels. The New York Times has made him the subject of an extended profile, entitled Dr. Vanity. An American cable network featured him in a TV documentary, The Man with the Golden Touch. Jimmy Carter stayed with him on the island Pitangui owns off the coast of Angra dos Reis when the U.S. president visited Brazil. Sev. Since Dr. Pitangui was already an established plastic surgeon at the time, his flair for the dramatic may have caused a bit of exaggeration here. One cannot be too critical of Pitangui's poetic license, however. His autobiography and his 42 5-page treatise on plastic surgery gained for him election to the Brazilian Academy of Letters. The Brazilians. Brazilian telenovelas have featured characters loosely based on him. A Rio Samba school has used his image to adorn one of its enormous floats in the annual carnival parade. Vinicius de Moraes once coined the verb pitanguizar, to change face. In one of its advertisements, American Express has run a photo of him holding a mirror to his face as he sits by the sea and gazes intently at the statue of an ancient goddess. Ivo Pitangui is a hero to those who have benefited from his prodigious skills with the scalpel. This group includes patients bearing natural or inflicted disfigurements that keep them from functioning in society, as well as people fortunate enough to be able to afford elective treatment designed to improve their appearance or postpone the aging process. Yet he is much more than a successful plastic surgeon. By virtue of the force of his personality and the life he has chosen to lead apart from the practice of surgery, he has become a symbol of Rio de Janeiro's upper class, despite the fact that he was not born into it and in many ways is atypical of Carioca high society. Rio de Janeiro has become a mecca for cosmetic surgery. A recent newspaper account estimates that about 2,000 aesthetic operations a month are performed there, at an annual cost of $120 million. Indeed, the city has more plastic surgeons than public health physicians. Women of means regularly resort to cosmetic surgery, and even middle-class women eager to imitate their social superiors often use their savings to seek help from one of the many practitioners who perform facelifts, tummy tucks, and other surgical alterations of body parts. In part, this demand for plastic surgery reflects the influence of the city's beaches, where life is a perennial beauty contest and increasingly skimpy beachwear leaves nothing to the imagination. The Brazilian concept of beauty grants elevated status to small breasts and well-shaped buttocks, features that can be obtained, or at least approximated, by artificial means. Moreover, the exaltation of youthfulness, a legacy of the tropics and long an element of Brazilianness, provides yet another incentive for resorting to cosmetic surgery. There is a suggestion here of a certain shallowness, which Warren Hogue underscored in his aforementioned New York Times Pro. The Lesser Gods. 441. File of Pitangui, when he wrote, "Looks count for almost everything in Rio society because very little else is in contention. One can spend long sunny days on the beaches and at the clubs where the rich idle and never see anyone reading. Thus it is hardly surprising that Rio has produced the world's foremost plastic surgeon. Yet the professor, as Pitangui prefers to be called, is not a Carioca by birth, but rather a Mineiro, from the state of Minas Gerais, and far from being an empty bathing suit if that is a proper symbol for Rio's leisure class, he is a complex, driven, highly talented individual who has labored long and hard both to earn his status and to shape his image as one of Brazil's lesser gods. Just as fun-loving Cariocas are a product of their lush environment, Mineiros bear the imprint of the mountains that fill their home state and isolate its communities. Mineiros tend to be cautious, steady, distrustful, and averse to emotional extremes. They also shun extravagance, a trait that has earned for them the reputation of being tight-fisted, or pau duro, an expression referring to people who keep bread until it hardens. Minas Gerais has generated an intense religiosity and is perhaps more Catholic than any other state in the country. It produced Brazil's first serious independence movement and the first military uprising against the government of João Goulart. Minas Gerais has given Brazil Pelé, Juscelino Kubitschek, Tiradentes, singer Milton Nascimento, novelist João Guimarães Rosa * and sculptor Ele Jadenho. As Ivo Pitangui once put it, the rough terrain of his home state has forced its inhabitants to realize that behind each mountain is still another mountain. This insight motivates Mineiros to think ahead carefully, to be modest about their accomplishments, and to go forward relentlessly toward bigger and better things rather than to be content with the horizon before them, all of which are qualities that the professor has demonstrated. One of Brazil's greatest writers, João Guimarães Rosa, was a country doctor turned diplomat who captured the language, rhythm, color, and magic of the Mineiro interior in his masterpiece Grande Sertão, Veredas, translated into English as The Devil to Pay in the Backlands. The Brazilians. Belo Horizonte, the capital of the state, was his birthplace in 1926, but he was brought up in Diamantina, 180 miles to the north, in the diamond mining region. His father was a general surgeon, his mother a devotee of literature and art. A very competitive boy, perhaps owing to his lack of height, he excelled at swimming and tennis. Although he fainted the first time he watched his father perform surgery, he resolved to attend medical school, and he gained early entry by lying about his age. Compulsory military service interrupted his studies and took him to Rio de Janeiro, and like many other Mineiros, he felt a strong attraction to the River of January. He eventually completed his medical studies there, doing his internship in an emergency room. 2 years of study abroad at the Bethesda Hospital in Cincinnati brought him into contact with Dr. John Longacre, a reconstructive surgeon who taught him that plastic surgery can serve important humanitarian and aesthetic functions, and that the notion that people should accept whatever deformities nature or trauma has inflicted on them is anachronistic. After a brief interlude in Rio, Pitangui set off for France and England, where he studied plastic surgery with pioneering practitioners in the new field. He was now ready to return to Brazil and set up his own school. In 1953 he began performing plastic surgery at the Santa Casa de Misericordia Hospital and assembling a team to work with him. 8 years later he experienced the Niterói circus fire, and shortly thereafter he inaugurated a 23-room private clinic in the neighborhood of Botafogo, where he began to assemble and train a team of specialists, and to perform cosmetic surgery on patients eager to improve their appearance, and willing to pay handsomely for what would become known as the Pitangui touch. Soon his name would become a household word not only in Rio but throughout the world. Although Pitangui maintains absolute silence about the identity of his patients, enough of them have talked about their visits to his clinic, and the press has dug up enough names, that it is possible to get a sense of the type of clientele he has attracted. Anita Ekberg, Sasa Gabor, Gina Lollobrigida, the former Empress of Iran, ballerina Natalia Makarova, actress-politician Melina Mercouri, the Duchess of Windsor, Ultraviolet, and Viva are among the lesser gods. 443. Those on the list. After suffering serious accidents, actress Marisa Berenson and race car driver Niki Lauda went to Pitangui for reconstructive surgery. He speaks 6 languages fluently, which enables him to communicate with many of his foreign patients in their native tongue. The artist in Pitangui comes to the fore in his approach to cosmetic surgery. He insists that there is beauty inside everyone, and that a little help from his scalpel will make it visible. On the other hand, he also realizes that unlike the painter or the sculptor, he must work within certain physical limitations the creator has imposed on individual men and women. Pitangui's broad face, bushy eyebrows, and big brown eyes appear often on the society pages of Rio's newspapers, and the gossip columnists chronicle his comings and goings assiduously. He participates so actively in the city's social world that people often identify him with the leisure class patients to whom he frequently ministers. Indeed, the carnival float bearing his likeness had a caption reading champagne, caviar, and Pitangui. However, Pitangui's frenetic lifestyle and the breadth of his interests set him apart from most of Rio's elite. He is a patron of the arts, an avid skier, a voracious reader, a pilot, the holder of a black belt in karate, and a conservationist. He has converted his private island into a nature preserve where he has gathered various species of birds and animals. In addition, unlike many members of Brazil's leisure class, Pitangui has a social conscience, and it motivates him to spend one day a week operating free of charge at a public hospital. Ivo Pitangui's entry into the galaxy of Brazil's lesser gods suggests how international fame can excite the esteem of Brazilians of every social class. Moreover, the man and his environment are a perfect fit, since it is difficult to imagine him performing plastic surgery procedures, cavorting, and starring in any other venue except Rio de Janeiro. In the TV documentary about Pitangui, a grateful Lauder comments, "He did more than I asked him to do." Chapter 18. The telenovela. A national obsession. From June 24, 1985, until February 21, 1986, the whole of /Y Brazil was held in thrall by the tale of a small town that had become rich and famous because of the reputation of a local martyr but stood to lose everything when the supposedly dead saint returned home to reveal himself as alive and altogether unsaintly. Weekdays and Saturdays just before 8:30 p.m., restaurants, bars, theaters, and cinemas emptied. Telephone lines fell silent, and Brazilians from Belém to Porto Alegre sat transfixed in front of their television sets, as the continuing saga of Roque Santeiro, Roque the Saint Maker, unfolded. The setting for the Globo Network's hit telenovela was a small town called Asa Branca somewhere in the hinterlands of Brazil. The storyline went like this: 17 years have passed since a young man who made a humble living carving images of saints lost his life while defending the town against bandits. The killers threw the body of Roque Santeiro into a river, and it was never recovered. Then a sick girl claimed that she saw him rise from the waters and that the apparition miraculously cured her. The common folk began to venerate the dead man as a saint, and Asa Branca, like some giant magnet, began to draw pilgrims from all over the country. But the sudden, mysterious reappearance of Roque threatened to undermine the foundation on which the town's prosperity rested. Among the nearly 40 characters were Asa Branca's ruthless political boss, a wealthy landowner who has been pretending that his mistress married Roque Sanchiro just before his death, in order. The telenovela. 445. To profit from her status as a town celebrity, Roque's real sweetheart, who has remained faithful to him, the owner of a factory that produces medallions with Roque's likeness on them, the weak-kneed mayor of Asa Branca and his domineering wife, an old priest who defends traditional Catholicism and a young priest committed to the cause of social justice, the owner of the town bordello, and members of a television crew in town to make a film about Roque. The remarkable success of Roque Sanchiro, which earned audience ratings that from time to time reached 100%, stemmed from, first of all, the superb quality of its script, direction, and cast. Its author was Alfredo Dias Gomes, one of Brazil's most talented dramatists. Some of the country's best actors and actresses lent luster to the telenovela's colorful characters. In addition, Roque Sanchiro appeared at a pivotal moment in the life of the country. Brazil was in the process of emerging from 2 decades of authoritarian rule and was struggling to find itself. The telenovela, with its biting satire of small-town corruption and hypocrisy, gentle spoof on Brazilian mysticism, and deft incorporation of topical concerns, struck viewers as holding a mirror to Brazilian society. Even the ending, which permitted the villain to depart unrepentant and unpunished, seemed typically Brazilian. As a bellhop in a Salvador hotel observed, we see ourselves and our reality in it. Finally, there was the element of curiosity. The Globo network had actually begun filming episodes of Roque Sanchiro in 1975, but the military regime's censors would not permit the series to be televised because they considered it an offense to public morality and a threat to national security. As the regime eased restrictions on what Brazilians could watch on television, viewers clearly relished a taste of previously forbidden fruit. The Roque Sanchiro phenomenon brought renewed attention to an art form that had attained the level of a national institution. Some observers hailed the telenovela as the consummate articulation of popular culture in Brazil, others complained that the telenovela was in fact destroying the ways in which Brazil's common people expressed themselves artistically, and that it was implanting hollow values throughout the country. The Brazilians. Both sides of the debate shared the assumption that telenovelas were having a significant impact on Brazilian society from top to bottom. There was also general agreement that these television programs were affecting the way the rest of the world looked at Brazil, because the Globo network was aggressively exporting its distinctive telenovelas to 128 countries. An understanding of Brazilian telenovelas, or novelas, to use the shortened expression, must begin with the recognition that it would be misleading to call them soap operas, a term that conveys a particular meaning to North Americans. The novellas have a beginning, a linear plot, and an ending, as opposed to American soaps, which are virtually interminable. Telenovelas reach television screens 6 nights a week over an 8-month, or longer, span during prime time, whereas in the United States soap operas are televised either every weekday afternoon or once a week during prime time. Novellas may be romantic, tragic, or comic, and occasionally all three. They may deal with contemporary or historical themes. Or their plots may derive from classics of Brazilian literature, such as the novels of Machado de Assis or Jorge Amado. And they have had a cultural impact, both nationally and internationally, far beyond anything the US soaps have been able to effect. In Brazil, where fact operates on several discrete levels, the telenovela often merges with or supersedes reality. For example, when the death throes of President-elect Tancredo Neves paralyzed the entire country in 1985, there were those who were convinced that the dramatic events filling television screens were part of a telenovela. As Alex Shaumatov points out in his absorbing book The World is Burning, when rubber tapper Chico Mendes was assassinated, there were those who thought that the killer might be the same person who had murdered a leading character on a popular novela that was being broadcast at the time. But perhaps the most astonishing blending of life and the art of the novella occurred on December 28, 1992, when police discovered the body of Daniela Perez, punctured 18 times with a pair of scissors, on a road above the Rio neighborhood of Barra de Tijuca. The 22-year-old actress had been appearing in De Corpo y Alma, with Body and Soul, a very popular novella written by her mother. Indeed, several hours before she was murdered, the telenovela 447 had filmed a scene in which her character had angrily broken up with her boyfriend, a jealous, violent, and possessive punk rocker. When the actor who played the boyfriend and his 19-year-old pregnant wife were arrested for the crime, the country obsessed on the incident. Even the announced resignation of President Col Lor the day after the murder seemed to fade into irrelevance. Telenovelas serve a validating function. The late Claudio Abramo, a distinguished São Paulo journalist, claimed in a 1987 interview that many people here realized there was torture during the military regime only after they heard about it on Rota de Fogo, a novela. The popularity of Pantanal, a Manchete network telenovela about the struggle to protect the ecology of the Great Pantanal marshlands of central Brazil, did more to raise public awareness about conservation than all prior agitation on the part of the country's environmentalists. The addictive appeal of the telenovelas has become a kind of glue that binds together the disparate elements of Brazilian society. Residents of shacks in frontier towns in Amazonia and high-rise apartments in São Paulo, wealthy matrons and humble maids, children and their grandparents, attorneys and janitors, and even many intellectuals who insist that they despise television, all share a common fascination with the characters and the plot convolutions of hit novellas. One French writer has dubbed this phenomenon a strange and fleeting televisual democracy. Being very communicative individuals who love to chat with neighbors and friends at home, through open windows, on the street, in the beauty parlor, or at the beach, Brazilians everywhere have made the characters of the telenovelas a major source of their daily gossip. Moreover, as talented television director Guilherme Aras once noted wryly, telenovelas are the great aspirin of Brazil. People have become so dependent on them that they feel deprived and the actor, who in real life had reportedly worked as a male prostitute in Belo Horizonte and an exotic dancer in a Rio drag show, confessed to the murder and then accused his wife. The press speculated first that there was a romantic involvement between the actor and his victim, and then that the killing was part of a satanic rite. The victim's character was written out of De Corpo y Alma by having her accept a job offer to work on a Caribbean island. The Brazilians upset, and complain vehemently whenever one of the telenovelas does not live up to the standards they have come to expect. The novellas have also become an integral part of the national culture, for better or for worse. The most successful of them convey the aspirations and concerns of large segments of the population. Critics who complain that novellas manufacture the aspirations and concerns of the viewing public with some hidden agenda in mind are overestimating the manipulative powers of the medium. Roque Santeiro was clearly a reflection of what was in many people's minds at the time, as was Vale Tudo, Anything Goes, a subsequent Globo series that matched Rock's ratings by capturing the mood of cynicism that was gripping the country at the time. It is, of course, true that novellas promote consumerism in numerous ways, from the luxurious Rio and São Paulo lifestyles they often depict to the not very subliminal product advertising that is woven ceaselessly and shamelessly into their plot lines. They have also affected the way people throughout Brazil talk and dress, and have influenced tastes in popular music by their insinuating use of theme songs. But the link between the telenovela and its audience is perhaps better described as interactive, since the impact of the novella on viewers is matched by the impact of viewers on the novella. The networks use polling and specially organized discussion groups to determine how viewers are reacting to a program in progress. Depending on the viewer response, there may be script alterations, and the roles of characters may be expanded or contracted depending on their popularity. A more serious charge is that the telenovela is destroying the ways Brazil's lower classes express themselves. Brazilian popular culture has been amazingly rich, especially in rural areas, where traditions rooted in the country's Portuguese, African, and Indian past have survived intact or have blended to produce new forms. As television has spread to the far corners of the land, viewing is consuming leisure time that used to be spent on these cultural pursuits. As a result, there has been a marked decline in creative activities such as the production of cordel literature, the narrative folk poetry that is composed by literate or semi-literate poets mainly. The telenovela. 449. From the Northeast, printed in cheap booklets, and sold in marketplaces, bus and railroad stations, and public plazas. Of course, it would be unfair to place all the blame for this decline on the telenovela. The inexorable process of modernization and the population shift from countryside to city probably bear a much greater responsibility. Indeed, if the telenovela did not exist, there would be other new forms of distraction that would have a similar impact. Like most elements of popular culture, the telenovela is the result of a process of evolution. Its roots date back to the feuilleton, or serialized novel, which was highly popular in 19th century France. Technical advances in printing and increases in levels of literacy, especially within the middle class, contributed to the success of these tales of romance and adventure, which appeared in newspapers and pamphlets. The feuilleton also crossed the Atlantic and found an avid readership in Brazil and other parts of Latin America. Most of the Brazilian versions were translations from the French. The advent of radio in the United States produced an unrelated yet parallel phenomenon, when the need to attract daytime audiences composed mainly of housewives triggered the development of what came to be known as the soap opera, pioneered by corporations seeking to market, by the most cost-effective means possible, detergents and similar household products. The soap opera differed from the feuilleton in that it continued indefinitely and did not tell one principal story. The same companies that were instrumental in inventing the soap opera in the United States transplanted this type of radio programming to Latin America. The most fertile new market turned out to be in Cuba, because its proximity to the United States made the island nation highly vulnerable to North American influence, and because Cuba was the Latin American country with the largest number of radio sets. What was called a radio novela went out over the Cuban airwaves for the first time in 1935 and captivated large numbers of listeners. The radio novela blended the structure of the soap opera with the tradition of the feuilleton, which had a long history in Cuba. The Cubans soon became so skilled at the Brazilians duching radio novelas that they began to export them to the rest of Latin America. The genre, however, went through a process of adaptation in Latin hands. Elements of the feuilleton found their way into the radio novelas, the plots of which tended to be much more romantic and melodramatic than the U.S. soap operas. Before long the emergence of a Latin formula could be detected. The American companies that sponsored the programs throughout the region maintained control over them but realized that they were dealing with a distinctive audience, so they allowed their soaps to be Latinized. In Brazil the first radio novela arrived in São Paulo in 1941. It was an Argentine production, sponsored by Colgate-Palmolive. That same year a Rio station aired the translation of a Cuban radio novela. Soon these programs were staples of Brazilian broadcasting. When television began to replace radio as the preeminent instrument of mass communication, logic dictated that the radio novela would assume a visual form. The same corporate advertisers that underwrote radio soaps in Latin America pushed ahead with the development of the telenovela. It was a relatively cheap type of programming, since the same set and cast could be used repeatedly over an extended period of time. It would fill the same daytime hours as the radio novelas, and with luck it would attract and hold the same kind of audience. Cuba became the center of telenovela production for all of Latin America, as this type of programming became as popular as the radio novela. Argentina and Mexico were vigorous competitors and picked up the slack when the Revolution of 1960 disrupted the filming of novelas in Cuba. In 1951 a São Paulo television station brought a telenovela to Brazilian viewers for the first time. It may not have been love at first sight, but at this point in time there were very few television sets in use, and television was, in the words of one writer, an electronic toy for Brazilian elites. However, over the next 12 years São Paulo channels televised an average of about 14 novelas annually. Most were either purchased from Argentina or Mexico and dubbed into Portuguese, or produced locally from Argentine or Mexican scripts. The telenovela. 451. These programs generally aired only twice a week, and each chapter lasted about 20 minutes. The Made in Brazil novelas were telecast live and were low budget, so there were all kinds of imperfections. The actors often came from radio, so they were much better at conveying emotion verbally than with the physicality that a visual medium demanded. In July 1963, Brazilian viewers in Rio and São Paulo were for the first time treated to a novela televised on a daily basis. 2 to 5499 Ocupado, line 2 to 5499 is busy, told the story of a man who fell in love with a prison telephone operator, without ever seeing her face or knowing she was a convict. It was a case of history repeating itself, as with the first radio novela to be broadcast in Brazil. This groundbreaking telenovela was of Argentine origin and was sponsored by Colgate-Palmolive. The shift to a daily format reflected a hope of replicating the success enjoyed by daily telenovelas in Argentina. It was also a way of catering to a mass audience, because the number of TV sets in use in Brazil had passed the 1 million mark. Shortly afterward, Brazilian producers decided to lengthen telenovelas from 4 to 6 weeks to 8 to 10 months, a change the marketing implications of which pleased Colgate-Palmolive and other foreign companies selling soap and dental products in Brazil. Also, each episode was expanded, eventually stabilizing at about 50 minutes. It did not take long for these changes to pay handsome dividends. In 1964, TV Tupi of São Paulo, part of the Chateaubriand chain, scored a smash hit with the melodramatic Zero Direito de Nascer, The Right to Be Born, originally a Cuban radio novela and first broadcast in Brazil back in the 1950s. It depicted the travails of a bastard son who is rejected and threatened by his moralistic grandfather. He is rescued by the family maid, who takes him to another town and raises him. Finally, he gains ultimate vindication when, after becoming a physician, he saves the life of his grandfather. Although set in agrarian, pre-industrial Cuba, Direito struck a chord with Brazilian viewers. Some named their sons after the leading man. The use of toilets fell off dramatically while the show was on the air. When the novela came to an end, rallies filled indoor stadiums in Rio and São Paulo. Succumbing to mass hysteria, the crowds wept and chanted the names of the novela's characters. The Brazilians. With the popularity of the novela now demonstrated beyond cavil, the genre underwent a crucial process of adaptation with the televising of Beto Rockefeller, a TV Tupi production that is generally credited with being the first significantly Brazilianized telenovela. Running from November 1968 to November 1969, it featured a typical Brazilian rogue, a São Paulo shoe salesman passing himself off as a millionaire, used Brazilian colloquialisms, and brought to life the contemporary urban scene in Brazil. In place of the heavy melodrama of the standard Latin American novela, it substituted wit and satire. Instead of starring a brave, romantic, idealized hero, it offered as its title character a deceitful social climber. And it was the first telenovela to use musical themes for each of its main characters. Beto Rockefeller had its flaws. The novella ran for too long, characters occasionally disappeared from the plot because the actors who played them went on holiday, and the writing was uneven. Yet it offered an unmistakable glimpse into the future of the Brazilian telenovela. TV Tupi was unable to replicate its hit. At this point, the Chateaubriand empire was in an advancing state of creative as well as financial disarray, which produced increasingly frequent flashes of incompetence. The TV Tupi people proved incapable of identifying and reproducing the elements that had endeared Beto Rockefeller to Brazilian TV viewers. It was a competitor network that fully understood the lessons of TV Tupi's hit and how to take full advantage of them. The rise of Roberto Marinho's Rede Globo has been described in some detail in Chapter 6. The economic strength and technical know-how of the new chain of TV stations enabled the network to nudge aside the foreign advertisers that had been exercising substantial control over the production of telenovelas and other aspects of TV programming in Brazil. In pursuit of as large and wide an audience as possible, the Globo people did their homework. They knew that they had to draw on themes and develop approaches with which a Brazilian mass audience could identify. The serialized novel was an obvious type of the telenovela. 453. Programming that could serve Globo's purposes, and Beto Rockefeller had demonstrated what type of novela could dominate the ratings. By not stinting on expenses, the Globo network was able to hire the best directors, writers, and actors and to construct a state-of-the-art facility in the Jardim Botanico neighborhood of Rio de Janeiro. The emphasis at Rede Globo was on quality and professionalism, and the other networks found themselves unable even to approximate the standards being set by Globo. In the 1970s, telenovelas produced by Globo totally swept the field. Although the other networks attempted to compete, they were unable to keep pace. TV2P screened the return of Beto Rockefeller and a remake of Zero Direito de Nascer, but neither created much excitement among viewers. The financial woes of the Chateaubriand chain grew steadily worse. In 1980 the Tupi network finally collapsed. The Globo telenovelas of the 1970s were remarkable for the level of excellence they achieved and maintained, while at the same time appealing to a mass audience. In targeting the masses, producers had to give critical heed to the fact that most of their viewers were illiterate and unsophisticated. As one writer of novellas elaborated, the artistic roots of us Brazilians don't come from the Greek theater, they come from the circus. We are a people of the third world, a poor and ignorant people. I want to talk to my people in language they understand. Thus neither humor nor imagery could be overly subtle. Moreover, human passions had to be magnified, often to the verge of paroxysm, usually with the generous use of close-up shots. In spite of these prescriptions, the telenovelas were sufficiently well crafted to appeal to an educated audience. The photography was excellent, the acting sure-handed, and the storytelling techniques effective. Of course, not every novella succeeded, but the according to one anecdote, a TV2P director had a salary of $5,000 a month but was never paid. At the end of the year, he was informed that he was to receive a $2,000 raise. He politely refused, pointing out that he had steeled himself not to receive $5,000, but he didn't think he could bear not to receive $7,000. The Brazilians. Quality of Globo's output during the 1970s was extraordinarily good. The Globo novelas were also exceptional for their variety. Works of Brazilian literature made their way to television screens in the form of novellas, the most notable being the superproduction of Jorge Amado's classic novel Gabriela, Cravo e Canela, Gabriela, Clove and Cinnamon, to commemorate the network's 10th anniversary in 1975. Some novellas recreated segments of Brazil's past. One of the more successful was Escrava Isaura, The Slave Girl Isaura, an adaptation of a historical novel written in 1875 and relating the story of the passion of a coffee plantation owner for one of his slaves, the child of a white father and a mulatto mother. Although Globo carried on the process of Brazilianizing the telenovela, its authors did not hesitate to borrow ideas from abroad. Thus Jane Clare, the wife of Dias Gomes and a highly successful writer, used a version of the central theme of Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, and the film A Place in the Sun, in her hit Selva de Pedra, Stone Jungle, the first Globo novella to achieve a one-night audience rating of 100%. Dias Gomes incorporated the magical realism of Gabriel Garcia Marquez into one of his hits, Saramandaia, which spun a tale of bizarre happenings in a small town in the interior of Brazil. Parts of the ending of Roque Santeiro came straight out of the film Casablanca. The distinctive Brazilianness of Globo's telenovelas, far from hindering their exportation, seemed to make these programs more appealing to foreign viewers, especially elsewhere in the Third World. The first of its novellas to be sold abroad was Zero Bem Amado, The Well-Loved Man, which also happened to be the first of its novellas to be filmed in color. But it was not until 4 years later, in 1980, that the company began to export its novellas aggressively, and the results surprised even Globo's own executives. The high quality of Globo's novellas and the universality of their themes obviously had much to do with their success abroad, but there were other important contributing factors. Tropical sensuality, exotic locales, and multiracial casts proved appealing not only to Latin Americans and Europeans, but also to Africans and Asians. In Managua, Nicaragua, at the height of the Civil War, a power shortage combined with the excessive demand for power created the telenovela 455. By a Brazilian telenovela that was mesmerizing the city every night forced the Sandinista regime to cut the flow of electricity into many neighborhoods. In Luanda, the capital of Angola, a huge market on the outskirts of town bears the name Roque São Jairo. The slave girl Isaura was a smash hit in places like Cuba, Mozambique, Nigeria, Algeria, Morocco, and the People's Republic of China*. The telenovela has become the major source of worldwide impressions of Brazil everywhere but in the United States, where the viewing public's strong distaste for dubbed programs has been cited as the reason for Globo's failure to penetrate the lucrative American mass market. Indeed, the only novella-related export from Brazil to find success in the land of Uncle Sam has been Sônia Braga. Newsweek once called her the queen of Brazil's TV soap operas. This designation smacks of journalistic hyperbole. Regina Duarte, who starred in Roque São Jairo and numerous other hit novellas, has a much better claim to the title. Nonetheless, the sultry Sônia did make her initial mark on Brazilian television screens. Her debut was in 1970 as a minor character in Irmãos Coragem, The Coragem Brothers, the Globo network's first mega-hit novella. After several other small parts, she secured the title role in Gorilla, after the producers had conducted a highly publicized search that shamelessly mimicked David O. Selznick's campaign to find an actress to play Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. With traces of Brazil's three major racial groups in her blood and on her countenance, Sônia Braga was perfect for the part of Gabriela, the sensual child woman from the backlands who becomes the servant of a Lebanese-Brazilian bar owner, beds and weds him, and then finds herself suffocated by his insistence on a conventional married life. The novella brilliantly reproduced the languid ambience of Ilhéus, a town in the cacao-growing region of Bahia, and a society dominated by powerful colonels. Lucelia Santos, the young actress who played the title role, was dumbfounded by the enthusiastic reception she received from mobs of Chinese on a visit to Beijing. According to some estimates, as many as 500 million viewers around the world have seen Isaura. The Brazilians. The leisurely pace of the telenovela format proved far more congenial to Jorge Amato's masterpiece than the condensation perpetrated by MGM in its subsequent movie version, which starred Sônia Braga and a miscast Marcelo Mastroianni. But the American studio had secured worldwide rights from Amato just after the initial publication of the book in 1958 and gave Globo permission to telecast its novella only in Brazil. Therefore the network was unable to distribute its production outside the country. This arrangement did not prevent Sônia from exporting herself. Having become a big star in Brazil as a result of Gabriela, she gained international fame from her stellar performance in Dance and Days, a widely marketed novella about a woman who serves an 11-year prison term and then returns home in search of reconciliation with her daughter and reintegration into society. In addition, she was brilliant in the erotically charged title role of Dona Flor e seus dois maridos, Dona Flor and Her Two Husbands, a Brazilian film adaptation of another of Jorge Amato's novels. Dona Flor found a North American audience, and Sônia became the first, and thus far only, graduate of the Brazilian telenovela to make a career in Hollywood. Yet the fact of the matter is that despite the hype that greeted her arrival in the United States, where she has been hailed as a sex goddess and the thrill from Brazil, she has not yet been given roles worthy of her talent *, and she has thus far failed to recapture the heights she reached in the television version of Gabriela. The Globo network continued to prosper during the 1980s, despite its inability to follow in Sonia Braga's footsteps and claim a U.S. audience. The success it enjoyed inevitably bred renewed competition, and in 1982 Reed Manchett, the Manchett Network, came into being. The offspring of a magazine publishing chain, the New Kid on the Block made the bold decision to challenge its powerful competitor at its strongest game, the production of telenovelas. Manchett did well with its maiden voyage into the field, a 2-month miniseries entitled Marquesa dos Santos, The Marquise dos San. A recent example of how her talents have been wasted is the minor, virtually non-speaking role she played in The Burning Season, the home box office made-for-television movie about rubber tapper Chico Mendes. The telenovela 457 TOS. Based on the steamy extramarital affair of the Emperor Pedro I with Domitila de Castro Canto y Melo, the program won critical acclaim and a respectable audience. More important for Manchett, it also made a superstar of Maidpro and Carité. If Sonia Braga embodies the cliché of the dark-skinned Brazilian woman radiating raw eroticism, Maidpro and Carité provides a more contemporary, less exotic look. Projecting a classic beauty that turns male knees to putty, she is also an intelligent, plucky woman who has managed to survive the trauma she endured as a teenager, when her father, a law professor and public prosecutor, stabbed her mother to death with a knife during an argument about the mother's infidelity. He was later acquitted on the ground that he had killed in defense of his honor. Though she had previously graced Globo novelas, it was her performance as the Marquise dos Santos that propelled her to stardom and induced Manchett to gamble on producing a costly major project that would serve as a vehicle for her talents. Wisely waiting until Roque Santeiro had ended, the new network then launched Dona Bija, Lady Bija, a historical telenovela based on the life of a 19th-century courtesan from the diamond mining region of Minas Gerais. Mate brought Dona Bija to life with a gritty, memorable performance. Moreover, Manchett capitalized on her physical charms by using, in the credits after each chapter, spectacular shots of her bathing in the buff beneath a waterfall. This was the first time that nudity had been used in a novella, and it obviously contributed to the popularity of the program. Dona Bija established Manchett as a creditable competitor to Globo in the telenovela field. Globo still scored much higher in the ratings and still had at its disposal resources that were far superior to those of Manchett, but novella enthusiasts, that is, most Brazilians, now had options. Indeed, television viewers seemed to have an insatiable appetite for novellas. Globo responded by regularly screening 3 of them per night. This schedule has required an output that compares favorably with that of Hollywood studios during the 1930s. The filming of a telenovela occupies the cast and crew 5 days a week, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and occasionally evenings. The Brazilians, takes 5 days of work to complete 6 50-minute chapters. Given Globo's high standards, this would be the equivalent of churning out 6 episodes of Melrose Place every week. Interior scenes are taped at the large Globo studio in Jardim Botanico. Exteriors are shot wherever necessary. For novellas like Roque Santeiro, elaborate outdoor sets are constructed at sites not far from the city of Rio de Janeiro. Because it is often necessary to work at Jardim Botanico and on location simultaneously, most telenovelas have 2 directors. The writing of a novella is an exhausting chore. Until relatively recently, with the adoption of the practice of assigning assistants to authors, a single person was responsible for the script of an entire novella. The customary practice is to complete 20 or 30 chapters before the actual filming begins. Thereafter, the writer must produce a chapter, or about 26 pages, a day, and 6 chapters a week. I lose from 15 to 20 pounds when I'm writing a novella, disclosed Mario Prata in a 1989 interview in which he emphasized the physical wear and tear of the job. A versatile author of short stories, plays, and movie scripts as well as telenovelas, Prata described how he jots down ideas on napkins in restaurants. "You are the owner of 40 persons FTHE novellas characters," he pointed out, and you have to think of them 24 hours a day for 8 months. Since it programs 3 novellas every night in prime time beginning at about 6 p.m., Globo must keep 9 writers on the payroll simultaneously. 3 work on the current novellas, 3 work on the next ones, and 3 rest. There are only about 15 active telenovela authors in Brazil. As one observer put it in jest, if you kidnapped all of them, you could bring the entire country to a standstill. One of the fascinating aspects of the Brazilian telenovela is that it does not have a rigid or immutable storyline. The author begins by coming up with the rough idea of a plot, a cast of characters, and the conflicts among them. But in the course of writing and filming the actual novella, 2 sets of circumstances may dictate changes, real-life exigencies and audience reaction. It's impossible to predict what's going to happen in the actual lives of all the people involved in the making of a telenovela. X. The telenovela. 459. Plains Fulvio de Abreu, a highly successful author specializing in humorous novellas. Over an 8-month period some die, some go crazy, some separate from their husbands or wives, some become dissatisfied with what they're doing, some become too famous for what they're doing. The author may find himself caught between the fantasy of his project and the realities that may interfere with its realization. Abreu provided 2 examples. I had written 100 chapters of Guerra dos Sexos, War of the Sexes, when suddenly I got a call from Paulo Autran, my 70-year-old male lead and one of the most beloved personalities in Brazil. He told me he was in the hospital, about to have serious surgery. There I was, with the biggest hit of the year, about to lose my principal actor. I had a responsibility to the 50 million viewers who were watching the program and to the rest of the cast, and I had only half a day to figure out how to deal with the situation. Everything turned out well because I was able to create an explanation for his absence and work it into the plot. The public followed closely both Autran's actual recovery and the unfolding of the novella, to find out whether and how he would return. It was a wonderful mixture of fantasy and reality. A second instance occurred in a novella that featured an actress who was much older than the other members of the cast. She began to feel depressed being around all these young people, and she had anxiety attacks. The only solution was to permit her to go off and have plastic surgery. So I dropped her out of the story. Later, when she had recuperated from her operation, I had her return, looking more or less like the character she had been playing, but younger. This created a mood of suspense that greatly helped the novella, as viewers wondered whether it was the original actress or a double. Another kind of unexpected news that drives authors to distraction is a last-minute order from the network to extend the length of a telenovela in progress. Often this happens because of a delay in preparations for the next novella that was scheduled for the same time slot. It occasionally results from a desire to cash in on the success of an ongoing novella, as was the case when Manchete told the author of Dona Bija he had to add 20 more chapters. The Brazilians. He received this news after the taping of the episode in which he had killed off one of the major characters, Bija's true love. Both Globo and Manchete keep their fingers on the pulse of their audiences by constantly polling housewives. This device is especially useful when a novella is not connecting with its audience. Reactions of viewers may force the cutting back, or even the elimination, of a character or the augmentation of a role that has caught the fancy of the public. The author himself gets constant feedback, since he hears people talking about his novella in elevators, on the street, and in restaurants. He also enters into a symbiotic relationship with some of his characters, who take on a life of their own and begin to dictate to the author. It's amazing, was the way Mario Prada described it. At a certain point in time, after you see episodes that have been shot, a character begins to dominate and becomes stronger than you. He grows on you and does things you never imagined he would do. Every telenovela has 2 or 3 characters who engage in this remarkable dance with the author. The strain on the author of an ongoing novella is at least equal to that to which the actors submit themselves. Each chapter contains about 40 scenes, which means that some 240 scenes are televised each week. The principal characters appear in about 200 of these scenes, and thus the number of lines they must commit to memory on a weekly basis is staggering. Unlike movie making, which permits careful preparation for each shot, the production of a telenovela must move along at a brisk pace. The demands of the schedule make the actors virtual prisoners in a hectic process, often bordering on madness and lasting for months on end. While Globo enjoyed its total dominance of the telenovela market, the network could dictate terms of employment and salary levels. During the military dictatorship, which clamped down heavily on the legitimate theater, the steady work provided by the network's novelas became extremely attractive to the best and the brightest in Brazil's entertainment industry, and they were willing to accept whatever Globo offered. This meant a straight salary, with no overtime pay and no residuals for repeated screenings or foreign sales. The telenovela 461. With the rise of Manchete and the pioneering work of Maypro and Karate, who became the first star to move back and forth between the networks, a bit more leverage has been created for actors, directors, and writers. Yet they continue to be unorganized, lack representation by agents, and are generally at the mercy of the networks, which continue to exercise control reminiscent of that wielded by Hollywood studios in the 1930s. Globo and its competitors have a considerable stake in maintaining the status quo because of the enormous profitability of the telenovelas. A recent study has estimated that the average cost of a novella ranges from $1 million to $2.5 million, which would put the cost per chapter at about $10,000. In 1988, according to the same study, Globo was charging $19,800 per 30 seconds of airtime for commercials during the novelas it aired at 8:30 p.m. Moreover, Globo has raised to a fine, and lucrative, art a device the Brazilians call, borrowing an English term, merchandising, which refers to advertisements inserted into the body of a telenovela. When a character drives up in a new automobile, opens a refrigerator door, sips a soft drink, or thumbs through the pages of a book on the coffee table, Globo is making money for promoting the sale of a product. Even the t-shirts worn by younger cast members may serve as commercial billboards. The price for each plug exceeds by 20 to 30% the cost of a 1-minute commercial during the same program. The rate also varies depending on whether one of the actors actually uses the product, or whether the product appears only in the background. There may be as many as 130 plugs woven into a novella over the course of the months it is on the air. Globo has a special subsidiary that lines up contracts for merchandising before the airing of a series. Income from this type of product placement may cover as much as 30% of the cost of the program. The imagination devoted to merchandising has produced remarkable results, such as an ad campaign for women's panties that became a part of Roque Santeiro. A billboard promoting the panties appeared in the main square of Asa Branca. The town drunk became convinced that the young panty-clad woman pictured on the billboard was shaking her hips at him. He even scaled the structure to find out whether the billboard was using one of those japa. The Brazilians. Nessa Computers. Later the respectable ladies of Asa Branca grew outraged at the billboard and organized a protest to have it removed. These clever snippets caused the sales of the featured panties to hit new highs. Another income-generating facet of the telenovela derives from the promotion of its soundtrack. Each novella has a musical score that may or may not be original, and many of the soundtracks feature songs performed by well-known artists. Globo has a subsidiary that markets long-playing records, cassettes, and compact discs derived from novella soundtracks, an operation that has proved to be highly profitable. The exposure given to musical numbers over the course of a popular telenovela seems to guarantee their popularity. Indeed, the same phenomenon obtains when a novella features the work of classical composers such as Chopin. Given the profitability of telenovelas, it was inevitable that Globo would face intensified competition. Manchete, having tasted success with Dona Bija, spent an estimated $7 million on an ambitious series called Kananga do Japão. Spanning the years between the 1929 stock market crash and the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the latter coinciding with Ari Barroso's composition of the immortal song Aquarela do Brasil, or Brazil, as it is called in English. The series took its name from its setting, a fictitious Rio nightclub, which was named after a trendy perfume. It incorporated historical events and actual persons, such as Carmen Miranda and Luis Carlos Prestes, and improved Manchett's position in the ratings. It was not, however, until the production of Pantanal that Manchett gave Globo cause for real concern. Filmed in the breathtaking setting of Brazil's south-central swampland, Pantanal regaled viewers with a natural beauty that many of them did not realize existed within their country's borders. It also made ecology fashionable and popularized country music from the interior. Following a trail blazed by Dona Bija, it offered renewed proof of the selling power of sex. Pantanal starred the beautiful young actress Cristina Oliveira in the role of a sensual, rifle-toting backwoods woman. Her naked dips in alligator-infested rivers had a hypnotic effect on viewers. The novella also featured love scenes that were more erotic than any. The telenovela 463. Previously seen on television. The program stirred up a real-life debate reminiscent of the controversy over the near-naked panty-clad woman on the billboard in Asa Branca. Near nudity and steamy romance had long been components of Brazilian telenovelas, and they also made the programs marketable abroad. Indeed, even commercials on Brazilian television occasionally displayed performers in advanced stages of undress. The images projected on television were merely reflecting the carefree sexuality that permeates Brazilian society, at least on a surface level and in urban environments. But there had always been limits set on what could be aired. Until the adoption of the new constitution in 1988, the federal government had the legal authority to censor television programs. During the dictatorship, the regime exercised constant prior restraint over what the networks televised. The Sarney administration sharply curtailed this practice, although occasionally problems arose. For example, in Mandala, a 1987 Globo novella based loosely on Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, the federal censors permitted only an innocent kiss and prohibited an act of intercourse between Oedipo and his mother Jocasta *. Incest, even though unwitting, was declared unsuitable for family viewing during prime time. But in the wake of Pantanal and under a new constitution that contained vague, aspirational, and by itself unenforceable language about the content of television programs, Brazilian television networks seemed to be adopting an anything-goes philosophy in the interest of winning the battle for ratings. Globo, plainly shaken by Manchett's success with Pantanal, responded with doses of nudity and eroticism in its own novellas. General programming on all the networks contained increased levels of violence. A survey reported by the magazine Veja in July 1990 found that in the course of a single week Brazilian television recorded 1,143 scenes of partial or total nudity, 188 references to homosexuality, 23 incidents of torture, and 1,940 gunshots. *. The use of the original Greek names in a novella set in contemporary Brazil was perfectly normal, since Brazilians customarily use all manner of imagination, literary or otherwise, in naming their children. The Brazilians. While debate raged about whether the government should institute a ratings system with teeth, and whether the television industry should impose voluntary restraints on itself, the SBT network of Silvio Santos, which had not been a serious player in the telenovela arena, scored a surprise coup in 1991 with an imported Mexican novella. Although badly dubbed from the Spanish and rudimentary in style, the program scored ratings that cut deeply into Globo's supposedly untouchable national newscast, which had customarily dominated the 8 p.m. time slot. Telenovela imports, however, had a limited appeal to Brazilian audiences. Moreover, the high costs involved in producing first-rate novellas were a factor in the subsequent decline of the Manchett network, which became mired in serious financial difficulties. Thus Globo soon reclaimed its undisputed supremacy in the field. Nevertheless, it had by now become apparent that Globo Network was losing its edge. The production of its novellas had become increasingly bureaucratized, which hindered the launching of innovative ideas. For example, Globo turned down a chance to produce Pantanal because of what were perceived as the risks of shooting on location. The network's repeated use of well-worn plot lines and characters in the novellas ran the risk of boring audiences. Moreover, Globo had failed to invest any of its substantial earnings in the development of new writers. There was no way, other than by actually doing it, for aspirants to learn the craft. Given the high costs of production, it was safer to rely on experienced writers. But by doing so, the network neglected to provide for an infusion of fresh talent. As Mario Prada put it, what young person is ever going to sit down and write a 180-chapter telenovela just for practice? Manchit's demise resulted from bad management. Its principal owner acquired the network as a result of contacts with the military regime. He was unable to build on the successes of shows like Dona Bija and Pantanal, discovered and then lost Suksa to Globo, and was reported to have engaged in dubious financial maneuvers in his efforts to keep afloat and then sell Manchit. The telenovela. 465. Even if the golden age of the Globo telenovela has passed, and it is by no means clear that this has happened, the success the novellas have enjoyed both at home and abroad should encourage Brazilians to have a positive regard for their creative abilities. The heights to which Globo has taken this form of popular art by blending talent, creativity, and administrative skill demonstrates that Brazilians, in spite of their self-doubt, can plan, organize, and execute projects well without losing their Brazilianness in the process. If the telenovela proves that people from the business and entertainment communities have this capability, another uniquely Brazilian institution, the Rio Carnival, indicates that favela dwellers, when given the opportunity, are able to do likewise. Chapter 19. In the Land of Carnival. JRJ and the Surface. It is a spectacle that beggars the imagination, a feast for the eyes and ears, a plunge into the realm of ecstasy for participants and onlookers alike. This unique blend of music, dance, and pageantry proudly, and without apologies to the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, lays claim to being the greatest show on earth, and as such Carnival takes its place as one more jewel in Brazil's crown of superlatives. Indeed, the festival and Brazil are so closely intertwined that Brazil has been referred to as Carnival Country, a phrase used by Jorge Amado for the title of his first novel. The parade is the NE+Ultra event of the orgiastic, end of summer, pre-Lenten, non-stop festivities that suffuse Rio de Janeiro with an irresistible delirium and have become multi-textured metaphors for many aspects of Brazilianness. The annual procession unfolds within the narrow confines of a facility designed by Oscar Niemeyer and inaugurated in 1984. Brazil's premier architect converted a mile-long stretch of paved roadway next to a nondescript brewery in downtown Rio into a corridor capable of channeling the energies of a flood tide of marchers numbering in the thousands. Criticized by some for its ultra-sterility, what has come to be known as the Sambadrome explodes into life during Carnival Week, when it welcomes an enthusiastic audience of 90,000 who occupy steeply banked concrete bleachers, luxury boxes, and ground-level seating, and some 50,000 marchers representing neighborhood associations called In the Land of Carnival. 467. Samba Schools. The parade route ends in an open area aptly named the Plaza of the Apotheosis, with a huge arch, also designed by Niemeyer, spanning the far end of the area *. To accommodate the number of schools constituting what is now called the Grupo Especial, special group, the parade unfolds on 2 consecutive nights. The first marchers enter the Sambadrome before the sun sets, the last do not cross the finish line until well into the next morning. The heat may be stifling and torrential rains may drench participants and spectators to the bone, yet the show has always gone on, even during the darkest years of World War II and the uncertain days just before the 1964 military coup. The foreign tourists who flock to the Sambadrome in ever-increasing numbers delight in the audiovisual aspects of the parade. The gut-pounding beat of drums accompanies relentless waves of humans awash in dazzling color who swirl and bob in synchronized movement. Many of the costumes are astonishing, many of the floats breathtaking. And then there is the surfeit of bare flesh, glistening with sweat and the generous application of glitter, gorgeous young men cavorting in the skimpiest of raiments, gorgeous young women exposing their breasts. Virtually every Brazilian in the crowd is familiar with each school's theme song because it has been available on tapes and records for several months and is repeated over and over again during that school's performance. Many in the audience add their voices to those of the marchers. The samba beat of the percussionists makes the earth reverberate, and soon most of the spectators are on their feet, arms swaying, hips twirling, in communion with the procession passing before them. For Brazilians, the parade has layers of meaning. Indeed, and incredible as it may seem, there is much more to this sumptuous spectacle than what meets the eye. It has provoked all manner of passionate debate. The scores given to the presentation of each samba school by an official jury mean for the winners a year of *. Some cariocas say that the design of the arch represents the bumbum de mulata, or mulatto woman's buttocks, a national obsession. The Brazilians' special glory, including lucrative engagements for some members of the school, while the losers are relegated to the minor league and do not get to participate in the next year's parade of the Grupo Especial. Naturally, there are always sharp disagreements about the judging. Arguments often touch on subjects beyond the competitive aspect of the show. Attempts to censor nudity and supposedly sacrilegious floats have produced spirited polemics. Moreover, there has most recently been a great deal of discussion of the fundamental issue of whether the parade has been transformed from an authentic vehicle of self-expression by Rio's poor, and mostly black, neighborhoods to a highly commercialized enterprise aimed primarily at foreign tourists and unduly influenced by the underworld characters who bankroll many of the samba schools. Brazilians may also take note of the elements of drama often involved in the staging of each group's procession. A Brazilian professor who has worked to produce samba school presentations puts it this way: there are all kinds of things that can go wrong in the staging area. A float might collapse, people might not show up or might show up drunk, the leaders might get into arguments with one another. Nothing happens exactly the way you expect. The tension is tremendous. During the march itself, crises may occur that may become apparent to those who know where to look for them. For example, a costumed starlet perched high above a float may suddenly become faint and appear to be about to fall, and there may be no way to reach her except with the use of cranes on trucks stationed in the plaza of the apotheosis. The themes elaborated by the floats and costumes interpret and reinterpret the nation's past, culture, mood, and sense of identity, often in a very critical way. Recent topics have included the abolition of slavery, the exploitation of Amazonia, and the evils of consumerism. Each samba school has a tradition and a complex personality of its own that attracts the partisan support of spectators as well as television viewers. Celebrities from the sports, arts, and entertainment worlds appear as stars on the floats or mingle with rank-and-file marchers. In the land of Carnival. 469. The parade brings to a fitting end the annual Carnival of Rio de Janeiro, which in the eyes of many is one of the defining elements of Brazil. The festival opens on the Friday before Ash Wednesday, when King Momo, for many years a jolly, obese young man nicknamed Bola, is proclaimed temporary mayor, in a ceremony in which he orders all his subjects to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Thereafter, for 5 nights and 4 days, a marathon of merrymaking convulses the city, as delirious celebrants shed all their inhibitions, along with most of their outer garments, and respond to the ubiquitous, non-stop pulsing of drums conveying the infectious beat of the samba. Anthropologist Richard G. Parker has defined the ethic of the Brazilian carnival as the conviction that in spite of all the evidence to the contrary, there still exists a time and place where complete freedom is possible. As the tropical summer draws to a close, society suspends its rules, hierarchies reverse themselves, and the struggles of daily life give way to the uninhibited pursuit of fun and pleasure. In the anything-goes atmosphere of carnival, neighborhood groups called blocos adopt imaginative or outrageous names, for instance, Simpatia equais amor, or sympathy is almost love, and Ipanema bloco, and Sabaco de Cristo, or Christ's armpit, the designation adopted by people who live beneath the outstretched arms of the statue of the Redeemer atop Corcovado Mountain. In costumes or bloco t-shirts, they take to the streets and cause monumental traffic jams, which the authorities as well as the trapped motorists tolerate with surprising equanimity in the spirit of the season. Exhibitionism, a natural outgrowth of the Carioca's fixation on physical appearance, bubbles irrepressibly to the surface, most noticeably at gala balls in social clubs and night spots, where the city's beautiful people mix with local as well as international celebrities and display their bodies with or without the help of dazzling costumes. At all levels of society, cross-dressing has long been a popular practice during Carnival. Heterosexual men do not hesitate to parade about in feminine attire that has in many instances been made the Brazilians for them by their wives. Even young boys customarily disguise themselves as girls. For avowed transvestites, Carnival is a time when society permits them to have free rein, and they cavort about with wild and often hilarious abandon, blocking or directing the flow of vehicles on the main arteries of Copacabana and Ipanema. Hugh Gibson, in his 1937 book Rio, notes that although many writers have sought to capture the Carnival of Rio de Janeiro, the event eludes description. The strange thing is that none of them seem to realize that Carnival is not nearly so much what they saw as what they felt, a feeling which enables 2 million people to be turned loose in the streets for 4 days and nights with little or no restraint. The masked faces of Carnival revelers in a sense represent the real countenance of Brazil. Indeed, to make use of an insight offered by the Argentine writer Luisa Valenzuela, in a certain sense Brazilians go about in costumes during the rest of the year and regard what they wear during Carnival as indicative of their real selves. To be a genuine Brazilian, it is said, one must be able to succumb willingly and wholeheartedly to the enchantment, the delirium, and the splendor of what has become a national allegory. Although this claim is perhaps an exaggeration, the inversion of reality that defines the event whereby males dress as females, virtuous women as prostitutes, good Christians as devils, the living as the dead, the old as the young, and the poor as nobility from Brazil's past matches the surreal quality that lies near the essence of all things Brazilian. People from every walk of life transform themselves into whatever they want to be. The Brazilian mania for spontaneity and disorder, sparkle and noise, and pleasure and pathos assumes its ultimate expression. Yet the Rio Carnival has its critics, those who say that it has deteriorated from a genuine manifestation of popular culture to a media extravaganza concocted by professionals, exploited by publicity seekers, totally commercialized, and increasingly staged for the entertainment of foreign tourists. The samba schools, they aver, are no longer associations serving the needs and aspirations of the slum, and predominantly black, neighborhoods from which they sprang, but rather unwieldy conglomerations struggling to meet the in the land of Carnival. 471. Pressures of putting together an elaborate spectacle that calls for expenditures far beyond their means. Thus it has become fashionable in some quarters to belittle the Rio event and point to the street celebrations in Salvador and Olinda in the northeast as much closer to the true tradition of Carnival. The exact origins of Carnival are unknown. Some point to the prehistoric practice of painting the body and wearing masks and feathers during rites intended to exorcise demons. Others trace it back to Egyptian, Greek, and Roman festivals during which pleasure-seeking celebrants behaved in a crazed manner and set out to disrupt the established order. Momus, the name given to today's king of Carnival, was the god of mockery in ancient Greek mythology. Despite its pagan roots, Carnival eventually gained acceptance, with some modification, in the Roman Catholic world of the Middle Ages, where it became a pre-Lenten occasion to feast and bid goodbye to the indulgence of the flesh before the season of fasting and penance began. Singing, dancing, and the wearing of disguises enlivened the festivities. Masked balls gained great popularity in Italy and France, especially among the upper classes and intellectuals, who brought to the celebration displays of wealth and refined taste. But by the end of the 19th century, Carnival had become virtually extinct in Europe. In the New World, however, Carnival flourished. Its evolution in Brazil reflected the peculiar nature of the festival brought across the Atlantic by Portuguese colonists. The pre-Lenten affair in Lisbon had a distinctively unruly character. The carnival, or intrudo, as it was called, was dirty, boisterous, and at times involved criminal activities. People fought on the street with eggs and eggshells filled with flour, gypsum, and even mud. From windows pranksters emptied bags of sand on top of onlookers and hurled rolls, cakes, and oranges filled with water and perfume. For the rich and powerful, it was merely another excuse to eat well and indulge other appetites. It was this vulgar and violent intrudo that the Portuguese transplanted to their New World colony. In the street battles that raged in Rio de Janeiro, the weapons of choice were the limos de Cairo, or wax balls filled with water or urine, and large bottles from which the Brazilians revelers squirted red or black ink on passers-by. Gentler pranks involved people pouring talcum powder or whitewash from the balconies of their townhouses. When the royal court relocated to Rio de Janeiro in the first decade of the 19th century, the festivities were so disorderly and in such bad taste that foreign visitors to Brazil assumed that the observances had indigenous rather than Portuguese origins. From time to time, the authorities attempted to suppress Carnival, but without success. Indeed, King João's son, who later became Pedro I, and the latter's bookish son, Pedro II, enjoyed the intrudo enormously and immersed themselves in the spirit of the occasion by soaking other members of the royal family with water and perfume. Throughout the years, the gadgets used to inflict carnival mischief became increasingly sophisticated. Wax limos de Cairo gave way to balls made of rubber, celluloid, and then plastic. In 1892 the French invented the serpentina, a coil of thin paper that would unwind as a streamer, and the Brazilians immediately put them to use during Carnival. At about the same time they also adopted paper confetti, a Spanish fabrication. Watches and guns that could project water made their appearances at the beginning of the 20th century. Perfume squirters in all sizes came from France. What made them particularly popular was the fact that their contents might include ether, which produced the same intoxicating effect as cachaça, the national drink the government banned during Carnival. In imitation of the extravaganzas that had become exceedingly fashionable in Europe, an Italian resident of Rio organized the first masked ball in 1840. The affair, staged at the Hotel d'Italia, became an annual carnival event and was so successful that theaters began to sponsor their own carnival galas. By the end of the century the balls were competing with one another to produce the best decorations, orchestras, and special guests. The hosts also used gimmicks. For instance, one highly popular 1879 masked ball was staged at a roller rink, with participants dancing on skates. There were scandals, such as that of the 1890 ball where the French cancan was first performed in Brazil. Initially polkas were played at the galas, but later other musical numbers were included: waltzes, tangos, cakewalks, and even charlestons. In the land of Carnival. 473. Most of the ideas for costumes at the carnival balls originated in France. The most popular disguises assumed by ladies were gypsies, Orientals, Indians, and Moors, while men dressed as Satan, dominoes, royalty, hustlers, smugglers, and clowns. Boys donned jockey outfits. The institution of the carnival ball continued to evolve in the modern era. Galas proliferated in 1932, when the government sanctioned the celebration of Carnival. Their venues spread from hotels and theaters to social clubs and nightclubs, and they were traditionally scheduled during the 5 nights before Ash Wednesday. Today the carnival balls draw abundant media coverage. Glossy magazines devote page after page to photos of the famous faces, scantily clad bodies, and extravagant costumes on display at affairs such as the Sugar Loaf Ball on Urea Hill and the Champagne Ball at the Scala nightclub. The Carnival Ball provides yet another example of how Brazilians from the upper, middle, and intellectual classes aped European fashions. As an institution it coexisted with the intrudo as a means of celebrating the arrival of Lent. At the same time other traditions with a more distinctively Brazilian flavor began to evolve. In 1855 a Rio newspaper announced that the members of a new aristocratic organization that had recently been created planned to parade in costume along the streets on the Sunday of Carnival Week. The emperor and his daughters were among those in attendance when the 80 members of the group staged what was the first carnival parade in the history of Brazil. A martial band of Cossacks from the Ukraine opened the march. They were followed by lavish floats bearing such notables as Don Quixote and King Ferdinand the Catholic, along with Chinese mandarins, assorted dancers, and other figures. A group of mounted horsemen brought up the rear. The enthusiastic applause of the spectators at the march was evidence that a trend had been set. Similar groups, which came to be known as Grandes Sociedades, great societies, began to be formed from the ranks of students, intellectuals, journalists, high government functionaries, and others who could afford the expense of membership. Before long the carnival parade of the Grandes Sociedades became an institution. The presentations began to reflect the Brazilians, the political views of the group members. During the imperial period, some societies advocated the adoption of a democratic form of government. Many urged the abolition of slavery. One way of communicating this message was to buy certificates of freedom for a group of slaves and then let them ride on one of the allegorical floats. The Grandes Sociedades swiftly grew very competitive, often trying to outdo one another in sophistication and learning. They fought their battles through the newspapers, and the weapon of choice was poetry. This spirit of contentiousness occasionally turned inward, producing squabbles that caused members to leave and form their own new societies, a tendency that would later be repeated at the samba schools. Elegance and sophistication bordering on preciosity graced virtually everything connected with the Grandes Sociedades. Yet the care with which the presentations were staged did not prevent complaints from both elements of the public and the police when the allegorical floats carried women in stages of undress that offended contemporary sensibilities. In addition to the balls and the parades of the Grandes Sociedades, Rio's elite had another outlet for celebrating carnival. The Corso, which originated in 1907, was a procession of open motor vehicles carrying gaily costumed cariocas who tossed confetti, serpentinas, perfume, and bonsmos at onlookers as they passed along some of Rio's broad avenues. The Corso enjoyed a high degree of popularity, until the proliferation of automobiles and resulting traffic congestion brought an end to the practice in the 1930s. The parades of the Grandes Sociedades and the Corsos served as occasions when people from the wealthy and intellectual classes performed for the amusement of spectators of humbler origins. Eventually the roles of performer and onlooker would be reversed. For in the late 19th century, other groups began to march during Carnival Week, and one day they would replace the Sociedades and the Corsos as the principal attractions of Carnival. The first organized effort on the part of Afro-Brazilians to participate in Carnival appears to have occurred in 1885, when a group of blacks of Congolese origin took to the streets to criticize Brazil's imperial regime, disguising themselves as figures such as old men. In the land of Carnival, 475 devils, clowns, kings, queens, and the dead, they carried their banners through Rio's downtown at carnival time to give vent to the frustrations of the common people. A mestre, or master, blowing a whistle acted as leader, percussionists supplied the rhythm, the old men performed certain steps, and the clowns sang a refrain. Called cordos, these groups multiplied in succeeding years. They came to represent sharp satire cloaked in anonymity. Another distinct type of carnival group was the rancho. Some say that blacks from the Sudan created the first ranchos. They began as rather closed societies that maintained totemic traditions in their names and colors, and evolved into associations drawing members from the working and lower middle classes. More refined than the cordos, the ranchos permitted women to participate, and they accompanied their presentations with string instruments, clarinets, and flutes as well as drums. Instead of one mestre, the ranchos had three, one for the orchestra, one for the chorus, and the mestre de sala, who was in charge of choreography. The themes they adopted were generally mythological, involving gods of the forest, satyrs, nymphs, and goddesses, and the music they played was original. The most modest of the carnival groups were the Blocos, also known as Blocos de Sujos, or Blocks of Dirty Ones, formed by friends living on the same blocks in lower-class neighborhoods. In 1889 the police for the first time authorized the participation of some 20 Blocos in the festivities. These groups improvised everything, from their costumes to their parade steps. Their spirited and boisterous behavior, which more than occasionally led to street fights, kept alive the tradition of the intrudo. The newspapers sponsored contests to crown the yearly champion of the Blocos, as well as of the Cordos and Ranchos. Out of these various strands emerged the organizations that today dominate the carnival scene. The exact origins of what came to be known as samba schools remain shrouded in doubt. Several claim the distinction of being the first. Police repression of the Blocos and the respectable Cariocas' disdain for the samba music that had evolved on the Moros hills, in and around Rio inspired the formation of new associations rooted in lower-class communities, modeled after the Ranchos but incorporating the spirit, and the Brazilians. Some of the personnel, of the Blocos. These new groups were called samba schools. Some say that inspiration for the name came from the presence of a nearby teacher training school. Others insist that the founders of the schools saw their institutions as vehicles for teaching and passing from generation to generation the forms of music and dance indigenous to Rio's poor, predominantly black and mulatto, neighborhoods. Moreover, referring to the new organizations as schools would lend them prestige. The samba schools succeeded in transforming the pre-Lenten festivities in Rio de Janeiro. They made samba the music of carnival, used mass culture as a vehicle for protest for both the lower and middle classes, served as showcases of racial democracy in Brazil, and eventually became an indispensable source of revenue for the city. During the 1920s the samba schools came down from the Moros to the Pra Caritaons, 11th of July Plaza, located less than a mile from Rio's downtown, on the Sunday and Tuesday of Carnival Week. Female members dressed like Bahian women, with long, wide skirts, turbans, necklaces, and bracelets. The men generally preferred either striped, pajama-like outfits or the shirts and hats worn by the city's malandros, or hustlers. Crowds gathered to watch them dance and sing sambas that dealt with contemporary national or local themes. At a time when modern technology, in the forms of the radio set, the phonograph, and phonograph record, was rescuing the samba from disrepute and was converting it into a national craze, the regime of President Getulio Vargas decided to promote the samba schools from their position on the fringes of carnival and to make them bona fide participants in the annual affair, a measure consistent with the myth of racial democracy that the government was promoting. In 1932 the first official samba school competition was one of the events of the carnival celebration. This was the beginning of a tradition that continues to the present day. The price the schools paid for recognition was the necessity of submitting to government control and the condition of dependency that went with it. The authorities set the criteria for judging the annual contest and placed limitations on the themes that costumes in the land of carnival, 477 songs and floats could convey. One of the early regulations limited presentations to events or personalities drawn from Brazilian history. In 1939 a school that had selected Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs for its theme suffered the indignity of disqualification. The community organizers and samba composers who held positions of leadership within the schools prized acceptance and recognition by society above the creative independence they had enjoyed during the 1920s. Therefore they did not resist the imposition of ground rules that put restraints on articulations of discontent they might otherwise have incorporated into their carnival presentations. In the 6 decades between the first official authorization of the Samba School Parade and the present day, the route along which the schools march has undergone several changes that have taken the procession from the Pra Caritaons to Rio Branco Avenue in the heart of the downtown district, then to the broad Avenida Getulio Vargas nearby, and finally to Niemeyer's colossal Sambadrome. Each new site permitted a larger number of spectators than before to witness the event. Throughout the years the Rio Carnival has gained an ever-increasing measure of worldwide renown. The film Black Orpheus might have done more than anything else to bring the event to the attention of people everywhere and to assure its immortality. In his film, French director Marcel Camus demonstrates with powerful sensitivity how the illusion of carnival takes over the lives of samba school members. Although the score by Luis Bonfa and Tom Jobim uses more bossa nova than samba, the lyrics that poet Vinicius de Moraes wrote for one of the songs captures the essence of carnival in a way that has never been matched. Sadness has no end, the song proclaims, but happiness does. The actual scenes of the carnival parade in Black Orpheus have mesmerized moviegoers for years. Other films, such as the James Bond epic Moonraker, and books such as like Gregory MacDonald's Carioca Fletch, have used the parade as an exotic backdrop for plots that have little to do with Brazil, and this publicizing of the event has contributed to the building up of carnival as an international, the Brazilians' tourist attraction. But Black Orpheus makes viewers yearn not only to attend the festivities themselves but also to understand more about the context that the movie vividly portrays. Participants in the carnival parade must follow a stylized format that at the same time leaves room for enormous creativity. Each school selects an enredo, or plot, for its annual march. The compulsory components of the group's presentation permit the enredo to unfold. Thus the school's marchers must include a comissão de frente, front commission, or welcoming committee, which leads the procession and introduces the school's enredo, a dance master, male, and a flag bearer, female, who perform an exquisite pas de deux, the latter carrying the colors of the school and spinning about with such remarkable grace and economy of motion that her feet seem never to touch the pavement, the hateria, or percussion section, providing the samba beat to which the school marches, the allegoric floats, decorated to illustrate the enredo and carrying the school's destaques, or dazzlingly costumed stars, and the alas, or wings, discrete groups of dancers, each with its own outfits and colors. The alas must include hyenas, a group of older women dressed in versions of the traditional hoop skirts worn by black women in the city of Salvador. The hyenas dance in a whirling motion that produces one of the most spectacular visual effects of the parade. All marchers sing their school's theme song, the Samba Enredo, which conveys the story they have come to tell. Samba schools have customarily served as strong community organizations that absorb the energies of their members throughout the entire year. Shortly after one carnival, preparation for the next one begins. The enredo is developed, composers compete fiercely to have their song selected as the annual Samba Enredo, costumes are sewn, and floats are constructed. Beginning in November, weekly meetings bring participants together to rehearse the once the Comissão de Frente was customarily composed of the school's elders, dressed in black tie and tails. Today the costumes of the lead marchers may be more elaborate and imaginative. In 1989 one of the schools had 12 pregnant women dressed in white in its front row. In 1993 a Comissão de Frente featured a group of tall black men in shorts and imported sneakers, their heads shaved, basketballs in hand, representing the U.S. Olympic Dream Team. In the Land of Carnival. 479. Music and dances they will present in their march. The need to scrimp on meager salaries in order to pay for their costumes does not dampen in the least the enthusiasm of the faveladoers for whom appearing in carnival is an all-consuming pursuit. Over the years the samba schools and their performances have undergone a dramatic transition. In the 1960s an increasing number of people from Rio's upper and middle classes discovered the schools, whose rehearsal halls they began to frequent and in whose alas they began to enlist. As a result, the samba schools underwent a degree of bleaching, although they remain predominantly black. In addition, there was a change in the process by which the schools put together their shows. Traditionally this had been the province of people from the neighborhoods that produced the schools. But by the 1960s the march of the samba schools was turning into a complex tableau emphasizing the visual and requiring the help of outside professionals. Indeed, a school's presentation became increasingly dependent on the genius and leadership of one person, the carnivalesco or carnival master, who coordinates the efforts of costume designers, artisans, composers, and performers. These directors have become the luminaries of the Rio Carnival, and for a number of years the brightest and most controversial star in the galaxy was a short, round-faced, curly-haired, self-educated, wildly imaginative virtuoso whom everyone calls Joey Asinho Trinta, a name that translates into English as Johnny 30. Born in 1933 in São Luís, the capital of the northern state of Maranhão, João Clemente Jorge Trinta lost his father at the age of 2 and grew up in very modest circumstances. As a teenager he migrated to Rio de Janeiro, and in 1956 he joined the Corps de Ballet of the Municipal Theatre, where he performed on the same boards with Dame Margot Fontaine and Alicia Alonso. His first love was spectacle, and he learned as much as he could about the staging of ballets and operas from set designers, wardrobe people, and other specialists at the Municipal Theatre. The transition from the legitimate stage to the carnival parade route was a natural and inevitable step for him. Carnival spectaculars are the Brazilian equivalent of opera, he has explained. The samba enredo is the libretto, the bateria the Brazilians. Orchestra, the sambista samba dancers the ballet corps, the destaques the prima donnas, and the allegoric floats the sets. Serving as Carnavalesco first for Salgueiro, one of the well-established Rio Samba schools, and then for Beija-Flor, a newer school from Nilópolis in the impoverished Baixada Fluminense, Joey Asinho compiled an enviable winning record in the carnival competitions of the 1970s and 1980s. From his first enredo with Salgueiro portraying the conquest of Maranhão by the French, as seen through the eyes of the 8-year-old French King Louis XIII, his sumptuous presentations went far beyond anything that had previously been attempted in the parade. He did not shrink from daring themes, such as the supposed presence of the ancient Phoenicians on the Amazon River, and their transport of precious gems back to the court of King Solomon, and developed them with costumes and stately floats that raised lavishness to new levels. He has been innovative on many fronts. Indeed, the first woman to bare her breasts during the parade, and the first male nude, marched with Beija-Flor. Critics accused Joey Asinho of deforming the true spirit and tradition of the carnival parade. They claimed, among other things, that he was ignoring the wretchedness of everyday life in Brazil and was imposing unwarranted financial burdens on the poor people who made up the bulk of the membership of the samba schools. Joey Asinho's response was characteristically vigorous. "If I made an enredo out of poverty," he said in a 1987 interview, "no one would march. These people are poor all year long. Why would they want to parade as wretches?" The classic, oft-quoted rejoinder he aimed at his detractors was "the poor like luxuriousness. It is the intellectuals who like misery." Yet Joey Asinho could not resist fashioning another, quite different reply to his critics. In 1989, staging one of the most astonishing and revolutionary pageants in the history of Carnival, he concocted an enredo whose title translates as "Rats and Vultures Let Go of My Fantasia," a play on a word that in Portuguese means both carnival costume and fantasy. It succeeded brilliantly in converting luxo, garbage, into luxo, luxuriousness. The Comissão de Frente and one of the Alas, wings, dressed as beggars in tattered. In the land of Carnival. 481. Multicolored rags. Another of the Alas represented a group of lunatics and performed as though they were straight out of the theater of the absurd. Dancers disguised as prostitutes and young street thieves cavorted wildly. There was a float piled high with surrealistic garbage and labeled Beggar's Banquet. The directors of Beija-Flor, including Joey Asinho himself, paraded as uniformed garbage collectors. It was a stunningly original tribute by the poor to the poor, the likes of which had never been seen on the streets of Rio. The panel of jurors found it excessively avant-garde and awarded Beija-Flor only second place, but many impartial observers disagreed. Staging elaborate presentations in the carnival parade did not, of course, originate with Joey Asinho Trinta. He merely turned out to be consistently better at pulling it off than any other carnavalesco. Moreover, Beija-Flor's former guiding light has insisted that the costumes and floats his school uses look much more expensive than they actually are. We are very creative in the use of cheap materials, yet we have gotten the reputation of being extravagant. Criticisms of Joe Azinho have related to matters beyond his alleged extravagance. Purists have faulted him for deviating from hallowed traditions that date back to the very first parades of the samba schools. They have argued that by orienting his presentations to please foreign tourists and by imposing his own peculiar views and tastes, he has lost contact with the real meaning of the carnival parade, which has always been a form of self-expression for Rio's slum communities. There is another way to view the negative reactions Joe Azinho has stirred. He was an outsider from the north, rather than a product of Rio's carnival culture. He was a poor boy who made good on his own rather than a Rio intellectual. In addition, his Beija-Flor Samba school was located in Nilopolis, an impoverished suburb populated by migrant northeasterners who are not part of the local carnival tradition. Joe Azinho insists that Beija-Flor brings tremendous benefits to the community. Nilopolis is a poor suburb, but we are showing people what they can accomplish on their own, with the right kind of leadership. Young people work with our carpenters, sculptors, and seamstresses, and learn trades. Our school has created a day. The Brazilians. Care Center for 300 children. From October to March, members of the school perform 3 nights a week in Rio for tourists. We have traveled and paraded in Paris, Nice, Morocco, Jordan, and Zaire. Some say that carnival is an opiate, a way of deceiving the poor, but it's exactly the opposite, a way to open people's eyes and show them that life has other qualities, other emotions, other possibilities. Asterisk. A number of forces have shaped the current figuration of the Rio Carnival. The completion of the Sambadrome in 1984 increased the scale of things and reinforced an already existing trend toward more and more elaborate costumes and allegoric floats. With the economic decline of Rio de Janeiro, tourism became its most important industry, making inevitable the transformation of Carnival into a major attraction for foreign visitors, which in turn necessitated a large-scale facility to accommodate spectators. Moreover, the tremendous power of the mass media in Brazil has influenced the Carnival parade, which has become a major television event. The television cameras have tended to focus on the participating celebrities, and on displays of nudity, before they were banned from prime time, rather than on the traditional and collective aspects of each school's presentation. The networks have also insisted on a degree of scheduling control over the parade, so that they can maximize their exposure to the nationwide viewing audience. The Samba schools have felt the effects of these changes. The expenses of staging a carnival march have skyrocketed far beyond the financial capacities of the lower-class neighborhoods that continue to serve as the hearts and souls of the schools. The government, though maintaining control over Carnival, contributes but a modest percentage of what the parade costs each school. Therefore, the schools have had to search for other sources of income. Rehearsals for the parade have become weekly fundraising events, through the charging of admissions fees and the sale of refresh. Joe Azinho lost his position with Beija-Flor, reportedly over the scandal that accompanied his path-breaking use of a fully nude male destaque. In 1994 he staged the performance of the Viradouro Samba School. In the Land of Carnival. 483. Merits and souvenirs practices that have drawn the diluting presence of tourists and people from Rio's middle class. Indeed, because of the dire financial straits in which many of the schools have found themselves, anyone with the proper connections has been able to buy his or her way into participating in the march down the Marquês de Sapicov Avenue. This has made the schools vulnerable to the importunings of civic-minded biqueiros. The Jogo do Bicho, or animal game, is so intimate a part of the fabric of Brazilian culture that its link to other staples of Brazilianness, such as Carnival, should not be surprising. It was logical that the biqueiros, in search of respectability and goodwill in the communities that patronize their business, would become backers of many of the Samba schools. The first of the biqueiros to identify with the school was an Afro-Brazilian named Natalino José de Oliveira. Beginning in the 1930s until his death in 1975, this charismatic sugar daddy not only channeled some of his earnings from the Yago Dube show into neighborhood social projects, he also became the patron of the local samba school, Portela. This earned for him the sobriquet Natal de Portela and an aura of legend that continues to the present day. The school paid tribute to him in its 1987 Carnival presentation, and a motion picture released 2 years later presented a glorified version of his life. A number of other bikeiros have followed in his footsteps. They have arranged to have themselves named presidents or honorary presidents of samba schools, upon which they have then bestowed substantial sums of money. They have also combined forces to form the Independent League of Samba Schools, an entity that has successfully pressured the government of the city of Rio de Janeiro for a larger share of the tourist and television revenues generated by Carnival. Those who decry the current state of the parade of the Samba School seem to forget that this hallowed institution has been in a constant state of evolution since its birth. In a sense, the crisis of today results from the success of the Samba schools in producing a sight and sound extravaganza that has deeply touched and excited Brazilians and people from all over the globe. The universal appeal of the parade has taken it far beyond the precincts of folklore, and the Brazilians. Turning the clock back to a more innocent, less complicated era hardly seems feasible. Nor is it at all clear that most of the poor people who annually electrify the Sambadrome would want to deprive themselves of the experience. A United States consular official who paraded with one of the schools for several years described it in terms that Americans might understand: there are 90,000 spectators cheering you on, millions are watching on TV, and you are just ordinary folks. It's like playing in the Super Bowl, or the World Series, all compressed into an hour and a half. Heated debate over the Carnival parade erupted after the 1991 event, when Mocidade Independente spent nearly $800,000 on its winning presentation. Mangueira, a popular school that had refused to take money from any bikeiro, did so badly that it nearly lost the right to march with the Grupo Especial. At the same time, the bikeiros threatened to withdraw their schools from the official parade and stage their own carnival show, an act of defiance that for better or for worse would completely privatize the parade. The Samba school's subservience to the bikeiros has been an unavoidable sequel to their submission to control by the government, and this symbiotic relationship mirrors the dependency of other enterprises on privileges and subsidies provided by the state. Unfortunately, the bikeiros, as well as government officials, have their own agendas, which probably do not feature the promotion of the self-expression of the lower classes that has traditionally been the defining element of the Samba school performances. It would indeed be tragic if the Carnival parade became totally commercialized. Several years ago, entrepreneurs were concocting a scheme for constructing luxury hotels along Rio's southwest beaches, far from the center of town, where a new Sambadrome would be installed and weekly Samba school marches would be staged for the benefit of tourists. Although this scenario remains on the drawing boards, a version of it comes to life in Zero Samba dos Vagalumes, The Samba of the Fireflies, a novel by Rodolfo Mata Rezende, whose imagination conjures up a nightmarish, non-stop parade in the existing Sambadrome, attracting hordes of enthusiastic foreign visitors, some of whom watch from their windows in a new hotel overlooking the Marquês de Sapucaí Avenue. In the land of Carnival. 485. Although truly unique in its impact on the emotions of spectators and participants alike, the Rio de Janeiro Carnival Parade is perhaps most remarkable for the evidence it offers, year after year, that lower-class Brazilians are adept at conceiving, organizing, and successfully executing a highly artistic pageant that compares favorably with entertainment offered anywhere in the world. The Samba schools have somehow managed to overcome the various crises associated with the event and the staggering difficulties in staging it. The parade is a legitimate source of national pride, and it should be taken to heart by all those who would doubt the capabilities of Brazil's common folk. At least in expressing their Brazilianness year after year in the defining event of the Rio Carnival, they demonstrate to anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear their ability to plan, work together, and produce. The challenge facing the country is to harness this dedication, diligence, imagination, and enthusiasm and apply them to other areas of endeavor, in ways that will do the most good for the ordinary people of Brazil. Chapter 20. Whither Brazil? Know that I am Brazilian and not North American, because I like to eat feijoada and not hamburger. Because I speak Portuguese and not English, because when I hear popular music, I know immediately how to tell a frevo from a samba, because football for me is a game played with the feet and not the hands. Because I know that at Carnival I bring into the light my social and sexual fantasies, because I know that there never exists a no in the face of formal barriers, and that there is no such barrier that does not admit of a jeitinho through the mechanism of personal relationships or friendship, because I believe in Catholic saints and also African orazas, because I know that destiny exists and yet I still have faith in study, education, and the future of Brazil, because I am loyal to my friends and cannot deny anything to my family, because, finally, I know that I have personal relationships that will not let me walk alone in this world, as happens to my American friends, who always see themselves and exist as individuals. Roberto da Mata, 0K Faz Brazil, Brazil. The uniqueness that makes Brazilians Brazilian has left its mark on the political, economic, and social development of the country. Spontaneity, improvisation, youthful immaturity, tropical languor, individualism, the patriarchal mindset, the authoritarian tradition. Whither Brazil? 487. And its corollary of impunity for the rich and powerful, and the various legacies of slavery are among the aspects of Brazilianness that have contributed in some way to the evolution of Brazil as a society and a nation. Thus national character must bear some responsibility for the chronic crisis of the past decade and a half. By the same token, this unique set of traits will surely help shape, for better and for worse, the Brazil of the 21st century. An understanding of Brazilianness, however, does not assure one of success in predicting the direction Brazil will take as the third millennium approaches. It is obvious that external economic and political considerations, such as the easy availability of loans from foreign banks and the sudden increase in the price of imported petroleum in the 1970s, have seriously affected events in Brazil. And factors such as the collapse of international communism and future shifts in the balance of economic power among the European Economic Community, Japan, and the United States will certainly affect Brazil in important ways. Moreover, national character is not static, but rather dynamic. Just as the Britishness of the epoch of Robin Hood and his merry men eventually became the Britishness of Victorian England, which was quite different from the Britishness of the age of Margaret Thatcher, so the contours of Brazilianness may evolve as the country continues its painful passage past adolescence. Changes in how Brazilians think and behave will complicate even further the task of attempting to answer the question whither Brazil? Brazil has experienced a cycle of ups and downs since the end of World War II. The disarray of the 1980s and early 1990s may represent a dip that is extended yet temporary, a period of adjustment constituting a transitory phase in the process of national maturation. Increased foreign investments in Brazil in the latter months of 1993, booming exports during that same period, and the economic determinists place total responsibility for Brazil's crisis on external factors, and especially the dependent relationship imposed on Brazil by the United States. Assigning some blame to national character signifies a rejection of this view but should not be taken as an embrace of the opposite extreme. Obviously, outside pressures have also played an important role in influencing the course of events in Brazil. The Brazilians' government's success in halting inflation in 1994 are indications that Brazil is regaining its balance and is about to move forward again toward the realization of its destiny. Those who remain realistically optimistic about Brazil's future no longer entertain grandiose visions that Brazil is a superpower in the making, or that a Brazilian century is about to dawn. Instead, invoking a new mood of cautious enthusiasm, they point to positive signs, such as the development of effective government and relative prosperity in some of the country's less populous states and municipalities. On the top of everyone's list is Curitiba, which in recent years has become known variously as Brazil's livable, ecological, and model city. The national as well as international attention generated by Curitiba during the past decade contrasts sharply with the unobtrusiveness the city had previously worn for centuries almost as a badge of honor. Originally founded as a mining camp on the banks of the Atuba River some 300 years ago, the settlement languished when gold turned out to be present in only sparse amounts. Remaining modest in both size and bent, the town nestled peacefully on a broad plateau about 3,000 feet above sea level, cut off from the nearby Atlantic coast by a ridge of mountains, at a comfortable distance from the bloody frontier wars and civil strife that beset Rio Grande do Sul, and far removed from the main currents of Brazilian history and culture. Originally part of the Captaincy of São Paulo, the region surrounding the town became the separate province of Parana in 1853, and Curitiba was named its capital. Parana was fortunate in that slave labor was not introduced there on a large scale, and thus it escaped some of the pernicious effects of involuntary servitude seen in much of the rest of Brazil. By the time its agricultural potential began to be fully appreciated, which did not occur until the 19th century, abolition had become inevitable. The farming operations that began in Parana for the most part did not utilize slave labor. Instead, a steady influx of German, Italian, and Polish immigrants, along with lesser numbers of Japanese, who came later, founded small and medium-sized farms and worked the land themselves. The system of large, individual land holding prevalent elsewhere in the country was not. Whither Brazil? 489. Widely established in Parana, a factor that was altogether to the state's advantage. Curitiba itself attracted German colonists and soon took on the look of a small German city. A subsequent influx of settlers from Poland did not alter its reserved, cautious, provincial air. In 1940 the population of the municipality had barely reached 100,000. Yet the city was already earning a reputation as a salubrious place to live. Statistics for 1941 revealed that it had the lowest infant mortality rate of any of Brazil's state capitals. In the early 1960s conservative Curitiba escaped the turbulence that roiled within other large metropolitan areas. The city's tranquility was due in part to the dominance of the centrist Christian Democratic Party, which advocated a progressive conservatism modeled after European Christian democracy, and supported the 1964 military coup. At the beginning of the 1970s, the city was still not much more than the administrative capital of an agricultural state, and it was growing at a slower pace than other large Brazilian urban centers. But that would soon change. The mechanization of agriculture in Parana forced a number of workers off the land and led to the absorption of small and medium-sized farms by large enterprises. Some of those who had been displaced found reasons to go north to Rondônia, others migrated to the city and state of São Paulo. A goodly number made their way to Curitiba. What set Curitiba apart from other Brazilian municipalities confronted by the challenge of the influx of migrants from the countryside was that a team of technocrats who had been thinking about how the city should grow drew up a plan for the future. The Institute for Research and Urban Planning of Curitiba had been set up in 1965 to advise both the city and the state governments. In 1971 its president, a round-faced architect named Jamie Lerner, was designated mayor of Curitiba, and he set out to put into action a strategy the institute had developed. In the course of 3 terms as the city's chief executive, he was appointed twice and elected once. The energetic Lerner transformed Curitiba into a showcase. Among his accomplishments are an excellent system of bus transportation that has made Curitibans less dependent on private automobiles and has facilitated decent. The Brazilians tralized urban growth, taking resolute measures to reduce the level of atmospheric air pollution and increase the amount of green space in the city, the encouragement of waste recycling by imaginative methods such as providing food to the poor if they would collect and deliver trash, and the development of a safe, clean, pleasant downtown. During the same period Lerner even found time to co-author some song lyrics with Vinicius de Moraes. Today the population of Curitiba has reached 1.6 million. The municipality has a large middle class, and the contrast between haves and have-nots is not nearly so striking as in other Brazilian cities. Favelas that have cropped up on the periphery seem much less wretched than the urban slums of Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. The quality of life is reasonably decent, and one senses an attitude of civic pride among Curitibanos of every class, even though some outsiders may find the city provincial and dull. Lerner, on his part, has become a widely respected figure, and he is unabashedly upbeat about the future of the country. Curitiba proves that Brazil is possible, he said in a 1992 interview. The secret, in his view, is to work to improve the quality of urban life by taking creative low-cost initiatives at the local level. Curitiba is different because the city made itself different. You have to believe you can do it. In 1994 he was elected governor of Paraná. But whether the Curitiba model can be replicated elsewhere is open to question. Despite the fact that companies often test market new products there, in many ways Curitiba is atypical of the rest of Brazil. Curitibanos tend to be more docile, more orderly, and less aggressive than their compatriots further north. The cold climate of Paraná has tended to discourage migration from the tropical regions of the country. As is true of southern Brazil generally, the population of Curitiba is whiter than the rest of the country, even in the favelas. The city has remained conservative, it went heavily for color in 1989, and relatively immune to the sort of demagoguery that often permeates Brazilian politics. Since the 1940s careful planning. One example is the conversion of buses no longer fit for transport use into classrooms where people from poor neighborhoods can take, free of charge, courses in subjects such as typing, hairdressing, carpentry, and knitting. Whither Brazil? 491. Rather than improvisation has been the modus operandi. The manufacturing enterprises that have been attracted to the area in the last decade have developed in an orderly fashion, mostly within the confines of an industrial park on the city's outskirts. What perhaps redounds most to Curitiba's advantage is that it has never allowed itself to be overwhelmed by the extensive, oppressive poverty that renders it difficult for a city to know where to begin looking for more than faintly palliative solutions. Because the region has been able to avoid a flood of immigration and to plan for the influx that did occur, and because it exported some of its potential social problems to Rondônia in the 1970s, Curitiba has managed to cope well with the challenges it faced during the 1980s and 1990s. Yet by being rational and far-sighted rather than emotive and spontaneous, Curitibanos seem rather less Brazilian than Brazilians elsewhere. Other small and mid-sized municipalities have been able to create for their residents a quality of life superior to that found in Brazil's megametropolises. They have accomplished this by planning for growth and by permitting citizens to take control of their own lives and establish for themselves the elements of a livable urban environment. A good illustration of a municipality that has used this strategy is Uberlândia, a prosperous city of over 500,000 inhabitants in the Mineiro Triangle of western Minas Gerais, where forward-looking administrators have consulted with Jamie Lerner and borrowed from the Curitiba model to prepare for an expected population increase. Maringa, a municipality of 240,000 in the state of Paraná to the northwest of Curitiba, exemplifies reliance on grassroots initiatives to provide decent housing and child care for every citizen. This trend toward self-sufficiency reflects an important shift in Brazilian attitudes toward the role of the federal government. Originating in the absolute authority vested in the Portuguese crown, the notion of government as a highly centralized administration with tight control over the disbursement of revenues and broad authority to regulate private activity fostered a relationship of dependency between citizens and the state. Today people at the local level, and especially in the cities and towns, are becoming the Brazilians. Convinced that they can do a better job of dealing with local problems by mobilizing their own resources and developing their own ideas. Corruption, incompetence, and bureaucratic inertia in Brasilia have disenchanted many Brazilians, to the degree that they realize it is fruitless to expect the federal government to improve their daily lives to any meaningful degree. The upbeat news from Curitiba and other cities has been matched in recent years by success stories generated by several state governments, which have demonstrated what honest and intelligent administration can accomplish. The most remarkable record of progress comes from Ceará, once the bailiwick of Father Cicero and, as recently as the mid-1980s, the preserve of powerful colonels who placed the state government at the service of their private interests. But in 1986 a split within the elite permitted a young businessman named Tasso Gereissati to win the governorship, and he managed to convert the impoverished northeastern state into a model for the rest of the country. Tasso eliminated the traditional system of patronage, reduced the number of government jobs, and insisted that state employees work for their salaries. He adopted an austerity program, reformed the system of tax collection, and was soon able to devote increased revenues to infrastructure investment, which in turn attracted new industries to the state. His governorship was so popular that he was able to secure the election of a young protege, Ciro Gomes, as his successor, and Ceará has enjoyed a period of administrative continuity unusual for Brazil. As the national economic growth rate stalled at 0 in 1992, Ceará's exceeded 3%. The state's sandy beaches and year-long sunny weather were attracting tens of thousands of visitors from Europe, Argentina, and southern Brazil, who supported a thriving tourism industry, which in turn has stimulated the construction of new hotels. Meanwhile, public opinion polls showed Ciro was the most highly regarded of Brazil's governors. The Gereissati-Gomes administrations have not ignored social needs, which are considerable in a state that is still one of the nation's poorest. One of their most interesting initiatives is an imaginative, effective, low-cost program, hailed as an example to the Whither Brazil 493 World by UNICEF, which trains local people to visit remote villages in the interior and supply rudimentary health services. This medical care has succeeded in reducing the rate of infant mortality. Both Tasso and Ciro relinquished control of a number of services previously supplied by the state and gave municipalities authority to address matters that can be dealt with more efficiently at the local level. Yet at the same time they demonstrated that a lean, serious-minded government can accomplish wonders, in the Brazilian context, if it sets priorities and then works hard to realize them. The trend toward decentralization in Brazil is yielding positive results, but it can have a dark side as well. Some municipalities, adopting a dog-in-the-manger attitude, are resisting the influx of migrants from other parts of the country. For example, Canoas, a city not far from Porto Alegre in Rio Grande do Sul, has been physically barring or expelling migrants in an effort to protect its per capita income of $7,200. This phenomenon is related to the mood of separatism that has been rekindled recently in southern Brazil. There have always been Southerners urging the secession of the states of Paraná, Santa Catarina, and Rio Grande do Sul, which would then join together to create an independent, agriculture-based republic. During the early 1990s, this kind of talk intensified, to the degree of attracting national concern, but a breakup of Brazil is hardly likely to happen because of the opposition it would incite in the rest of the country, and especially from the military, who have never backed away from their self-appointed role as guardians of the nation. A more likely separatist scenario is the evolution of a system of de facto social and economic segregation within a unitary Brazil. Indeed, there are signs that this has already begun to happen. The notion of reshaping Brazilian society to exclude the increasingly unmanageable poor is already being played out in the proliferation of residential communities and apartment complexes walled off from the misery around them, where affluent city dwellers can live in safety and comfort. This trend toward what amounts to a new form of apartheid is evident in the growth of Barra de Tijuca, or Barra, as it is called. The Brazilians. Monly called, a community of high-rises and luxury homes situated along a glistening Atlantic beach on the far edge of the municipality of Rio de Janeiro. Well-to-do cariocas fed up with the violence and grime of the older sections of Rio have been moving beyond the Hill of the Two Brothers at the end of Leblon, and beyond São Conrado, the fashionable neighborhood on the ocean front at the foot of the Rocinha favela, and are in the process of creating what some have called a Carioca California. The rapid growth of Beira makes it possible to fantasize a future in which it becomes an independent city and takes over as the center of commerce and tourism for the area, while the center of Rio, along with the nearby middle-class neighborhoods in both the south and north zones, disintegrates into an extensive ruin, reclaimed in whole or in part by tropical vegetation, abandoned by all but the very poor, and perhaps converted into a museum maintained by funding from UNESCO, United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization. Yet at the same time, what has actually been happening in Beira is a reminder that the planned growth pioneered by Curitiba and undertaken elsewhere has not totally replaced the haphazardness and spontaneity at or near the heart of Brazilianness. The expansion of the Carioca California has not been orderly and well thought out in advance, but rather chaotic, careless, and ecologically indifferent, so myopic that in the long run there are real dangers lurking in this idyllic environment. Moreover, favela dwellers have followed the upper and upper middle class to Beira, and slums are mushrooming in the flatlands behind the high-rise apartments along the shore. People who purchased expensive houses and lots in Beira and adjoining neighborhoods now find themselves besieged by favelados who are invading their properties or adjacent lots and constructing shanties. Thus, as the magazine Veja has noted, it is conceivable that the Carioca California may be forced to coexist with a megafavelopolis housing 200,000 and stretching from Leblon to Rocinha to Beira. Were the socio-economic separatism of Brazil to occur, it would ultimately require authoritarian government and the unyielding application of brute force to keep the majoritarian have-nots away. Whither Brazil? 495. From the minoritarian haves and maintain the existing distribution of wealth and power. Only the military could accomplish this, most probably by the deployment of force in urban centers. The army not only would have to provide security for the upper and middle classes, as occurred in Rio de Janeiro during the UN Earth Summit in 1992, it would also be forced to send troops into slum areas in order to disarm the organized gangs that use them as safe havens, an assignment that the federal government finally forced on the military in late 1994. But long-term occupation of the cities is hardly a proper role for the nation's armed forces. A coup such as occurred in 1964 is conceivable, especially as years pass and memories of the failures of dictatorial rule fade. But the institution that presided over the massive enrichment of Brazil's haves can hardly be relied on to solve a crisis for which it bears heavy responsibility. Of the two competing paradigms for 21st century Brazil, the model of planned growth and local autonomy on the one hand, and separate societies for rich and poor on the other, it seems clear that the latter can never succeed, whereas the former offers a future worthy of Brazil. By erecting physical and legal barriers that would consign the have-nots to permanent status as outsiders, Brazil would be embracing what South Africa has dismantled. Instead of building a nation in which citizens could participate on an equal basis, the country would be institutionalizing a permanent state of social and economic injustice. Brazilianness, to which Brazilians from all sectors of society have made important contributions, would be torn asunder, and Brazil would become an international pariah. On the other hand, the ideal of planned growth and local autonomy could mean the dispersion of the country's populace away from coastal urban areas and into the vast interior of the country, fulfilling a dream long entertained by Brazilians. It would enable the nation to develop its vast human resources and exploit to the maximum its productive potential. Of course, this grand strategy will succeed only if the exodus from overpopulated cities is gradual and evenly distributed, and the new population centers prepare themselves in advance for steady the Brazilians' growth. It also requires a continuation of the current trend of giving local governments the resources and autonomy that will enable them to develop and prosper on their own. The dilemma facing policymakers is easy to state: a market-oriented laissez-faire approach relying on private initiative to unleash the productive forces of the country will exacerbate even more an already unacceptable gap between rich and poor, and will demand even more suffering from those at the base of the societal pyramid, in exchange for the speculative hope that at some future time prosperity will filter down to the less fortunate. A socially oriented economic policy designed to meet the minimum needs of Brazilians below the poverty level and redistribute existing wealth risk stifling the productive forces of the country and impeding the growth that is essential to economic recovery. To find a way out of this predicament will not be an easy task. Indeed, Brazil's record under the linked criteria of growth plus equitable wealth distribution has been remarkably unbalanced up to now. As the Mexican political scientist Jorge G. Castaneda points out in his thoughtful study Utopia Unarmed, the Latin American left after the Cold War, Brazil, has perhaps combined growth and inequity in greater doses than any other Latin American nation over the past 40 years. The fact that no other Latins have managed to solve this problem merely underscores the historic opportunity facing Brazil, which has always aspired to greatness and now has a chance to redefine it. Thus Brazil's desperate need is to develop a strategy that will bring about growth plus economic and social justice. If the country's vocation, in the words of Roberto Mangabeira Unger, is to synthesize sweetness and greatness, Brazilians can make no greater contribution to humanity than to demonstrate that it is possible to expand production and at the same time close the tremendous gap between rich and poor. To do so, they will have to abandon their fondness for foreign models and chart their own course, in a way that capitalizes on particular Brazilian strengths, such as the existence of a strong manufacturing base and the potential to expand the domestic market for consumer goods. Whither Brazil? 497. Perhaps Brazilians will have to resort to their penchant for metaphoric cannibalism, which has heretofore operated mainly in the cultural realm, enabling them to chew, swallow, and digest borrowings from abroad, and convert them into something uniquely their own. In recent years Brazilians seem to be losing their anthropophagic touch. The time may be ripe to revive it and apply it to the socio-economic sphere. Change will require a certain degree of self-confidence that must replace the self-doubt long lurking within the soul of Brazilianness. The evolving dynamics of national character place this achievement within the realm of possibility. There are already signs that Brazilians are changing. The impeachment proceedings against President Fernando Collor, and the criminal conviction of the owners of the tour boat that capsized in Guanabara Bay, causing the deaths of 55 persons, signal an erosion of the cloak of impunity that had previously sheltered the powerful and the wealthy. Such justice would have been unthinkable in the past. Indeed, Brazilians are now for the first time going to jail for tax evasion. Moreover, the proliferation of grassroots groups advocating the interests of the poor, as well as non-governmental organizations promoting environmental protection, the well-being of women and children, and other causes suggests a trend toward greater citizen participation in civic life and a sense of societal responsibility that represent a healthy divergence from the traditional attitudes of passivity and individualism. The Brazil of the past captured the fancy of outsiders because it connected with a widely shared dream that there could exist somewhere on this planet a place of beauty, sensuality, magic, racial harmony, playfulness, and innocence. The Brazil of present no longer nourishes these illusions, as the realities long lurking behind the beguiling aspects of Brazilianness have become impossible to ignore or downplay. For example, they have been importing foreign music, such as reggae and rap, intact, rather than Brazilianizing it. The Brazilians. Yet there is reason to hope for and believe in the birth of a new dream, grounded in the Brazil that is and imagining a Brazil that could be, building on the irrepressible vitality of its people, accepting the magnitude and gravity of the problems that need to be solved, and moving ahead with a renewed sense of self-confidence and optimism into the 21st century. Selected bibliography. Introduction. Books, parts of books, and pamphlets. Barbosa, El Gitinho Brasileiro, a arte de ser mais igual que os outros. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Campus, 1992. Bishop, E. Brazil. New York, Time Incorporated, 1962. Brasilia. Departamento de Turismo. Brasilia Mística, Roteiro Místico Religioso. Undated. Buarque de Holanda, As Raízes do Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, José Olimpio, 1984. Burns, E. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Cooper, C. The Brazilians and Their Country. New York, Frederick A. Stokes, 1917. Diggs, M0 Brasil e os Brasileiros. São Paulo, Livraria Martins, 1964. Ilarding, J1 Like Brazil, A Close-Up of a Good Neighbor. Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1941. Jaguaribe, L., et al. Brazil, 2.000, para Novo Pacto Social. Rio de Janeiro. Editora Paz e Terra, 1986. Brazil, Reforma ou Caos. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Paz e Terra, 1989. Kellerman, P. Brasil para Principiantes. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira, 1963. Lita, D0 Character Nacional Brasileiro. São Paulo, Livraria Pioneira Editora, 1983. De Mata, R0 Que Faz o Brasil, Brazil. Rio de Janeiro, Rocco, 1986. Porto, Mos Brasileiros, Uma Tragicomedia. São Paulo, Maceo Ono, 1984. Rodrigues, J. The Brazilians, Their Character and Aspirations. Translated by R. Dimmock. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1967. Sabino, F. Zelia, Uma Pixeo. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1991. Zweig, S. Brazil, Land of the Future. Translated by A. St. James. New York, Viking, 1941. Periodicals. O Azarauda Segunda Divisão. Veja, June 30, 1993, 82. Bernard, A. Exiles Return. New York Review of Books, January 13, 1994, 15. Brazil, Survey. The Economist, April 25, 1987. Brazil, Survey. The Economist, December 7, 1991. Brazil, Survey. South, July 1988, 49. Brooke, J. Looting Brazil. New York Times Magazine, November 8, 1992, 31. Caesar, A. O Voto em Plena Guerra. Veja, September 21, 1994, 56. Korea, M. O Brasil se Expanda. Veja, September 7, 1994, 70. Friedman, M. Economic Miracles. Newsweek, January 21, 1974, 80. Guillermo Prieto, A. Obsessed in Rio. The New Yorker, August 16, 1993, 44. Long, W. Brazilians, a laid-back breed apart. Los Angeles Times, October 14, 1988, Part 1, p. 1. Lopez Torregrosa, L. Escândalo in Brazil. Vanity Fair, February 1993, 132. McRae, N. O. Brazil, Survey. The Economist, August 4, 1979. The Brazilians. Margulis, M. Reinventing Brazil. World Monitor, November 1989, 31. A multiplica carreteo das desigualdades. Jornal do Brasil, December 20, 1992, 17-21. Rosen, K. Brazil's New Constitution, an exercise in transient constitutionalism for a transitional society. American Journal of Comparative Law 38, 1990 773. Brazil's Legal Culture, the Jido Revisited. Florida International Law. Journal 1, 1984 1. Schwartz, L. Elizabeth Bishop and Brazil. The New Yorker, September 30, 1991, 85. Sebra, C. O Profeta do Futebol. Zero Globo, July 11, 1993, 54. Simon, W. Social Theory and Political Practice, Ungers Brazilian Journalism. Northwestern University Law Review 81, 1987 832. Vasiland, P. Brazil, Moment of Promise and Pain. National Geographic, March 1987, 348. White, P. Giant Brazil. National Geographic, September 1962, 299. Chapter 1. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. De Barros, T. Historia de Portugal. Porto, Editora Édica Carateo Nacional, undated. Bethel, L. ed. Brazil, Empire and Republic, 1822–1930. Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press, 1989. Boxer, C. The Golden Age of Brazil, 1695–1750, Growing Pains of a Colonial Society. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1962. Burns, E. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Cooper, C. The Brazilians and Their Country. New York, Frederick A. Stokes, 1917. Correa da Costa, S. Every Inch a King, A Biography of Dom Pedro I. First Emperor of Brazil. Translated by S. Putnam. New York, Macmillan, 1950. Frere, G. New World in the Tropics, The Culture of Modern Brazil. New York, Vintage, 1963. The Masters and the Slaves, A Study in the Development of Brazilian Civilization. Translated by S. Putnam. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1964. Gil Monteiro, M. Brazilian Bombshell, The Biography of Carmen Miranda. New York, Donald I. Fine, 1989. Harding, B. Amazon Throne, The Story of the Braganzas of Brazil. Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1941. Hayes, R. The Formation of the Brazilian Army and the Military Class Mystique, 1500–1889. In Perspectives on Armed Politics in Brazil, edited by H. Keith and R. Hayes. Tempe, Center for Latin American Studies, Arizona State University, 1976. Jaguaribe, H. Economic and Political Development, A Theoretical Approach and a Brazilian Case Study. Translated by S. Macedo. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1968. Livermore, H. A New History of Portugal. 2D ed. London, Cambridge University Press, 1976. Livermore, H. ed. Portugal and Brazil, An Introduction. London, Oxford University Press, 1953. Selected Bibliography. 501. Moog, V. Bandeirantes and Pioneers. Translated by L. Barrett. New York, George Brasler, 1964. Papineau, R. Brazil, The Land and People. 2D ed. New York, Oxford University Press. 1973. Prado, C. Jr. The Colonial Background of Modern Brazil. Translated by S. Macedo. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1967. Rippey, J. Latin America, A Modern History. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1968. U.S. Army Area Handbook for Brazil. Department of the Army, July 1964. Williams, M. Dom Pedro the Magnanimous, Second Emperor of Brazil. New York, Octagon Books, 1978. Chapter 2. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Andrews, G. Blacks and Whites in São Paulo, Brazil, 1888 to 1988. Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1991. Bastide, Les Religions Africaines au Brésil. Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1960. Comissão dos Religiosos, Seminaristas e Padres Negros do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Vai o clamor deste povo negro. Petrópolis, Editora Vozes, 1987. Conferência Nacional dos Bispos do Brasil. Vai o clamor deste povo, texto base. Brasilia, Editora Gráfica, 1988. Costa, H. Fala, Crioulo. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1982. Degler, C. Neither Black nor White, Slavery and Race Relations in Brazil and the United States. New York, Macmillan, 1971. Dos Passos, J. Brazil on the Move. Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday & Co., 1963. Fernandez, F. The Negro in Brazilian Society. Translated by J. Skiles, A. Bruni, and A. Rothwell. New York, Athenaeum, 1971. Fontaine, P.M., ed. Race, Class, and Power in Brazil. Los Angeles, Center for Afro-American Studies, University of California, 1985. Frank, W. South American Journey. New York, Duell, Sloan, and Pearce, 1943. Freire, G. New World in the Tropics, The Culture of Modern Brazil. New York, Vintage Books, 1963. The Masters and the Slaves, A Study in the Development of Brazilian Civilization. Translated by S. Putnam. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1964. Elazenbalg, C. Discriminação e Desigualdades Raciais no Brasil. Translated by P. Berglund. Rio de Janeiro, Edi-SES Graal, 1979. Rosenbalg, C. and N. Silva. Estrutura Social, Mobilidade Raga. Rio de Janeiro, Verdes and I Upper J, 1988. Ibase. Negros no Brasil, Dados de Realidade. Petrópolis, Editora Vozes, 1989. Do Nascimento, A Zero Genocidio do Negro Brasileiro, Processo de Racismo Mascarado. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Paz e Terra, 1978. Zero Negro Revoltado. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Nova Fronteira, 1982. Brazil, Mixture or Massacre. Translated by E. Nascimento. Dover, Massachusetts. The Majority Press, 1989. The Brazilians. Ortiz, A Cultura Brasileira e Identidade Nacional. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense. 1986. Ramos, A. The Negro in Brazil. Translated by R. Patty. Philadelphia, Porcupine Press, 1980. Russell Wood, A. The Black Man in Slavery and Freedom in Colonial Brazil. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1982. Dos Santos, J. Zumbi. São Paulo, Editora Moderna, 1987. Skidmore, T. Black into White, Race and Nationality in Brazilian Thought. New York, Oxford University Press, 1974. Valenti, A Ser Negro no Brasil Hoje. São Paulo, Editora Moderna, 1988. Periodicals. Brooke, J. In Nigeria, Touches of Brazilian Style. New York Times, March 26. 1987, C12. If it's black Brazil, why is the elite so white? New York Times. September 24, 1991, A4. Black woman in race to be mayor of Rio. New York Times, November 4, 1992, 3. Cavalcanti, p. Tráfico de escravos foi cartel dos corruptos. 0 Estado de São Paulo, March 31, 1991, 20. Centenario de Mau Século. Veja, May 11, 1988, 20. A Cinderella Negra. Veja, July 7, 1993. Correa, M. Candidata M. Pele de Eleitor. Veja, October 14, 1992, 60. Degler, C. The Negro in America Where Muradal Went Wrong. New York Times Magazine, December 7, 1969, 64. Gaspari, E. As Vozes da África. Veja, September 25, 1991, 124. Kalalai, N. and O. Matos. Existe preconceito de cor no Brasil. Realidade, October 1967, 36. Long, W. Brazil, no equality for blacks yet. Los Angeles Times, April 9, 1988, Part 1, p1. Negros no governo. Veja, December 5, 1990, 40. Podesta, D. Black slums belie Brazil's self-image, equality is the law. Inequality the fact. Washington Post, August 17, 1993, A9. Sobrevivales, F. and O. Oliveira. Blacks, and Other Ethnics, in Brazilian Television Commercials, an Exploratory Inquiry. Los Ensaístas, NOS 28-29, 1990-129. Thompson, E. Does amalgamation work in Brazil? Ebony, July 1965, 27, August 1965, 33. Chapter 3. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Bodard, El Green Hell, Massacre of the Brazilian Indians. Translated by J. Monahan. New York, Outerbridge and Dienstfrey, 1971. Burns, E. Nationalism in Brazil, A Historical Survey. New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1968. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Selected Bibliography. 503. Collier, R. The River That God Forgot, The Amazon Rubber Boom. New York, E. R. Dutton, 1968. Davis, S. Victims of the Miracle, Development and the Indians of Brazil. Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press, 1977. Frere, G. The Masters and the Slaves, A Study in the Development of Brazilian Civilization. Translated by S. Putnam. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1964. Genoctio Semtrugua. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 1. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 145. Hemming, D. Red Gold, The Conquest of the Brazilian Indians, 1500 to 1760. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1978. Amazon Frontier, The Defeat of the Brazilian Indians. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1988. Kelsey, V. 7 Keys to Brazil. New York, Funk and Vinyals, 1941. Levi Strauss, C. Tristes Tropiques. Translated by J. and D. Whiteman. New York, Washington Square Press, 1973. Periodicals. Barros, A. O Pais se Assenta. Veja, September 7, 1994, 78. Gorney, C. Tribes in the Amazon reel under impact of development. Washington Post, December 19, 1981, 8:23. Brazilian practices dying art of making contact with Indians. Washington Post, December 20, 1981, 8:23. Ofendio Brasileiro numa aula de Sertão. Jornal do Brasil, March 13, 1973, Caderno B, p. 1. Lewis, N. Brazil's Dead Indians, The Killing of an Unwanted Race. Atlas, January 1970, 22. Os Mirages de Madeira. Veja, June 17, 1992, 83. The savage can also be ignoble. The Economist, June 12, 1993, 54. Simons, M. The Amazon Savvy Indians. New York Times Magazine, February 26, 1989, 36. Villas Boas, C. N. O. A Tragedia dos Fundios. Jornal do Brasil, May 7, 1989, Caderno B, p. 6. A Cultura dos Fundios. Jornal do Brasil, May 14, 1989, Caderno B, p. 6. Chapter 4. On Japanese Immigrants Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Kumasaka, Y. and H. Sato. Kachigumi, Uma de Liceo Coletiva entre os Japoneses e seus descendentes no Brasil. In Assimile Joe Integraco dos Japoneses no Brasil, edited by H. Sato and T. Miyama. Petropolis, Editora Vozes, 1973. Periodicals. Amargo Regresso. Veja, November 10, 1993, 71. Brooke, J. A Rising Sun Beckons, to Highly Paid Drudgery. New York Times, February 23, 1990, A4. Korea, M. O Brasil se Expanda. Veja, September 7, 1994, 70. The Brazilians. Diuguid, L. Japanese in Brazil prosper, draw nations together. Washington Post, September 23, 1971, Phi. Gaillard, P. El Irresistible Ascension de la Comunidad Japones. Outrement, No. 44, November 1982 176. Miyama, T. Ethnicity, Secret Societies and Associations, the Japanese in Brazil. Comparative Studies in Society and History 21, October 1979 589. Martins, M. Tomiotake, The Essence of Simplicity. Americas, January/February 1994, 46. Nader, R. Brazil taps farm potential as Japanese pioneer. Christian Science Monitor, November 29, 1963. Nice sofre preconceito no JPOEM São Paulo. Jornal do Brasil, October 12, 1986, 31. Reino do Sol Nascent. Veja, July 12, 1989, 74. Sato, M. Mergulho na Ilusão. Veja, June 12, 1991, 34. Simons, M. Japanese Gone Brazilian, Unhurried Workaholics. New York Times, May 8, 1988, 14. On Italian Immigrants Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Seni, F. Italianos no Brasil. São Paulo, Editora Universidade de São Paulo, 1975. Gattai, Z. Anarquistas, Graças a Deus. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1985. Leao, J. and Arcant. Portinari, His Life and Art. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1940. Periodicals. Calado, A. Portinari. Icaro, number 12, 1985, 9. Hogue, W. Brazil gathers archive on its painter, Portinari. New York Times, May 10, 1983, 11. On German immigrants' books, parts of books, and pamphlets. Lubke, F. Germans in Brazil, A Comparative History of Cultural Conflict During World War I. Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1987. Oberacker, C. Jr. A Contribuição toda a Formação de Nação Brasileira. 2 volumes. Rio de Janeiro, Presenga, 1985. Pinsdorf, M. German-speaking entrepreneurs, builders of business in Brazil. New York, Peter Lang, 1990. On Other Immigrants' Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Harder, E. The Lost Colony of the Confederacy. Jackson, University Press of Mississippi, 1985. Pinion, N. The Republic of Dreams. Translated by H. Lane. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1989. Periodicals. Page, J. Brazil's Foremost Bookkeeper. America's 44, number 6, 1992, 40. Ross, M. and F. Kerner. Stars and Bars Along the Amazon. The Reporter, September 18, 1958, 34. Selected Bibliography. 505. Chapter 5. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Aquino, C. ed. Historia Empresarial Vivida, Depoimentos de Empresarios Brasileiros Bem-Sucedidos. 2 volumes. São Paulo, Gazeta Mercantil, 1986. Burns, E. Nationalism in Brazil, A Historical Survey. New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1968. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Conniff, M. and F. McCann, eds. Modern Brazil, Elites and Masses in Historical Perspective. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1991. Dean, W. The Industrialization of São Paulo, 1880 to 1945. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1969. Empryo esc Sermas. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 1. São Paulo, Editora Pálptica, 1984, 83. Freire, G. The Patriarchal Basis of Brazilian Society. In Politics of Change in Latin America, edited by J. Mayer and R. Weatherhead. New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1964. Jaguaribe, H. Economic and Political Development, A Theoretical Approach and a Brazilian Case Study. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1968. Johnson, J. The Military and Society in Latin America. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1964. Levi, D. The Prados of São Paulo, Brazil, An Elite Family and Social Change, 1840 to 1930. Athens, University of Georgia Press, 1987. Morse, R. From Community to Metropolis, A Biography of São Paulo, Brazil. New York, Octagon Books, 1974. Payne, L. Brazilian Industrialists and Democratic Change. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1994. Prado, C. Jr. The Colonial Background of Modern Brazil. Translated by S. Macedo. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1967. Descantimburgo, J. José Emílio de Moraes, Zero Homem Obra. São Paulo, Companhia Editora Nacional, 1975. Schneider, Our Politics Within the States, Elite Bureaucrats and Industrial Policy in Authoritarian Brazil. Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1991. Simmons, C. Military Leaders in National Politics, 1853-1889. In Perspectives on Armed Politics in Brazil, edited by H. Keith and R. Hayes. Tempe, Center for Latin American Studies, Arizona State University, 1976. Skidmore, T. The Politics of Military Rule in Brazil, 1964-85. New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Sodré, En Historia Militar do Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira, 1965. Villaga, M. and R. de Albuquerque. Coronel, Corones. Rio de Janeiro, Tempo Brasileiro, 1965. With, G. Industry in Latin America. 2D ed. New York, Greenwood Press, 1969. Periodicals. Barham, J. The Man Who Built Brazil. Fortune, October 12, 1987, 185. A Slow Handover by Brazil's Entrepreneurs, Management Succession. Financial Times, June 27, 1988, 14. Cavalcanti, P. Tráfico de Escravos foi Cartel dos Corruptos. Zero Estado de São Paulo, March 31, 1991, 20. The Brazilians. Damas M. Kreis. Veja, May 12, 1993, 76. Gall, N. Brazil at the Brink. Forbes, February 4, 1980, 67. Hogue, W. Brazilian go-getter sets sight on the presidency. New York Times, September 13, 1982, A2. Kendall, J. The Bonus Babies of Brazil. New York Times, July 11, 1976, F3. Simonetti, E. O Imperio Lotador. Veja, December 16, 1992, 90. Variacarat SESM Torno de uma foto de família. Veja, July 29, 1992, 82. Chapter 6. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Barata, Empresa de Assis Chateaubriand na Vida Brasileira. São Paulo, Livraria Martins, 1971. Kalman, J0 Livro Negro de Invasão Branca. Rio de Janeiro, EDI, 6 ESO Cruzeiro, 1966. Clark, W., with G. Prioli. Zero Campeão de Audiencia, Uma Autobiografia. São Paulo, Editora Bestseller, 1991. Dos Passos, J. Brazil on the Move. Garden City, NY, Doubleday & Co., 1963. Dulles, J. Carlos Lacerda, Brazilian Crusader. Volume 1, The Years 1914 to 1960. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1991. Gould, C. The Last Titan, Percival Farquhar, American Entrepreneur in Latin America. Stanford, California, Institute of Hispanic Studies and Luso-Brazilian Studies, Stanford University, 1964. Hers, D. A Historia Secreta de Rede Globo. Porto Alegre, TCHE, 1987. Levine, Our Vale of Tears, Revisiting the Canudos Massacre in Northeastern Brazil, 1893-97. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. Matos, S. The Impact of the 1964 Revolution on Brazilian Television. San Antonio, Texas, V. Klingensmith Independent Publisher, 1982. Melo e Souza, c.15 A Nossa Historia. Rio de Janeiro, Rede Globo, 1984. Melo, J. As telenovelas de Globo, Português e Exportação. São Paulo, Sumas Editorial, 1988. Moray, F. Chato, Zero Rei do Brasil. São Paulo, Companhia das Letras, 1994. Pompeu, S. Uma Instituição Nacional. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 2. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 397. Simões, I, A. da Costa, and M. Cal. Pals no ar, Historia de TV Brasileira Três Canais. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1986. Skidmore, T. Politics in Brazil, 1930 to 1964. New York, Oxford University Press, 1967. The Politics of Military Rule in Brazil, 1964 to 85. New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Sodré, en Historia da Imprensa no Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira, 1966. Straubhaar, J. Mass Communication and the Elites. In Modern Brazil, Elites and Masses in Historical Perspective, edited by M. Conniff and F. McCann. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1991. Periodicals. Bloom, E. Brazil's Yankee Network. The Nation, May 29, 1967, 678. Cury, N. No ar, o Herdeiro do Mundo de Globo. Playboy, October 31, 1986, 67. O Engenheiro que Erdemalera Globo. Imprensa, July 1989, 24. Selected Bibliography. 507. O Faz de Reis. Isto e, December 12, 1984, 18. Hinchberger, B. Brazil's Media Monopoly. Multinational Monitor, January/February 1991, 37. Long, W. Brazil's Globo, Tuning into TV's Influence. Los Angeles Times, December 26, 1987, Part 5, p. 1. Preston, J. Brazil's Power of the Press. Washington Post, December 9, 1992, cl. Writing, A. On TV, Brazil is getting a clearer picture of itself. New York Times, December 13, 1984, A2. One man's political views color Brazil's TVI. New York Times. January 12, 1987, A4. Romance Eletrizante. Veja, June 21, 1989. Tartaglia, C. O Imperio Roberto Marinho. Pasquim, March 10 to 16, 1983, 14. Themer, M. Ernesto de Hornell. Realidade, August 1967, 152. The World According to Globo. The Economist, July 4, 1987. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Straubhaar, J. The Transformation of Cultural Dependence, The Decline of American Influence on the Brazilian Television Industry. Ph.D. Dis, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, 1981. Chapter 7. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. America's Watch. Forced Labor in Brazil. December 30, 1990. De Castro, J. Documentario do Nordeste. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1959. CPT, CPAC, IBASE. Zero Genocidio do Nordeste, 1979 to 1983. São Paulo, Editora Hucaitec, undated. Craveiro, P. Prefácio da Cidade, Crônicas do Recife. Prefeitura do Recife, Departamento de Documentação e Cultura, 1961. Freire, G. Guia Práctico, Histórico e Sentimental da Cidade do Recife. Rio de Janeiro, José Olimpio, 1968. Ibase. Nordeste, Sica, Foam, Misria. Rio de Janeiro, Ibase, April 17, 1984. O'Gorman, F., ed. Hillside Woman. Rio de Janeiro, Francisco Alves, 1985. Page, J. The Revolution That Never Was, Northeast Brazil, 1955 to 1964. New York, Grossman, 1972. Ramos, G. Barren Lives. Translated by R. Dimmock. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1965. Shepper Hughes, and Death Without Weeping, The Violence of Everyday Life in Brazil. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. Smith, T. Brazil, People and Institutions. Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1946. Suassuna, A. Auto de Compadecida. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Agir, 1986. Zalier, A. A Máquina e a Revolta, as Organizações Populares e o Significado da Pobreza. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1985. Periodicals. A Derrota do Atraso. Veja, June 13, 1990. Desespero no Surtao. Veja, March 24, 1993. McDowell, E. Famine in the Backlands. The Atlantic, March 1984, 22. The Brazilians. Page, J. Brazil's shadow city seems worse off than 20 years ago. Christian Science Monitor, October 10, 1984, 16. Shepper Hughes, N. Death Without Weeping. Natural History, October 1989, 8. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Sanders, T. Northeastern Brazilian Environmental Refugees, Part I, Why They Leave. American Universities Field Staff Reports, Latin America, No. 20, 1990-91. Chapter 8. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Alexander, Our Communism in Latin America. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1957. Labor Relations in Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1962. Amato, Jos Subterrâneos de Liberdade. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. Beto, F. Lula, Biografia Política de Operário. São Paulo, Editora Club do Livro, 1989. Dantas, A. Jr., ed. Lula Sem Censura. Petropolis, Editora Vozes, 1982. Dulles, J. Carlos Lacerda, Brazilian Crusader. Volume 1, The Years 1914 to 1960. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1991. Guaitari, F. Lula, Entrevista. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1982. Hanaer, J. Poverty and Politics, The Urban Poor in Brazil, 1870 to 1920. Albuquerque, University of New Mexico Press, 1986. Hall, M. and M. Garcia. Urban Labor. In Modern Brazil, Elites and Masses in Historical Perspective, edited by M. Conniff and F. McCann. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1989. Hewlett, S. The Cruel Dilemmas of Development, 20th Century Brazil. New York, Basic Books, 1980. Keck, M. The Workers' Party and Democratization in Brazil. New Haven, Conn, Yale University Press, 1992. Sater, E. and I. Silverstein. Without Fear of Being Happy, Lula, The Workers' Party and Brazil. London, Verso, 1991. Skidmore, T. The Politics of Military Rule in Brazil, 1964-85. New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Periodicals. Carvalho, L. Lula turned 17 Irmãos disp Astos a percorrer todo o país. Jornal do Brasil, May 21, 1989, 5. Kendall, J. Brazil's economic miracle appears of little benefit to workers. New York Times, January 25, 1976, 3. Lanzetta, L. Manifesto Socialista de Lula Sri Lanka do Amigosto. Jornal do Brasil, July 21, 1991, 5. OPT sobre Rampa. Veja, February 17, 1993, 22. Sempeter Licença. Veja, June 21, 1989, 34. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Keck, M. From Movement to Politics, The Formation of the Workers' Party in Brazil. PhD thesis, Columbia University, 1986. Ann Arbor, University Microfilms International. Selected Bibliography. 509. Chapter 9. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Alves, M. Torturas e Torturados. Rio de Janeiro, Idade Nova, 1966. Amado, J. Sierra Vermelha. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. America's Watch. Prison Conditions in Brazil. April 1989. Rural Violence in Brazil. February 1991. Criminal Injustice, Violence Against Women in Brazil. October 1991. Amnesty International. Brazil. June 1990. Archdiocese of São Paulo. Torture in Brazil. Translated by J. Wright. New York, Vintage Books, 1986. Assassinos de Ilegal. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Vol. 1. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 258. Barros, S. Messianismo e Violência de Massa no Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, Civiliza Carretao Brasileira, 1986. Bicudo, H. Do Esquadro da Morte aos Justiceiros. São Paulo, Edicos Paulinas. 1988. Buarque de Holanda, S. Raízes do Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, José Olimpio, 1984. Burns, E. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Camus, A. American Journals. Translated by H. Levick. New York, Paragon House, 1987. Carvalho, M. Sangue de Terra, A Luta Armada no Campo. São Paulo, Editora Brasil Debates, 1980. Da Cunha, E. Rebellion in the Backlands. Translated by S. Putnam. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1957. Keith, H. The Nonviolent Tradition in Brazilian History, A Myth in Need of Explosion. In Conflict and Continuity in Brazilian Society, edited by H. Keith and S. Edwards. Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 1969. Kidder, D. and J. Fletcher. Brazil and the Brazilians. Philadelphia, Childs and Peterson, 1857. Lida, D0 Character Nacional Brasileiro. São Paulo, Livraria Pioneira Editora, 1983. Levine, Our Vale of Tears, Revisiting the Canudos Massacre in Northeastern Brazil, 1893-97. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. Love, J. Rio Grande do Sul and Brazilian Regionalism, 1882-1930. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1971. Pires, C. A Violência no Brasil. São Paulo, Editora Moderna, 1985. Reverbal, C. Maragatos e Pica-Paus, Guerra Civil e de Gola no Rio Grande. Porto Alegre, L&PM Editors, 1985. Shepper Hughes, and Death Without Weeping, The Violence of Everyday Life in Brazil. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. Skidmore, T. The Politics of Military Rule in Brazil, 1964-85. New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Vellenho, M. Brazil South, Its Conquest and Settlement. Translated by L. N. M. Barrett. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1968. Ventura, Z. Cidade Partida. São Paulo, Companhia das Letras, 1994. The Brazilians. Verissimo, E. Time and the Wind. Translated by L. Barrett. New York, Macmillan Co., 1951. Zweig, S. Brazil, Land of the Future. Translated by A. St. James. New York, Viking, 1941. Periodicals. Ataque ao Defensor. Veja, March 23, 1994, 26. Batalha no Campo. Veja, March 22, 1989. Blount, J. Gunmen slay children asleep on streets of Rio. Washington Post. July 24, 1993, Al. Brook, J. Brazil tries to curb crimes against women. New York Times, November 17, 1981. Machismo on trial. Washington Post, December 6, 1981, Lee. Kidnappings unnerve Rio's business leaders. New York Times, June 25, 1990, A9. Honor killing of wives is outlawed in Brazil. New York Times, March 29, 1991. Bussab, J. Assassinos Madame como oito tiros a Nene de Brasilândia. Folha Tarde, March 3, 1989. As Caras do Brasil. Veja, March 31, 1993, 76. Caesar, A. Sindicato de Ladros. Veja, September 1, 1993, 50. Cohen, R. Brazilian youths get macho thrills riding atop trains. Wall Street Journal, November 1, 1988, 1. O Dia da Sorte. Veja, April 13, 1994, 20. Enfim, N.A. Cadaya. Veja, May 19, 1993, 34. Epstein, J. Documents link Brazilian lottery to drug ring. Dallas Morning News, April 17, 1994, 18a. Hogue, W. Brazilian police routinely torturing criminal suspects to extract confessions and few citizens object. New York Times, October 5, 1979, A10. Machismo absolved in notorious Brazilian trial. New York Times. October 28, 1979. Brazil's crime rate produces lynchings. New York Times, December 2, 1979, 11. Death Squad is spreading terror in Rio shanty towns. New York Times. March 15, 1980, A3. Os Homens de Bame. Veja, April 3, 1991. Inocencia de contravengo escond o rastro do crime. Jornal do Brasil, November 2, 1986, p. 34, Kernel 1. Ajufza do o Traco. Veja, May 26, 1993, 32. T. Next he will leap some tall buildings in a single bound. Wall Street Journal, May 3, 1990, Al. Long, W. Squads of death stalk Brazil slums, police implicated. Los Angeles Times, April 18, 1988, p1, Kernel 1. Animal lottery, a mafia thrives on Brazil game. Los Angeles Times. July 12, 1988, p1, Kernel 1. Lauren Carat O, L. Surfistas indacarem perigo nos trans. Zero Globo, March 15, 1992, 23. Selected bibliography. 511. Mirages dos Adres. Veja, January 12, 1994, 24. Margulis, M. Rio drug lords reign with fear and favor. Washington Post, May 13, 1988, A15. Last Samba for Brazil's powerful lottery lords. Los Angeles Times, May 25, 1993, 5. McDowell, E. The Murderous Policeman of Brazil. Wall Street Journal, November 1, 1974. Moreira, D. 18 Carat AO, Bolinas Rolando. Zero Globo, September 7, 1986, p30, Kernel 1. Moreira, M. Troca de chefs leva os traficantes à guerra. Jornal do Brasil, June 27, 1993, 33. Amor no Fogo. Veja, February 6, 1991, 77. Na Lista de Castor. Veja, April 6, 1994, 34. No Rio Opocala os Governantes. Veja, June 1, 1988. Nowitzki, J. 10 petty criminals killed in Sao Paulo by a death squad. New York Times, July 21, 1970, p1, Kernel 3. Orsini, E. As Confisbas da Eterna Missa. Jornal do Brasil, June 13, 1993, b4. Pedrosa, F. Osad Anos de Morte de Euclides de Cunha. Jornal do Brasil, August 15, 1989, 6. O Perigo Mora e Oleto. Veja, April 12, 1989, 66. Perrin, O. Homicdios no Brasil Crescem. Jornal do Brasil, November 19, 1986. 14. Pimenta, A. O Pauta Arara Napra Carat A. Veja, September 1, 1993, 111. Renato, C. Comando se transforma numa mafia. Zero Globo, February 24, 1991. 26. Writing, A. Brazilians turn to lynchings to fight soaring crime rate. New York Times, April 15, 1984, 1. O Rio de Cara como Mito. Veja, December 16, 1992, 20. Robinson, E. Rio's Carnival of Carnage. Washington Post, October 27, 1991, Phi. Rocha, J. Lottery bribe scandal snares Rio's elite. The Guardian, April 9, 1994. 16. Sampaio, F. Quadril has espalham panico entre caminhoneiros. O Globo. October 12, 1988, 24. A terceira direito. Veja, November 12, 1986, 48. Trafico e o crime mais rentável hoje. Zero Globo, September 8, 1991, 2. Valerio, M. Quadrilha Salta Muambeiros. Jornal do Brasil, October 27, 1991, 8. Viola Caliber 38. Veja, November 10, 1993, 32. Westcler, L. A Miracle, a Universe. The New Yorker, May 25, 1987, 69, June 1, 1987, 72. Chapter 10. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Alves, M. São Paulo, Sementes de Democracia. São Paulo, Companhia Editora Nacional, 1985, ch. 8. Amado, J. Capitas de Araya. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. The Brazilians. Bierenbach, M., E. Sader, and C. Figueiredo. Fogo no Pavilhão, uma proposta de liberdade para o menor. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1987. Conferência Nacional dos Bispos do Brasil, Campanha da Fraternidade. Cornicole o menor, a memicole texto base. Brasilia, Editora Gráfica, 1987. Demenstein, G. A Guerra dos Meninos, Assassinados dos Menores no Brasil. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1990. Meninas de Noite, a prostituição de meninas escravas no Brasil. São Paulo. Editora Attica, 1992. Drexel, J. and L. Anon. Criança e Miseria, Vida ou Morte. São Paulo, Editora Moderna, 1989. Anon, Leu Gostapanto de Voce. São Paulo, Editora Moderna, 1988. Lupi, Se Agora e na Hora de Nossa Morte, Zero Massacre do Menor no Brasil. São Paulo, Editora Brasil Debates, 1982. Movimento Nacional de Meninos e Meninas de Rua et al. Vidas M. Risco, Assassinados de Crianças e Adolescentes no Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, 1992. Nossos Pixotes. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 2. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 301. A Situação da Infância Brasileira, Pamphlet. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 3. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1985. Periodicals. Arruda, R. Pra Carta de Sev Guerrilha de Meninos. Zero Estado de São Paulo, August 18, 1991, 22. Duradu, A. A Voz e Aves das Meninas. Jornal do Comércio, Recife, June 19, 1989, 14. Eleutério, R. Droga, A Mortal Companheira do Menor de Rua. Zero Globo, June 28, 1987, 15. Franca, M. O Desquezo Cobra Seu Precarito. Viseu, March 4, 1992, 34. Helena, L. and C. Renato. Crianças de Tena 15 anos e Vendam na Noite do Rio. Zero Globo, August 18, 1991, 16. Hogue, W. For every one we reach there are 1,000 we don't touch. New York Times, September 11, 1983, 80. Infancia Maltrapilha. Veja, September 16, 1992, 78. Nunes, T. Vida Cruel Mata Cedo as Meninas de Rua de Capital Pernambucana. Jornal do Brasil, August 26, 1988, 12. Pereira, R. Em Busca da Infancia Perdida. Vija, March 16, 1994, 66. Prado, G. A Pausada das Esqueidas. Diario de Pernambuco, May 21, 1989, A26. Writing, A. Brazil's Time Bomb, Poor Children by the Millions. New York Times, October 23, 1985, A2. Brazil's Street Children, New Attempt at Rescue. New York Times, May 11, 1987, A6. Van Valsum, W. Jungle Sex Teenagers Join Gold Rush. Daily Telegraph, September 2, 1990, 16. A vida e amor das crianças nas ruas do Brasil. Veja, May 29, 1991, 34. Selected Bibliography. 513. Chapter 11. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. As duas caras do milagre. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 1 São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 136. Branco, S0 Fenomeno que Batalha. São Paulo, Setecib, 1984. Brandao, I. And Still the Earth. Translated by E. Watson. New York, Avon Books, 1985. Bryce, J. South America, Observations and Impressions. Detroit, Macmillan, 1912. Dean, W. The Industrialization of São Paulo, 1880 to 1945. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1969. Gattai, Z. Anarquistas, Gramas a Deus. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1985. Morse, R. From Community to Metropolis, A Biography of São Paulo, Brazil. New York, Octagon Books, 1974. Prefeitura Municipal de Cubatao. Zero Municipio de Cubatao e Poluicao do Arna Baixada Santista. 1970. Periodicals. Acevedo, C. Esta cidade não parou para pensar. Realidade, June 1967, 81. All Things Come to Towns That Wait. The Economist, September 3, 1988, 46. Bridges, T. Brazilian City Battles Pollution. Christian Science Monitor, May 23, 1988, 9. Chang, L. The New Emerald Hunters, Brazilian Environmental Jurisprudence, 1988-1989. Georgetown International Environmental Law Review 3, 1990 395. Duarte, S. Guanabara, A Lenta Morte de uma Baía. Zero Globo, December 6, 1987, 38. Findlay, R. Pollution Control in Brazil. Ecology Law Quarterly 15, No. 1, 1988 1. Hogue, W. New Menace in Brazil's Valley of Death Strikes at Unborn. New York Times, September 23, 1980, A2. How, M. São Paulo is setting a growth record, and its problems keep pace. New York Times, February 4, 1973, 10. São Paulo caught between pollution and progress. New York Times. June 16, 1975, 8. Joyce, C. The Price of Progress. New Scientist, July 25, 1985, 46. Macklin, D. Rebirth in Death Valley. South, March 1989, 86. Margulis, M. Perils of Developing Too Fast, Brazil's Case Study of Pollution. Christian Science Monitor, March 18, 1983, 18. Novitsky, J. Brazil Shunning Pollution Curbs. New York Times, February 13, 1972, 11. Robinson, E. São Paulo, Brazil's economic engine, overheats. Washington Post, June 26, 1989, Al. Schuster, L. Industrialization of Brazilian village brings jobs at cost of heavy pollution and even death. Wall Street Journal, April 15, 1985, 32. Simons, M. The Bay's a thing of beauty, pity it's a cesspool. New York Times, September 16, 1987, A4. Verde Profissional. Veja, March 29, 1989. The Brazilians. Workman, N. Brazil's thriving environmental movement. Technology Review, October 1990, 42. Dissertations, reports, and working papers. Estado do São Paulo. Relatorio Final, Comissão Especial de Inquérito para apurar possíveis irregularidades no município de Cubatão e dar-se-lhe aos problemas de poluição ambiental. Diário Oficial do Estado. Seconds. I. São Paulo, 91, 096, May 23, 1981, 78. World Bank Staff. Pollution Control in São Paulo, Brazil, Costs, Benefits, and Effects on Industrial Location. Working Paper Number 501, November 1981. Chapter 12. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Amato, J05 Subterrâneos de Liberdade. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. Branford, S. and O. Glock. The Last Frontier, Fighting Over Land in the Amazon. London, Z Books Limited, 1985. Kelly, B. and M. London. Amazon. New York, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, 1983. Pinto, Eliori, Todo a Verdade sobre o Projeto de Ludwig. São Paulo, Editora Marco Zero, 1986. Revkin, A. The Burning Season, The Murder of Chico Mendes and the Fight for the Amazon Rainforest. Boston, Houghton Mifflin Co., 1990. Shaumatov, A. The World is Burning. Boston, Little, Brown & Co., 1990. Stone, Our Dreams of Amazonia. New York, Viking, 1985. Periodicals. Adam, J. Plundering the Amazon for Power. Washington Post, November 27, 1988, D3. Aggressio Mineral. Veja, December 9, 1987, 105. Amazonia, 1984, Symposium. Ciência Hoje, January/February 1984. Bennett, P. Destroying the Amazon, Part 2, Industry and Peril in Brazil. Boston Globe, December 19, 1988. Billionaire Ludwig's Brazilian Gamble. Newsweek, September 10, 1979, 76. Brasiliense, R. Serra Pelada faz 10 anos e ouro e cada vez mais raro. Jornal do Brasil, January 14, 1990, 9. Bridges, T. The Rainforest's Road to Ruin. Washington Post, July 24, 1988, H2. Brooke, J. Billionaires Dream Founders in Amazon Jungle. Washington Post, May 31, 1981, Al. In an Amazon lake, underwater logging blooms. New York Times. August 14, 1990, A4. Ecologists vote to become Amazon governor. New York Times, October 21, 1990, 19. Amazon advocates unsettling vision. New York Times, April 30, 1991. C4. Plan to develop Amazon a failure. New York Times, August 25, 1991, 9. Brazilian sequel, A Jailbreak, A Bitter Widow. New York Times, February 17, 1993, A5. O Circo do Verde. Veja, February 1, 1989, 24. Saranda da Impunidade. Veja, February 24, 1993. Selected Bibliography. 515. Diuguid, L. An Amazon Frontier. Washington Post, January 9, 1972, C2. Empires of the Chainsaws. The Economist, August 10, 1991, 36. Esta Estrada e Umarua. Realidade, December 1970, 73. Extencarat ao Noado. Veja, March 25, 1992, 22. Gail Liard, P. Ludwig, Eclipse de un Pharaon. Outrement, No. 44, November 1982 184. Gall, N. The Last Gold Rush. Harper's, December 1984, 59. Goodsell, J. Amazonia, Problems and Promise. Christian Science Monitor, January 3, 1968, 9, January 9, 1968, 9, January 17, 1968, 11, January 24, 1968, 9, January 31, 1968, 9, February 7, 1968, 11, February 14, 1968, 11, February 20, 1968, 11. Gorney, C. The Last Frontier, Venturing into the Amazon. Washington Post, December 13, 1981, Al, December 14, 1981, Al, December 15, 1981, Al, December 16, 1981, Al, December 17, 1981, Al, December 18, 1981, 826, December 19, 1981, 823. Hertzgeard, M. Meanwhile, People Die. The Independent, Sunday Review Section, July 5, 1992, 12. Hummerstone, R. Cutting a Road Through Brazil's Green Hell. New York Times Magazine, March 5, 1972, 14. Com, T. Rainforest Advocates Have Local Foe. Wall Street Journal, September 9, 1991, A8. Kep, M. Mercury Slowly Poisons Amazon. Times of the Americas, October 16, 1991, 2. Lamb, C. Brazil builds boomtowns on fallen forests. Financial Times, August 17, 1990, 5. Mar de Peixes. Veja, December 3, 1986, 106. Margulis, M. Amazon Ablaze. World Monitor, February 1989, 20. Martins, E. Serra Pelada, Onde a Luxuria e o Ouro. Jornal do Brasil, July 1, 1984, 22. Maxwell, K. The Tragedy of the Amazon. New York Review of Books, March 7, 1991, 24. The Mystery of Chico Mendes. New York Review of Books, March 28, 1991, 39. McDowell, E. By Train to the Middle of the Amazon Jungle. New York Times, Travel Section, November 26, 1989, 20. Nowitzki, J. Brazil is challenging a last frontier. New York Times, July 7, 1970, 1. Orgia Amazonica. Isto E, July 15, 1987. Playing with Fires. Time, September 18, 1989, 76. Pompeu, K. Balbina, O Coque do Futuro. Manchete, May 20, 1989. As Promessas do Oeste. Veja, January 6, 1982, 52. Writing, A. Brazil is studying use of herbicides. New York Times, February 24, 1984, A5. Roeder, L. Amazon basin's forest going up in smoke, Washington Post, January 5, 1979, A14. Sanchez, V. Resistir a ultima grama de ouro. A Final, June 2, 1986, 4. Shaw, A. CVRD's Carajás Project. Mining Magazine, August 1990, 90. The Brazilians. Shaumatov, A. A Threatened World. Washington Post, May 1, 1977, cl. Silverstein, K. The Murders Go On in Amazonia. The Nation, April 1, 1991, 410. Simons, M. An Epic Struggle for Gold. New York Times Magazine, June 7, 1987, 34. Brazil, smarting from the outcry over the Amazon, charges foreign plot. New York Times, March 23, 1989, A14. A Sombra de Zapuri. Istoe, February 13, 1991. Stevens, W. Scientists confront renewed backlash on global warming. New York Times, September 14, 1993, cl. Werner, L. The Mad Mary All Aboard to Nowhere. America's 42, number 4, 1990, 6. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Gall, N. Letter from Rondônia. American Universities Field Staff Reports, NOS. 9-13, 1978. Film. Cowell, A. A Decade of Destruction, documentary film. Chapter 13. Books, parts of books, and pamphlets. Alves, M0 Cristo do Pavo. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Sabia, 1978. Archdiocese of São Paulo. Torture in Brazil. Translated by J. Wright. New York, Vintage Books, 1986. De Azevedo, T. A Religião Civil Brasileira, Instrumento Politico. Petropolis. Editora Vozes, 1981. Berryman, P. Liberation Theology. New York, Pantheon, 1987. Boff, L&C Liberation Theology, From Confrontation to Dialogue. Translated by R. Barr. San Francisco, Harper and Row, 1986. Introducing Liberation Theology. Translated by P. Burns. Maryknoll, N.Y. Orbis Books, 1989. De Brouwer, J.D.O.M. Helder Camara, The Violence of a Peacemaker. Translated by H. Briffault. Maryknoll, N.Y., Orbis Books, 1970. Bruno, T. The Church in Brazil, The Politics of Religion. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1982. Della Cava, Our Miracle at Josier Row. New York, Columbia University Press, 1970. Claudino, A Zero Monstro Sagrado e o Amarellinho Comunistico, Gilberto Freire, Dom Fielder e a Revolução de 64. Recife, Editora Opcarat-AO, 1985. Da Cunha, E Rebellion in the Backlands. Translated by S. Putnam. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1957. Figueiras, O. Crencarat da Miseria. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 1. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 101. Guimarães, A Comunidades de Base no Brasil, uma nova maneira de ser uma igreja. Petrópolis, Editora Vozes, 1978. Lernu, P. Cry of the People, United States Involvement in the Rise of Fascism, Torture, and Murder and the Persecution of the Church in Latin America. Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday & Co., 1980. People of God, The Struggle for World Catholicism. New York, Viking, 1989. Levine, Our Vale of Tears, Revisiting the Canudos Massacre in Northeastern Brazil, 1893-97. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. Selected Bibliography. 517. Mainwaring, S. The Catholic Church and Politics in Brazil, 1916-1985. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1986. Grassroots Catholic Groups and Politics in Brazil. In the Progressive Church in Latin America, edited by S. Mainwaring and A. Wilds. Notre Dame, IND, University of Notre Dame Press, 1989. O'Gorman, F. Base Communities in Brazil, Dynamics of a Journey. Rio de Janeiro, Francisco Alves, 1983. Santayana, M. No Mio do Povo, Perfil Biográfico de Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns. São Paulo, Editora Sales Iana Dom Bosco, 1983. De Souza, L. Classes Populares e a Igreja nos Caminos da Historia. Petrópolis, Editora Vozes, 1982. Valente, W. Misticismo e Região, Aspectos do Sebastianismo Nordestino. Recife, Instituto Joaquim Nabuco de Pesquisas Sociais, 1963. Periodicals. Bruno, T. The Church Moves Left. Commonweal, February 2, 1968, 535. Camisinha e Pecado. Veja, February 23, 1994, 73. Afeirito Mata. Veja, May 9, 1990. Jabos, W. Brazilian Tapestry. The Tablet, October 17, 1992, 1293. Kramer, J. Letter from the Elysian Fields. The New Yorker, March 2, 1987, 40. Look over your shoulder. The Tablet, October 26, 1991, 1306. Pope, C. Human Rights and the Catholic Church in Brazil, 1970-1983, the Pontifical Justice and Peace Commission of the São Paulo Archdiocese. Journal of Church and State 27, August 1985 429. Ribeiro, H. A Forcareta da Igreja. Realidade, December 1970, 30. Westcler, L. A Miracle, a Universe. The New Yorker, May 25, 1987, 69, June 1, 1987, 72. Chapter 14. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Bastide, Arles Religions Africaines au Brésil. Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1960. Bastos, Aos Cultos Mágico-Religiosos no Brasil. São Paulo, Editora Yucaitec, 1979. Berman, P.O.K.E. Umbanda. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1985. Camargo, C. Cardicismo e Umbanda, uma interpretação sociológica. São Paulo, Livraria Pioneira Editora, 1961. Carneiro, E. Candamos da Bahia. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira, 1978. Conconi, M. Umbanda, uma religião brasileira. São Paulo, Faculdade de Filosofia, Letras e Ciências Humanas, Universidade de São Paulo, 1987. Ortiz, R. A Morte Branca do Feiticeiro Negro, Umbanda, Integração de uma religião numa sociedade de classes. Petrópolis, Editora Vozes, 1978. Sangarardi, Jr., Deuses da África e do Brasil, Candomblé e Umbanda. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira, 1988. Trindade, El Exu, Símbolo e Função. São Paulo, Faculdade de Filosofia, Letras e Ciências Humanas, Universidade de São Paulo, 1985. Velho, Guerra de Orixa, Estudo de Ritual e Conf. Rio de Janeiro, Jorge Zahar Editors, 1977. The Brazilians. Periodicals. Goshko, J. Africa's Ancient Gods Live On in Brazil. Washington Post, July 10, 1966, E5. Guillermo Prieto, A. Letter from Rio. The New Yorker, December 2, 1991, 116. Hogue, W. Macumba, Brazil's Pervasive Cults. New York Times Magazine, August 21, 1983, 30. Long, W. Brazil's Umbanda religion finds strength in its credo of flexibility. Los Angeles Times, November 26, 1988, 2-6. Maggie, Y. O mito do fide carito, verdades e mente ira sobre a repressão das religiões mediúnicas. Religião e Sociedade, March 1986. Page, J. In Search of Afro-Brazil. The Reporter, November 4, 1965, 44. Writing, A. Rio Journal, as 88 dawns, Brazil is spellbound. New York Times, January 1, 1988, 1-4. Simons, M. Brazilians High and Low Mourn Occult Priestess. New York Times, October 13, 1986. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Maggie, Y o mito do fídigo, relates Entre Magia e Poder no Brasil. Doctoral Dis, Departamento de Antropologia, Museu Nacional, Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro, 1988. Chapter 15. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Landim, L., ed. Sinais dos Tempos, Diversidade Religiosa no Brasil. Rio de Janeiro, Instituto de Estudos de Religião, 1990. Martin, D. Tongues of Fire, The Explosion of Protestantism in Latin America. Oxford, Basil Blackwell Limited, 1990. Mendonça, A. Panorama do Protestantismo Brasileiro Actual. In Sinais dos Tempos, Tradegos Religiosos no Brasil, edited by L. Landim. Rio de Janeiro, Instituto de Estudos de Religião, 1989. Periodicals. Azevedo, E. Fé Explosiva. Veja, December 16, 1992, 82. Brooke, J. Pragmatic Protestants Win Catholic Converts in Brazil. New York Times, July 4, 1993, p. 1, Kernel 1. A Fé Multiplicada. Veja, July 19, 1989, 54. A Fé que move multidos avançar e no país. Veja, May 16, 1990, 46. A 4 a dos Grant. O Estado de São Paulo, May 17, 1992, 3, May 24, 1992, 3. Freitas, M. Fisco pode pegar bispo. Jornal do Brasil, June 23, 1991, 1, 14. Markham, J. The Fire Down South. Forbes, October 15, 1990, 56. Marqueiro, p. Sexta-feira de cura amada no Maracana. Zero Globo, April 14, 1990. The Pastor is Faster. The Economist, April 17, 1993, 42. Prado, A. and N. Letave. Osu na Terra. Isto Senhor, June 2, 1990. Writing, A. In Brazil, evangelicals are on rise. New York Times, October 15. 1987, 16. A spirited holy war in an easygoing land. New York Times, December 31, 1988, p4, Kernel 4. Selected Bibliography. 519. Chapter 16. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Henshaw, R. The Encyclopedia of World Soccer. Washington, New Republic Books, 1979. Hollander, Z., ed. The American Encyclopedia of Soccer. New York, Everest House Publishers, 1989. Lever, J. A Loucura do Udable. Translated by A. Lemos. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, undated. De Mata, R. Carnava, Malandros e Heroes, para uma Sociologia do Dilma Brasileiro. Rio de Janeiro, Jorge Zahar Editors, 1978. De Mata, R., et al. Universo do Futebol. Rio de Janeiro, EDI-SES Pinacothek. 1982. Milan, B. Brazil, Zero País de Bola. São Paulo, Biblioteca Yucatexta Cultura Brasileira, 1989. Pelé, with Arfish. My Life and the Beautiful Game, Autobiography of Pelé. New York, Doubleday, 1977. Perdigao, P. Anatomia de uma Derrota. Porto Alegre, L&PM Editors, 1986. Zanini, T. Main Garincha. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1984. Periodicals. Alcantara, E. A Sombra das Chute Iras Milionárias. Veja, December 22, 1993. 86. Araujo, R. For Carita Estranha. Ciencia Hoje, July/August 1982, 32. Areas, J. O dia Mko Uruguay Rubua Festa. Zero Globo, July 16, 1989, 54. Adulta de Maio Seculo. Veja, October 31, 1990, 80. Carelli, W. Os Pafs do Futebol. Folha de São Paulo, July 9, 1989, 22. Duarte, T. Pesquisa mostra face elitista do futebol. Zero Estado de São Paulo. August 18, 1991, 37. Frias Filho, O. Saudosismo revela Heron Carita de Subdesenvolvimento. Folha de São Paulo, July 16, 1989, D3. Kirtaha, E. Pelé, There is Life After Soccer. Newsweek, June 11, 1979, 19. Lawrence, M. 1990, Uma Grande Industria Chamada Pelé. Realidade, January 1971, 16. Martins, P. Os Abnegados, que Tirama Fortuna de Cartela. Zero Globo, October 12, 1986, 52. Moraes Neto, G. Retrato Falado de uma Dor Brasileira. Jornal do Brasil, July 14, 1991, 36. Mata, A. Derrota de 50 e so Historia para Jogadores. Jornal do Brasil, July 16, 1989, 44. Soccer great keeps busy with big deals. USA Today, May 3, 1994, 1c. Chapter 17. Periodicals. Cara a Cara como Brazil. Veja, December 29, 1993, 66. T. Year-round Santa strikes blow against poverty in Brazil. Wall Street Journal, February 22, 1994, A14. The Brazilians. Alberto Santos Dumont Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. De Barros, H. Alberto Santos Dumont. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Index, 1986. Da Costa, F. Alberto Santos Dumont, the father of aviation. Centro de Relações Públicas da Aeronáutica, undated. Senna, O. Alberto Santos Dumont. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1984. Souza, M0 Brasileiro Voter. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Marco Zero, 1986. Wickham, P. Santos Dumont, A Study in Obsession. London, Putnam, 1962. Periodicals. Davison, P. A Daring Old Man and His Flying Machine. The Independent, Foreign News, April 11, 1993, 15. Vinicius de Moraes. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Cabral, S. Tom Jobim. Rio de Janeiro, Companhia Brasileira de Projetos e Obras, 1987. Carneiro, G. Vinicius de Moraes. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1984. Costello, J. Zero Poda de Pixeo, Uma Biografia. São Paulo, Companhia das Letras, 1994. Castro, Archega de Saudade, A Historia e as Histórias de Bossa Nova. São Paulo, Companhia das Letras, 1990. De Moraes, V. Poesia Completa e Prosa. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Nova Aguilar, 1980. Periodicals. A Heron Carreta do Poda. Veja, May 29, 1991, 78. Meyrink, G. Correio Fingidor. Veja, March 2, 1994, 92. De Souza, T. Music, The Pulse of a People, Brazilian Music. UNESCO Courier, December 1986, 29. Luiz Carlos Priest's Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Alexander, Our Communism in Latin America. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1957. Amado, J. Zero Cavaleiro de Esperança. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. Burns, E. A History of Brazil. 3D ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1993. Cavalcanti, P. Nos Tempos Deprestes, Memorias Políticos. Volume 3. Recife, Editora Guararapes, 1982. Custodio, P. Luiz Carlos Prestes. Porto Alegre, TCHE, 1985. Dulles, J. Anarchists and Communists in Brazil, 1900 to 1935. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1973. Brazilian Communism, 1935 to 1945. Austin, University of Texas Press, 1983. Macaulay, N. The Press's Column, Revolution in Brazil. New York, New Viewpoints, 1974. Moray, F. Olga. São Paulo, Editora Alpha Omega, 1987. Sodré, N. A Coluna Prestes. Rio de Janeiro, Civiliza Carretão Brasileira, 1980. Selected Bibliography. 521. Periodicals. Fim de Longa Marca. Veja, March 14, 1990, 90. Luis Carlos Prestes, Brazil's Lenin and Knight of Hope. Los Angeles Times, March 11, 1990, A40. Obituary of Luis Carlos Prestes. Daily Telegraph, March 8, 1990, 23. Writing, A. Brazil's Red Knight of Hope, unhorsed but undaunted. New York Times, April 4, 1984, p. A2, Colonel 3. Maria de Gra Poundé Maneghel XUXA. Books, parts of books, and pamphlets. Cardozo, Iretrados, Entrevistas de Playboy. Porto Alegre, L&PM Editors, 1984. Parker, Our Bodies, Pleasures, and Passions, Sexual Culture in Contemporary Brazil. Boston, Beacon Press, 1991. Simpson, A. Suxa, The Megamarketing of Gender, Race, and Modernity. Philadelphia, Temple University Press, 1993. Periodicals. Andrade, P. A Multinacional Reinhados Bagidos. Zero Globo, September 8, 1991, 1. Batista, T. Suxa. Gente, June 15, 1981. Braga, T. Apresentadora e Alvo de Atix na TV Americana. Jornal do Brasil, January 11, 1992. Dapive, A. Midas aos 23 anos. Jornal do Brasil, November 1, 1986. Duncan, A. Meet Brazil's Queen of Kid TV. Christian Science Monitor, January 22, 1991, 14. Durst, R. Lua de Cristati, Caganiqual de Baixenhaus. Jornal do Brasil, June 26, 1990, B4. Guadimasim, P. Suxa e Hoji Marca de Sucesso Internacional. Jornal do Brasil, Negocios e Finanças, March 24, 1991, 6. Alwaran Hachegu La. Veja, September 25, 1991, 102. Mata, A. O País Perdu Agrega. Isto e/Senhor, September 25, 1992, 22. Newcomb, P. and L. Gubernick. The Top 40. Forbes, September 27, 1993, 97. Preston, J. Brazil's Tatutin Idol. Washington Post, December 2, 1991, BL. Ribeiro, B. So falta Bajanho na vida de Suxa. Playboy, August 1987, 69. Sodra, M. and F. Doria. Suxa de Neve e Oscias Baixenhaus. Jornal do Brasil, January 1, 1989, reprinted in M. Sodra, Zero Brasil Simulado e o Real, Ensaio sobre o Quotidiano Nacional. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Rio Fundo, 1991. Ivo Pitangui. Books, parts of books, and pamphlets. Cardozo, Iretrados, Entrevistas de Playboy. Porto Alegre, L&PM Editors, 1984. Pitangui, Ileachemins de la Butte, un maître de la chirurgie plastique Timagny. Paris, Editions J.C. Latz, 1983. Periodicals. Carmo, M. Bisturi Popular. Veja, February 20, 1991, 14. Coni, C. O Fantastico Dr. Pitangui. Manchet, August 2, 1975. The Brazilians. Dunningham, A. Brasil Ires gastam $1 bilhão por ano para manter a beleza em dia. Zero Globo, August 9, 1992, 44. Gondra, J. and Argulart. Ele agora quer ser imortal. Exame VIP, July 25, 1990. Gil Montero, M. Ivo Pitangui, Master of Artful Surgery. Americas 43, Number 2, 1991, 24. Hogue, W. Dr. Vanity, The Jet Set's Man in Rio. New York Times Magazine, June 8, 1980, 44. Knox, P. Plastic Surgeon Improves Nature. Toronto Globe and Mail, June 26, 1989. Asmaus de Beleza. Istoi, May 2, 1984, 36. Chapter 18. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Camptelli, S. A Telenovela. São Paulo, Editora Attica, 1985. Fernandes, I Memoria de Telenovela Brasileira. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1987. Lille, O. A Leitura Social de Novela das Oito. Petropolis, Editora Vozes, 1986. Melo, J. As Telenovelas de Globo, Produco e Exportaco. São Paulo, Sumas Editorial, 1988. Ortiz, R., Esporelli, and J. Ramos. Telenovela, Historia e Produco. São Paulo, Editora Brasiliense, 1988. Periodicals. Caesar, A. O Motor de Destruico. Veja, May 26, 1993, 98. Curran, M. Brazil's Literatura de Cordel, its distribution and adaptation to the Brazilian mass market. Studies in Latin American Popular Culture 1, 1982 164. Deal, J. Brazilian TV challenges U.S. hold on soap operas. Washington Post, May 3, 1984, a 31. Entrevista com Lima Duarte. Playboy, Brazil, June 1989, 35. Guillermo Prieto, A. Obsessed in Rio. The New Yorker, August 16, 1993, 44. Margulis, M. One censored soap opera carves niche in everyday Brazilian life. Christian Science Monitor, December 9, 1985, 25. Michaels, J. InScript TV ads get Brazilian boost. Advertising Age, January 27, 1986, 58. Nash, N. A Slaying Stuns Brazil, it's right out of the soaps. New York Times, January 1, 1993, A4. Pacto Rompido. Veja, September 1, 1993. Writing, A. Brazilian soap operas appeal to global tastes. New York Times, October 20, 1985, H25. On Brazilian TV, the subtle sell pays off big, too. New York Times. June 3, 1988, D15. Sexo, Socos e Babas. Veja, July 4, 1990, 50. Silva, B. A Novela Brasileira com as Telas do Mundo. Zero Globo, June 6, 1985, Part 2, P1. Straubhaar, J. The development of the telenovela as the preeminent form of popular culture in Brazil. Studies in Latin American Popular Culture 1, 1982. 138. Tiroti Io no Video. Veja, May 9, 1990. Selected Bibliography. 523. Valideo, A. La Fabula e os Alquimi do Furiat and Televise. Outrement, No. 44, November 1982 192. Chapter 19. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Amado, J. Pais do Carnaval. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. Azedo, M. Superescolas S/A. Retrato do Brasil, de Monarquia ao Estado Militar. Volume 1. São Paulo, Editora Política, 1984, 66. Botting, de Rio de Janeiro. Amsterdam, Time Life Books, 1977, ch. 6. Cabral, S. As Escolas de Samba. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Fontana, 1974. Costa, H. Salgueiro, Academia de Samba. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1984. Guillermo Prieto, A Samba. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1990. Critch, J. Why is this country dancing? A one-man samba to the beat of Brazil. New York, Simon and Schuster, 1993. De Mata, R. Carnava, Malandros e Heroes, para uma Sociologia do Dilma Brasileiro. Rio de Janeiro, Zahar Editors, 1978. MacDonald, G. Carioca Fletch. New York, Warner Books, 1984. Moraes, E Historia do Carnaval Carioca. Rio de Janeiro, Editora Record, 1987. Mora, R. Carnaval, de Redentora a Praga do Apocalipse. Rio de Janeiro, Jorge Zahar Editor, 1986. Parker, Our Bodies, Pleasures, and Passions, Sexual Culture in Contemporary Brazil. Boston, Beacon Press, 1991. Resende, R. Zero Samba dos Vagalumes. Rio de Janeiro, José Olimpio, 1990. Periodicals. Costa, H. The History of the Brazilian Carnival. Icaro, No. 19, 1986, 22. Maranhão, A. Biqueiros Dominum Carnaval do Rio. Zero Estado de São Paulo, February 17, 1991, 22. Marcus, F. Cabigas Cortadas na Avenida. Veja, February 13, 1991. Miller, M. Carnival in Rio. Holiday, February 1965, 40. Samba CIA. Lda. Isto e/Senhor, February 13, 1991, 30. Smith, G. The Colors of Carnival. Americas, November/December 1986, 21. Valenzuela, L. The Samba, Feathers, Glitter, and Sweat. Vanity Fair, February 1986, 50. Dissertations, Reports, and Working Papers. Rafael, A Samba and Social Control, Popular Culture and Racial Democracy in Rio de Janeiro. PhD thesis, Columbia University, 1981. Ann Arbor, University Microfilms International. Chapter 20. Books, Parts of Books, and Pamphlets. Castaneda, J. Utopia Unarmed, The Latin American Left After the Cold War. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1993. Smith, T. Brazil, People and Institutions. Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1946. The Brazilians. Periodicals. Ararip, S. and S. Mugos. Baraviv uma nova febre de Constancies. Jornal do Brasil June 27, 1993, 28. Barros, A. Cidades Proibidas. Veja, March 3, 1993, 44. Blount, J. In Brazil Ceará State, A Reversal of Fortune. Christian Science Monitor, March 18, 1993, 8. Brazil, Survey. The Economist, December 7, 1991. Brooke, J. The Secret of a Livable City? Its Simplicity Itself. New York Times, May 28, 1992, A4. White Flight in Brazil. Secessionist cauldron boils. New York Times, May 12, 1993, A4. Brazilian state leads way in saving children. New York Times, May 14, 1993, Al. Mighty Brazil rides a free market wave. New York Times, October 31, 1993, F5. Bouquets for a state as Brazil's Dust Bowl flowers. New York Times. April 15, 1994, A4. Cidade Modelo do Brasil faz 300 anos amanhã. Zero Estado de São Paulo, March 28, 1993, Cidade, P1. Korea, M. As boas ideias estão nas prefeituras. Veja, September 30, 1992, 71. Ferraz, S. Lá no moro o estopim esta ação. Veja, April 20, 1994, 38. Gomes, L. O agito Cearense. Veja, December 1, 1993. Gomes, L. and M. Silva. A capital de uma país viável. Veja, March 31, 1993, 68. Hogue, W. For Brazilians, Curitiba serves as a model city. New York Times. March 8, 1981, 5. Home remedies are best. The Economist, April 17, 1993, 45 carat. Com, T. Urban problems yield to innovative spirit of a city in Brazil. Wall Street Journal, January 10, 1992, Al. Lara, M. Uberlandia não quer crescer para mandar Pedro da vida. Jornal do Brasil, August 4, 1991, 18. Marqueiro, P. Barra, Barro convoca Carateo para cidade. O Globo, July 28, 1991, 18. A Metropole Cobaia. Veja, May 15, 1991, 64. Pedreira, M. and C. Goodstein. Blueprint for an Eco-Safe City. Americas 44, Number 4, 1992, 6. Pinheiro, F. A California Carioca. Veja, June 12, 1991, 58. No Reino da Utopia. Veja, June 29, 1988, 76. Nos Bravos do Povo. Veja, July 12, 1989, 42. Writing, A. Political maverick tilts at the Lords of Patronage. New York Times, May 4, 1988, A4. Spindola, R. Searadas M32% taxa de mortalidade infantil. Zero Estado de São Paulo, June 30, 1991, 30. ABC Network, 4, 166 Abramo, Claudio, 447 Abravanel, Senor, 175 Abreu, Silvio de, 459 Acre, 308, 312 to 15 Aero Club of France, 416 to 18 Africa, 17, 36, 40, 61, 63, 364, Folklore of, 63, Presence of ambassadors from, 75, Muslim slaves deported to, 360, slaves from different regions of, 66 to 67, 354 Afro-Brazilian cults, as target of Pentecostals, 372, compared to Pentecostalism, 381 AIDS, 6, 7, 66, 272, 273, 350, 372, 413, Cure 4, 292 Alagoas, 24, 26, 332 Alajaden Ho, 65, 441 Alencar, Joseta, 92. Alonso, Alicia, 479. Altamira, Para, 3. Amato, Jorge, 117. 205, 234, 264, 279, 313. 352, 431, 446, 454, 456, 466, and Prests, 43. And race relations, 57 to 59, 70, and Spiritism, 353, 363. Amato, Mario, 122. Amazon, 294, 317, Basin, 47, 85, 94, 96, 291 to 318, Exploitation of, 288, Frontier, 13, River, 44, 293, 294, 298. Amazon, 304. Amazon Frontier, 92. Amazon Throne, 48. Amazonia, 130, 186, 230, 231, 237, 291. N, 292 to 318, 339, 389, 447, 468, Soccer teams in, 390. American Civil War, 127. American Tragedy, in, 454. Americana, Sao Paulo, 101. America's Watch, 186. Amnesty, 240. Amnesty International, 297, 306. Amor Estranho Amor, 436. Anarquistas, Gracchus Adeus, 279. And Still the Earth, 282. Andrade, Castorda, 252. Andrade, Mariota, 421. Andrade, Oswaldo de, 10. Angra dos Reis, 439, Nuclear Power Plant in, 143, 282. Antonio Conselheiro, 188, 234. 327 to 29, 346. Antonio das Mortes, 188. Aparecido, Jose, 18. N. Epipucos, Recife, 12, 71. Apotheosis Plaza, 434. N, 467. Araraquara, Sao Paulo, 410 to 11. Archdiocesan Peace and Justice Commission, 339. Argentina, 28, 30 to 31, 68, 225, 239, 241, 352, Dirty War in, 230, radionovelas made in, 450, soccer in, 393, tourists from, 492. Army, 31, 242, 244, Duke of Caxias as hero of, 77, during colonial era. 126, occupation of Rio during Earth Summit, 246, Press as hero of, 433. Arns, Dom Paulo, 20, 115, 336. 339 to 41, 343, 344, 346, 350. N, and Castro, 349, and John Paul II, 347. Aras, Guel, 447. Asa Branca, 444 to 45, 461, 463. Assembly of God, 374, 382, and Pentecostalism, 375. Assis, Casaldata, 351, 369, 370. Atlantic Ocean, 4, 36, 308, 312. Atuba River 488. Auto de Compadecida, 188. Automobile Production, 142 to 43. Autran, Paulo, 459. Avenida Paulista, Sao Paulo, 150. Lavish Mansions of, 127. Avenida Presidente Vargas, Rio de Janeiro, 259, 477. Azeredo, Ana Flaviada, 60. Azores, 36 to 37, 58. Babenco, Hector, 8, 269. Bahia, City, 40, 43, 47, 49, 51. See also Salvador. Bahia, State, 38, 57, 78, soccer teams in, 390. Baixada Fluminense, 3, 181, human rights abuses in, 339, Protestants in, 376. Balbina Hydroelectric Plant, 303, 304. Bandeirantes, 45 to 46, 67, 90, 233, 284. Banditry, 188, 233. Bangladesh, 186. Bank of Brazil, 305. Bankers, 247 to 49, 251, 483. Bantus, 354, 355, 358, 359. Baptist Church, 374. 525. Index. Barbados, 7. Barbosa, 387, 388. Barra de Tijuca, 446, 434, 493. Barren Lives, 188. Buraquinha, Church of the, 360. Barros, Adhemarda, 151, 210, 217, 239. N. Barros, Enrique Linsta, 417. Barroso, Ari, 425, 462. Barths, Roland, 70. Baseball, 112, 391. Bastos, Sao Paulo, 108. Batista, Cicero Romeu. C. Cicero, Father. Bauru, Sao Paulo, 396. Baylor University, 70. Bijaflor, 480 to 82. Belém, Para, 3, 93, 374. Belém Brasília Highway, 140, 294, 309. Belgium, 7, 8, 122. Belindia, 7, 31, 122. Bell, Alexander Graham, 55. Belo Horizonte, 168, 182, 214, 255. Airport of, 14, part of Chateaubriand TV network, 163. Bamamato, 0, 454. Benario, Olga, 430 to 31, 434. Berenson, Marisa, 443. Burley, Adolphe, 43. In Bisami Mucho, 26. B. to Rockefeller, 452, 453. Bigziga, Sao Paulo, 113. Biqueiros. C. Bankers. Bierenbach, Maria Ignace, 269. Bigode, 387, 388. Berman, Patricia, 366, 370. Bishop, Elizabeth, 8, 9. N. Black God, White Devil, 188. Black Orpheus, 8, 80, 424, 426. N. All, 478. Black Rio Movement, 75. Black Experimental Theater of Rio de Janeiro, 77, 79. Blumenau, Santa Catarina, 101 Boaviagem, Recife, 195, 198 Bof, Friar Leonardo, 344, 346 to 48. 349, 350 Boias Frias, 185. Bolivia, 239, 295, 308, 312, 315, 428. In World Cup, 393 Bonaparte, Napoleon, 11, 48, 49 Bond, James, 477 Bonfa, Louise, 424, 477 Bonfim, Naso Senor du, Salvador, 363. Borman, John, 302 Barroso, Ari, 425, 462 Bossa Nova, 19, 424 Botafogo, Rio de Janeiro, 181, 353, 409, 421, 442 BR 364, 309, 310, 313 Braga, Sonia, 455 to 57 Brandao, Ignacio de Loyola, 282 Brazil, Nunca Mais, 340 Brasilandia Nene, 251 Brasileiro Voter, 0, 415, 420 Brasilia, 86, 97, Architecture of, 14, as Egyptian City, 18, Construction of, 19, 140, 188, Cubits Czech Monument in, 434 N, Mystic Brasilia, 18, part of Chateaubriand TV Network, 163, part of Globo Network, 169, Slums in, 182. Soccer Stadium in, 410. Brasilia Teimosa, Recife, 198 to 200 Brazil, Song, 425, 462 Brazil, Land of the Future, 8 Brazilian Academy of Letters, 174 N, 439 N. Brazilian Black Front, 74 Brazilian Foundation for the Conservation of Nature, 288 Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, 263, 291 Brazilian Labour Party, PTB, 206, founding of, 137. Brazilian Miracle, 20, 21, 141, 144, 150, 169, 195, 214, 218, 231, 284, 340. Brazilian National Character, the 234 Brazilian Sports Federation, 392 Brazilianness, 8, 31, 117, 123, 152, 407, 413, 426, 440, 465, 466, 483, 487, 497, and Pentecostals, 382, and Soccer, 388, 400, Carnival as metaphor for, 466, Chateaubriand as reflecting, 159, effect of royal court's arrival on, 48, effect of, upon environment, 288, 293, elements of, disregard of risk, 257 to 58, extractive mindset, 402, improvisation, 213, 401, 486, impunity, 487, inclusiveness, 495, individualism, 239, lack of historical memory, 14, magic and mysticism, 354, 362, racial mixture, 58, religiosity, 322, spontaneity. 486, 494, sweetness, 419, violence, 231, environment as influence on. 527. 14, Indian contribution to, 85, 88 to 90, of Nepo-Brazilians, 111, press as embodying opposite of, 433, negative attitude of elite toward, 126, personalization of relationships, 73, Portuguese input into, 35, 41, 56, 255, and Umbanda, 364, 365, 369, Vinicius as reflecting, 420 Brazil wood, 38, 39 breakfast at Tiffany's, 229 Bridges, Tyler, 309 Bristol, University of, 415 Britishness, 487 Brazola, Lionel, 172, 212, 222 Bruno, Thomas C., 324 Buarque, Chico, 425 Bubonic Plague, 7 Buenos Aires. 79, 429, 437 Bulgaria in World Cup, 399 Bureaucracy, 299, Enlargement of Federal, 134, Flourishing under Military Rule, 141, in Colonial Period, 125, in Sao Paulo Phoebum, 270, Inertia of, 185 Burning Season, B. 456 N. Burns, E. Bradford, 46, 67, 128 Bus Surfing, 257 by, Brazil, 173, 307. Cabin in the Sky, 424 Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, 241 Caboclo, 58, 358, 360, 366 Cabral, Bernardo, 26 to 26 Cabral, Pedro, 37 to 38, 85 Kashiga, 16, 189, 351 Calabria, Italy, 134, 136 Cali, Colombia, 252 Collado, Antonio, 115 Camara, Dom Helder, 20, 81, 336 to 39, 347. Camels, 195. Campinas, Sao Paulo, 221 Campo Belo, Minas Gerais, 107 Campo Grande, Minas Gerais, 98 Campos, Roberto, 140, 141 Camus, Albert, 257, 477 Camus, Marcel, 8, 477 Canada, 99, 263 Canary Islands 37 Canby, Vincent, 274 Candamel, 354, 360 to 68, 370, 381, and Pentecostals, 381, priests and priestesses, 363. Cannibalism, 39, as metaphor, 89, 497 Canoes, Rio Grande do Sul, 493 Canto e Melo, Domitila de Castro. C. Santos, Marquis de Canudos, 234, 328 to 29 Cape Verde Islands, 37 Capoeira, 12, 2, 3 Captaincies, 39, 47, 123 Captains of the Sand, 264 Carreter Nacional Brasileiro, 0, 234 Carajás, Para, 299 to 302 Cardoso de Melo, Zelia, 25 to 26 Cardoso Sobrinho, Dom Jose, 347 Cardoso, Fernando Enrique, 29 to 30, 152 to 153, 225, 318. Caribbean competition with Brazilian sugar industry, 46, 189 Carioca Flesh, 477 Carlotta Joaquina, 49, 51, 53 Carnival, 111, 466 to 85, Brazil as Carnival country, 389, 466, Indian contribution to, 90 Carnival in Portugal, 56 Carnival in Rio de Janeiro, 3, 28, 56, 59, 91, 112, 486, Afro-Brazilians in, 474 to 76, Balls, 473 to 74, cross-dressing at, 469 to 70, during colonial era, 471 to 72, medieval origins of, 471, parade, elements of, 478 to 79, Pitangui float, 443 carnival country, 466 Carter, Jimmy, 439. Cartier, Louis, 419 Carvalho, Carlos Jose, 272 Carvalho e Melo, Sebastião José de, Marquis of Pombal, 91 Casa Grande and Centella, 70 Casablanca, 454. Castelo Branco, Marshal Umberto, 165, 185. Castaneda, Jorge G, 496 Castro, Fidel, 165, 223, 349 Castro, Josueda, 181 Cadet Palace, 207 Catholic Church and Politics in Brazil, 1916 to 1985, b. 334 Caxias, Duke of C. Lima e Silva, Luis Alves de Camai, Durable, 424 Seara, 117, 187, 221, 254, 329, 331, 336, effective government in, 492 CBS network, 4. CEBs, 215, 241, 338, 341 to 44, 377 CELTS, 35. Index. Center for Nipo-Brazilian Studies. 111, 112. Center of Industries for the State of São Paulo, 139. Central Intelligence Agency, alleged aid to Protestants in Brazil, 376 CETESB, Company of Technology for Basic Sanitation, 286 to 88 CETA, 36. Chapada Diamantina, 428 Chapada Mangueira, Rio de Janeiro, 81 Charles, Prince, 86. Chateaubriand, Assis, 157 to 64, 166 to 67, 174 to 76, 429, TV network, 451, 452 Chato, 0 Rei do Brazil, 166 Chavez, Nelson, 193 Chernobyl, 7, 236. Children, 262 to 64. See also Street Children Chile, 28, 225, in World Cup, 397 China, 37, People's Republic of, 4. 211, 455. Christian Congregation of Brazil, 374 Christian Democratic Party, 489 Church and State Conflict, 339. Separation of, 325, 333, 328 Church in Brazil, B. 324 Cicero, Father, 329 to 32, 333, 336, 346, 413, 492 Cinema Novo, 188 Citizen Kane, 155, 422 Clare, Jaint, 454 Clark, Walter, 168, 170 CNBB, National Conference of Brazilian Bishops, 77, 335, 337, 339, 342, 345, 350 Cocaine, 249, 252 Coffee, 55, 130, 312, Brazil's dependence upon, 133, production of, 127, 283, coffee barons, 127, 131, 132, 134, 150 Colgate-Palmolive, as sponsor of radionovelas, 450, 451 Color de Melo, Fernando, 24, 172, 222, 252, 332, 382, 406, 447, 490, and the environment, 316, as Brazilian John F. Kennedy, 24, fall of, 26 to 28, 121, 151, 497, reckless conduct of, 256 Color, Lindolfo, 204 Color, Pedro, 26, 27 Colorgate, 26 Colombia, 242, 252 Colonels, 131, 187, 455, 492. Colorado School of Mines, 138, 148 Columbia University, 165 Columbus, Christopher, 37 Comintern, 203, 429 to 30 Communist Party, 161, 184, 203-06, 217, 219, 334, 335, 363, 401, 422, 426, and Prestes, 429 to 33 Communist Party of Brazil, 220 Conte, Augusta, 94, 127, 427 and Conservative Party, 126, disappearance of, 132. Constitution, 1824, 53 Constitution, 1891, 130, 184, 325 Constitution, 1934, 334 Constitution, 1946, 206, guaranteeing equal rights, 74 Constitution, 1967, 22 Constitution, 1988, 82, 86, 258, 382, 463, drafting of, 22 to 23, minimum work age, 263, environmental protection guaranteed by, 289 Contagium, Minas Gerais, 214 Copacabana, 181, 246, 470 Copacabana Beach 15, 81, 257, 353 Corcovado, 333 N, 469 Cordell, 105, 448 to 49 Cordiality, 9, 11, 235 Corruption, 20, 22, 47, 121 to 22, 125, 128, 151 to 52. 233, 492, in Roque San Jairo, 445. Cortez, Antonio Carlos, 60 Corticos, 181. Cosmetic surgery in Rio, 440. Costa y Silva, General Ardor, 145, 425. Kosha, 105. Council for Development and Participation of Black Community, 75 Cowell, Adrian, 311, 314 Crab Cycle, 181 Crime, 22, 242 to 47, in Rio, 224 Cruz, Oswaldo, 413. Cruzeiro, O, Magazine, 158, 160, 166, 167 Cuba, 189, 223, 455, Radionovelas in, 449, Revolution, 184, 211, 341 Cubatao, Sao Paulo, 16, 15, 276 to 82, 287 to 89, 307. Cuiabá, Mato Grosso, 309 Cunha, Euclidsta, 234, 328 Curionópolis, Para, 15, 305 Curitiba, Parana, 117, 182, 488 to 92, 494, Program for Street Children in, 273. CVRD, Vale do Rio Doce Company, 300 to 2, Establishment of, 133. 529. Damiao, Friar, 332 Danson Days, 456 Davies, Marion, 155 de Corpo e Alma, 446 de Gaulle, Charles, 18, 21 in, Quadrouche Ambition to be Brazilian, 162 de Mille, Cecil B, 314, Warren, 135, 136 Death Lottery, 11, 253 Death Squads, 230, 241, 242, 243, 245, 246, Killing Street Children, 1 Death Without Weeping, 348 Decade of Destruction, 311 Defense of Honor, 230, 255 to 56, 457 Deforestation of Amazon Forest 5, 291 to 93, 315 to 16 Degler, Carl N., 83 Delphim Neto, Antonio, 141 Della Cava, Ralph. 331, 336 Democratic National Union, UDN, founding of, 137 Demoiselle, 418 Danube, Catherine, 16 and Despachants, 125 and Devil to Pay in the Backlands, 441 Diadema, Sao Paulo, 218 Diamonds, 90, Discovery of, 46 Diamantina, Minas Gerais, 442 Diarios Associados, 159, 161, 166 Diarrhea, 6 Dias, Enrique, 68 Dias Gomez, Alfredo, 445, 454 Direto de Nasser, 0, 451, 453 Donabija, 457, 459 to 60, 462, 464 and Dona Flor and her 2 husbands, 456 Dos Passos, John, 71 Dow Chemical, 303 Dreiser, Theodore, 454. Drought, 187, 198, 296. From 1877 to 1879, 187, 188, from 1979 to 1983, 186, in 1990s, 192, of late 1950s, 192. Drug traffickers, 22, 180, 250 Drummond, João Batista Vianada, 247 Duarte, Regina, 455 Dunham, Catherine, 75 Dutch, in Amazon Basin 47, create sugar industry in colonies, 189, expulsion from Northeast, 44, 68, in World Cup, 402, occupation of Northeast, 43, 190, traces of, in racial mix, 58 Dutra, General Eurico, 207 Dwarfism, 193. Ebony Magazine, 59 Ecclesiastical Base Communities. CCEBs. Economist Magazine, 28 Education, 132 Eiffel Tower, 417 Ekberg, Anita, 442 Electronorte, 303 Emerald Forest The, 302 Emigration, 1-2, 15 Emperor Jones, The, 79 Encina, Jose Carlos dos Reis. C. Escadinha. England, 388, in World Cup, 399, sale of manufactured goods to Portugal from, 46, soccer style, 401. See also Great Britain. Environmental movement, 278 Arundina, Lusa, 150, 221 Escadinha, 250 Escriva Isaura, 454, 455 Espirito Santo, 60, 221 Esquadrado da Morte, 241 Estado Novo, 205-7, 238 Yucatex, 145, 147. European Economic Community, 487. Exposure, 12. Exorcism, 378. Extractive Mentality, 15. Exude, 351, 361-62, 366, 367. Fadu, 56. Family, Violence Within, 254, 263 Fantiashantes, 354 Farias, Paulo Cesar, 26, 27, 152 Favelas, 179-81, 197, 201, 209, 221, 280, 281, 490. FEBM, State Federation for the Well-Being of the Minor, 268, in São Paulo, 269-72 Federal District. See Brasilia Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, 122, founding of, 136 Fijota, 59, 486 Feldman, Fabio, 289 Furiatan, 449. FIFA, International Federation of Football Associations, 393, 394 Figueiredo, João, 306 FIO Dental, 438 Fittipaldi, Emerson, 257 Flagellados, 188, 192, 246 Flamengo, Soccer Team, 15, 13 Fletcher, JC, 229. Index. Floods, 180. Fluminense Lowlands. See Baixada Fluminense Fontaine, Margot, 479 Forbes Magazine, 143, 148, 173, 382,437 Ford, Henry, 299. Fortaleza, Ceará, 182, 187, 192, 221, 329, 330, 336 Franca, São Paulo, 78, 79 France, 4, in World Cup, 398 Francis I, King of Naples, 54 Franciscan Order, 323, 339, 344 Franco, Idamar, 28 to 29 Frank, Waldo, 62, 420, 422 Fraternity Campaign, 77, 350 Freyre, Paulo, 12, 342 N Freyre, Roberto, 222 N French, appearance off coast of Brazil, 38, besieging Rio de Janeiro, 68, claims to Amazon Basin, 47, colony on Guanabara Bay, 40 French Guiana, 7 Frevo, 486. Freyre, Gilberto, 12, 62, 70 to 72, 74. 338, 392. Friedenreich, Arthur, 392 Friedman, Milton, 20 and Froissart, Judge Denise, 251 to 52 Funabem, National Foundation for the Well-Being of the Minor, 267, 268 to 69, 271, 272. Gabon, 7. Gabor, Sassat, 442. Gabriella, Clove and Cinnamon, 117N, 454. Gabriella, 455 to 56. Gaijin, 109, 110. Galileo Air Base Program for Street Children, 273 Galicia, 116. Gall, Norman, 143, 304 Gama, Vascoda, 37 Garanhuns, Pernambuco, 216 Garcia Marquez, Gabriel, 454 Gardner, Ava, 423 Garibaldi, Giuseppe, 113 Garimpiros, 304 to 7. Garincha, 14, 397 to 98, 407 to 10, 412, 425, as Malandro, 408 Gatai, Zelia, 279. Gaucho Association for the Protection of the Natural Environment, Agapan, 289 Gauchos, 236, 237. Gavia, Rio de Janeiro, 177, 421 Geisel, Ecobedo, 117 Gija, Alcides, 387, 388 Gibson, Hugh, 470 Gilberto, Joao, 424 Girl from Ipanema, B. 1, 420 Given Word, B. 326 N Globo Network, 4, 164 to 75, 426, 466, and telenovelas, 444 to 46, 448, 452, 453, 455 to 58, 460 to 62, 464, Higher Suxa, 436. Globo, 0, 155, 157, 160, 165, 172, 174. Goiás, 46, 47, 428. Gold, 90, discovery of, 45 to 46. Gold Coast, 354. Golden, 138. Golden Law, 69, 75 to 76. Gomez, Carlos, 92. Gomez, Ciro, 492 Gone with the Wind, 455 Goodyear, Charles, 92 Goulart, Joao, 19, 139, 140, 143, 161, 162, 165, 208 to 13, 222, 238, 335, 432, 441. Great Britain, 389, Chateaubriand as ambassador to, 159, claims to Amazon basin, 47, trade agreements with, 53, pressure to eliminate slave trade, 68 Greenwich, 35 Grandiosity, 9. Guanabara, state, Lacerda elected governor of, 162. Guanabara Bay, 2, 15, 21, 54, 144, 197, 438, capsizing of tour boat in, 236, 497, crash of seaplane in, 418, French colony on, 40, pollution of, 277 to 78 Guarani Indians, 45 Guarani, 0, 92. Guarujá, Sao Paulo, 136, 419 Guarujá Mirim, Rondônia, 308 Guatemala, 3 Guerra dos Sexos, 459 Guerrilla Warfare, 214, 239, 305, 432. In Amazon Basin, 297 Guevara, Che, 239, 295 Guillermo Prieto, Alma, 25 N, 370 Guimarães Rosa, Joao, 44 in. Harding, Bernarda, 48, 51, 54 Harding, Jack, 9 Hasenbalg, Carlos A, 74 Hurst, William Randolph, 154 to 55, 159 Heat Island Effect, 285. 531. Hemming, John, 91, 92 Henry the Navigator, 36 Hepburn, Audrey, 229 Hillside Women, 194 N. Ippolito, Dom Adriano, 339 Hirohito, Emperor, 104 Hispanic Institute of the Library of Congress, 115 History of Brazil, A, 67 Hitler, Adolf, 9 Hogue, Warren, 114, 440 Holy See, 322, 325, 346 Hollywood, 56, 457, 461 Hood Robin Economics, 141 Hotel Nacional, 177 House of Passage, 274 Hudson Institute, 295 Hugo, Victor, 55. Hungary, in World Cup, 395, 397 Houston, John, 5. I Like Brazil, 9 Ianon, Lila, 266 Ibarari, Dolores, 429 Imanja, 15, 357, 361 Ilha Grande, 244 Ilhuas, Bahia, 455 Illiteracy, 6. Immigrants, 13, American Southerners, 13, 101, 116, Czechoslovakian. 117, German, 115 to 16, 117, 339, 373, 488, Italian, 102, 113 to 15, 116, 117, 488, Japanese, 4, 100 to 1, 102 to 13, 201, 488, Jewish, 117, Middle Eastern, 116 to 17, Polish. 116, 488, Portuguese, see Portuguese immigrants, Spanish, 116 impunity, 12, 124, 235, 487, 497 income distribution, 6 to 7, 121 Independent League of Samba Schools, 483 India, 7, 8, 37, 186 Indianapolis 500, 257 Indians, 17 to 18, 85 to 99, 230, 248, 293 to 94, 310, 311, 324, 358, animist beliefs of, 354, 356, and cannibalism, 89, 321, enslavement of, 324, extermination of, 291, hygiene of, 88 to 9, in Umbanda, 365 to 66, spiritual beliefs of, 17, 326, wanderlust of, 89 Indonesia, 186. Industrial development, promotion of by Vargas, 134. Infant mortality, 193, in Cubatao, 277. In Curitiba, 489 inferiority complex, 10 inflation, 29, 30, 46, 296, during Goulart government, 19, in 1980s, 144, in 1986, 22, in March 1994, 2, victimizing poor, 28, Zelia Cardoso's plan to combat, 25 influenza, 95. Institute for Research and Urban Planning, Curitiba, 489 Institute for the Study of Religion, Rio de Janeiro, 376. Institute of Nutrition of the Federal University of Pernambuco, 193 Institutional Act No. 5, 168 Integralists, 204, 205, 337 Inter-American Development Bank. 96. Ipanema, 181, 470 Irmaus Corregim, 455 Isabel, Princess, 76 Islam, in Africa, 354, 355, slaves as followers of, 67, 360 It's all true, 8 Itapu, 20, 143. Italy, 4, 105, in World Cup, 394, 399, soccer style, 401. Jardine 399. Japan, 4, 37, 100, 201, 298, 301, 487 Jardim Botanico, 458 Yari Project, 299, River, 298 Jaido, Jaitinho, 10, 486 Jiquay River 198 Juraicity, Tasso, 116, 492 Jesuits, 40, 45, 88, 91, 323, expelled from Brazil, 324, missions of, 283, 324, opposition to slavery, 324 Josiero, Juazeiro, 329 to 32 Joao 6, 49, 50 101, 125, 127, 473 Jobim, Antonio Carlos, Tom, 1, 420, 424 to 25, 477. Iago do Bicho, 91, 247 to 49, 483, bankers involved with soccer clubs, 405, with Samba schools, 483, Indian roots of, 90 John Paul I, 345. John Paul II, 86, 345 to 47, trip to Brazil, 372, 380 Joinville, Santa Catarina, 101 Jordan, Michael, 409 Jornal do Brasil, 158, 435 Jornal Nacional, 169. Index. Jornal, 0, 158, Lacerda as reporter for, 161. Judicial system, 241, 251, 256 Juramento, Morota, 250 Juruna, Mario, 81, 97 to 98 Justiceiros, 261, 262 and Juvenal, 387, 388. Kaki, Robert, 373 Kanangatu Japeo, 462 Kane, Charles Foster, 154, 155 Kardec, Alon, 365 Cardicism, 365, 368 Kazuto Maru, 102 Kayapo Indians, 98 Kelly, Brian, 304 Kennedy, Edward M., 250 N. Khrushchev, Nikita, 43 in, 433 Kidder, DP, 229. Kidnapping, 121, 244, Attempt on Suksa, 437 Koran, 67. Kubitschek, Juscelino, 19,27, 117, 159, 208, 284, 294, 432, 441, and Soccer, 400, Developmentalist Policies of, 140, 209, Era of Growth, 279, 400, Inflation sparked by policies of, 212, Political rights suspended, 20 Kyoto, 106. Lacerda, Carlos, 161 to 63, 165, 167, 337 Lampiao, 12, 188 Land Reform, 185, 310 Latin American Bishops' Conference, in Puebla, 1979, 345, in Santo Domingo, 1992, 349, in Medellin, 342 to 43, 345 Lauder, Nikki, 443 Law of the Free Womb, 68 Leopoldina, 51, 52 Lebanon, 145. Leblon, Rio de Janeiro, 494 Lee, Rita, 116. Left-wing entrepreneurs, 138 Leo 13, 330, 334 Leopoldina, Archduchess, 51, 101 Leprosy, 6. Lerner, Jamie, 117, 489 to 91 Lestra, Alon, 306 Levi Strauss, Claude, 279 Levine, Robert E. 327 Liberal Party, 126, 132 Liberation Theology, 321, 341, 343 to 46, 349, 376, 377. Library of Congress, Washington, 115 Life Magazine, 158, 166 Lisboa, Antonio Francisco. C. Alajadenho Lima, 79. Lima E. Silva, Luis Alves de, 77, 129 and Lisbon, 3, 37, 44, 49, 50, 51, 53, 123, 415, Carnival Inn, 471, Royal Mint Inn, 46. Livestock, 47. Lalla Brigida, Gina, 442. London, 3. London, Mark, 304. Longacre, John, 442. Longfellow, Henry Wadsworth, 55. Looting by Poor, 22. Lopez Riga, Jose, 352 n. Lors Hyder, Dom Alofcio, 254 n. Los Angeles, Vinicius Inn, 423. Los Angeles Times, 154. Lost Decade of the 1980s, 144, 231. Luanda, 455. Ludwig, Daniel, 298-99. Louise, Washington, 132, 133. Lula, 24, 29, 30, 152, 172, 201, 216-25. Lutherans, 375. Lutzenberger, Jose, 277, 289, 316 lynchings, 246. Macaulay, Neil, 429 Macedo, Eder, 371-73, 379-82 Macieio, Alagoas, 24 Machado de Assis, Joaquim Maria, 66, 446. Machismo, 251, 254, 257 Mackenzie University, 116, 373, 389 Macumba, 361, 365, 366, 368 Macunama, 421 Madeira, 36, 37, 66 Madeira River 307, 308, 312 Madeira Marmore Railroad, 115, 308 Madonna, 264. Magalhães, Antonio Carlos, 172 Maggie, Yvonne, 352 Maharajas, 24 Mainwaring, Scott, 334 Makarova, Natalia, 442 Malandro, 408, Garincha as Malandro, 407-8, in Carnival, 476, in Umbanda, 367 Malaria, 6, 181, 307, 311 Malas Arts, Pedro, 391 Malaya, 294 Malnutrition, 192-93. 533. Malov, Paulo, 145-48, 171, 221, elected mayor of Sao Paulo in 1992, 152. Malov, Roberto, 145 Malov, Salim Farah, 145 Managua, 454. Manaus, 93, 182, 293, 303, 308 Manchet Magazine, 435 Manchet Network, 436, 447, 456-57, 459-60, 461, 462, 464 Mandala, 463 Mangueira, 484. Maracana Stadium, 14, 16, 85, 387-88, 395, 400, 406, collapse of retaining wall of, 236, construction of, 394, Pele's debut in, 396, site of sex rights, 371, Site of World Cup, 388 Maranhão, 159, 29 in, 300, Cotton Farms in, 125. Marquesa dos Santos, 456-57 Maria Moores Cabot Award to Roberto Maranhão, 165 Maria, Queen, 49, 50 Marijuana, 249, 358 Moringa, Piranha, 491 Maranhão, Irenu, 157, 160 Maranhão, Roberto, 154-76, 426, 436, 452, Sons of, 174, Marmor River 308, Marcus de Sapucaí Avenue, Rio, 484 Martin, David, 373 Martins, Marflia, 107 Masters, and the Slaves, B. 70 Mastroianni, Marcelo, 456 Matarazzo, Francisco, 114, 134-36. 138, 145, 149, 159 Matarazzo, Maria Pia, 149 Matarazzo Jr., Francisco, 136, 136N, 149 Mato Grosso, 46, 47, 94, 96, 97, 231, 29 in, 309. Mata, Roberto de, 391, 486 Matos, Marlene, 436 Matos, Marshal João Batista de, 73, Morpheo Nassau Bridge 191 McDonald, Gregory, 477 Measles, 95. Medici, General Emilio, 117, 400-1 Melo, Beatriz Azevedo de, Tati, 421, 422. Melo, Fernando Culler de. C. Culler, Fernando Melrose Place, 458 Mendez, Chico, 231, 292, 293. 313-16, 456 N, 446. Mendez de Almeida, Francisco Alves. C. Mendez, Chico. Mendez Maciel, Antonio Vicente. C. Antonio Cancel Jairo Menegel, Maria de Greca. C. Suxa Meninha, May, 353, 363 Mercury, Molina, 443 Mercury Poisoning, 307, 316 Mestrinho, Gilberto, 317 Metalworkers Union of São Bernardo do Campo and Diadema, 218 Mexico, 28, in World Cup, 395. Radionovelas made in, 450, telenovelas made in, 464 Milan, Betty, 391. Military, 129-30, 132, as guarantors of Constitution, 129, in colonial Brazil, 44. Military Academy, 427. Military coup of 1964, 20, 184-85. 213, 238, 335, 337, 340, 369, 432 Military regime, 5, 140, 230, and soccer, 400, and Umbanda's nationalism, 369, censorship of telenovela by, 445, development at any cost policies of, 286, increase of manufacturing under, 144. Indian policy, 96-97, issues Institutional Act No. 5, 168, policy toward Amazon Basin, 295-97, 309, Policy toward poor children, 268, Repressive policies of, 185, 240-41, 339 Miller, Charles, 389-Garius, 45-47, 48, 64, 78, 130, 132, 133, 138, 253, 379, 415, 491, Characteristics of Mineros, 441, Coffee production in, 127, Discovery of gold in, 45, Famous Mineros. 441, Iron production in, 302, Mineiro Triangle, 491, Soccer teams in, 390 Mindlin, Jose, 117 Minamata, Japan, 276, 307 Ministry of Education Building, Rio de Janeiro, 115. Miracle. See Brazilian Miracle Miranda, Carmen, 1, 56, 229, 352. 410, 423, 462. Mirandopolis, Sao Paulo, 103 Miscegenation, 57-58, 69 Mission, B, 45, 324 Mitterrand, François, 86 Mocambismo, 126, 128. Index. Mocidade Independente, 484 Momo, King, Bola as, 469 Moonraker, 477. Moors, 36, 42, 105, 255, 322, Fatalism of, 10, Invade Iberian Peninsula. 36, Psychological Consequences of Portuguese Contact with, 42-43 Moraes, Antonio Emprioda, 22. 148-49, 152. Moraes, Jose Emprioda, 138-39, 159. Death of in 1973, 148 Moraes, Marcos Vinicius Cruz de Melo, 420. Moraes, Susanita, 423 n, 425 n Moraes, Vinicius de, 80, 413, 420-26, 440, 477, 490. Moraes Filho, Jose Emprioda, 152 Moray, Fernando, 166, 430 Marrero Lita, Dante, 235 Moreno, Reynaldo, Naldinho, 269 Morocco, 455, 482 Moors, Richard, 136 N Moscow, 3, 203, 205, Prests in, 429-30, 432 Moses, Herbert, 160 Mata, Ziz, 60 Mora, Maria Teresa, 265, 266 Mora, Sebastião Rodrigues, Major Curio, 305. Movement of Street Boys and Girls, 272 Mozambique, 354, 455 Mucumbos, 181, 196, 367 and Malata, as paragon of female sexuality, 63, 84, 467 n. Mulattoes, 83, discrimination against, 58, 65, 74. Mussolini, Benito, 9, 136, 150, 204 Municipal Encounter of Street Kids, 266. Nisib, 117 N. Nader, Ralph, 12, 195 Narco-traffickers, 249. See also drug traffickers. Nascimento, Abdias do, 78 to 80 Nascimento, Edson Arantes do. See Pele Nascimento, Milton, 441 Nasser, David, 338 National Conference of Brazilian Bishops. CCNBB National Foundation for the Well-Being of Minors. See Funabem National Guard, 129. National Indian Foundation, 95 National Intelligence Service, 305 National Liberation Alliance, 204 National School of Fine Arts, Rio de Janeiro, 114 Nationalists, 137 to 38, 301 Navy, excludes blacks, 72 Nazaré da Mata, 138 NBC Network, 4 Negro, Lajes Nogueiro, 367 Navis, Tancredo, 147, 171 to 72, 221, death throes of, 16 to 17, 446, fatal illness of, 21 New Christians, 36, 41 New York, 380 New York Cosmos, 407, 409 New York Times, 17, 78, 110, 112, 114, 175, 242, 274, 280, 312, 377, 439, 440. New York Times Magazine, 29 New Yorker Magazine, The, 14, 370 Newsweek Magazine, on Sonia Braga, 455. Nicaragua, 3, 223. Niemeyer, Oscar, 199, 433, 434, 466, 467, 477. Nigeria, 354, 408N, 455 Nilopolis, Rio de Janeiro, 480, 481 Niterói, 109, 143, 365, Circus Fire, 438 to 39, 442. Nogueira Neto, Paulo, 303 Noit, A, 157. Nonviolent Brazilian, Myth of, 232 Northeast, 90, 130, 146, 186 to 96, 221, 295, 296, 323, 331, 358, 359, 382, Catholicism in, 322, 326 to 32, land holding patterns in, 62, 328, 337, migrants from, 58, 93, 178, 280, 306, oligarchy of, 131, Press column in, 428, Sebastianism in, 43, 327, slave revolt in, 67 to 68, slaves in, 356, violence in, 233 to 34, 254. Nova Descoberta, Recife, 181 Novo Friburgo, Rio de Janeiro, 101 Nova Iguape, Rio de Janeiro, 321, 339 nuclear power, 143 Nunes de Sousa, Dias, 60 nutritional deficiencies, 6. 0 Cafazo Brazil, Brazil, 486 Oedipus Rex, 463 O'Gorman, Francis, 194 N, 353 Ogum, 357. 535. Otake, Tomi, 106 to 7 Old Republic, 130 to 32, 427, demise of, 132. Olinda, Pernambuco, 15, 190, 336, Carnival Inn, 471. Oliveira Sobrinho, Jose Bonifacio de, 168, 170. Oliveira, Cristina, 462. Oliveira, Florapes de Souza. C. Brasilandia Nene. Oliveira, Natalino Jose de, 483. Olarum, 357. Olympic Games, gold medal in volleyball, 1992, 406, in Amsterdam, 393, in Paris, 393. Onaga, Hideo, 106, 107 to 8. O'Neill, Eugene, 79. Order and Progress, 71. Orfudekan CJO, 80, 424. Oryxts, 17, 59, 351 to 70, 381, 486. Orleans, Prince Pedro Gastauda, 76. Osasco, Sao Paulo, 214. Our Lady of Aparecida, 332 to 33. Our Lady of Candelaria, Church of Rio de Janeiro, 259. Our Lady of Fatima, 333. and Our Lady of Lourdes, 333. Our Nature Program, 316. Oxala, 362. Oxford University, 421. Oxum, 361. Padai La, Maria, 367. Pagador de Promesas, O, 326. and Pakistan, 186. Palmers, 67 to 68, 76. Pan American Games of 1987, 115. Panama Canal, 100. Pantanal, 428, 447. Pantanal, 447, 462, 464. Para, 309, 315. Para Inglés Ver, 2, 286, 317. Paraguay, 6, 20, 31, 45, 428, in World Cup, 397, War with, 55, 68, 77. 130, 201. Parafba, 158, 159, 233, 329. Parafba River 332. Parana, 488, 493, soccer teams in, 390. Paranos Jr., Jose Maria da Silva, 412. N. Parker, Richard G., 469. Parrots Perch, 239 to 40. Pasteur, Louis, 55. Pastoral Commission for Minors, 260. Pastors de Noit, O.S., 57. Paul VI, 337. N, 338, 339, 340, 345. Pau Grande, Rio de Janeiro, 397. Pau de Herrera, 216. Peasant Leagues, 184, 192, 382. Pedro I, 51 to 53, 101, 126, 129, 237, 332, 413. N, 457, 472. Pedro II, 54 to 55, 66, 76, 94, 101, 125, 129, 130, 188, 229, 472, Regency of, 68, Religiosity of, 325. Pele, 1, 83, 229, 392, 396 to 99, 402, 407, 408 to 10, 412, 439, 441, and Suxa, 435, 437 Pentedo, Sebastião Ferraz de Camargo, 143. Pentecostalism, 349, 371 to 83 Pentecostals, 374 to 77, and their charismatic entrepreneurs, 379, differences between historical and new Pentecostals, 378, modus operandi of, 372, as promoters of conservative causes, 382 People Magazine, 437 Perez, Daniela, 446 Pereira Ignacio, Antonio, 138, 139 Pernambuco, 39, 40, 125, 138, 139, 190, 193, 216, 329, capture by Dutch, 43, soccer teams in, 390 Perón, Isabel, 352 and Perón, Juan, 204, 208 Pereira dos Santos, Nelson, 109 Personalism, 203 Pesticides, 277. Petrobras, 279, 281 Petropolis, Rio de Janeiro, 414 Petropolis Seminary, 339, 344 Pharaonic Projects, 20, 142, 143, 253, 303, 308, 394, 400 Philip II, 43 Philippines, 186 Phoenicians, 35 Pina Bridge, Recife, 198 Pinion, Nelida, 116 Pitangui, Evo, 414, 438 to 43, famous patients of, 442 Pius XI, 333 Pixinguinha, 425 Pixodi, 8, 269, 274 to 75 Place in the Sun, A, 454 Plebiscite, 1993, 23 Poland, 310, 346. Police, 230, 237, 241 to 42, 245, 246, 248, 250, 251, 252, 259 to 61, 268, 269, 271, 275, 297, 339. Index. Politics of military rule in Brazil. 1964 to 85, B. 140 Polo Noroeste, 309, 310 Pombal, Marquis of C. Carvalho e Melo, Sebastião José de Popular Culture, and Carnival, 470. And telenovela, 445 to 46, 448 to 49 Portela, 483 Porter, Cole, 278 and Portinari, Candido, 114 to 15 Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, 3, 60, 117, 182, 221, 444, 426, Urban Crime in, 237. Porto Seguro, Bahia, 38, 85 Porto Velho, Rondônia, 308, 309. 311, 313, Pigeons of, 115 Portugal, 35 to 38, 78, 124, 232, 321, 322, 380, Aparecido appointed as ambassador to 18n, border dispute with Spain, 47, climate, 41, closed-door policy imposed on colony by, 47, debts paid off, 53, effect of Brazilian gold on, 46, in World Cup, 399, policy of milking Brazil, 48, tolerance as legacy of, 12 to 13, unification with Spain, 45 Portuguese immigrants, 55, and soccer, 390, favored treatment of, 51, in Gold Rush, 46. Portuguese language, 13, African influence on, 59 positivism, 127, 130 Praçada SE, Sao Paulo, 261 Praga once, Rio de Janeiro, 476, 477 Prado, Junior, KO, 123, 125 Prada, Mario, 458, 460, 464 Prests, Julio, 132, 133 Prests, Luis Carlos, 204, 206, 414, 422, 426 to 34, 462 Prisons, 230, 253 to 54 Pro and Carate, Mate, 457, 461 Promessa, 326, 348 Prostitution, 191, Child, 263 to 64 Protestantism, 371 to 83, Evangelical. 349, Contribution of American immigrants to growth of, 116 Protestants, 382, as reluctant immigrants, 101 to 2, in Pentecostal sects, 375, from the U.S., 373, Huguenots, 373. Quadrouche, Janio, 19, 23, 161, 162, 210 to 11, 222 Quilombo, 67, 76. Quintino, Rio de Janeiro, 272 Quiteria, Maria, 413. Racial Democracy 11, 59, 61, 71 to 72. 74, 75, 83, 230, 476 Radionovela, 449 to 51 Ramos, Arthur, 61 Ramos, Graciliano, 188 Ramos de Silva, Fernando, 274 to 75 Rainforest, 1, 86 Rani, Chief, 86 Reader's Digest, 167 Realidade Magazine, 73 Rebellion in the Backlands, 234, 328 Rebo Yugas, Andre, 66 Recession, of 1980s, 144 Recife, 20, 71, 127, 181, 187, 190 to 92, 194 to 96, 198, 295, 336, 338, as Brazilian Venice, 190, Beggars of, 191, Dutch occupation of, 43, Murder of Priest in, 230, part of Chateaubriand TV network, 163, part of Globo TV network, 169, program for street girls in, 273 Recife, University of, 158 Red Command, 244, 249, 250 Red Gold, 91 Red Harvest, 234 Read Globo. See Globo Network Read Manchet. See Manchet Network Regional Differences, 12 Republic of Dreams, the 116 Return of Beto Rockefeller, the 453 Revolution of 1930, 133 Resende, Rodolfo Mata, 484 Rhineland, 101 Ribeiro, João Ubaldo, 65 Ringling Brothers Circus, 466 Rio, 470. Rio Branco, Acre, 313 Rio das Flores, Rio de Janeiro, 379 Rio de Janeiro, 49, 72, 77, 113, 158, 180, 181, 201, 230, 247, 255, 259, 268, 270, 336, 353, 388, Bureaucracy in, 50, Capital of Brazil transferred to, 47, Child prostitution in, 263, Children murdered in, 260, Discovery of, 2, Drug traffickers in, 22, First radio station in, 160, Industry in, 202, Installation of royal family in, 125, Lacerda elected to City Council of, 161, Marathon, 288 N, Mass Rally in, 212, part of Chateaubriand. Chain of TV. 537. Stations, 163, Pitangui as symbol of upper class in, 440, 443, police death squads in, 241, presence of colonial government in, 125, presence of royal court in, 49, 101, 127, settlement of, 40, Silva, Benedita, as candidate for mayor of, 224, slums occupied by army, 31, soccer teams in, 390, sun and beaches of, 14, 440 Rio de Janeiro, state, 172, 250, 252, 379, 382, coffee production in, 127, murder of children in, 260, Umbanda federations in, 369 Rio de la Plata, 47. Rio Grande do Sul, 82, 113, 132, 133, 289, 434, 488, Brizola as governor of, 212, civil strife in, 236 to 38, 488, soccer teams in, 390 Rio Niterói Bridge, 21 Robbins, Harold, 439 Roberto Marinho Foundation, 173, 174 Robin Hood, 487, Aura of, 188, 250 Rocha, Glauber, 188 Rocha, Martha, 255 N. Rosenha, 177 to 80, 197, 198, 250, 494 Rota de Fogo, 447. Rodrigo de Freitas Lagoon, 80, 197 Rodriguez, Nelson, 10 Roman Catholic Church, 197, 321 to 50, Charismatic Movement in, 377 N, losing members, 372, Opposition to Contraception, 184, Relations with Afro-Brazilian Religions, 363 to 64, Support for Landless Peasants by, 297, Unifying Influence of, 13 Roman Catholic Priests, Organizing in Brasilia Temosa, 199 Roman Catholicism, 321 to 50, Brazilian brand of, 17, Conversion of slaves to, 17, 356 to 57, Fatalism of, 183. 194, 235, in Minas Gerais, 441 Rondon, Candido Mariano da Silva, 94-95, 310. Rondônia 95, 307-10, 312, 313, 491 Roosevelt, Franklin D., 43 in Roosevelt, Theodore, 94 Roque Santiago, 444-45, 448, 454, 455, 457, 458, 461 Rossi, Dom Agnello, 339 Royal Family in Brazil, 48-51 Rubber, 92, Barons, 130, Boom, 93-94, 293-94, 308, 312-13 Rubber Tappers. C. Seringueiros. Rusca, Augusto, 17 Russellwood, AJR, 64 Russian Revolution, 203. Sacred Congregation of the Holy Office and Miracle of Josiero, 330 Sales, Dom Eugenio, 77, 345 Salgueiro, 480. Salvador, 40, 78, 360, Carnival Inn, 15, 471, Presence of Colonial Government Inn, 125, Renovation of Downtown, 196, Slums of, 181-82 Samba, 59, 19, 204, 424, 486, and Soccer, 391. Samba dos Vagalumes, 0, 484 Samba Schools, 248, 467-68, 470-71, 479, Origin of, 476. Sambadrome 434N, 466-67, 477, 482, 484. Sandinistas, 223. Santa Casa de Misericordia Hospital, Rio de Janeiro, 442 Santa Catarina, 101, 339, 493 Santa Elmira Farm, 237 Santa Marta, Daycare Centers in, 197 Santo André, Sao Paulo, 284 Santo Antonio, Rondônia, 308 Santo Dame, 354. Santos, 38, 100, 135, 216, 221, 278, 279, 284, Soccer Team, 396, 408 Santos, Lucelia, 45-5 N Santos, Manuel dos. C. Garrincha Santos, Marquês de, 53 Santos, Silvio, 175, 464 Santos Dumont, Alberto, 413-20, 425 São Bernardo do Campo, São Paulo, 217, 218, 284. São Caetano do Sul, São Paulo, 284 São Cristóvão, Rio de Janeiro, 379 São Conrado, Rio de Janeiro, 177. 181, 494. São Francisco, Church of, Recife, 274 São João Batista Cemetery, 419 São Luís, Maranhão, 300 São Paulo 45, 103, 112, 113, 181, 217, 230, 269, Assassination of U.S. Army Captain in, 239, Auto Accidents in, 257, child prostitution in, 263, industrial suburbs of, 219, industry in, 202, Malouf as candidate for mayor of, 147, Malouf as mayor of, 145, part of Chateaubriand TV network, 163, pollution in, 282-88, skyscraper. Index. Sao Paulo, Cont. Fire in, 236, soccer teams in, 390, women murdered by husbands in, 256. Sao Paulo, State, 38, 78, 101, 102. 114, 130, 135, 139, 189, 332, 339, 374, 406, Barros, Adhemarda, as governor of, 210, captaincy of, 47, 488, coffee production in, 127, founding of auto industry in, 140, governor's palace of, 115, Lula as candidate for governor of, 220. Malouf as candidate for governor of, 147, 148, Antonio Emfrio as candidate for governor of, 148, sugar industry in, 189 Sao Paulo, Archdiocese of, 239, 260, division of, 347. Sao Paulo, University of, 105, 106. 108, 109, 145. Sao Paulo Museum of Art, 174. São Vicente, 38 to 40, 45, captaincy of, 278. Saramandaia, 454. Sardinha, Dom Pero Fernandez, 321 Sarni, Jose, 22, 28, 172, 304, 316, 463 Sartre, Jean-Paul, 410 to 11 Saudade, 16. Savage Capitalism, 7, 245, 262, 276 Shepherd Hughes, Nancy, 193, 194, 348 Schistosomiasis, 6 Schmidt, Oscar, 115 Sclier, Moser, 117 Sierra Vermelha, 234 Sebastian, King, 43, 327 Secessionism, 493 Selva de Pedra, 454 Selznick, David O, 455 Senna, Ayrton, 16, 257, 412 N, and Suxa, 437. Seringueiros, 93, 293 to 94, 312 to 14 Serra do Mar, 282 Serra dos Carajás, 299 Serra Pelada, 304 to 7 Sertanejos, 187, 189, 190, 234, 326 Sertu, 187, 189, 190, 193, 196, 198, 326 Service for the Protection of the Indians, SPI, 94. Service of Assistance to the Minor, SAM, 268. SCU Set de Lira, 351 to 52, 367, 369 to 70 Sexuality, 3, 437 to 38 Shepherds of the Night, 57 Shalmatov, Alex 446 Silva, Aristides Inacioda, 216. Silva, Benedita, 60, 80 to 82, 221. 224, 382. Silva, Darcy and Darley Alvesda, 314 to 15. Silva, Leonidista, 392, 394. Silva, Nelson Duvalle, 74. Silva, Zicada, 64. Silva Paranos Jr., Jose Maria, 412. Simons, Marl, 304. Simpatia e Quasi Amor, 469. Sistema Brasileiro de Televisão, SBT, 175, 464. Skidmore, Thomas E., 140, 141. Slavery 61 to 64, 66 to 69, 70 to 72, 257. 353, Abolition of, 55, 182, 201. 362, and Syncretization, 357 to 59, as obstacle to immigration, 101, civilizations to which slaves belonged, 354, legacies of, 12, 128, 281, 487, religious beliefs of slaves, 355 to 56, slave trade, 2, 40. Smallpox, 95, 427. Ansores, Elza, 409. Sobrados e Mucumbos, 71. Soccer, 13, 387 to 411. Social Darwinism, 180, 266, 312. Social Democratic Party, PSD, 208. Founding of, 137. Sophocles, 463. Sorbonne, 339. Sorocaba, Sao Paulo, 135, 139. SOS Children, 272. South Africa, 78, 495. Sousa, Herberta, 252. N, 413. Sousa, Marcio, 308, 414, 420. Sabaco de Cristo, 469. Soviet Union 204, 349, collapse of communist regime in, 223, in World Cup, 398, press as serving, 426, soccer style, 401. Spain, 28, 35, 37, 105, 310, 322, 380, border dispute with Portugal, 47, claims to Amazon basin, 47, in World Cup, 395, unification with Portugal, 45, spirituality, 16. Stanford University, 71. Stern, Hans, 115 to 16. Straubhaar, Joseph, 164, 168. Street Children, 260 to 62, 264 to 75. Killing of, 1, 11, 230, 259 to 60. Strikes, 202-03, 208, 214, 219, 220. Made illegal, 213. Suasuna, Ariano, 188. Subterráneos de Liberdade, OS, 205, 313. And Sudanese, 354, 359. 539. Sugar, 40, 41, 61, 130, exports, 46, industry in crisis, 46, sugar plantations, 87, 182. Sugar loaf 197. Sugar zone, 190, 193, 196, 233. Supreme Court Sao Paulo State, 109. Suriname, 7. Sweden, in World Cup, 395, 398 Switzerland, 101, 138, in World Cup, 395. 10 Credinho, 21 Tang, 117 Tariffs, 134. Telemonte Carlo Network, 173 Telenovelas, 13, 112, 155, 170, 171. 175, 444 to 65, compared to soap opera, 446, interaction between audience and, 448, mass hysteria created by, 451, merchandising in, 461, musical scores of, 462, references to Orazaz in, 352, references to Pitangui in, 440, success abroad, 455 to Nance, 427 to 29 Tent of Miracles, 70 Thatcher, Margaret, 487 Theresa Christina, 54, 55 Teat River 270 Time and the Wind, 236 Time Life Affair, 164 to 68 Tiradentes, 48, 413, 441 Tobacco, 47. Tocantins River, 300, 302, 306, 316 Togliatti, Palmero, 429 Tokyo, 107 Tongues of Fire, 373 Tourists, criminal assaults on. In, 7, 196, in Northeast, 194 Torture in Brazil, 340 Trade Union Movement, 215 Train Surfing, 12, 257 Trans-Amazon Highway, 20, 143, 295, 296, 298, 309. Treaty of Tordesillas, 37 to 39, 45, 90, 322. Tribunita Imprensa, 161, 163. Trindade, Liana, 367. Trinta, Joayazinho, 15, 479 to 81. Trotsky, Leon, 203. Tuberculosis, 6, 95, 196. Tukurov, 302, 303, 304, 316. Hydroelectric plant 300 Tupamaro insurgents, 239 Turin, pigeons from, 115. TV to P, 352, 451, 452, 453 2 to 5499 Occupado, 451. Uberlandia, Minas Gerais, 491 Yuki, Shijiki, 108 Ultraviolet, 442. Umbanda, 354, 360, 364 to 67, 369, 370, 379, and the Pentecostals, 381, Temples, 368 UNESCO, 494 Unforgettable Memory, and 65 Unger, Roberto Mangabira, 10, 496 UNICEF, 193, 263, 266, 493 Unified Black Movement Against Racial Discrimination, 75 Union of Defenders of the Land, Oikos, 289 United Industries, 135 United Nations, 96 United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, Stockholm, 280, 286. United Nations Earth Summit, 1992, 246, 316, 317, 495 United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, 193. United States, 99, 138, 139, 212, 295, 380, 487, and Goulart's Fall, 213, Brazil's resemblance to, 4, Brazilian affinity for, 13, Civil rights movement in, 75, criticism of Brazil's relationship with, 209, Protestant missionaries from, 373, race relations in, compared to Brazil, 72 to 73, radio soap operas in, 449 to 50, size of, compared to Brazil, 4, slavery in, compared to Brazil, 62, telenovelas fail to penetrate, 455, topography of, compared to Brazil, 44 Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, 371, 372, 379 to 81 Urea, Rio de Janeiro, 352 Uruguay, 31, 239, 352, 380, in World Cup, 387, 393, 395, 397, 399 U.S. Steel Corporation, 299 Utopia Unarmed, 496. Vale do Amanhecer, 15, 354 Vale of Tears, 327 Vale Tudo, 448. Vale do Rio Doce Company. CCVRD. Valenzuela, Luisa, 470. Valley of Death, 16, 276, 281. Index. Vandals, 36 Vargas Llosa, Mario, 8 Vargas, Getchilio, 9, 137, 139, 184, 203 to 8, 210, 211, 259, 419, 432, and Industry, 133 to 34, 284, and Church, 334, as Brazilian Hero, 412N, Armed Revolt Against, 419, 430, brought down by Lacerda, 161 to 62, Chateaubriand as early backer of, 159, comeback of, 162 Vargas regime, and Carnival, 476 to 77, and Children, 268, and Prests, 430 to 31, bans political organizations, 74, demise of, 137, repression by, 238, restricts immigrants, 103 to 4, stifles Afro-Brazilian cults in 1930s, 70 Varig, 116 Vasco da Gama, 390 Vasconcelos, Ana, 273 to 74 VASP, 116. Vatican, 322, 325, 337N, 344, 347. 372, Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, 346 Vatican Council, 336, 343, 345 Vija Magazine, 59, 111, 243, 252N, 463 Velho, Domingos Jorge, 67 Veloso, Catano, 14, 353, 425 Veloso Bar, Rio de Janeiro, 420 Verger, Pierre, 364 Verfsimo, Erico, 59, 72, 236 Vila Brasilandia, Sao Paulo, 181, 197, 251. Vila Maria, São Paulo, 264 to 67 Vila Parisi, Cubatao, 280, 288 Vila Soco, Cubatao, 281 Villa Lobos, Heitor, 259, 413 Villas Boas, Orlando and Claudio, 96 Virgin Mary, 332 to 33, 357 Viseu Magazine, 108 Visigoths, 36. Vitoria, Espírito Santo, 60, 221 Viva, 442 Volkswagen, 284. Volta Redonda, Rio de Janeiro, 133 Votorantim, 139, 148, 152. Wakisaka, Katsunori 112. Wales, in World Cup, 398. War of the End of the World, the 8. War of the Saints, the 363N. Warner Communications, 409. Washington Post, 16. Watanabe, Kazuo, 106, 108 to 9, 111. Wells, Orson, 8, 154, 422, 423 Wellington, Duke of, 51 West Germany, 143, 170, 395, Soccer Style, 401. Westinghouse, 143 Whitening of Population, 69, 102 Wickham, Henry A, 93 Windsor, Duchess of, 442 Winterkills, 5 Woolley, Monty, 278 N Workers' Party, PT, 24, 81, 201, 219 to 25, 315, 349, 382 World Bank, 6, 96, 218, 301, 302, 310, 312, 314, 315 World Cup, 15, 30, 169, 404, 406, in Argentina, 402, in Brazil, 387 to 89, 394 to 96, in Chile, 398, in England, 399, in France, 392, 393, in Italy, 394, 404, in Mexico, 399, 400, in Sweden, 19, 397, 398, in Switzerland, 397, in Uruguay, 393, in US, 16, 30. 403, in West Germany, 169 to 70, 402, 406 World Health Organization, 276 World is Burning, the 446 World War I, 132, 279 World War II, 206, 388, 431, Carnival during, 467, Nippo-Brazilian reaction to, 100, 104, Rubber End, 294. Wright Brothers, 417 Wickham, Peter, 418. Zapuri, Acre, 292, 313 Zavant Tribe, 97 Xavier, Joaquim José da Silva. C. Tiradentes. Xingu National Park, 96 Zango, 360. Suxa, 414, 434 to 38, 464 N. Yamasaki, Taizuka, 106, 109 to 10, 111, 436. Yellow Fever, 181, 278 Yellow Journalism, 156, Yellowstone Park fires in, 292 Yorubans, 354. Zaire, 354, 482 Zedong, Mao, 429 Ziliato, Maria Cecilia, 267 Zoo Mafia, 251, 252 Zumbi, 76, 413 Swag, Stefan, 8, 59, 229. Continued from front flap. Today teetering on the verge of joining the first world, or plunging into unprecedented environmental calamity and social upheaval. Each facet and each paradox of Brazil that page explores its ethnic and racial components, the lives of its rich and its poor, the rising phenomenon of violence, the pillaging of its once abundant natural resources, the historic dominance of Catholicism and the influence of African religion and Pentecostalism, its venerated heroes and celebrated festivals probes further into this land of contrasts. Not since Luigi Bartoni's The Italians has a society been so deeply and accurately portrayed. Joseph Page, a professor of law at Georgetown University Law Center, is the author of Perón, The Revolution That Never Was, and Bitter Wages. Jacket design by Gene Seal, jacket art by Catherine Neal, author photograph by Jerry Bauer.